Buenos dias and welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. It's the Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Beautiful conditions this morning after heavy rain last night, but it seems like El Sunzal once again providing something on offer for the free surfers out there this morning. A much earlier start than yesterday, but it seems like things will be underway. As we look at us on screen, Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Chinoski. Matt, buenos dias. It seems like great conditions on offer after an incredible day one of competition yesterday.
It was an incredible opening day of competition, and those surfers in Heat 7 and 8 would relish the opportunity to surf in the clean conditions this morning. Although that storm last night, I think a lot of surfers would have thought waking up to a turbulent, high tide, early morning lineup, but not to be super clean out there. And
yeah. And let's see what we have on offer. Let's go down to Chris Cote with our WSL North America Tour manager, Brian Robbins.
Hey, thank you, guys. Yes, every contest director's dream is to have their contest in El Salvador because more often than not, the waves are firing. But tell us about today.
Yeah, Chris. We're on again today. Yeah, we got a couple heats to finish up for the men's opening round. We're going to go straight back into men's with the elimination round and then finish the day with the women's elimination round. So, big day, 18 heats, coming off the high tide now, so we expect the morning to just get better and better, and then we'll kind of have a push into the afternoon. We won't get all the way to the top of the tide at the end of the day, so I think we have a really tidy, 9-hour window between these two peaks of tide that is going to put some great surfing on. I mean, yeah, we saw it yesterday. They got another heat under their belt, a couple more waves, so game on. Let's see it.
Well, day one was a beauty. Day two looks like more of the same. Let's do this.
Thank you, Chris, and very much appreciated the insight there from WSL North America Tour manager Brian Robbins. Known him for a long time, always makes a great call, Matt. And we saw conditions right there. It seems like it's absolutely firing, and we're starting off with a banger of heat. Number 5 in the world, going to be out there in the red jersey, Edouard Delpero from France.
we saw Kevin Skavana paddling out leashless as well, and that was a debate yesterday. Obviously, some of the surfers growing up not surfing with leg ropes, and it did pay off for a couple, but there was also some of the others that did lose their boards on those rocks as well. Let's hope Kevin isn't one of those.
And tell me about the commitment to making that decision when you're paddling out. Obviously, you grow up using one thing. You don't want to deviate from your game plan even going into an event like this. But does it really affect you on a mental perspective in comparison to a competitive perspective when you're paddling out with a leash?
Longboarding is viewed by many as a performing art, and the idea is to surf with your inhibitions and surf what's in front of you. And when you put a leg rope on, often the word points is something that comes to mind. You're scoring points, and you see Kevin out there now leashless, and it just feels free without one, and it is constantly rubbing on your leg. If you have those intricate footwork like Kevin displays right there, it hits, and it means your steps have to become larger, and you end up having to think as opposed to just being intuitive to what's coming ahead of you.
As we saw Skavana right there, just get an extra warm-up wave before you get started. 7:35 a.m. local time will be the start of the first heat of the morning. That's opening round heat number 7. Edouard Delpero, Kevin Skavana, and Max Weston from Australia. You know Max Weston personally, and you saw him win over there in Noosa, I believe it was. A big win for him. Obviously, he qualified through the Australasian leg, but when we talk about competitive surfing in Australia, it seems like it's getting to a great point right now. Ben Considine, Tully White, Kira Molnar, all present here, and obviously Declan White, who made it through yesterday. But a great opening round heat, number 7, to start off day number 2, Matt.
Interesting enough, a lot of the qualifying waves, although the intention is to have good surf with small running windows, a lot of these surfers have qualified in really poor conditions, really small onshore beach breaks. So for them to have a chance to and relish in good quality waves, and all of those surfers mentioned, when I think of them as surfers, I think of them at point breaks. I think of them in world-class lineups, not just your standard beach break. So I'm really excited to see Max coming up in this heat.
And growing up yourself, I mean, I know you're a Sydney kid through and through, but Declan White and also from Manly, a lot of beach breaks over there. I feel like you almost lag quite a few point breaks to practice a lot of waves like these. But when it comes to that transition, we've obviously seen Taylor Jensen do incredibly well coming from beach breaks. So Leigh Erico from point breaks towards beach breaks. Talk to me about the evolution we've seen in competitive longboarding like that.
Longboarding is about use from the tail to the nose and all those little in-between parts. And surfing a beach break, linking inside sections and little speed pockets, that's where the footwork comes into it. And that's why we're seeing Declan, Tully, serves like Max really shine, and of course Taylor too. They leave no section unmatched, and they can really just fit the board into those little sections. When you come from a point break, often it's difficult to when the conditions aren't perfect, you have
Right.
these little wind swell crosses. It's difficult to adapt to those. Beach break surfers are adaptable. Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, is one of those.
I was about to mention him, the 11-time world champion, obviously coming from Cocoa Beach, Florida. One of the hardest places to grow up as a surfer as a kid, but he's done extremely well. Maybe one of the greatest athletes of all time. The heat is on, 29 minutes on the clock now. Edward Del Perro in red, Kevin Scavarna in blue, Max Weston is in the white. We talk about the resurgence of surfing within the United States. I would say longboarding is at its finest right now. Kevin Scavarna leading that kind of pack for the younger crew.
Yeah, and he's got a real cult following too down there at San Onofre. There's a whole crew that hang out in their vans, and it's a real throwback. It's actually something that's never wavered from the glory days of the 1960s, and it went right through the 70s to the modern day. And Kevin is just a modern example of that California beach culture, and his style is, it's like almost the Californian beach boy style. It's a hot dogging style, and he feeds off the energy of those around him. And if he's behind in the heat, that's actually worrying, because if he gets the wave, he backs himself the whole time. He'll back himself to go all the way at this event and take the win.
Yeah, and he performs under pressure too. We've seen that before, and I had the chance to meet him for the first time a few years ago, actually, when I met you at the Mexi Log Fest in 2019. A lifeguard, loves to be at the beach the entire time, but can surf any kind of board as well. Del Perro, we all know what he's capable of, number 5 in the world, coming into this event tied with Tony Silvani in that ranking right there from Biarritz in France. Runs a surf school with his brother Antoine over there in those beautiful southern beaches of France. But when we talk about him being a competitor, maybe one of the best we've ever seen put on a jersey.
Yeah, and that's one name when you see come up, and it's Taylor Jensen's fiercest enemy. They both bring the best out of each other, and self-confessed, it's always a battle for when both of those put the vest on. So you know when Taylor says that Edward does that to him, you know he's a fierce competitor.
Kevin Scavarna from the United States. He is a Southern California kid, and with 27.5 on the clock, he is way outside of everybody else in the lineup, and it seems like we have a couple of waves approaching. Talking about the tides, we hit the peak at 5:43 a.m., so around 2 hours ago. It was 6.2 foot high tide, so quite high. The low will be at 12:09, 0.5, so a big difference. Here goes Scavarna, first wave of day number 2. Straight to the nose right there. Beautiful 5 from Kevin. Wraps it back strongly, and that offshore wind causing a bit of trouble for Scavarna on his opening ride. 27 minutes on the clock. It seems like a couple waves approaching the lineup still. Would doubt that Del Perro wouldn't be in position for this one. Straight off the bat, just a 1.83 for Kevin. And here goes Edward. He's looking to qualify for Malibu. Great start right there, straight to the nose. Strong turn in the pocket, grabs the rail even 2%. Some variation there as the French surfer. And really love the tempo and the style on this one so far, Matt. Looks great on his opening ride. Really knows how to use the pace of this wave to his advantage. Has competed here earlier this year before as well. Made the final at the WSL World Longboard Championships. But this event is a different animal. The formatting a bit different as he's still cruising through the inside here. Great cross-stepping, gets to the nose once again. A great combination of rail surfing with nose rides, Matt. It seems like it's going to be a great score to start things off. Long 5 right there as he kicks out with complete control. 26 minutes on the clock, and now Scavarna with the answer back. Straight to the nose. That's a real strong 5 to start things off for Kevin. Wraps it back. Love that down card from him on the backhand. Once again, that's what he has that separates him from everybody else, his nose riding skills on the backhand.
Yeah, super critical for Kevin there on his backside, as you see Edward with that searing cutback to open up. So both surfers going to their strengths, and Kevin setting up the inside track here.
Yeah, and he still has one more nose ride to give. Goes for the 10, a tight 5. And beautiful transitions right there from Scavarna. Waves are just cooking this morning here at Sunzal. He's going to kick out with a lot of style and grace. 25 minutes on the clock. And now the answer from Weston. We know what he's capable of at a long right-hand point break. Won the event at Noosa to qualify for the World Tour. So with 25 on the clock, everybody has at least one wave under their belt. Should be a great battle between Del Perro and Scavarna for the best wave of the heat. As we look at Max Weston, the Australian, won an event in Noosa, but really looking for his best result here, especially if he wants to get into the top 8.
Yeah, and he's part of that regional qualification success, and it was actually his best friend, Kyle Flynn, his travel buddy as well, who took the win at the second qualifying event. But the way the points worked out, Kai had a really poor start in Noosa.
Yeah.
Max had a really poor ending there in Sydney at the second event. And the way it worked is that Kai fell second, Max got first. Kai ended up getting the season wildcard, and Max took the win for the Australasia Tour. And in beach breaks, although Noosa we consider a point break, there's a lot of sand there at the moment, so much so we have to have it down the beach. So to see Max actually take that win from a lot of the surfers that you see on paper and you go, wow, this is going to be a hard one in the beach break. I don't know how Max is going to go. To see him sort of have that endurance through the small beach break conditions and then relish in these conditions. He actually had an injury in Bells Beach. He got one after Huntington. So surfing injured at Bells, which is definitely no mean feat. Coming here, it looks like the injury's healed up to the leg, the lower leg. And he's been surfing super smooth on his Thomas surfboards the last few days.
Well, I'd love to see that because as of right now, Weston 17 in the ranks. He definitely needs a big result here to qualify for the top 8. How's the start here from the French surfer in red?
Taking off deep behind the section, and this, just reading that criteria and that rail carve coming off the bottom and just projecting with that drop knee turn. And goes a little sleepy on the midsection, and he's used to this wave, having surfed here in the ISA recently. And he's just a series of carves as he links the inside section. It's a new board. We haven't seen this under his feet just yet, so perhaps christening it in competition. And he's just making his way as the low tide comes up. We're going to see that inside section improve. Well, as the tide drops, we're going to see it fade away and that inside start to improve later on with the tide. So this will be a rare runner for Edward. And he gets some nose work done in here, gets up to the 5 again, and finishes on the shore cleanly, and that would have been a great one to open up. Judges are taking their time to lock that in, and Kevin, here we have staying high, really close 5 here, and I love this rail turn, stepping back into the turn, back off the bottom of the wave, and as the board climbs up, gets the nose again, and even gets a 10 coming in through this next section, repeats the carve, back off the foam, so no mistakes like his first wave, and he sets up the inside. So perhaps this inside section a little more dynamic than Edwards, and finished with a little bit more of a bang with this nose right in here. Gets that 5 in here, gets the 10, 2 feet way over the nose, and carving it through. So on his backside there, it's a little tricky with the backwash to judge and time, and you know he liked it with that steezy kick out as well.
Oh, maybe one of the best mustaches in the entire game, too, does Kevin Skvarna have. Scores dropping in, the 2 first of Max Weston, an 0.5 and just a 2.67 as his backup. Things are looking very positive for both Skvarna and Del Perro. A 5.67 for Skvarna, a 6.67 for Del Perro in the red jersey, so he moves up into second place, as Skvarna has a backup score of a 1.83 that has him in first, with priority with the surfer in white Weston needing at least a 4.84 with plenty of time on the clock, Matt.
Yeah, a full point difference there between Kevin and Edwards, all because of Edward taking off deep on that set wave with a big long wall coming from behind the section, so showing committed nose work, and then that carve. When most people are going to the nose, Edward stepped back into his power carve, and on the other hand, a little more of a shouldery wave for Kevin, but doing the best that he could in that big bowly right-hander. And
there's Rogelio Esquivel Jr., also known as JR. He's coming up in the last heat of the opening round for the men. Taka Inoue and John Michael Van Hohenstein will be competing alongside JR, one of the best Filipino surfers of all time. I'd have to say he's made a huge impact on the longboard tour this year, and he will be one to watch in this next heat coming up.
Also no stranger to this wave, having spent time down here for the ISA, put in a great performance, ending up in the finals. Some thought he could have gone all the way, but with that many heats through those types of events, even the judges need a bit of a reset. So that's that format, you know, that you've got to surf a lot of qualification rounds and requals, and you've got to get back into the final. So you're going to put the jersey on a minimum of 6 times, I believe, for the ISA.
Oh, at least, at least. Wanted to ask you something. Obviously, a big difference when it comes to competition. A lot of different levels over there. You're surfing for your nation and not necessarily on an individual level. Here at the WSL, at the most, on the CT, you're going to compete in a 3-person heat. Then you always go head-to-head matchups. For him, it's been something very impressive because at the moment, he's number 8 in the rankings. You look at Skvarna, you look at Del Perro, these are very experienced surfers when it comes to competition. How much do you think this new blood in terms of the rankings has really impacted the performance of everybody else in the top 10?
It's this spice and this element of creativity that these new generation of surfers are bringing. Surfers like Max, Kai Ellis-Flint, Declan White, and he has been around for a few years, but he's improved a lot in that off time during the pandemic. And just JR with his success story coming through in Indonesia at Bali there, where they had the second qualifying event. He had a little bit of pressure on his back, having won in his hometown of La Union, coming over to Kuta, and he had a huge support base, as he did in Australia and Huntington as well. But to take that win on that beach with a screaming crowd, and it was against experienced competitors. Tucker Inui was one of them as well, and he just gets better heat by heat, and that's a scary prospect. When these surfers are feeling creative and intuitive with the rash vest on, you're going to see some fireworks, and the judges really appreciate those new creative lines that this new blood is bringing to the longboard tour.
And I like that word, creativity. I think that's a unique perspective to have in a sport that is so comparable to every other wave out there. You mentioned the judging criteria right now. With similar fun conditions today, as we saw yesterday, the judges will be rewarding higher scores to surfers who can utilize the entire criteria. That's rail-to-rail surfing with major nose rides and major turns in the steeper sections. Control and flow always the most important thing in between maneuvers, and good speed throughout the entirety of the wave will be rewarded. But they did mention today, nose rides in the steepest, most critical sections will be the most dominant part of the criteria.
If we look on the screen now, to the right-hand side is that deeper section. So in the lower tide, we're actually going to see that mid-sized wave there. That's where that steepest section will come from, taking off from behind the peak. I mean, any surfer out there watching right now would just be licking their lips on that fun inside bowl. But that's that steep section. They don't shoulder off too much, and then you come from behind like Edouard did before, and that's that steep outside section. You can get it on the inside, but it's a little bit of a gamble. So these surfers are going to have to show the commitment by taking off on set waves really deep. But with a little bit of a weaker period than yesterday, when that wind comes up later, we are going to see some side chop. So it's going to be a little more difficult to pick the inside track and show that commitment. So this heat, these guys would be so stoked to have a morning heat as opposed to yesterday evening.
Absolutely. 17:40 on the clock. Priority with Weston in the white jersey. Seems like Del Perro might be interested in going on this one, but Scavarna has the inside. Even though he's in third priority, he's going to let it go as well. We mentioned, you know, the goofy versus regular debate, the surfer coming from a beach break rather than a point break. That's all neutralized when the waves are as good as this, I feel. You look at Del Perro's experience as we see the rankings right here on screen. The green triangles mean that they've already qualified for the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, which will be in the month of October. Both Jensen and Salas already in there. Cornelia Stewart really just needs to make out of the elimination round to do that. Declan Whiten, though, he made his opening round heat. He won it. But as of right now, Del Perro tied with number 5, Tony Silvani. This is a huge heat for him.
Yeah, and the surfers coming up, we still have Rogelio and Tucker to come. And in the elimination round, Richie Cravey, Kylis Flint not far behind, who also made his heat. So surfers behind and in front progressing. So perhaps a little bit of pressure in this, but Edouard, he thrives on the pressure as well.
Yeah, he does, and he really uses it to his advantage, too. If you talk about somebody really enjoying the pressure of the moment, it's that guy in the red jersey. I was talking to Sam on the way over here this morning, and I was telling him how good both Antoine and Edward were as junior surfers on the short-boarding side. And it wasn't until a few years later that Edward actually started to pick up a longboard for the first time. Next thing you know, one of the greatest of his generation coming up.
Yeah, and his brother, a single-fin surfer of the performance style, winning a world title on a single-fin surfboard in a time when it was full of high-performance surfing, thrusters, silky smooth drop knee styles, both of them being of smaller stature, having to revert to footwork and really animated body language and proper technique to have to drive that big board around. But working with the shapers over there and tailor-making surfboards is not easy when you're dealing with surfers that are 6'6", for example, 6'4", like Taylor Jensen, even Sam Bleakley,
Yeah.
Josh Constable, these taller frame surfers. So what works for them has to be completely different for a smaller surfer. So Edouard really tuning his boards over the years with his brother Antoine to create something that really suits them and their waves in the south of France. Waves like this, Guthrie, and you'll surf La Fatigna, a lot of those right-hand point breaks. They're a little fat, little bowly. This will feel very comfortable for Edouard, especially because he's not wearing a 4.3 and boots.
Yeah. So speaking of fitting in a lot of maneuvers in tighter spaces, you're working with the point break here rather than being at a beach break like we normally see a lot of events, especially on the qualifying series side. How much opportunity do you think you have in comparison to surfing at a normal beach break, especially with less people in the water at the same time and a longer heat?
It depends. If you grow up on a beach break, you're used to lots of opportunity. If you're growing up on a point break, you're used to those long intervals and trying to pick the best wave of a set. So in a heat scenario, though, as we saw Max, he's waiting really to get started in this heat. You can't be too picky as well.
Right.
You really got to hedge your bets and go, okay, I've got half an hour. I need to either start early, but the biggest thing on a point break is you've got to commit to your decision. It's really difficult to pivot halfway through a heat because generally those sets will come. And if you've set a plan to go out and get them, you have to really commit to it. And south of France, long period swells, but also short period beach breaks. Great training ground for Edouard. And Kevin Skavana also obviously surfing a lot of beach breaks around Oceanside, but no familiar, it's no stranger to cobblestone point breaks, places like Trestles, Church, San Onofre as well.
And Dana Point as well, where, you know, that place in San Juan Capistrano over there, Salt Creek, a couple of reef breaks as well. As we look at the board of J.R. Esquivel coming up from the Philippines, he'll be going up against Taka Inoue and John Michael Van Hohenstein. 13:45 on the clock. Since the opening exchange, things have been quite quiet. We do have a tide that is dropping at the moment. Priority with Max Weston, who is needing at least a 4.84 or better for the lead. Skvarna looking to replace a 1.83 as the heat leader. And Del Perro really just needs to stand up to move up into first place. There we see our tides, Matt. Should be a big difference when we hit noon.
And that's what we're just approaching a mid-tide right now, so it's unusual that we're having this delay in waves because it's been really consistent all morning, but there will be a flurry by the end of it. And I think this next heat that are watching, hopefully they're not thinking, oh, it's going to be a small wave surf session, because I think the waves will pick up for that. And that's been the story of the event so far. 10, 15-minute delay, even the last heat of yesterday with Ben Skinner. Doing the post-heat interview, I nearly got washed up by the shore break. It came from behind us. There was some good 6-foot sets coming as well. And they sat for 15 minutes without a wave.
I like how you mentioned earlier, though. I think it's really important to not overthink and just really commit to your decisions. If you feel like a wave looks good, go for it. And there's a lot of times where I see too many good surfers maybe not get as many opportunities because they're thinking that a better wave is always going to come through. As we see Kai Ellis Flint, he already moved through yesterday. 12:35 on the clock. Skvarna leading just slightly over both Del Perro and Weston, but more action to come after the break here at Surf City.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, so much for the cause.
Welcome back to the Surf City at Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Janowski. Matt, first of all, a great heat to start off this morning. Edward Del Perro still in second place, only needing a small score to take the lead over both Kevin Skvarna and Max Weston. But we talked about the development of longboarding worldwide. We have 3 different nations out there from 3 different regions of the world present here at Surf City.
And that's the story of longboard culture at the moment. There's been a revolution, not only in the surfing side of things, but in the culture as well. Those regional qualifying events have really highlighted the talent that's just being unearthed all around the world, and that's the most exciting thing. There's people watching all around the world right now trying to get a chance to surf here next year, and I can't wait to see you guys that are tuning in right now.
Yeah, and the second big event that we've had here for the WSL in El Salvador, we had the men's shortboard and women's shortboard CT event at Punta Roca, and here at Sunzal for the first time ever with a WSL Longboard CT event. Everybody was super excited. I know this is your first time being here at this area of El Salvador. What's been the experience like so far, Matt?
Well, the pupusas are amazing. Just got to make sure you get the right ones. There's a whole heap of different ones on the menu there, but they're tasty. Obviously, the local delicacy. But the waves, there's so many. There's about 15 on this coastline, and that's world class. and there's so many other beach breaks and little reefs. There's even a left off this that no one even knows is there, straight out front of where we're staying. A left on the right.
Yeah.
Looks like trestles.
Well, we weren't supposed to mention it, but you know, we'll get to that when the time comes, when we see one of those on screen. Right now, though, Edward Del Perro with the long nose right to start this wave off. How good are these waves right now? Once again, bringing that variation and a little bit of innovation to the criteria with that grab rail carve. It seems like outside, Max Weston, his best wave so far. Beautiful down carve right there from Max. We look back to Edward right now. Great transition right there. Uses the entirety of the board to his real perfection suiting style to this wave of Ed Sunzal. Once again wraps it back, coming through to the shore break. He's going to kick out with a lot of style. 9 minutes on the clock, back to Weston now. Looking to improve on at least a 0.5. He's done that and a lot more. A 4.84 before Del Perro's wave would give him the lead. Now back to Kevin Skavarna. Third wave of the heat for him. 8:45 of the clock. Great nose ride right there. How is that adaptability to be able to navigate the chop and the backwash too? I mean, this is a big kid we're talking about. It seems like he might have noticed that both Del Perro and Weston were making their way back out, wanted to kick out early and perhaps recover priority. 8:30 on the clock should be a good exchange, Matt.
First thing that comes to mind is Edward was flawless. Whether you like his style or not, he doesn't make many mistakes and he doesn't wobble or bobble through his turns. We saw the single fins and the big wide tails of Max and Kevin kind of hitting chops a little bit there, but this is as clean as it's going to get all day, and that's an issue as we head into the elimination round. Edward just on fire. The soul arch nose ride, drop knee turns and rail carves. He's read that criteria, but it's just ingrained in his style these days, and that's using his feet in between. Previously, we used to see him come off the lip to generate speed, where now he's doing it through his footwork, stepping back onto the rail. So really nice blend of classic traditional style surfing for Edward.
7:45 on the clock. We're waiting for scores for all three surfers. Del Perro won the opening exchange by a point. You mentioned the 6.67 in comparison to the 5.67. What'd you think of this one in comparison to his first?
Love that opening fade, stepping up into a 5 and a close 5, almost a 10 there, stepping into this drop knee, rail carve back into the whitewash, a super clean wall. So taking off deep really helped him set up this inside section, staying really busy, no downtime in this wave, and quite relaxed body language as well, and driving it back into the bowly inside section. And here he gets another beautiful finish, as we saw in his last wave as well. So this one may even be better than that first wave, but we didn't see the front on angle, and carving it back through for another turn, and he's out of there. And that one would have felt amazing after waiting for almost 15 minutes for that wave. And Max on his first considerable wave of the heat so far. And this carve here, he hits the bottom and just hits a little bit of a chop. So the judges will take note. It wasn't a lack of control, it was just a bit of a bump, and that flow element is a little lost on this wave because he's kind of finding his feet. This has been almost 25 minutes until this wave he'd waited for, and back onto the nose now, and just not feeling it. You can sort of see that board kind of struggling to fit in the pocket of the wave. That's a Thomas, I believe that's the it's a nose rider model, similar to Harrison rode at Malibu last year, but this is a lot more bulky, a lot more power on this wave, and this was Kevin grabbing his rail. Also very similar to Max, great rail carve here, and just hitting those chops and bouncing, so those big wide tails not appreciating this wave.
And that's a big boy moving this board around too. If he's having some struggles with the backwash, it means that anybody else that is not his size would probably have a considerable amount of difficulty just to make it out of that section. 6 minutes on the clock now. Scores are in. It's a 7.33 for Del Perro. He moves straight up into the lead. A couple of 7.5s thrown out in there too, Matt.
I think if that wave was a little bigger, it would have gone excellent for sure. There's not much else he could have done on that wave, and it didn't fall asleep like his first wave. It really, he took off and he faded on that opening turn, and that's what set him up in the pocket. Taking off deep is just the key. I really am not understanding the choice of these surfers to ride nose riders out here, because it's quite a bulky wave. This is like a small wave version of Sunset Beach. It's carrying a lot of power, and even in the last few days, it's been quite considerably bigger, and there's a lot of energy in the inside section. It's just not conducive to big, wide nose riders, so these surfers persevering.
And this is small for here too. You see right there, Max Weston lifting his hands, still waiting on scores. He's trying to see what he needs in order to move up into the top spot with 5 minutes to go. As scores are dropping in for both Weston and Skavarna. It's a 6.13 for Max in the white jersey. Now needs a 7.87 or better. And the efficiency of Del Perro is something that we always notice when he's competing. He's only caught 2 waves so far, but at the moment has the 2 best scores of the heat.
Well, the judges really appreciating the size of Max's wave, so the time he waited to get that did pay off. The 613 can only feel without the bobbles on that wave, it would have almost gone excellent because of that size, and it was a committed nose ride to open up with. And the key was that he did a big carve when most people are going to the nose. And that's what we saw with Edward's opening 667 as well. And that's why I'm wondering why he chose such a large board. If you want to fit it in the pocket, get a smaller and narrower board to fit into that pocket. If you're on a nose rider, there's a reason why it's called a nose rider.
Yeah, a more maneuverable board, correct? I mean, for
more
a wave
curve to fit into the wave face as well, you know. But 613, now he's needing a 787 and Kevin an 833, so 3 minutes 50 to go.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for the third ride of Kevin Skvarna at the moment. He does have priority, so that kick out was actually beneficial to him. Got out there early before everybody else as we look at Taka Inoue. And that is John Michael Van Hohenstein paddling out. Johnny the Ripper from Hawaii. Taka Inoue from Japan. They'll be going up against J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines. 3:30 on the clock. Still waiting on blue score, and it might mean that it's an important score in the last 3.5 minutes of this heat. An 8.33 would have to be the best wave of the heat. Say he doesn't get that, but at least, you know, he improves on the 5.67. The requirement would be way lesser.
Well, it's looking like a below mid-range score there for Kevin, so 4.10. So now an 8.33 still required for Kevin, but it's, you know, this is hard. It's what are you going to do? You've got to get a set wave, hang 10, a few uninterrupted rail carves. That's going to help him out a lot. But for Edward, he's staying so activated, surfing in the pocket of the wave, and he's looking on. Absolutely no mistakes in this heat so far.
So Skvarna still requiring the 8.33, Weston needing a 7.87, 2:45 on the clock. Del Perro, extremely efficient, a great competitor, and we've always known what he's capable of in a jersey, but it seems like this far, a 14-point heat total with 2 waves in 25 minutes has been incredible. Goes to show you how good he knows this lineup. When they showed up as a team for France in early May for the ISA World Longboard Championships, they were here for 2 weeks ahead of time. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to scout the area, be able to surf this wave and others around the area too, just to be able to get a better understanding of the lineup, the location, and I think more than anything, the temperature. That's what he was mentioning to me the other day, that the heat here and the humidity is just a different level above from anywhere else he's been.
Yeah, and that's why we did see towards the middle of the day yesterday, considerable amount of waves surfed were short. A lot of the surfers exhausted, actually, and we talk about leg burning waves, waves where you come into the inside section, but these surfers, and they're paddling out, they're exhausted because of the hot air, breathing it in, and you know, especially if you had to swim for your board or you've had a wipeout underwater, it really does zap the energy. If you've got to surf 2 or 3 times, which we will likely see on finals day, that's going to be a true test of fitness as well.
And we saw Del Perro's results there on screen, a 5th over in Huntington Beach, a 3rd at Bells, which a lot of people were expecting. A cold water location. He does extremely well over there. Was very close to making the final too, but just 1 shy of at least getting a runner-up finish. But has him in 5th in the rankings at the moment. You make it at least into the round of 16 right here. You're at least keeping your spot on the rankings, moving through towards that round. But for him, seeding-wise, where do you think he would fit in best heading into Malibu?
Oh, obviously, the better you can finish, the easier it's going to be for you at Malibu to surf less repetition. And I think if he was to have Taylor Jensen in his opening round at Malibu and just get that one over and done with, he may go on to win a world title, because that's been his jinx over the last few years. He's actually had a surf off in Taiwan with Taylor in the past for the World Championship, and he was really sick as well, so unfortunately lost that, but pushed Taylor right to the very end. Taylor deservedly took the win. But Edward, he gets better with age as well. He's getting finer, as with Taylor as well.
Yeah, and I feel like he's very result-oriented, but he's a consistent surfer, and he just gains a lot of ground on everybody the more heats he surfs. So that could be an anticipated final.
Well.
Yeah,
all boards,
truly is.
Short, longboards, guns, the whole lot as well.
He also likes to stay on a paddleboard whenever he can as well. Does get flat every now and then over there in the southwest of France. A paddle there from Kevin Skvarna. He's going to lose priority. Was needing an 8.33 or better, but time will wind down for both Skvarna and Weston. It's a French surfer in the red, Edward Del Perro taking a huge win as the number 5 ranked surfer coming into this event with a 14-point heat total. Scavarna and Weston, we will see them in the elimination round. Heat number 8, the last of the opening round for the men, coming up after the break.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
The Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is living.
Truly living down here in Surf City El Salvador for the Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Taka Inoue, Rogelio Esquivel Jr., and John Michael Van Hogenstein taking out the opening round. Heat number 8 in the water right now. Inoue, the Japanese surfer in the red jersey. Real cool kid, man. Always travels with his mom, and he is just delighted to be here in Surf City El Salvador. Gets to the nose early on this ride. Wraps it back, full roundhouse cutback. Really like the steez on that card right there in the pocket from Inoue. A very complete surfer, also a great shortboarder, loves to do airs. But on a longboard, he can really nose ride. But to me, it feels like the use of his rails is what he does best.
He's just activated always, ready to throw 100% at each wave. And that's something that he's struggled with in the years as the classical longboarding has taken over. He wants to be explosive, and here we have another explosive surfer from Waikiki, Johnny the Ripper. Beautiful opening carve.
Yeah, and the Ripper definitely rips. He knows how to use a long right-hand point break to his favor. Loving to surf that wave of Queens. Also surfs Coelho Basin and Ala Moana bowls quite a bit, and moves that board around like nothing. So Johnny was actually opting for no leash during the free surfs, and battles out with the leash right here for his opening round heat. A bit smaller than previous days, Matt, but still, when you consider the amount of distance that we see from the outside all the way to the inside, quite a bit. Finishes up with a couple of decent touches right here on the inside. And that's going to be it for Johnny with 26:30 on the clock. Partying now with JR Esquivel. Made the final here earlier this year over at the WSL World Longboard Championships. Got 4th place in that event, looking for a big win to consolidate his placing heading into the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. One of the best nose riders in the men's side. Wow, what a 10 right there, and just loses control coming out of it. Missed opportunity right there for the Filipino with 26 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he was on his way to a solid score, and I guess he just feels confident at this wave. I'm not sure why he just kept punching that nose ride through the inside section, but I guess this is one of the cleanest mornings that we've had in the last few days, so you thought he might be able to do that, but he looked down. It's almost like he envisioned he was going to fall off and telegraphed it, unfortunately. Maybe a few nerves coming in too, because we just saw Edward progress through that previous heat. We have Taka Inui in this heat as well, who's looking very good to secure his spot in the final 8 if he was to progress through this heat and get some momentum through this event. So nerves perhaps playing on Rogelio's mind.
Yeah, well, this is a big heat for JR, and the score still comes through as a positive one. A 5.5 as we take a look at Taka Inoue from Miyazaki, Japan. It's actually the spot where they had the Olympic Games in 2020. A 3.83 his opening score, recovers priority as he makes it back out to the primary takeoff zone before everybody else. And Taka, a great surfer, also an extremely good shortboarder. 25 minutes on the clock. Edward Del Perro with a 14-point heat total with just only 2 waves. He's downstairs with Sam.
Thanks so much, Mitchell. Edward, 2 waves ridden, but you got the job done. How are you feeling?
Yeah, stoked, Sam. Stoked to get the job done and get through that first round. It's always tricky to get into a contest, so yeah, happy to get that win.
And how is it when they have to leave that round on hold, the fact you had to go overnight waiting to finish off this round today? How did that feel? How did that affect your sleep pattern and your psychology going into the heat today?
Actually, I was stoked to go first heat in the morning because I knew the conditions will be cleaner, smaller obviously than yesterday, but definitely clean. So just enjoyed the day yesterday, had a couple of surf sessions, free surf, and supported Lindsay in the heats and the French girls too, so that was cool.
And you were probably on the narrowest tail board of the surfers in that heat. How do you decide when you're going to ride your rounded pintail and when you're going to ride your wider square tail?
Yeah, it's like a lot of water out there. Like it's a lot of movement too in the waves. So you need something that is actually helping you to turn in tight pockets, you know. And the wider tails, will use it when it's maybe a little bit more hollow and smaller, definitely. But definitely fits my surfing, this board, and I love it.
And I know where you're heading, I know what your ambitions are, but how important is it for you to get to Malibu?
I mean, Sam, it's important, huh? But for now, there is that contest to do. Nothing is done till the end, so there's a lot of competitors that are in the mix. So just enjoying here and surfing that contest first, and we'll see after in Malibu.
You're looking good. Some messages in French for your family back home?
À l'aise, merci de suivre. Il est que 4h ou 5h de l'après-midi, donc merci d'avoir suivi. À la chaude, let's go, c'est parti.
Let's get back to the action.
Merci, Sam, and felicitación to Edward Del Perro, moving through with only 2 waves ridden, a 14-point heat total for him. We did see some action right there in the last few minutes of this heat during their interview. Taka Inoue with the second ride. As we look at John Michael Van Hohenstein, the surfer from Honolulu, Hawaii, Johnny the Ripper, and he is one ripper, Matt. Definitely an all-around waterman himself.
Yeah, I'm looking at the delay in scores. They're obviously trying to process the replay, the judges, just to see where they'll go with that score. One thing to note, great wave, a little bigger than Tucker's opening wave, but didn't move his feet on the outside section, so that's probably what they're trying to dissect, putting myself in the judges' shoes. But a 5.5 and a 3.37 for Ahilio, so the judges really appreciating the size of that wave and the commitment on the opening turn. And the nose ride he was on his way to an excellent range score, no doubt, but did nosedive on that first wave. So he'll have to take some confidence out of that. The judges really appreciating the work because they're usually very tight when someone does fall off, even when they commit.
This is one of the first waves of Taka. It seems like the 4.83 right here for the Japanese surfer. Still waiting on one more for him, but how's that nose right at the beginning?
Yeah, so I think this is the replay actually in between. So this was one that hasn't been scored just yet. So long opening, close 5, not quite a 10. So driving through this turn, Taka would have taken a lot of inspiration out of Edward's performance in that last heat, but on a considerably wider board with a bigger nose, but a lot of rocker as well. So gets a 10 too. More so on the face, not in the pocket, but there's not much you can do in this inside section. Just stay busy and wait to see if it gives you anything. Another series of drop knee turns back into the power source, which is the pocket. And that's that whitewash area where he carves it back in and see if he's got anything left on the inside. Back up onto the nose again. Gets a heel hang and he steps back as the rocks are approaching and he pulls out of there. And this was a 3.37 from Rogelio.
Yeah, so JR got this during Taka's ride. It seems like this wave is also still being scored, Matt. So another interesting ride with a great nose right on the outside for the Filipino surfer.
That carve into the bowl, in the pocket, and riding really high. The judges really appreciate that clean rail transition turn. And there, using the rail again, coming off the bottom, that grab rail. And that's a beautiful use of that longboard from tail to nose. Hasn't put a foot wrong on this wave just yet, so he'll know this is a good one. The legs start to really burn here, so he's going for another nose ride, but you have to finish clean. And the judges will appreciate this. This is one of the best waves of the heat so far. And we'll see what this one comes in next to Tucker's wave beforehand. So beautiful surfing there from GR and stepping off on the shore break. Wow.
And then Johnny the Ripper already has a 6.67 in his score line, but this is his second ride. His rail surfing is just a thing of beauty, Matt.
Well, that's the thing. He hasn't made any mistakes yet. Although he hasn't moved his feet a lot, his rail transitions are beautiful. And then he moves his feet on the midsection here, back up onto the nose. So a fantastic exchange from all three surfers. And waiting for this inside bowl again, pumping it through the tail. Drop knee turn again, becoming quite a trademark for him, and he's out of there too. That one went a bit flat.
So a 7.67 for Taka Inoue that has him in first, paired up with a 4.83. Now waiting on the last of J.R. Esquivel and the last of Johnny the Ripper in the white jersey for the surfer in white. Recovered priority, kicked out early on that last one. As we look at the score for Taka Inoue, 3 8s thrown out on a pair of 7s. You throw out the high and the low, and it seems like the average right there in the middle of the 7-point range.
And that would have just been that opening nose ride. As we saw with Edward in the previous heat, he took off really deep and held a high nose ride all the way across into a huge drop knee rail carve. So the judges appreciating the set waves and the commitment.
And to me, I don't know about you, but it seems like this heat has been far more consistent than the first one to open up this morning. Already 3 waves for Inoue, 3 for JR, and 2 for Johnny the Ripper, and still 19 minutes on the clock. The use of priority here, especially at the end of the heat, how important do you think it's going to be?
Well, if the surfers were paying attention in their previous heat, they would have noted that delay in set waves towards the end. So usually that means that next heat is going to be littered with set waves. So Taka took off on a really small one to begin with. Regilio with that 5.5, he was well on his way to an excellent score, but nosedove. So looks like a healthy score about to come in now. And yeah, John Michael Van Hohenstein holding priority with a 6.07. He's in a commanding position right now too.
Yeah, and scores dropping through for JR. They are looking very good. A 7.5 for Esquivel. As you look at the average right there, 1 8 thrown in there, goes as low as a 6.7. Both those scores are thrown out, so the average is 7.5. Things are looking good for the surfer in the blue jersey. He takes the lead, a 13-point heat total. Inoue down to second. He has a 12.5 heat total, and still waiting on the last score of Johnny the Ripper in the white. A 6.94 or better would give him the lead. 18 minutes on the clock. It's still plenty of time, but we've seen the experience of Esquivel play out very well, especially in Huntington Beach. That he with Richie Cravey, he was very smart at the beginning, forced an interference on Richie, and then afterwards, heading into Bells Beach, he's maintained a top 10 ranking so far. So when we talk about the development of Asia overall in the terms of surfing, it seems like they're playing dividends very well with the development and the skills of J.R. Esquivel.
Yeah, he's got a lot of pressure on his back, but he's surfing a lot, and it seems like the people around him are keeping him, fresh and keeping him mentally really activated, because that's the key. If you're reading your own success and if you're buying into it, part of that's really important, but the other part of it, you need to keep improving as well. The stakes go up as you go throughout the year, and you need to really bring some fresh creativity, as we spoke about at the beginning. And that's something with Taka that he's always been able to do, is draw different lines, and he's probably with the hardest working mid-range score regular on the World Tour, where he'll just throw absolute fireworks, maybe have a little bit of bobble, a little bit of fall off halfway through, but he'll finish with a bang, and he just commits 100%. So he's got his hands full in this heat, Regilio, to keep that lead at a 13-point heat total so far.
So the second score of John comes through as a 5.43. It's not enough for the lead. Still needing the 6.94 or better. How competitive is this heat, though? 13 points, 12.5, 11.5, and we're not even halfway through the heat so far. Priority is with Johnny, though. He's way over on the outside. When I've seen him during the free surfs, he's been very enthusiastic, always with a smile on his face, but he hasn't had the kind of results that he's really been looking for with the kind of surfing that he really provides at long right-hand point breaks like this.
Well, perhaps the results that we've all expected from him as well. We see all the highlight reels on Instagram over the years. He's one of Waikiki's finest, and coming out of that area, this is the new blood this heat as well. So these three surfers, all of them are capable of throwing excellent range scores. It's just working with the criteria, your mind, your body, and the board. And a lot of these surfers are still growing as well and working out their equipment.
So when that was happening to you, how did you adjust a lot of, obviously, the volume, the measurements of a lot of the boards that were coming up, especially throughout the different conditions that you had to approach? As we look at one guy that definitely had to go through a lot of adversity growing up, the local boy, Amado de Jesus Alvarado, mentioned during the press conference that he actually grew up on one of Taylor Jensen's old boards. So having those kind of opportunities come to you later on in life, how well do you think a lot of these surfers have taken advantage of them, Matt?
Well, tell you what, there's nothing to lose. And you've grown into your body, you've grown into your boards, you know a lot more about these conditions, you know a lot more about your equipment, so you're able to put your best foot forward. You're able to really work out what type of surfer you are, and you feel comfortable when you're up against any adversity in a heat scenario, because it's nothing compared to what you may have faced in life. And that's why I feel like a lot of the working class pro surfers over the eras, or the people that have grown up against adversity, like some of the world's best, have ended up being fantastic competitive surfers.
Absolutely, and that's a great point as we see Taka Inoue. Beautiful nose right at the beginning, very deep on this wave. Some froth through this midsection, does well to carve back though, right in the pocket. Almost lost control of his board right there, coming through this midsection with a lot of speed. Love that grab rail carve from the Japanese surfer in the red jersey. Looking for another nose ride, wants to keep his composure here through the inside. With just over 14 minutes to go, gets the 10. That was cool from Taka. Needing at least a 5.33 or better for first place. Good use of second priority right there for the surfer in the red.
Well, that's exactly what I was alluding to just before. Someone who can throw out excellent maneuvers in the whole wave, but get some wobbles and bobbles in between. So there was some fantastic moments. That opening nose ride, super critical, taking off really deep. One of those rail carves and a hang 10 on the inside section. When you combine it all together with the flow element, it goes excellent. But then when you include a lack of control and a few bumps and you hit that foam and you wind up the windows and your hands are wobbling, the judges take note of that, because longboard surfing is all about making it look easy, making the difficult look easy. It's like a dance. It's from start to finish, you have to combine it all in fluidity. And it's not just about scoring points. So we'll see where that one falls to the judges. It'll be tricky because the judges are blown away at the creativity and the lines that he's drawing, but then you have to be smooth in between everything to make it link.
Yeah, and it's just like skateboarding, isn't it? If it's a clean maneuver, it's going to get scored high. If it's a dirty maneuver, it will be impacted in the scoring. 13 minutes on the clock. JR Esquivel still leading. We're waiting for the last score of Taka Inoue. Meanwhile, Johnny the Ripper out there with priority, looking for a 6.94 or better. As how's this shot of the lineup right now? It is clean, it's glassy, and the morning has been non-stop with waves in this heat so far. Scores coming through for Taka, and they look enthusiastic at the moment. It's going to be right around the score that he's needing. As looking at the replay here, what do you think of this one, Matt?
Smaller wave, but this deep, long nose ride from behind. So gets that 10 and 5 and holds it all the way through. So couldn't have done anything more there, and holds the rail here, comes off the bottom and sets it back up again. A little bit of a bump there. So, and a little bit whitewashy from that previous set. And this rail carve comes into the foam again. And here it just gets a little bit lost, a lack of momentum there, winding up the windows a little bit. And he's not finishing. Nose is a beautiful inside section here. Back on the nose and gets the 10 to finish off. So most of these points that he'll get locked in will come from that opening nose ride.
And did ride out of that last turn with control. It was clean in front of the whitewater. So that was deemed complete at the end. 11:45 on the clock. Still waiting on the score. It's going to be very close to what he needs. A 5.33 is the requirement or better for Taka Inoue. Meanwhile, JR Esquivel, the heat leader, looking to replace a 5.5. And he's done his homework this morning. First thing that we saw in terms of, you know, the message that was sent out by our head judge, Tori Gilgerson, nose rides in the steepest, most critical sections will be rewarded. If you look at the 5.5, it was really just the one nose ride on the outside, and he got half of the scale for that.
And we talk of a lack of control, and that Taka finishes most of his waves. He rarely actually falls off. He's very mobile on his board and very flexible. So he'll get himself in awkward positions. It's that lack of flow between the maneuvers, those smooth transitions that the judges look for, and that's where that flow element comes in. And that's what separates longboarding from other forms of surfing, is the footwork. And the footwork and the trim of the board, the glide, all of that is accentuated in the flow element. You can finish your wave and a 5.57 locks in, so he does get the score, but I can't help but feel where that would have gone if it was pieced together with that fluidity. And that you've seen, like, say, Taylor with the highest heat total of yesterday. He's not holding back, but his power is combined and it links to the next maneuver. The carve off the bottom to the top to the nose, it's all one beautiful line. It doesn't break the flow.
That's why sometimes less is more when it comes to surfing overall. Just over 10 minutes on the clock. Inoue takes the lead. His last score 5.57. That means that JR Esquivel now needing a 5.75 to retake first. Meanwhile, Johnny the Ripper looking for his best score of the heat of 7.18 for the lead. And here he goes. The surfer from Honolulu, Hawaii, up to the nose immediately. That's a strong nose ride to start things off. A lot of froth on this wave right here. And he might have to stick with it, but he's going to kick out. That wave just fades out for Johnny, and not the decision that he was looking to make right there with priority.
He had to go, though. That was the best wave of the three. I was just about to mention, as you're reading out the scores, the first two before it actually looked really good, but they didn't have much of an inside wall. That third one was shaping up to be good. He took off deep. So as far as the competition goes and rolling the dice in a half-an-hour heat, he had to go, because that one did look like it was going to be good. And a spot like this, you really don't know what that inside section will throw up, so you have to roll the dice.
And using priority here is JR Esquivel, the Filipino surfer in the blue jersey. We know how good he is as a nose rider. Goes for the 10, then brings it back to a 5. The offshore wind just makes these waves look even better. JR in the pocket right now, goes back to the nose. A lot of control and poise right here on the outside for Esquivel, as Inoue also up and riding outside. JR still moving through the inside. He has some of the best nose riding skills you will ever see on a longboard. Still moving through to the inside, looking to combine it with some rail surfing. Great transition right there from the surfer in the blue. Long waves out here on display at El Sunzal with 8:40 on the clock. And he is just cruising on this one right now with a lot of control of his board. Not a very tall surfer either, but he really maximizes the scoring opportunity on every wave that he rides. Meanwhile, Inoue, that was cool right there, bringing in a lot of variation. Oh, nearly pulled it at the end too. He did on his previous ride, the 7.67, but not enough control here with just over 8 minutes to go. Priority now with the surfer in white, Jan-Michael van Hogenstein. He needs a 7.18, but we're talking about some serious scores about to drop.
Why educate those who are watching how fast Tucker's paddling up? It's still 8 minutes left.
And it seems like a lot of time on the clock for these guys. Lots of replays coming after the break right here. Don't go anywhere. A lot of action on the line here at Surf City de Salvador.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We got a heat on our hands, ladies and gents. Heat number 8 of the opening round for the men out there. Taka Inoue in the lead. Rogelio Esquivel Jr. in the blue jersey in second, and Jan-Michael van Hogenstein is in third place. Tight heat though, 13.24, 13 points, 11.5 heat total. But before the break, Matt, we were talking about the paddle battle. A lot of these people using priority to their advantage at a long right-hand point break like El Sunzal. The importance of having priority in the last 6 minutes, quite important out there at a wave like this.
And they're still paddling out, so the priority hasn't been given yet. We saw Tucker pull that fall off, realize where JR was, get back on his board, and he was shooting straight back out to get second priority to Jan-Michael van Hogenstein, because what that means is we take turns. With their priority, they're looking to the shore. There's different colors, and they'll look to see which turn it is. And here we go. This is Johnny using his priority.
All the way on the outside. Love the fade right there from Johnny. Straight to the nose, gets the 5. It gets the 10, and that's Waikiki 100% right there on the nose ride. How's the transition into the carve right there from Johnny the Ripper as well. Great wave selection on the outside. This seems like it might double up here through this midsection. At least that's what Johnny's hoping for, and I spoke too soon. That wave fizzles out, and it's really just the outside. And now J.R. Esquivel with good positioning. He's going to delay the takeoff. Oh,
It's a good wave.
wow. And that is some incredible stuff. A lot of risk at the beginning of this wave. Goes back to the 5 right here for the nose ride. Once again wraps it back to the power source of this wave right in the pocket, and he's going to kick out. So the score drops for his previous ride. It's enough for the lead, a 6.6 for J.R. Esquivel. Now waiting for the previous of Taka Inoue, needs a 6.43 or better. And Johnny the Ripper going to need the first excellent score we've seen all morning long, an 8.03.
He had to go on that wave, but what JR didn't see is the inside section actually kept bowling up. Had he have cut back in instead of pulling off on that wave, there was an inside track for him to build scores, but he would have just heard that 6.6 as he was almost on that wave and thought, I should go back out and play the game with 4 minutes to go. And this is a replay of Tucker's previous 5.57, so beautiful hang 10, super far out the back and very deep, so everything going right. And that rail car back into the foam, coming around, and this one shouldering out a little bit, and he knew that, so he goes back up to the nose. He's got to look for something here. Goes for another 10, but he's out of the face, stalling, trying to get back in the pocket a little bit. He's stalling again, so there, gets critical there for a moment. So the scoring really coming into play on that outside, and only when it's in the pocket. And here he is, just about to lock in another healthy number. Looking for this inside section. He gets a drop knee carve here, back into the foam. Going to set it up again for the inside. Super long wave, gets a variation with a cross step turn, and he goes for the heels. Elevated and falls off, but even with that, 7.3, so he's back into the lead.
Yeah, so that wave hadn't been scored until right now, moves him way up into first, and now waiting for this last score. Has to be the first excellent score we've seen all day from Johnny the Ripper, Matt.
And there we have, that was, he had to go on that one again, but unfortunately the priority choice just letting Johnny the Ripper down. This one shouldering out and doing the best that he could. But yeah, JR, this is that wave that he pulled out of, and there was more left on the inside. So maybe a mistake. So beautiful nose ride. He gets the heels, steps back, and he sees the wave sort of shouldering off. So he cuts back to the pocket, makes use of that nose ride in the pocket again. And here he just deems it to be too wide on the reef as Tucker's looking for that score on the outside. You see him waving his arms. So he pulls out here. But on the inside, there was still the inside section. It went right down to the beach. So you just can't help but feel if there was another point left on that wave. But he needs a 7.48, so 2 minutes left. He's going to need to really look for a set wave and take off deep up the point.
It's hard to make those decisions at this point of the heat, right? Do I commit fully to the wave that I'm riding? Does it seem like it's going to double up? Comes in as a 5.27. He's still needing a 7.48 or better. Meanwhile, Johnny the Ripper, his score coming through, doesn't seem like it'll change anything. Won't even go into his top 2 with 2 minutes on the clock. And how about the youngster Taka Inoue? 2 minutes to go, 14.97 heat total, the best of the day so far. And I know we're only in the second heat of the day, but top scores of the event so far, Taylor Jensen at top, but Taka Inoue right behind him with a 7.67.
He's just throwing everything. Here goes JR.
Actually, 2 of the top 4 scores that we've seen so far have been in this heat. Long nose ride right here for J.R. Esquivel. Back to the 10. How's that control right there on the outside section for the Filipino? Wraps it back right now and looking to stay back in the pocket to go back to the nose as he usually does. He has some of the longest nose rides we've seen out of the surfers in the event so far, but just overall, to be able to control your body like the way he does, that is something that very few people can do overall on a surfboard as long as this, Matt.
Well, that's everything he needed to do. That was a mid-sized wave, and he threw everything at that hang 10. So we'll see where that one comes in at. And here goes Johnny.
Yeah, John Michael up and riding now. Needs a big score, and we're still waiting on the last of JR as well. It's going to be a tight race to the finish here with 50 seconds on the clock. Great double up on the inside for Johnny. Strong grab. Has some real strong legs underneath him and can really move that board around as well as he can. One more time, getting to the rail, looking to get to the nose. Touches the 5, gets the tight 5 right there. And that is some incredible stuff from John Michael van Hogenstein. 30 seconds, Taka on the outside. Looking to defend the lead. Strong style right there. Gets the 5 all the way on the outside. Loses control. Recovers well, though, and it just seems like after that kind of bobble right there on the outside, he probably knows that he has to do something crazy here to really capitalize on one of his 7s. Go switch. And really fakey and doing some great cross-stepping right here, Matt. When it comes to the criteria, does this really involve a lot of the scoring details that we're seeing sent out by our head judge?
It doesn't. Switchfoot, switchfoot will be counted if it's critical and if it is functional in that case, which it was in that case. But I think he's not that type of competitor to rub salt into the wounds of JR, but he was coming away on the inside, and he did sort of emulate JR's cut back there with the soul arch, reverse soul arch. So Taka, he's just talented all around, and it wouldn't surprise me if he could win a heat surfing switch as well.
Yeah, but definitely could see that happening. A 14.97 heat total for him at the moment. Waiting for a few scores, though. JR Esquivel was needing a 7.48 or better. And Taka Inoue looking to improve on a 7.3. John Michael needing an 8.9. It would have to be the high score of the event so far.
That was the best nose ride from JR that we'd seen, that outside section, that long 5 and 10. And one thing that I did see during the LQS there in Kuta was a lot of the competitors in that region really think they've got to surf above and beyond, which is not often the case. A lot of these surfers have the skill already. They just have to harness it. So I saw JR just pulling it back a little bit. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. So a 6.33 falling short. So that last 2.5 minutes where he took off on that wave and did the heel hang and pulled out, perhaps a loss of priority and a mistake there.
Yeah, and Taka Inoue still waiting on one score for him, as well as John Michael van Hohenstein. Doesn't seem like anything will change, though, as Inoue is going to have a big heat win right here. Talking with Matias Maturano from Peru, as Taka, the young surfer from Japan, taking out a huge heat win here in opening round heat number 8. As the last score for Taka comes through as a 4.77. Still waiting for the last of Johnny the Ripper to make things official.
Well, there's your influence for the switchfoot, was Matias doing that reverse soul arch. That's Matias all over. So those guys have been traveling and surfing together. They're friends as well, riding the Piccolo Clemente surfboards. So you can see some of that goofy foot inspiration. That's some nice camaraderie there with Johnny walking along the beautiful cobblestone, or that's just anti-erosion stone.
Well, and they're not scalding hot just yet, but give it a few hours and those things are going to be extremely warm. But I mean, talk about a kid that has really come through the ranks, has grown into his own. Taka Inoue, you put some respect on his name because he's really earned his spot on the Longboard Tour. And you follow him on Instagram. His Instagram is Taka Pro Official. He's a real humble kid, real cool. Always travels with his mother, who's right there. And she is just as nice as he is, if not even nicer. But the kid has some talent, and he's going to take a huge heat win. We're going to make things official as the last of Johnny the Ripper comes in at a 6.03, so not enough. Taka Inoue wins the last heat of the opening round for the men, a 14.97 heat total, one of the highest of the event so far. Good performance by JR Esquivel and Johnny van Hohenstein. We'll be seeing them in the elimination round. Elimination round, heat 1 coming up. It's going to be Caniela Stewart against the local boy, Amado de Jesus Alvarado.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, and so much for the cause.
Buenos dias and welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. We are now in elimination round surfing. I am Chris Cote. This is Sam Bleakley. It's been all fun and games in the non-elimination rounds throughout yesterday and this morning, but now things get a little bit more serious. Of course, the vibe, these longboard events always feels, pretty casual, but I feel like that's going to switch up a little bit starting right now.
100%, Chris. I mean, we got Connie Stewart going for his first world title in this elimination round against the local legend, local wildcard, Amado. He's going to have a lot of support on the beach, a lot of pressure on young Connie, but I think in these silky conditions, his nose riding could really shine.
I mean, ranked number 2 in the world. How did this even happen? Connie Stewart usually so consistent, so on top of things. What happened yesterday that put him into this elimination round?
It was an interesting exchange. He nose rode his opening wave beautifully, and a lot of surfers tuning in around the world would have loved those multiple 10s he did and thought he would have got a huge score. But he came up against Kai Ellis Flint doing some incredible dynamic rail surfing, and the way that Kai used all of the wave on that first exchange just gave him the better. He got into the 7s when Coniella had a high 5, and it was really slow the latter part of the heat, so that first exchange really mattered. But what we see from Coniella is someone who would be a wonderful world longboard champion. I mean, he's a poster boy. Those hood ornament hang 10s he does, the charisma he surfs with. It would be great for longboarding to have him as a world champion, but don't rule out Amado, of course, local surfer, got all of the support from El Salvador, and super talented. You'll see those cross-step turns, a lot of steps into the nose rides, critical 10s. He's pretty fruity out here.
Yeah, I feel like Connie Stewart has become almost iconic, right? Synonymous with the current culture of modern longboarding. If you got a picture of him on the nose, silhouetted it, you would know exactly who it is. Style, his look. You're absolutely right that he would be an incredible ambassador for this sport. And speaking of ambassadors, from right here in El Salvador, Amado de Jesus Alvarado, he's kind of the guy out here 364 days of the year. And now I would say this is the biggest competition of his life.
Absolutely.
Here on the WSL Championship Tour stage.
Yeah, local from Punta Roca, sold trinkets on the beach to visiting traveling surfers, started watching surf events, got into the events, and now here he is, a reigning El Salvadorian champion here at the world's best.
Love to see it. 25:25 on the clock, no waves ridden yet. Gives us a chance to catch up with Taka on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Taka, first of all, congratulations. A big heat win, 14.97 heat total. You got into a rhythm out there. It seems like you were trailing at the beginning, but then you found your waves. What was the lineup like with the low tide, or the high tide dropping right now in the morning?
Thank you. Previous heat only 5 or so wave. Then my heat coming a couple wave. I get a good wave. I'm so happy.
Beating J.R. Esquivel, somebody that you've competed against on the regional tour over there in Asia, having him in this round, how important was it to get one up from him when you're so close in the rankings right now heading into this event?
Yeah, he's a very good surfer. Now he ranking 8, me 7, so very close. This heat I win the more, I don't know how to say English. Yeah.
Okay, last thing from me. Have you been practicing your Espanol a little bit? Do you have a couple of words you can say to us in Spanish?
¿Qué
Hey, that's perfect. Thank you, Taka. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Chris?
A lovable character in the world of longboarding. Taka, he's through it, and you got to wonder if you're in and around the contest area whenever Taka's surfing, you will notice Taka Mom. She's scribbling notes in her book. I wonder what she wrote down about Taka's performance in that.
That playbook is classic. All the pages are creased on the edges. Some seasons it's almost like a thick kind of Bible of longboarding. Other seasons it's a bit thinner. But what was very important about that moment there is that's the first time Taka has done an interview without his mum translating from Japanese to English. So he has been learning English. And I think that as an international athlete, that's a real statement that he's putting in the time studying other languages to communicate globally, and the fact that he did that in English, for me, says a lot about Taka's ambition to really get on the world stage and be a world champion.
Very cool. As you see in the lineup right now with 23 minutes to go, Caniela Stewart, knowing that Alvarado is a local out here, he's trying to get a little separation from him. There is kind of two takeoff areas. We have been talking a little bit about the trend, you know, this wave has some Sunset Beach kind of feel to it. There is a West Peak, kind of where Caniela Stewart is. It's a wide swinging one that sometimes is pretty shouldery, but on the right wave, if you get that wide peak, you can get into the proper zone and stay right in the pocket. You could find yourself on one of the waves of the day. But so far in this heat, pretty slow, which is kind of strange because in that last wave, we saw some of the highest heat totals of this entire event. 14.97 for Taka, 14.10 for Rogelio. So plenty of opportunity just a few moments ago. So we'll see what happens here. Nobody has even really shown any intent for a wave just yet. But if you know El Salvador, you don't like the waves, just wait a couple minutes.
Yeah, and it's a lower period swell. Yes, yesterday we had like a 15, 16 second period. Today we got 13 seconds. Still a similar swell size. We've got that high tide was at 5:43, so it'll be dropping out to low tide just after midday. And that fact that the period is a little bit lower, those lulls are quite long, we're still on that high tide peaky conditions. But what you'll see from Amado is he'll want to keep that inside position. But Caniela is one cool cat. He never appears to put the pressure on to be too aggressive, but you know internally super focused. And he won the event in Huntington. You were there calling that. That was a fantastic win. But out there in Bells, he got the 9th, losing to local wildcard Landon Smales from Noosa. So he's up against another local wildcard. So I'm sure that Connie is going to blank that out of his head. But look at this paddle battle, Chris. This is fruity.
Yeah, just when you thought the longboard tour was chill, we started off with a nice little paddle battle there. We'll see what that does for priority with 21 minutes to go. In terms of a restart, usually when you see a paddle like that, you see a set like that roll through, they alleviate the restart idea. Of course, I'm nowhere near smart enough to be on the judging panel, so leave that up to them. But we're at 20 minutes and 50 seconds to go. No waves ridden yet for Caniela Stewart, but this is a huge heat. You know, he is right in the position to put himself, you know, high up in that top 8 with a big finish here. But of course, that's to be seen, as it looks like Amado does have the inside position. Both surfers paddling. Caniela Stewart exercises his will, takes off in this wave straight to the nose. A beautiful razor edge on this right hander as he drop knee turns right back into the source. I mean, the calmness, the soul, the style we see from Caniela Stewart.
I mean, that was pretty brave to go for that. I don't think the priority had been set. I think he was like resilient, the tenacity to kind of really commit to that against the local wild card. But beautiful nose ride to kick things off. Nice sweeping turn, staying busy through the inside here. Again, just a role model of that Hawaiian grace. You know, everything from the kind of rubberiness of Buttons Calivio Kalani to the kind of elegance of someone like Rel Sun and all of the great longboarders like Bonga Perkins, you know, Dwayne DeSoto, Russ Kealana, Dino Miranda, Lance Sukarno. I see a lot of references to those greats. And of course, his mentor, Kai Salas. He rides Kai Salas Longboard Company boards. And look at that, Chris. He's just milking this all the way through to the inside. Beautiful longboarding.
I mean, it's so subtle, right? It's a no pump. He's somehow generating speed by standing still. And now out the back, we see Amado de Jesus Alvarado straight to the nose. Ooh. 5 over, 10 over. Now we're going to see a series of turns. Beautiful cross-stepping roundhouse cutback for Amado.
Going into a few pumps and hops there. That's a shame because, like you were referencing with Caniela, what we saw was that just precision, that flow, that elegance, and really strong start for Amado with that 10, trademark cross-step turn. But then just throwing in those hops, suddenly he lost a little bit of the tempo of that wave, and it kind of, you know, the remix didn't work. Yeah,
you know, I would say if you're skating a bowl, you don't want to push in the bottom of the bowl. That's what it feels like when you see a hop like that mid-wave. You know, he's obviously surfed this wave enough to kind of know the sections that you're going to need. But Caniela Stewart, of course, masterful in his own way with that innate ability to generate speed without making it look like he's doing anything. It's like Seinfeld. It's a show about nothing.
And that's the art of longboarding, that ability to just use the footwork subtly to keep that board trimming. But what we did see from Amado was a super critical, high degree of difficulty 10 on takeoff, 6 steps into that nose ride, and then that sweeping turn. But how about this commitment from Coniello? He didn't hold back, straight into the 5, little soul arch there, nice clean footwork, cross-stepping back to the tail on his Connie Tsunami model, and then a sweeping drop knee cut back, just a little rebound off the foam, using the footwork again to keep that board trimming, and then mixing up the rail work with a few different styles of cutbacks. Looks over his shoulder, sees what's behind him, keeps it nice and busy, and then the way he stayed in the pocket here was key, because he set himself up nice and deep for the opportunity for 2 more decent nose rides. And this is where you reference that elegance, Chris. He just stays tall, keeps that board trimming, pounces like a tiger onto the tip, and full lifting nose ride, little 10 there, and then widens his stance into a beautiful cutback. And that was one of the better sections of the whole wave, and it was right on the inside. So the way he read that and linked it up, drops a 6.5, strong start, and he had to really play that game of chess at the beginning to get that wave.
Yeah, patience pays off for Coniello Stewart. And he cannot hear us right now, so this will not stress him out. But if he does advance through this heat, he will be locked into the top 8 for the Malibu finals.
Awesome news. But how was that opening 10 there? He did shuffle out of the nose ride, but he put in his trademark cross-step turn. He rides the Barahona surfboards. You probably know about Jose Barahona in the South Bay, Hermosa Beach, California. So cool that he's got Amado on his team. You can see that he deserves to be up here with the best. He's got great footwork, committed nose riding. That cross-step turn is his trademark. You'll see that on all of the bigger sets. He really uses that maneuver a lot. But what the judges are really looking for is kind of variety of rail work. We had a great note from our head judge, Tori Gilkison, that she sent out to the surfers this morning, referencing that the conditions are similar to yesterday, and that they will be rewarding the surfers who use rail surfing with major nose rides and major turns in the steeper sections, with controlled and continuous flow between the maneuvers and good speed throughout an entire ride. So they want to see those surfers riding through sections on the nose, you know, those steeper, high degree of difficulty 5s and 10s, but keeping that flow going. So some of those kind of hops and bounces between maneuvers will be a little bit more penalized.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday our opening round was meat and potatoes surfing, which is great. You know, everybody kind of just playing to their own strengths, but doing just enough. Today, however, in our elimination round, I think we're going to see a little bit more risk in a lot of our surfers act, because they know this is their final chance.
Yeah.
And advancing through here for a lot of these surfers is the only way they're going to get themselves in the top 8. So for Coniello Stewart, you know, he knows all the numbers. You know, he's done his homework, so he knows the situation at hand right now. And for Amado, of course, I mean, this is hometown hero stuff right now. So for him to get a win, that's a whole different kind of pressure. So I love the storylines that we kind of see start to develop early on here, the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. A win here, you know, that'll cement your name in history. This is the first ever championship tour longboarding event in El Salvador.
And it's great to see the local wildcard shining. You saw that with Perez in the shortboard CT event, you know, fantastic world-class surfer. And you get that at breaks like Jeffreys Bay when the local wildcard might really shine. And one year, actually, Stephen Sawyer, our longboarder, won the trials to compete in the shortboard CT at Jeffreys Bay. And that intrinsic relationship that the locals have with the area, it can really stand out. But it takes a lot of confidence to come up against the big names and really shine under pressure.
14:23 to go. Nice casual start, one wave ridden each. Coniello Stewart, 6'5", in the lead. Amado, the 4.83. Feel like most of that 4.83 came through that one beautiful turn, cross step in the middle, an extremely low-key, difficult thing to do. I mean, try it. Next time you ride a longboard, you'll see that that is one of the most kind of awkward positions to put yourself in. I mean, you're going switch stance basically halfway through your turn, and I hope we see it again. Here we go. Got the dogleg takeoff for Amado de Jesus, and he's straight to the nose. Cool pose as he hangs on there, all 5 toes over, fades back into the zone, and now we get to see Coniello right behind him. I love when you get these angles with both surfers up and riding at the same time. Amado back on the nose again. kind of well out into the open face of this wave. I think he sees a big oncoming section. He's going to get right in the critical zone.
He read that well, didn't he, Chris? Because he saw that bowl section coming up. He kept that board in trim. Unfortunate to fall at the end there, because that was a really great display of critical nose riding and the read into that inside bowl. Super important. That 4.83 he dropped for his first ride. Had it not kind of fallen apart in the middle of the ride, that could have been up in the 7s and really kind of rivaled Coniella's 6.5. But it was all about that opening 10 and that carving cross-step turn. But there we saw on a smaller wave, a lot of good tight footwork, controlled critical nose riding, but a great read of that final section as you get the replay of Coniella's second wave. Again, smaller than his opening set, 6 steps, and there's the hood ornament 10, so cool. Longboarders around the world tuning in. They're the types of feelings you want. That's why we love to ride longboards. Comes off the bottom, floats off the top. That wave does get a little bit bouncy, dies out, but those 2 maneuvers alone, that 10 and that float, already probably a decent score. Something he'll want to lose, but if we do go into a lull and things slow down, they might be important scores to carry.
Yeah, short wave, but I don't think he could have surfed it any better than he did. So 12 minutes to go here in our first elimination heat of the event. Coniella Stewart with a 6.5 in the lead. We are waiting for scores. You're gonna have to wait another minute because we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Stay tuned.
Have you been on a chopper before? I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool. Epic.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
We are back live from El Sunzal, the premier right-hander for hot dogging on your log. Coniella Stewart has done just that already in this heat with 10.5 to go. He's got a 6.5 and a 3.33, and he is back at it. His last wave was pretty short but impactful, but the judges making it clear they want to see long rides with a lot of action. And mentioned it earlier, we're going to see a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more effort. And we saw it right there from Coniella. Didn't go his way, but luckily for Coniella Stewart, Amato kind of suffers the same fate. So both surfers with unforced errors, but it looks like Coniella will be right back out there with priority. Of course, I'll leave that up to the experts above us, but as it stands right now, Coniella Stewart with a 6.5 and a 3.33.
Little backwash hit them both there, didn't it?
Yeah, a little Makaha style.
Yeah, exactly. And Coniella, he slid the fin on that wave, and then had that backwash bounced him up, and then the same thing happened to Amato, but he was on the nose when it happened. So, but both of those surfers would have probably been sitting on decent scores had that backwash not affected them. But that 3.3 for Coniella was such a short wave. I thought, seeing that 10 in that turn for me alone, there's a lot more in the tank for Coniella. Richie Cravey there with his kids coming up next. Of course, Richie Cravey from Southern California, and his partner Danny there, and his kids Sonora and Canyon. I was speaking to Canyon yesterday, and Canyon was saying, hey Sam, I saw this crab on the beach, and it had a big pincer, and this guy is just so into wildlife. And of course his father is a wildlife and marine biologist, so it runs in the veins. But it's great to see the enthusiasm of the family here and the inspiration they're getting from El Salvador. I mean, what an opportunity to travel here with your family and let them also enjoy the food, the culture, the landscape, and the waves.
And he was also wearing a Panikin coffee and tea cap. It's my hometown coffee shop.
There we go.
I'm on the team with Cravey. So we'll see
cool.
Richie Cravey coming up next. huge heat for him. He's going up against Chase Leader, currently ranked 17th, as Richie is currently ranked right under the cut line in 9th place. So the importance of this next heat for Richie. And again, these surfers cannot hear us, so we're not applying too much pressure to them. But we're applying the pressure in other ways to the rest of the world as we all watch.
I mean, there's people tuning in, you know, they're going to be behind their surfers. We've got some massive names in this elimination round. We've got J.R. Esquivel, who kicked off that season with the incredible result at Huntington. You know, he was a crowd favorite. Richie, a firm contender to be in the top 8. Tony Silvani is in this elimination round. Piccolo Clemente. There's some really big names, but people are going to be going down. There's going to be heartbreak this morning, Chris.
I will say that opening round Heat 8 was the heat of the event so far. And more of that to come as you see now your rankings. Taylor Jensen, Caniela Stewart, Kai Salas right up there in the top 3. The only reason Caniela Stewart does not have that little green triangle next to his name is because he needs to achieve a little bit more in order to lock in his spot in the top 8. Remember, the top 8 will be competing at the finals in Malibu. A one-day event to crown our champions in the water. Amado de Jesus Alvarado is our local wild card, so no shot at the top 8, but does have a shot at shaking things up in the rankings, that's for sure.
Yeah, and using that drop knee carving turn once again, kicks off with those 6 steps up into that tip ride and gets that full locked 10. Works as a lifeguard at Punta Roca, born in La Libertad. He's won the Central American and Caribbean Games, beating Roberto Zaui Pearl from Mexico. Really good longboarder, classic car enthusiast, collector of traditional surfboards. Zaui is a hot contender to beat, so that's a big result. But look at this beautiful open wall ahead of Coniella, looking stylish, Chris.
Yeah, 5 over, 10 over. I love that, shuffle back and forth between 10 and 5. Now he cross steps back towards the middle of his board. Pretty amazing that he can whip that board around from the mid portion. Usually you'll see surfers cross step way back to the tail and get those turns in, but Caniella, with that ability to just completely control the board under his feet, that's a 9-foot-plus board, over 15 pounds, and he is just an extension of this surfboard. It's like they're all one unit.
Absolutely, and this is a model you can get, the Tsunami model, the Connie Tsunami model from the Kai Salas Longboard Company, also available in Thunderbolt. And you can buy into this beautiful surfing. You can see if you can try to perform like Coniella. I think it's, I would say you're going to struggle to, because this guy's pretty much one of the best in the world. But the way he put the score on the board then, I think that's really going to matter. It could surpass his 6.5, so it's going to really put more pressure on Amado, who's still in this heat, only needing a 5.01 to get back into first.
I like that you brought up the board model. The entry level, the entry point to get into longboarding is actually pretty easy. Tons of used logs all over the internet, all over your hometown Craigslist for sure. But if you want to get yourself on something like this, what would we be looking at if the layperson, goes into the surf shop and says, I want that Tsunami model? What's the average price of one of these beautiful boards that these top elite pros are riding?
Yeah, you're going to be spending a couple of $1,000 US to get one of these.
But it's going to last you 5-10 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could last you a lifetime.
You might get a good one for $1,000, but you've got 2 options. You can go with one of the famed models. You could get a Thunderbolt construction board, or you could go to your local shaper and get something custom, or you could start with that second-hand board. And you might want a more pulled-in tail if you're going to use it in the bigger days, and you might want a wider tail, more of a flatter traditional log if you're going to use it on smaller days. And all of these surfers will have come out to El Salvador with a quiver. Most of them will use their more pulled in tail for the bigger surf, and what you'll see from someone like Connie is something in between. Some surfers will have much wider tailed boards with wider noses. His Connie Tsunami model is a beautiful blend of everything. It allows classic upright nose rides in the pocket with lift, but it also allows a beautiful rail game, and we saw that demonstrated on that last ride. The board looked lively, it looked fun to use, and you got the feeling you could use it in all conditions.
That's right, it's one of our guest artist surfboards. That is the Duke. These boards are on display right around the corner.
Great reference to the Waikiki Beach Boys there, with Coniella having just ridden a wave and the Duke celebrated on that surfboard. Fantastic. That, of course, we continue that Hawaiian culture in longboarding, and for so many generations, the Hawaiians have been stalwarts for the male and female longboard community, and they continue to create this incredible hotbed of talent. And right now at Queens in Waikiki, any good day at Swell, you're going to see the likes of Koniela, Kai Salas, Kelis, Keleopaha out there just putting on a beautiful display of longboarding.
You know, one of the elements that just helped me fall in love with the current state of modern longboarding is just the fact that men and women, when you put them on waves on these boards, I mean, it's equal. You see equal performances and, you know, style, grace on display, both sides. I wouldn't be mad to have a mixed field.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would be an interesting kind of study on it.
Yeah. Well, I think that one of the beautiful things about the women's longboarders is the way they can lead with the hips on the nose, you know. But this guy, his nose riding is world class, Chris.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw on this last wave. Here's a replay of how Koniela Stewart is going to take and control this heat. This is that 6.5 that he started off with.
Yeah, super good start. You know, had to really battle to get that wave, so it's very important demonstrating his intent. But look at the lock of the nose ride on his Connie Tsunami model there, and then just loose and lively off the tail on his single fin, cross-stepping to keep that board trimming. So elegant, got that upright style, but able to flex low in the turns, mixing up with a drop knee there, pulling back up to the pocket, nice and high to get another 5, and a really low drop knee, just arcing a full rebound off the foam, and backing up that 6.5 with a 5.33. So he's in a solid situation here. That 11.83 meeting. Amado needs a 7. It's a big score, but if you think back to Amado's opening 4.83, had that wave not had that downtime after the opening 10 and that carving cross-step turn, he could have been sitting in the 7 range. So we know he can get that kind of score. He just needs the wave to come through with so little time left, Chris.
Yeah, now we're seeing 1 minute, 25 seconds left. Full credit to Amado de Jesus Alvarado. Probably got the toughest draw. I mean, by the numbers, this is the hardest elimination heat for a local wild card. But with a 4.83 and a 4.23, he's put on a good show, and this is not over yet. Wow. Amado de Jesus Alvarado looking for a 7-point ride, gets straight to the nose, all 10 over with style. Now he's building up a lot of speed down the line. A beautiful Herbie Fletcher-esque cross-stepping cutback. 50 seconds now on the clock, still going. He's gonna have to hope for something special in the inside section here. Looks like the wave dissipating underneath his feet.
But great body
still
language
working
there. Yeah, and he's put everything into this. I think he now realizes that this wave might not quite have the scoring potential for the full 7 that he needs, but I mean, the way he surfed this is just incredible. You know, kicks off with that nose ride, using that cross-step turn. And
our
look at
first
the
left of the day.
Yeah, and he's going left on the, you know, on the, you can actually go left from the peak if you need to, as you would have found out in some of your free surfs, but he put everything into that. But Koniela's got one more chance to replace that low 5.33, Chris.
Got 10 seconds left. Koniela cruising to potential victory. We got to wait for that last score for Amado. Smaller wave comes through, and here's that effortless glide through to the inside section. Horn blows. This heat is over, but Koniela's not done yet. Straight to the nose, right in the pocket.
How's that for the
That is
Makaha ball
classic.
section?
That was classic right there. Just a
But the way he
second.
read that as well, Chris, he just, you know, he lined that up so beautifully. I mean, that's going to be a great segment for the video replays. I mean, he just perched on that tip and then got that other nose ride through the inside. That could well replace his 5.33. Might go higher than the 6.5.
Yeah, well, this is a kind of a telling look, right? So you remember the short wave that he had, that he got that 3.33 that he absolutely ripped on. But, I mean, you magnify that wave by 2. That's kind of what he did on that last wave, twice as long. Length of ride is not part of the judging criteria, but you're getting more maneuvers, you're getting longer nose rides, more turns. So, of course, that's just going to equate to a higher score.
And, Chris, how's that cool step off onto the cobbles there? I mean, just done
Too easy.
with elegance.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a
Don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
Don't try it unless you're Koniela Stewart. Well, it looks like Amado de Jesus Alvarado will get a decent score for his last wave. It's going to come through probably a mid-4. Koniela Stewart may have improved there, but either way, Koniela with a 6.5 and a 5.33 gets the edge and the victory over our local wild card from right here in El Salvador. Congrats to Amado de Jesus Alvarado on a great showing. But Caniella Stewart, one of the best in the world at the moment, currently ranked world number 2. Not only is he receiving the good news that he got the victory there, but he's going to get some more good news here in just a few moments.
Absolutely, but big shout out to Amado, you know, putting on a beautiful show, a lot of pride from all the El Salvadorian fans, you know. Definitely recommend everyone coming on down to watch the action if you're in the neighborhood, because we've got Cindy to surf later as well, and Amado can be super proud of that performance. To come up against an icon like Caniella and surf at the same level is pretty special.
Love that sportsmanship. Coming down to congratulate Amado. Well done for Caniella.
Yeah, be interesting to see if Caniella replaces that low score, that 5.33. I feel as if it's going to be close to his 6.5. You know, the best work happened in the middle and on the inside, the way he read that bowl. Comes into the 6.03. Not quite as high as the 6.5, but what a strong start for Caniella. He's just going to build momentum, Chris, now.
Yeah, and that's good news for the rest of the day. That shows us plenty of consistency out in the lineup. You know, he's throwing away multiple 5s. That tells us there's a lot of waves to be surfed out there. Well, we got another heat coming up next with a special guest. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Elimination round heat number 3. Heat number 2 coming right up. Stick around.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before? I have, but not here in El Salvador. That's so cool. Epic.
The Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is Livin'. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Great waves on tap all day long, as usual here in El Salvador. I'm Chris Cote. This is Sam Bleaku. Very excited to be joined by Frankie Seeley. You got a heat coming up later today, but for now, you're all ours. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I love El Salvador. It's one of my favorite waves, so I'm really excited.
You're beaming. We can tell that you're stoked right now. And how many times have you been down to El Salvador?
Only once, but I surfed Punta Roca, and I also surfed I surfed obviously Sunzal, and I think it was Las Flores. Those were insane.
Yeah, that's where Cindy Portillo is from, our local wildcard. Sam, bottom right-hander.
Oh my gosh, it's the most beautiful wave. It's almost what dreams are made of.
But didn't you have a great story getting the call up to come here? You said you were taking somebody to the airport when you found out.
Oh yes, one of my good friends and mentors, Caitlin. She's competing as well, and I was driving actually to LAX, and I got the message, and I couldn't believe looking at my phone. I called her. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. And she looked over at my text. She's like, oh my gosh, we got to get you there. We got to go. And so
you turned back to the house, packed the board bags, and head on back to the airport.
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Perfect. Well, we're now in elimination round heat number 2, and this one is going to be very fun. 2 incredible stylists in the lineup. Richie Cravey, chase leader, East Coast, West Coast, both USA. And I got to ask, Goofy versus regular?
Yeah.
This is a matchup for the ages right now.
Well, look out. We got Richie Cravey on that opening wave there, streaking, stretching, long 5. Richie, a marine and wildlife conservationist, fantastic waterman. We saw yesterday his body surfing skills as well when he lost his board at the start of the heat, demonstrating how fit he is. Quick paddler, full 10 on the inside. Good start, Frankie. What do you think of this?
Oh yeah, this guy has an amazing style. Look at this wave. I mean, he definitely knows how to go rail to rail on this one. I think he knows how to utilize most of the board, and he's just a pleasure to watch. So yeah, this score is going to be probably not a bad one.
Ooh.
Unfortunately.
Phantom 5. New stuff. So it's Goofy versus Goofy.
Yeah, Chase leader, full backside 10. Of course, Chase got second in the Mexi Log Fest earlier this year. A clip of him soul arching and answering the phone on the soul arch went viral. 2 million hits. That guy's valuable. You know, all surf industry kind of people tuning in. You need to support Chase leader. He's got kudos. He's got skills and rides the Michael Takayama boards, Frankie. And he's a great nose rider, isn't he?
Oh, he's an amazing nose rider from New York. I love someone who's representing the city, and he's an amazing surfer. Knows definitely how to put it on as well, rail to rail, great nose rides. Someone who's a very fierce competitor as well, shortboard and longboard.
He's got a lot of respect, too, from his peers and from his elders. You know, you kind of see that Joel Tudor style reference in his surfing. Of course, he would fit perfectly into that duct tape realm of things as well. But, I mean, he's been making a big name for himself here on the WSL Championship Tour. He's really fun to watch surf.
Yeah, and inspired by Joel. Joel's been going to Montauk for a long time. You know, he's had an impact on Cheech, on Chase leader. But did you get to check out Craig, his dad's twin fin I told you about?
I keep hearing about it. I'm trying.
Because, of course, they run the Montauk Surf Shop there, kind of, you know, since the 70s. You know, long history of involvement in surfing there in Montauk. And you need to have a go on that board, Chris. You're going to fly on that thing on the lefts.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to hang out with Chase and his parents a little bit. You can tell, you know, they are a strong family unit supporting him down here. And right now, the scores are looking pretty nice as they come through. A 4.33, and it's going to be around about a 5 for Richie Cravey. So a great start here to our elimination round heat 2, 23:50 to go. Look out the back. We have a potential paddle. It's going to be Richie Cravey again, fading through on his backhand, straight to the nose. 5 over, right in the most critical speed section of this wave. Carving it back with fluidity. You know, he's starting to write his story on this wave, right? So a great outside section. Cravey.
Beautiful carve there, Chris. That was really
properly
dynamic.
Placed right in the pocket. The commentator curse comes through. No leash. That's going to be quite a swim for Richie Cravey. And hopefully there'll be a good Samaritan somewhere on the rocks to stop that board from getting absolutely smashed.
Wow. That's, well, he's going to have no trouble body surfing in, but what he wants to happen right now is that board not to hit that cobble shore break too hard. It's just locked in there. His brother shapes the boards. You know, you probably know
Chris
about
Cravey,
the link.
yeah,
of course. But it kicked out beautifully. His brother meditated, connected with that moment, and caused that board, inspired that board to kick out. I think that what we're going to see is Richie's going to body surf in quite well. Hopefully, because that was a set, that's sitting enough in the channel, and there won't be one that will sweep it in, because nobody's allowed to come and help. There's no board caddy allowed in the rules right now.
Yeah, I think you can go about knee deep. So hopefully this board stays right where it is, and Richie's allowed to come and get it. 22 minutes on the clock gives us a chance as Richie potentially body surfs towards his board to catch up with Mitchell Salazar on the glass now with Connie Stewart.
That's right, Chris, here with Connie, and he's just watching out for Richie's board. He's trying to use the force so the board doesn't make it to the rocks. First of all, Connie, congratulations. It really seemed that after the opening exchange, you won it against a very dangerous wildcard here in Amado de Jesus Alvarado. You were very patient afterwards. How much did you know about this guy coming into this heat, especially in the elimination round when you need a big result here?
Well, I mean, doesn't matter who you're against, you know. Anything can happen. And, of course, he's a local here, and he's super used to the wave. He knows it inside and out. So very, very dangerous. And I just try to, stay in my own zone and kind of find the right waves.
Want to be the first to officially congratulate you. You've officially qualified for the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championship. Back-to-back years heading over there. You made the final last year, the final match against Harrison Roach. But this year, what's the biggest change? You won an event in Huntington Beach. Disappointing performance over at Bells, but now you have a chance to win your second event here at Sunzal.
It's it's a lot of pressure, I think, but I just want to focus on the next heat and not really focus down the line. We made it to Malibu. That's always a good thing, you know. But just keep my head down, keep pushing, and just try and watch over the heats and get better.
Your mom Olivia's watching back home. Anything you want to say back home to Hawaii?
Love you, Mom. Thank you, guys. Just been praying a bunch, and God will lead us to the win. So,
Gracias, Connie. Thank you.
aloha, guys.
Gotta shout out the moms. Love it. And I love that, you know, he had about a split second of a little internal celebration, and then he got right back to business. Look, heat after heat. He's doing it the proper way. Connie Stewart officially now locked in to the Malibu finals. And Frankie, I know you're no stranger to Malibu. I know that's one of your beloved waves in the world. How excited are you to potentially take part, but definitely be involved at the Malibu finals?
Oh, I'm super excited, especially to see all of the great talent come to my hometown. That's going to be something I'm really going to be excited about, seeing new talent as well. So I welcome everybody and can't wait to share some really good waves with them, especially when they're practicing.
Well, let's see who's going to be surfing the most iconic break in the history of our sport. The Malibu finals are starting to settle in. See, for the women, Soleil Erico, Honolulu Bloomfield, Khalees Kaleopa'a, Alice Lemoyne, Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas, and now Connie Stewart. I'm going to throw it out to both of you, starting with you, Sam. Who are you looking to be the top performers for the men and for the women at Malibu? I know it's early.
Yeah, well,
they
want to get the older surfers will want to get those higher seeds. You know, Taylor and Kai will not want to have to surf 8 times. Conniella, he'll have the stamina to do that. He could come from a low seed and still take the win. But I think Soleil is such a firm favorite as a local there. I mean, Frankie, you would have seen Soleil surfing evolving at Malibu, your home patch. I mean, she looked fantastic winning the world title last year with those beautiful down carves out of those nice critical 10s.
She knows that wave extremely well. She definitely knows how to go from the top of the point to all the way to the inside, especially doing those beautiful carves that she's so known for. It's like a signature that she has. So I'm really excited to see her surf, as well as hopefully there's some really good waves, especially in September. It's kind of little, that's like my favorite part, because when all the kids go back to school.
South Swell season.
South Swell season.
Well, we had a great session. Do you remember after the Pismo event, which actually Richie Cravey got in the final of losing to Kai Salas, and we left Pismo and we had that free surf at Malibu with your dad, and it was just absolutely firing and nobody was in it. Well, it was like 12 people in. It was unusually uncrowded, but that was special.
That was so special. You were ripping out there.
No, you were ripping. You were just killing it on those tents. I mean, it was a joy to watch. I mean, it's lovely seeing locals connected to the wave that they've learned to surf on.
Yeah, it's such a special wave and a big place in my heart for sure. And looks like Richie is going to be on this one.
Richie Cravey gets involved with this beautiful glassy wave straight to the nose, 5 over, cutting back, effortless transition from the nose straight to the mid kind of tail portion of the board as he's weaving through this inside section, doing some work, generating some speed, kind of just waiting to see what develops through to the inside here. Flattens out for Cravey, so impactful on the outside, but it kind of died down slowly through that inside section, and I feel like the judges are, you know, really rewarding people who, it's partial luck, but it's also partial the way you read the ocean. That inside section has become a pretty key element to getting those excellent scores.
And he did well to get his board. It might have been Conniella using the force. It might have been his brother using his
Forgot
force.
that happened.
But the board kicked out just in time. It sat there. He'd body surfed in already, and he was out back. And it demonstrates how fit he is. This guy's a waterman, and he rode that wave beautifully. It's probably not going to go into his top 2. Comes in 3.37, but he's got that 5.17 and that 4 in a strong position. So Chase now needing a low score, pretty much a 5, a 4.95. But we know Chase can do that. The Montauk stylist, an amazing shortboarder as well, Chase, and such a good nose rider.
Oh yeah, he is no stranger to hanging 5, hanging 10, and also utilizing the swooping cutback, because he's such a great shortboarder as well.
And he's earned a spot in the US team for the next ISA World Longboard Championship with Kevin Skavana. So, you know, that was a big result for him to kind of earn that spot for next season. So, you know, you would have seen him at coalition club contests around California over the years. Does he come over from the east side over to the west coast?
Yeah, I think Michael Takayama actually introduced me to him. He was a young kid then, and he was just wide-eyed and just like a sponge wanting to learn. So, and that was something I really admired about Chase.
And his mum, Lourdes, you know, Peruvian American, you know, she's fantastic, and she's here, Craig and Lourdes, with Chase, you know, really special. Are you missing having your dad here to support you?
I do miss having my dad.
We miss you, Dad.
Yeah, miss you, Dad.
There's a lot of surfers here with their families. Some have got their own kids that they're traveling with. Others are traveling with their parents. And I think that's kind of, that embodies the longboard community. You do get that broader age spectrum, and there's a real family vibe to the events.
That's what I love about these events, is that it's very family oriented, especially talking to people that have come from a very long ways away, because they're just like ready to like be with their kids and cheering them on, and it just like it brings everybody closer together, and I really love that about this.
Talking of cheering on, something you've achieved, you're a graduate of UCSD.
Mm-hmm.
Did you study art or astrophysics?
Okay, so this is something I have a double major in film business and a minor in astrophysics.
There we go. I mean, that is the hard science and the creative arts come together.
Yes.
I mean, and does that now inspire your current thread of work as an artist and an editor?
Yes, because it teaches you how to be very methodical. Teaches you, it taught me how to be like X equal. I don't go on to all the details.
No, we don't mind details. We love details. So let's hear the details.
It just taught me how to be very detail oriented in my work and how to get things done. And what is there, and I really love that about astrophysics, because it really taught me discipline. And that's what you need out here too. You need discipline, and you also need the style and flow. So I think that science and art come together really well, and same with surfing. So that's what I love about surfing. It brought us all together too.
We're going to hang out with you more often. Maybe some of the brains will come our way.
Absolutely.
I'd love to know more about astrophysics. We got 14 minutes left here in Heat 2 of our elimination round. Chris, Sam, Frankie here to talk you through it. Frankie, you've been the first one here in the morning and the last one to leave in the evening, doing your homework like you did at UCSD. This wave kind of has subtle power to it. I feel like when you get out there, the sets roll through, it does have kind of a Hawaiian vibe when the waves come through. Tell us about the sessions you've had so far out here. Your first heat, you put on a couple, good performance for us, but you found yourself in the elimination round. So tell us about this wave. Where does it kind of stand in your mind as a great break in the world?
I think it's a fantastic break. I just needed to change fins. My turns weren't as dynamic as a lot of my competitors, so I needed to do a little bit of reevaluating with my equipment, which I figured out, because this wave is not just for nose riding, it's also for swooping cutbacks, and that's what I'm learning. I didn't get as much time as the other competitors to figure this out, but definitely in my sessions, this wave is a lot like a reef break mixed with a point break. It's very different, and I really love that about this wave.
Yeah, it shifts a little bit, doesn't it? You get those shifting sections. Like we experienced that when we had the event recently at Bells Beach, where you got the Bells Bowl. You can move over to Rincon, but even on the Bells Bowl, you might get a wide one or a slightly deeper one, and you certainly kind of build momentum as you get in rhythm with this place. But then it changes on the tide, doesn't it? The difference between the peakier high tide and the more walled up low tide is quite substantial.
Very significant. The low tide and versus high tide, you might even want to switch boards because it is such a difference, especially with this break. And I also made the mistake to bring my board into the rocks, unfortunately.
So you had a ding to deal with.
Yeah.
Fixed up?
Fixed.
Local?
The local guys are amazing at fixing boards fast for the competitors, so shout out to you guys. Thank you again. Can't believe how fast it was.
Yeah, it can't be called Surf City without great ding repair experts, because this place will absolutely eat your surfboards. I've seen it time and time again, broken boards all over the place. With 11:40 to go, Richie Cravey in the lead. He's got a 5.17 and a 4.10. Chase leader close behind with a 4.33 and a 3.5. You've got Chase out the back with priority, and I know Chase has been competing at all levels, you know, for a long time. He's still a really young surfer, but how do you think Chase is going to deal with having priority, you know, with that 11 minutes left? To me, that's kind of a murky area, right? Do you activate immediately and then try to get back into that top priority spot, or do you wait and kind of roll the dice and see what happens for the final 5 minutes of the heat?
He's a pretty wise competitor. You know, he's got a lot of self-confidence. He's got a lot of belief in his ability. He knows he deserves to be qualifying for Malibu. He, you know, trusts that he's got the surfing to have a big result here. Getting second in the Mexi Log Fest, I mean, that says a lot. Lost to Kai Salas in the final. He got a 17th at Huntington, losing to Edward Del Pero. He also got a 17th at Bells, losing to Cole. So he does need a massive result, but he's got so much pedigree, so much history, so much cultural connection to surfing. So I think he'll be pretty calm. He knows he can get the big scores. He looked great on those Michael Takayama boards, and he needs a little bit of luck, you know, moving into these last 10 minutes. It looks like there's something coming through just now, but luck has played into a little bit of the results this morning because it hasn't been as consistent as yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen some shorter waves being ridden, and for Chase and Richie, with 10 minutes, 12 seconds left, it looks like this wave's going to come in under these guys. That's going to give us a chance to take a quick break, but we will be back with the culmination of Elimination Round Heat 2. Can Richie Cravey stay alive in this event, or will Chase Leader come back at the end? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back. This is the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and
So
connected.
much for the wishes, and so much for the cause.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley, joined by astrophysicist, artist, and amazing surfer, Frankie Seeley. We're watching Richie Cravey and Chase Leader right now duel it out in perfect, beautiful waves here at El Sunzal. We're live from El Salvador. 8:25 to go, and it's going to be Chase Leader using his priority, getting straight up to the nose. 10 over. An extended nose ride for Chase Leader. He just looks so natural on his board. I mean, it looks like he was born for it.
That was a great opening 10. Committed, you know, in the pocket, lift, you know, full 10, all toes over the nose, and backed it up with some nice rail work, back up to the nose. This wave's still looking strong. And how's that drop knee set up, Chris? Looking really good.
I mean, you see the Tudor influence, and that is high praise, a big compliment there. And I love this board, that Takayama board, of course, with that kind of signature parabola on the bottom. Looks like he's riding one of the bigger boards that we've seen of the morning. Right behind him, Richie Cravey will not be denied. Swooping cutback straight back into the power source. Representing Encinitas, California, Richie Cravey. So that wave died off a little bit at the end as well. It must be a little bit difficult to kind of see and project that the waves that are going to go furthest through to the inside. You don't need an inside section to get a big score, but it definitely helps. With 7:15 to go, that was a nice exchange between these two
What
guys.
do you think, Frankie, of that exchange? Who do you think got the better of it?
In my personal opinion, I think Chase might have gotten a hold on the best part of that wave, especially in the beginning. Kind of salute to I call it the salute 10.
Yeah, El Salute.
Salute, exactly. And he was very smooth, and he has that really great board. He told me before he went out that he feels very comfortable on it.
Is that a Perplexer? Is that the Michael Takayama Perplexer model, or is it just a custom for Chase?
I think it is a custom for Chase. It has, it kind of has that signature Takayama. I think it's kind of like a moontail-like
Nice.
situation. and it's really beautiful. It has a bunch of crazy art on it. Which
And even if you get one of like the Annihilator, the Manatee, the Perplexer, Michael crafts the boards specifically for the rider. They're all custom made, hand finished, and they all have that personal touch for the exact surfer who's ordered them.
he said he designs them like a suit, so
Tailor-made.
tailor-made.
Well, he looked good on that nose ride, but we didn't get to see the opening of Richie's wave. So, you know, it might have been that it had a strong section at the start, but Richie looking pretty strong as well. It's going to be pretty close on that exchange.
Yes.
For the record, I will say that Frankie is literally taking notes right now. What inspires you before your heats? Are you listening to music? Are you kind of getting in that Zen zone? What's your preparation like?
Oh, I listened to really loud music before.
What do you listen to? I love that surfer's music.
I got a shout out to the LA artist, definitely some Ice Cube.
Nice.
So have to do that as well.
Was a good day.
Was a good day, and Nas from East Coast. Chase knows all about that. We talk a lot about old school hip hop, so that's kind of what pumps us up. And yeah, taking notes is something that actually a sports psychologist, one of my really good friends, talks about. Writing notes down actually sometimes takes away the nerves for the competitors.
It's therapeutic, isn't it?
Yes.
You see Tony Silvani going, I mean, he's having such a good run, Frankie. You'll know Tony pretty well. East Coaster, but I mean, he's just been on fire this season.
Yeah, Tony is an insane competitor. He knows exactly where to go. He is very determined, and I knew that he really wants this.
I got a good up-close look at that Stewart surfboard, and a really unique tail. So like a double moon tail or like a bird tail. So you would think the first instinct would be to call it a swallowtail, which it's not, but it has a really cool organic look to it as we look out now and see Richie Cravey walking the plank.
But he when he knew he was going to pearl on that nose 10 there, he just kind of like made sure he got in front of the board. That was like a little
Like
technique.
kick the board out the back.
Yeah, a little technique. If you're going to pearl and you got no leash on a 10, you sometimes make sure you just fall in front of it so that if the wave does get it, hopefully you can catch it and not have to swim in.
Part of logging is knowing how to fall, and if you're not wearing a leash, big part of that is knowing how to fall onto your board, hopefully keep it from going in. As we see Chase now in the pocket, on the nose, and that right there was an example of what we were just talking about. It looked like the board just slipped out of his fingers.
I think he slowed it down though, didn't he? He kind of almost caught it.
Fingernails in the wax.
He might well have slowed it down enough to be able to swim to it. I think he's going to be okay if he knows.
Nope.
It's gone.
Denied.
3 minutes 30 left. That's a really tricky time when he's chasing a score, but we're still waiting for that last really incredible ride to drop. But
we've got a work of art heading toward the rocks, so hopefully we have a lifeguard on the beach that can go just knee deep and keep that board from hitting the rocks. Meanwhile, Cravey. Love when you see a good nose ride that kind of ends in that elevator drop as he's right there in the pocket. Quick little snap there. Comes around with a beautiful carve. This is such a nice looking wave. I mean, this is the wave you want in your heat.
Gorgeous.
A nice deep pocket through the entirety of this wave, still with the speed line through to this inside.
I love the way he stands so upright after those carves as well. You know, real reference to kind of style and just letting the wave do the work at the right moment.
Yeah, knock-kneed stance. Now he gets up onto the nose. A little finishing work here.
He's had a great season, Chris, hasn't he, with that 5th in Huntington, and he lost on a priority interference with J.R. Esquivel, so that was a bit of bad luck. Didn't have a massive result in Bells, but 9th, losing to Kai Sala, so he's really in the hunt. There it is in the rocks.
No, this could get ugly. Pan away.
Yeah,
I can't watch this.
We had to
Hard
let
to watch.
nature make the noise there. And there's Dad Craig.
Oh,
course,
nice.
Founder of...
Dad literally just sprinted across the rocks to save the board. That's teamwork right there.
Absolutely. Oh, that's
2 minutes to go, though. You got to be a little bit worried for Chase. Is he going to be able to get back out there? He did need a 4.95, and actually that last wave before the score for Richie Cravey is looking like it's right there on the edge of glory for Chase Leader. Looking for a 4.19. He got it. 5.03 for Chase.
Wow.
Now Richie Cravey needs a 4.19 And I feel like Richie's last wave was pretty good all the way through.
You've got to compare it to that opening 517 for me, and look at him knee paddling out now. He's in the driving seat. He's going to be thinking in his head. He's got needs that low score, that 419. He's thinking relative to that 517 and that 410. It seemed like it was stronger.
Yeah. Well, with 1 minute 15 seconds to go, thank you so much, Frankie Seeley. When do us Frankie fans start to fire it up? When are you surfing next?
I think I'm surfing Heat 3 of the Whippets.
All right, so we have time to make signs.
Yeah,
go
we'll be
Frankie.
there. But you got
perfect.
Mason Tremor. It's going to be a great heat. We're looking forward to watching that one.
I'm really excited. I love Mason, and I just want to share some waves with her out here.
I hope those notes have a positive impact. I hope they've been a therapeutic experience for you to get ready to surf at your finest.
Oh yeah, all the chakras are aligned.
Perfect. I'm gonna need pen and paper. I want to start taking notes. All the cool kids are doing it. 40 seconds left. Chase leader in the lead for now, but we are waiting for a score from Richie Cravey. Needs something beyond a 419 with 30 seconds left. The next two surfers are in the lineup. Keep your eyes on Tony Silvani, ranked number 5 right now, trying to solidify his spot in the final 8. And scores are now dropping for Richie Cravey. This could be a victory lap as he's looking to better a 419. He does it. 5.57. Well scored by our judges, right there in the zone. And this is, in fact, a stylish way to end the heat for Richie. Well, it was till he fell.
Yeah, that was
full
a great
respect though for these guys to go leashless.
I mean, unlucky
like
for
that.
Chase as well. I mean, that, you know, dropping that 503, that nose ride was outstanding, but Richie was brilliant in that heat. Chase could have got the chance if he hadn't lost his board.
Yeah. Well, that's it for elimination round heat number 2. Richie Cravey moves on through. We'll see what he's got for the rest of this heat. Thank you so much, Frankie Seeley, for joining us. We'll see you out in the lineup coming up later on, just around after lunchtime. We got more action to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Stick around. It's going to be an awesome day.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful. Inland, there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Tony Silvani up and riding. It's the first wave of elimination round heat number 3. He's going up against the Costa Rican wildcard Dorian Quesada Torres. The East Coaster Tony Silvani, a former top 10 surfer for more than a decade now, still riding this wave all the way through. And on the inside now, getting to the nose right there. Some great rail work so far from the East Coaster of the United States of America, making his way through to the inside. Great tap of the nose right there for Tony. Still going through to the short break section. Once again holds the 5, a much longer nose ride right there for the surfer in the red jersey. And he's going to be pretty content with this ride to start things off in a 30-minute battle against Costa Rica's Dorian Torres. Kicking out with a lot of grace and style, with a lot of poise and control as well. So Silvani will be on the board, 27 minutes on the clock. As we do say, a big Buenos dias to you all watching from around the world. Mitchell Salazar here with Sydney's finest, Matt Chonoski. Matt, good morning, and a big heat on tap right now. Tony Silvani taking in Costa Rica's Dorian Torres.
Can't wait for this matchup. You have Tony, the veteran, the experienced surfer, who's actually doing a surf clinic with Dorian next March, and I can't wait to see how this one lines up, because you have the mentor and the mentoree surfing against each other, but I think Dorian's got some secret tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, and Tony Silvani, by the way, has traveled throughout Central America for many years now, has actually competed on the other side of El Salvador before, was runner-up to Julian Schweizer over there at Las Flores last November. A great wave as well, but we are at Sunzal, one of the premier waves in this small but beautiful country of El Salvador. Number 5 in the rankings coming into this event, going up against a very dangerous wild card from Costa Rica. Dorian Torres, a national champion. He's been a Central American champion before. He's looking to make it through a very tough heat, though, against U.S.'s own Tony. A 7-point ride to start things off for Silvani. That's a great start, Matt.
He loves to start early, and he very rarely makes mistakes, Tony. So that was straight out of Tony's playbook. Dorian looking for probably a slightly different type of wave. His smooth, buttery style is more likely to suit more patience, and he's going to be really trying to perform those soul arch hang 10s that we saw him do yesterday. Where Tony, he likes to do many maneuvers. He likes to keep really busy on the wave. He's a high energy surfer, and he'll likely get at least 4 or 5 waves in his heat. Even with the heat that even with the temperature, I should say, he's used to getting 4 or 5 waves minimum.
Yeah, he's no stranger to high temperatures. Surprisingly enough, on the east coast of the United States, it actually tends to fluctuate quite a bit in the summertime. We change our perspective over to Dorian Torres right now. The Costa Rican gets the opportunity to compete here in his first ever WSL CT event on the Longboard Tour. Obviously a huge moment coming up. A former top 10 finisher for many years. I mean, Silvani's been in the top 10 for over a decade now. But Dorian Torres with the golden opportunity to at least make it into the round of 16. What do you think he needs to do against Silvani to make it through this one?
Well, at the moment he's sitting a little wide. That heat before, we saw the 2 goofy footers lose their boards and get caught out quite a number of times. And with that lower tide, it's just playing a little bit cautious with that priority. But I think taking off deep, coming from behind the section, as we saw earlier with Edward Del Perro, and we also see with Taka Inui, holding those nose rides. And I think that's going to be a forte for him. We saw him really shine yesterday, getting an equal, it was a countback actually, to Kai Ellis Flint, and they took out Caniella Stewart, one of the favorites to actually win the event. So that was actually a big motivational boost for him.
Yeah, and Richie Cravey had a big motivational boost. He got the win against Chase Leader. He's standing by with Sam.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Richie, wow, that was an absolute belter. Went exchange for exchange, but you got the win, keeping your hopes of Malibu alive.
Yeah, pretty stoked. Yesterday, again, was pretty humbling. Yeah, the beginning of the heat, got clipped by a wave before it even started, and board went to the beach, and I had to go for a nice little swim. So to kind of restart this morning and walk away with a heat win feels good.
We watched the board go, and we were following it, and it was with the wave, and then it just flipped, and it kicked out into the channel. But you're body surfing. I think you're winning the award for the best body surfer here.
Yeah, I don't think there's actually much competition. Most people are wearing leashes. But yeah, if you're going to go without a leash, you better, be able to keep track of your board. And yeah, I feel like I got a little lucky. Yesterday was pretty easy. I had a nice set wave, but today I was kind of getting pushed into the channel. And anyway, yeah, I got lucky. Caught a wave in.
You're traveling here with your family, your kids. I remember your son telling me yesterday about he'd seen a crab. He loves the wildlife. How special is it to be in Surf City with your wife and your family?
Yeah, it's amazing. I am super grateful to have my family here with me. We've had an amazing experience so far. And yeah, I remember my first trip outside of the country was to Costa Rica, and I remember finding these black and orange crabs and being so excited. Didn't know what they were, and anyway, my son found one last night at dinner, and it was a pretty large one. He was pretty stoked. I ended up catching it, and we had a few minutes with it, and so he's, yeah, super stoked. And those memories mean more, honestly, than the contest result. So being able to share these experiences and hang out with friends that we meet and, fellow competitors, it's amazing. We're stoked to be here.
And you're a marine conservationist. What's some of the great wildlife you've seen out there in the water?
Yeah, there's obviously turtles. There's been a ton of fish. I actually brought my rod. I went and fished the other day and caught a little pargo just up the beach. It's a type of snapper. And we've seen all kinds of stuff outside, just sitting in the lineup. So yeah, if the waves get small or we have a lay day, I'll probably be out there fishing and be able to tell you a bit more.
Well, you're looking good, Richie. We're looking forward to watching you in the rest of the heat. A message for any of your fans tuning in back home?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone that supported helping me get here. Salty Crew, Panikin, you guys helped put together an amazing fundraiser for me to get my family here. Rob and the Swami Surfing Association, again, you guys are why I'm here with my family, and I'm super grateful. So thank you very much to everyone, whether you contributed or not, just showing support, whatever. It means the world to me to be able to share this experience with my family. So thank you very much.
Great stuff, Richie. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you, Sam. Congratulations to San Diego's own Richie Cravey, taking the win against a very dangerous Chase leader who's coming up through the ranks right now. Chase is going to have to settle with the last place finish here. And Silvani waving his hands. He thought that Dorian Torres might have blocked him in that situation, thought it might have been a priority switch. But priority stays with Blue Dorian, and he's going to use it. Up to the nose real quick. He's a great nose rider, loves to use the rails as well. Lovely carve right there from Dorian. Brought some variation as well, grabbed the rail a little bit. Nearly loses control. Has a great read of this wave. He's been coming here for many years now. And I don't know about the first time you met Dorian Torres, but the first time I met him, Matt, he had super long hair, completely different hair look right now, kind of a shorter looking afro for the Costa Rican in the blue jersey. Meanwhile, though, Tony Silvani, one of the greatest competitors in the game right now, just using this rail work extremely well in this midsection right here. This is where it really gets tough. You need to make a decision whether to commit to the inside or not. It seems like he's going to kick out, but that is his second scoring ride. Almost 10 minutes have elapsed in this one so far. He did start off with a 7-point ride. This is going to be a backup.
Yeah, good decision to kick out of that wave for sure. It didn't offer too much on the inside. As the lower tide does start to drop out, we will see less scoring waves on the inside. It gets a little turbulent, actually. When the tide comes in, it starts to get a little bigger in the middle of the wave, and it surges onto the inside. But Dorian, first met him in actually in Spain when the 2019 World Tour actually included a qualification round. And Dorian was there. He had a bit of an afro going on there, pretty much like Carlos Muniz as well.
Yeah.
So kind of rivaled that, to be honest. When I saw Carlos on the scene, I thought, whoa, actually drew similarities visually to Dorian. And really, he's a real calm, cool, collected guy. And he was a little nervous going into this against Tony, someone he really respects and admires. But you can see his game plan is to just go out on the nose and do those soul arches and keep really busy. He chose between two different boards. It was a nose rider and a more performance-y round tail shape. Still no edge, soft rails, 9.4 single fin. He went for the 9.4 to opt for the turning option because, after all, your nose rider is only as good as your cutback.
Right, and actually that's a good point that you bring up. When I interviewed Connie Stewart, we were talking off air about the two different peaks that are very noticeable out there right now. You have the outside one and the inside one that really offers up a great double up on the inside, but he still said that he wanted to commit to the outside peak. He said that he really wanted to emphasize that nose ride on the outside rather than complement the rail surfing on the inside. What do you think about that?
Well, with someone like Amado who knows this spot so well, he was always going to go big, get the set waves, and he knew that he had to bring his best against Caniella, which is what Kai and Dorian had to do.
And this is Tony 7, Matt.
Yeah,
first
so
wave of the heat.
Super deep on the takeoff. Really nice wave selection. Stepping back on the tail here and driving through that drop knee. So that one would have felt really nice. Almost skipped out there. And that 9.2 bird model looking really nice under his feet. And a lot of features on this board to make it lively, but still stable on the nose. And he does get the inside section too. So really looking for maneuvers on this wave. This is straight out of Tony's playbook, keeping really busy. Gets the 5 and 10, stepping back into the power pocket, and he sets it up for another inside bowl. So Tony Silvani up on the nose, looking for the 10, carves it back into the pocket. Not a lot of variety on this wave, but he's keeping very busy, stepping up to the nose again, and he's waiting to look on that shore break, and he's not finished yet. Another touch. So the judges will recognize that repetition, and this one a little foamy from Dorian's wave beforehand, and just going to turns as well. And this one didn't offer much of an inside section, Mitch.
How much of an importance is it to get a backup score immediately after you get your first wave, though? Because we've seen a lot of heats really go lowly. We saw it in the last heat between Richie and Chase. How important do you think it is to have just gotten the 4.23 like you did here?
11.23 is already higher than Richie's heat total beforehand. So that 4.23 is back up. And that beautiful 10 on the outside, that's what Dorian was waiting for. And I love the patience here and stepping into that carve. And that's the majority of that 3.67 came from that nose ride. But unfortunately, that wave just shouldering out into deep water.
Yeah, pura vida, Mai. That's what Dorian's saying before he's paddling out. just trying to get the good vibes going. A 3.67 for Torres. You mentioned the similarities between him and Carlos Munoz, especially with the hairstyle. He's been actually a big influence on everybody in Costa Rica when it comes to competing outside of the region. He's been out and about, as you mentioned, meeting him in Europe in 2019, but he has been a world traveler since he's been a kid.
Spending a lot of time in Santa Cruz as well, and was almost going to make the move over there, but he's probably glad he didn't through COVID as well, having some good waves down the coast, although it was a challenging time for a lot of people around the world. There was different rules, regulations, changing month by month, but with some of those lucky enough to surf, they came out of it unscathed. But I just saw Dorian, a little bit of body language there, just squirting a little bit of water, perhaps hearing that 7.56, which is what he requires to advance. That sounds a lot worse than a 3.4, which is what he would have required if Tony didn't get that backup from the 7. So a backup wave being very important.
So you're an experienced competitor yourself. You've been a shaper, you've been a coach, you're a broadcaster obviously with us as well. But from a time management perspective, competing at a beach break in comparison to a point break, you have a longer period swell, that means longer intervals yourself. So when we see the 16 minutes on the clock, you're needing a 7.56. Does that mean that you're still trying to spread it out between 2 new waves, or still looking for the one perfect one?
Well, he can't get in his head right now. Dorian needs to reset and go, okay, that was the beginning. That was 3.5 for 3.67 for half a wave. Imagine if I went all the way. That's a pretty good indication that you're on to a good start. As we saw Virgilio earlier, getting a mid-range score and falling halfway through, you've got to take the confidence with that. What did you do right? Wave selection was pretty good. You can't be dismayed. When it is sectiony like this, you can't be too hard on yourself, because after all, these are the variables that we deal with in the ocean. We don't own or rule the ocean. We have to work with it in that half-an-hour period where Waterman, as Richie Cravey had in the last heat, 2 swims to the beach to get his board, running across the rocks, swimming back out in the current to get it. He's used to swimming, he's used to body surfing, using all of that. He didn't expect to fall off. The guy could probably not lose his board on a 15-foot day here, except slippery wax, you know, things happen. You've got to work with the elements. So to reset, 15 minutes. I did actually say to Dorian, this heat's got a lot of waves. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes quiet, and that is what we've had with this heat, and it's been like that throughout the day.
Excellent point. Halfway through the heat, 15 minutes on the clock. Torres trailing Silvani at the moment. Tony has an 11.23 heat total. Let's see if the Costa Rican can make a comeback in the back end of this heat. More action to come after the break here at Surf City.
Have you been on a chopper before? I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool. Epic.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
Back at the Surf City at Salvador Longboard Classic, presented by Corona. Heat number 3 of men's elimination round out there. Tony Silvani, the surfer from the United States, leading against Costa Rica's own Dorian Torres. Torres needing a 7.56, 13:20 on the clock. Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Chonoski. Matt, a few hours ago, printed press, Diario El Salvador, the national newspaper here in this beautiful country of Surf City. President Bukele addressed the United Nations yesterday and talked about Surf City and the fact that we're hosting the first World Longboard Championship event in the country. Obviously, huge benefits coming from this event, a huge direct impact economically to this area, but having 2 events back-to-back from the WSL here, big moments happening for El Salvador.
Well, I can tell you, I have family down here, and they are just ecstatic that we are down here. They're starstruck. They can't believe it. Surfing is this new, well, not new for the surfers on the coastline, but for the rest of the city. These people are just enthralled with this sport of surfing, and they're big fans.
Oh, Dorian Torres. Big wave on the outside. You can see the wind slightly picking up now. A bit of texture on the face right here. Strong carve. by the Costa Rican. Love that drop knee carve as well in the pocket. This wave fading out though. He might have to make a committed decision right here to stick with it. It might double up on the inside and might be the right and smart decision to stay with it. Only has a 3.67 at the moment. Would need the best score of the heat to take over the lead with 12 minutes on the clock. Nearly loses control of the board right there. Strong carve back into the pocket, but still lacking that nose ride that we saw on the outside section. Here on the inside, he's going to have to settle with that. Should it be better than the 3.67 as we look at Silvani now, looking to improve on his low score of the 4.23, touches the nose right there, wraps it back strongly. We mentioned that he's been a worldwide traveler for many years, a top 10 surfer. It's noticeable now.
This will be very interesting to see if he perseveres this inside, because Dorian is paddling back out right about now and he's soul arching there right in Dorian's face. So committing to the inside section, seeing a little more scoring ability. And you know what? You can't tell about this inside on the takeoff. You don't know. You can't forecast it. So Tony getting some luck his way so far with 2 waves going all the way to shore. And this will be his 3rd. And this will back up his 7 very nicely.
Yeah, and practice makes perfect for Tony Silvani. He understands that. Gets an extra nose ride in all the way to the shoreline. With 11 minutes to go, you got to be thinking to yourself, the 4.23 is going to be gone, and he's going to extend his lead right here.
Yeah, unreal. And just, I feel a little sorry for Dorian, because that wave started off so dynamic, and it looked like it could have gone all the way to the beach, but it's sectioned.
Yeah.
So Tony just with he's been doing something right, because Karma's on his side there, getting that reform, because nearly none of them are going all the way to shore. Tony's had 2 of them, so well done to Tony for choosing those beauties.
Silvani's had his eyes on the lineup for the last hour before he even paddled out. He's here traveling with his partner yet again to the beautiful country of El Salvador. The 2nd time he's been competing here in a calendar year. Was here in November of last year, and as we look at his results in 2023 so far, been extremely consistent. Semi-final finish over there in HB and a 5th place finish at Bells.
And a grinder. That HB event, he had Kai Ellis Flint, who was one of the standouts in the early rounds, competing way down the beach. There was a heat where it changed, and using his beach break experience, they shuffled from the pier all the way to the south, about 500 feet, and Tony came out into the lead of that heat, and Kai got one on the other side. You didn't know which way it was going to go, but Tony took him in, and he's no stranger to close heats.
Yeah.
Always right to the end. So he's going to be expecting Dorian to come back with a 4.73. Dorian on that last wave, now only needing a 6.51 with a score to drop.
Yeah, and somebody that, you know, spends a lot of time around USA surfing events, West Coast surfing events. He grew up on the East Coast, where primarily you're surfing a lot of wind slop, especially as a longboarder. You got to make do with what you've got. So the guy's been around for a long time, has a lot of experience underneath his belt. But when it comes to surfing in a jersey, out of everybody in the draw, he might have the most time out of anybody.
Absolutely, and of course the 2019 World Longboard Champion Justin Quintal, also coming from the East Coast, Jacksonville. And what is it about those beach breaks? We talked about it. There's a really distinct connection between those surfers who have to grind and grovel in poor waves, because when they get to conditions that are pretty easily better than what they're used to, they really shine. Here's Dorian, beautiful soul arch 10, and just taking his time, waiting for that power carves. The majority of that score coming from that transition there. Now here, nice drop knee carve. Would have been nice to see him move his feet through these transitions here, just staying on the tail, not using the full length of the board, waiting for that inside. See that look behind? The second he does that, the judges also lose interest, because Tony is on a set wave not far behind him. So pretty much anything from that point onwards didn't score.
Yeah, and as a judge, you're always taught to really emphasize the outside section more than anything. If you see a couple of people riding at the same time, you always want to shift your focus to the outside section. Still did some good work on the inside here. The score comes in as a 4.73, his personal best, but this backs up the 7-point ride of Silvani. It's a 6.33.
Yeah, beautiful foamy wave, but holding that nose ride, recognizing it had a long wall. This is the one that went all the way to the beach. So Tony carving it back into the whitewash, waiting for it to clean up from Dorian's wave on the inside. So another setup there, back on the nose. And he's going to see this, and he sees Dorian down the line. And he thought, I'm going to commit to this. Thought he may have got out there and got priority back, but he saw some potential, and good for him because it paid off waiting here. See, going right back into the whitewater from behind the section, telegraphing. You see Dorian in the background there, soul arching it through, showing a bit of variety here. and he's back up onto the nose in a moment. Drop knee again, just hot dogging this board around, keeping the board moving, not looking behind him as we saw Dorian do beforehand, just being activated, showing that this wave had a scoring potential, and he had more to give right on the shore break. Gets a 5 and another carve, and he goes for one more right on the inside here. He gets the 10-2 right under the shore break, and he finishes and completes with control, and he liked it.
You mentioned the word grinder earlier. Tony Silvani really embraces the grind. He likes being that underdog. He likes being the person that maybe few people talk about, but he's always working in the shadows. With 6:45 on the clock, 13.33 heat total with only 3 waves caught. That means that Torres now, the Costa Rican, needs an 8.6. Has priority and no stranger to competing here in El Salvador. On the women's shortboard side, during the CT, Leilani Megano had the chance to compete in her first CT event ever. Went toe-to-toe with Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champion. She did extremely well. Lost a very narrow heat right there. But for Torres right now, needing something close to a 9-point ride, it would have to be the best wave of the event.
Tell me the temperature. Would there be any similarities to Costa Rica and
yeah,
warm water, you know, the hot rocks and sand?
So you're a bit further south over there, but I would say humidity levels pretty close, especially in this month of the year. September tends to be one of the most humid and wet months out of the entire year. But you know what, man? I'm very surprised. The last few days have actually been very enjoyable when you're in the shade. Obviously, you're in the sunlight. Still tends to be quite hot.
Yeah, the day we arrived was really, really hot, but yesterday was quite pleasant down here on the beach with a lot of people sitting outside in their hotels. It's a unique contest site here because the way it's built into the cliff is that you have all the accommodation, all the surfers hanging out in their air conditioning rooms and in their shade. We're used to seeing all the boards lined up and everyone hanging out in a condensed competitors area. So I think as the weekend comes, it might change a little bit more. Here's Tony's replay.
Yeah, the heat recap right here started off with a 7-point ride, then backed it up with a 6.33. It's been all Silvani all heat long.
Beautiful rail transition there for Tony, using the full length of the wave and the board, just looking super lively from that first wave within the first minute of the contest. And this is his backup wave there, a bit foamy, but he made up for it. 2 waves all the way to the shore, and that is an anomaly today. There aren't too many waves like that. Tony, perfect wave selection, carving that one back through to the foam, and that El Sunzal reform section. Tony's got wired. He's going to look very good coming into the next round if he can complete through this. He's going to scare some of those competitors, knowing if it's shifty, Tony's going to be on the good ones.
Yeah, and a very smart and strategic competitor himself. In second priority at the moment, but he does have outside positioning, so anything that Torres doesn't want to take off on, he's going to be on. You know, Torres, a huge opportunity for him in the elimination round right now, and despite him making it through or not, you get the opportunity to compete here. You're making yourself known. You want to be able to break double digits at least, but talk to me about being a surfer from a very small country, competing in another small country here in Central America, but just going up against the world's best and holding your own. That has to mean something.
His style's very polished, and he deserves to be on this tour, just showing those rail carves and that nose riding, but that level of commitment, that indicates that somebody is ready for the World Tour. It's just a shame there hasn't had those reform sections, because style-wise, he actually has the nod over Tony in my book. It's just that Tony has that experience and, once again, that beach break grinding attitude. And this heat was always going to be quiet. The sets were always going to be few and far between. But if we get a late flurry, Dorian could actually still do it in 2 waves if he was to get one very shortly.
3:30 on the clock. He does have priority. It seems like there might be a couple of lines approaching the lineup at the moment. I really like the setup that we have here at Sunzal. You mentioned the area that we're here at Club Salvadoreño, the local club that we have here in this area of El Tunco. But you look at the competitors area, even on the shortboarding side, I would have to say this is one of the nicer setups that we see all year long.
It's amazing. It's like this place is a natural amphitheater, just referring to the surfers in their accommodation, but just along the beach here in this reserve where the car park is the restrooms there, and beautiful grassy knolls there, picnic tables, little booths, undercover booths there, and I'm sure some amazing Salvadoran cook-ups have occurred along here. Everyone bring their barbecues, and Friday nights are apparently the party night.
The first time I was here at this area was in 2019. The growth, the development, it's changed quite a bit. But more than anything, I'm seeing a huge impact on the local people, especially on the surfing side. Brian Perez getting a lot of exposure on the shortboarding side, both Amado and Cindy in the event for the longboarders. but I really want to say it's the youth that's been impacted the most. We're seeing a lot of young kids come through the system here in Central America.
Even yesterday, after the event, we all took a little bit of a ride down to El Tunco, and a lot of people recognizing us from the broadcast. And that's a testament to how engaged and tuned in the people are here of El Salvador. And they were younger surfers. These people are stoked with what's happening in their local town, and they're a product of their environment, and that's
Absolutely.
a really exciting prospect.
For sure, and some world-class waves. I mean, just within a mile or two, you have at least 5 or 6 breaks that are world-class. La Bocana, which is right down the road. We have El Sunzal right here. A couple of spots that I'm not going to mention because, you know, a couple of local surfers, I know they like to have their secret spots still, but when it comes to consistency, this place breaks nearly year-round. A bit slower in the winter time, but still something to surf during the 365 days out of the year. 90 seconds to go. Torres with priority, still needing the 8.6.
See that beautiful reef under there too, and the ridges, which can create some of those high and the low points of a reef create a takeoff spot depending on the different tide. You see Tony just trailing Dorian as he paddles on the inside. He does have priority though, so he'll just want to finish this with something just to show what he's capable of and hopefully improve on that 367. Great performance from Dorian, but unfortunately just half waves, unable to link that inside section. If I was to give him any advice, it would be just to keep watching the event, just having a look at what the best are doing with the waves, because it's not his style or technique, it's actually just the wave selection this heat that's let him down.
Yeah, if there's one thing that we've known over the years is that you get better at surfing by surfing with better surfers than yourself. So Torres might want to stick around. He has 40 seconds to try to make it happen in this heat. You did see him splash the water earlier in frustration, but you get the opportunity, you make it count. You've been able to participate in a world-class event with the world's best longboarders. There's no shame in losing to the number 5 in the world currently. But Dorian Torres, a bit disappointed with his performance. He's going to have to settle with the last place finish here in El Salvador. But a lot of positives coming out of this result here, Matt.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see the Costa Rican flag in that lineup, a full international affair, because up next we have Stevie Sawyer from South Africa and our Spanish surfer Nicolas Andrade, and I tell you what, 2 goofy footers, that's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it should be a very fun heat coming up. Let's make it official. Tony Silvani with a 13.33 heat total taken out. Costa Rican's Dorian Quesada. Torres will be saying Torres later on in the future in many more events to come, but this one goes to Tony Silvani. Action to come after the break. It's Steven Sawyer taking on Nicolas Andrade.
There's a right... There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before? I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool. Epic.
El Sunzal playing host to Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. An incredible day of action so far. Currently in heat number 4, but guess what? We have many more heats to come after that. Mitch here with Matt, and Matt, one of the great surfing minds of longboarding yourself. talk to us about the impact that we've had so far with 3 events on the Longboard Tour, having to qualify for Malibu after that.
And we've also blooded a whole heap of rookies on this tour through that regional qualifying series, and that's the most exciting thing to see. New surfers, new creativity, and new lines. We have one of them up and riding now with 1 wave, 1.9 so far to start off, up against the veteran Stevie Sawyer.
Yeah, Nicolas Andrade from Spain, Steven Sawyer from South Africa. A very global stage, this one, especially coming to Central America, the beautiful country of El Salvador. A new location for a lot of these surfers coming up, but you have to say the advantage goes to the people with experience that have been able to travel worldwide for many years, including the young surfer in the red jersey, Steven Sawyer, number 12 coming in to this event in terms of the rankings. Nico Andrade, number 17 in the ranks. Steven Sawyer, though, a former world champion. He won that in 2018, one of the premier surfers in the event.
And I tell you what, Nicolas just wants to get his season started. He hasn't been able to really connect with his results. His surfing's been there, really stylish and showing a lot of experience and maturity in his surfing. So this will be an event that he wants to shine at. He's no stranger to the right-hand point breaks, but he's up against Stevie Sawyer from one of the world's most iconic right-handers, Jeffreys Bay.
And maybe the most perfect wave in the world, too. Steven having a look here. He's going to use priority. Great backhand style. Fades into this one. Goes straight to the nose. That is a long, stretched-out 5 right there by Steven Sawyer. Drops the card back into the power source of the wave. This one is lining up super well for Steven on the inside. Seems like it might get a double-up section right here, Matt.
Yeah, this one's looking fantastic, and that's exactly what these surfers in the previous heat were waiting for, as Stevie just carving that one back in the pocket. It's going to go all the way to the beach.
And it seems like the speed management on this wave has been incredible from Steven. As soon as I say that, has to go back to prone, and he's going to kick out afterwards, so maybe not the finish that he was looking for on that ride, but he's still going to have to settle with a pretty decent score to start things off. 2018 World Longboard Champion Steven Sawyer from Jeffreys Bay in South Africa. Also has Dutch heritage himself, but he has been one of the premier surfers, I want to say, the last 6 or 7 years on the Longboard Tour.
He has super polished, and unfortunately mistakes are a part of his 2023 campaign. Just that little fall down there, hopefully it doesn't come back to haunt him, because that wave went all the way to the shore. As we saw in Tony Silvani in that last heat, he managed to catch 2 of those, and that's a pretty rare occasion as the tide gets lower.
And it should be a very fun one coming against Nicolas Andrade from Spain. As you mentioned, opened up with just a 1.9. Seems like he did catch another wave as well. 25:30 on the clock. As a goofy footer myself, it's always hard to see 2 goofy footers come up against each other, especially this early on in the rounds.
See that set wave broke out the back with it just shouldered out, similar to what Dordion's waves were in that last heat, where some of those others do connect up, like Stevie's wave then, and they have an inside section, but it is really tricky on the outside. It's almost like you take off on one that has the wall on the outside. That's the best that you can hope for, and then as you get through to the inside, you can just maybe just see a little bend in the wave, and if it's a bend, you have to pull out.
And here's Stevie's first ride. Good section on the outside, a couple of nose rides.
There's that long wall to start with. Love that opening 5. Looks like something reminiscent of Malibu, carving that back around. Love that drop knee flow. And he's setting up the midsection, back on the nose. Great drone angle, back into the whitewash, and he's going to look to go to the nose one more time through here. And he gets up, looks down, catches the inside rail, goes again, and he sees, okay, this is going to go all the way. This is going to be a great wave. Gets the 10 and gets caught up and falls on his board, and he knows that the judges will have almost reprimanded him for that fall, so he's out of there.
Yeah, so you do get scored based off of what you did up until that point. Obviously doesn't look great when you have to go prone like that at the end, but from your perspective, Matt, as we see the 4.17 drop in for Nicolas Andrade, do you think there's enough scoring potential on the inside just to get a score right there? As we're going to hold off on that, as we do have Tony Silvani, the US's Zone, downstairs with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Mitchell. Tony, I know you were pretty bitter about losing in that buzzer beater to Cole Robbins yesterday afternoon, but that seemed to fire you up, and now you had a heat with your good friend Dorian Torres from Costa Rica, and you put on a great performance.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I'm really stoked. Yesterday, like, losing on a tie break was really tough. It's hard to, swallow that, and I just watched a lot of the footage and just prepared for today. I woke up early. I was timing the heats, just making sure to see when the sets were coming through, trying to be real precise on the waves that I chose. And yeah, I'm just really happy to make it through this heat. As you can tell, that the top 8 is really tight.
And how do you harness the disappointment of that non-elimination round loss to give you the fuel to have such a good performance here in this round?
Well, if you've been following the whole year, I've gone into round 2 every competition, and I've been fighting from the bottom, and I feel like I just feed off that energy because I have more chances to surf, and I really love the wave. I've been here before, and the wave suits the board that I'm riding. Thanks so much to Bill Stewart for shaping me the bird model, and yeah, I'm ready for next round.
You look good, but you had to surf against your good friend Dorian. I know you do some work together, you do surf camps together. What's it like when you have to come up against a good friend?
Yeah, I lost a lot of sleep last night. I was like mind surfing last night, and Dorian's an outstanding surfer, and it's just really awesome to see that he was at this competition and he was one of the wild cards. Dorian's outstanding. We're going to be doing some more retreats in Costa Rica in March, and you got to give him some props too. So he was a standout in his round 1 heat. He had some incredible soul arch hang 10s, so I knew I had a good fight.
And you got to fight hard to get to Malibu. How much is it going to mean to get in that top 8?
It's going to mean a lot to me. Been doing it for 15 years, and I'm just ready to thrive. And I love Malibu. I've had some great results there, and I feel like I'm in good rhythm. I just got to put it together for every heat coming forward.
Your surfing's looking as sharp and spicy as ever, Tony. I'm sure you got some messages for all of the support you've got back home.
Yeah, thanks Mom, thanks Dad, thanks my sister Ashley and Andrew, thanks to my girlfriend here. She's on crutches, and it's been a really great trip, and this is where her and I met, so I'm stoked. You!
Let's get back to the action.
Thank you, Sam, and congratulations to Tony Silvani. Take notes, kids. That's a true professional right there. Very disciplined when it comes to competing. And just a reminder, if both Tony Silvani and Edward Del Perro reach the semifinals, they will have officially qualified for the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. So a big moment for him. He did mention, though, he's been in the elimination round in all 3 events so far this season. He's had to come from behind every single time, Matt.
So really reiterating that grinding factor that we talked about. Tony loves to feed off the energy, as he said himself. He loves to surf, get repetition in, get as many waves as possible, and feel comfortable at the break. And moving into that next round, whoever has to face up against Tony will know they've got their hands full, because when he gets onto this roll, he's really hard to beat.
Yeah, he builds momentum, that is for sure. Priority out in the water with Steven Sawyer as a 5.5 on his opening ride. Nico Andrade with a 4.17 and a 1.9. The South African surfer, the 2018 world champion himself on the longboard side for the men. Meanwhile, Spain's Nicolás Andrade. We talk about Spain. They've always had some incredible shortboarders. Their longboarders are just as great. Jon Garmendia, Jon Uranda, and now you have Nicolás Andrade, who I feel has been one of the premier surfers with the right foot forward.
And up against Stevie Stoyer, another goofy footer, one of his comrades, Kevin Scabana. They're tied on the rankings. So Kevin obviously going into the elimination round. It's going to be interesting to see what happens coming up, see who can get the nod on the rankings, because both of those surfers, they train together, they're best friends, they have very similar styles as well. And to see what happens going to Malibu, I know both of them really want to get there.
Yeah, and all goofy footer affair in this one right now with 19:30 on the clock. Sawyer there comes from one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world, if not the best wave in the world, Jeffreys Bay over in South Africa. The preparation for this event coming in, he knew that he was coming into a right-hand point break, but the speed of management at this wave in comparison to J Bay, very different, Matt.
And I tell you what, J Bay to Bells Beach to El Salvador, El Sunzal to Malibu, there's a lot of similarities there. So if Stevie can get in a roll and feel comfortable with the boards under his feet, he's just super polished. And if he can wipe those mistakes out of his surfing and start to really connect with those waves, he'll be hard to beat as well.
And you did see Tony Silvani signing a board that will actually be going into one of the local surf museums here in El Salvador. That is a board that everybody that has competed so far today has signed. And we do want to get as many signatures from all of the athletes as we can before the event finishes. 18:35 on the clock, kind of a sleepy start to this one after the opening exchange, a 5.5 by Steven Sawyer and a 4.17, the best score for the heat leader, Nicolas Andrade. From your perspective, man, obviously Europe has always provided some incredible surfers, a lot of consistency when it comes to big events too. But it seems like so far on both the shortboard and the longboarding side, they've actually been the one region that hasn't been really in the talks for a top 5 surfer in a few years.
Yeah, it's really hard to put the finger on why. I know a lot of them are community-based, and a lot of them are products of their environment, and not a lot of Europeans, especially from Spain and France, are known to travel to too many other locations. So those surfers, they often have small posses that are traveling with them, where you see some of the Asian nations, they've got massive, and Brazilians as well, they've got massive fan bases all around the world. But the Europeans kind of fly under the radar a little bit. The French team are staying by themselves, as we know, a couple of beaches down, just to get away from it all. It's almost like they play the underdogs regularly, but unfortunately in the rankings it's sort of been that way. So maybe Nicolas can really redeem himself in this event and go on to get a really big role.
Yeah, and it's not like they don't have, first of all, the events, the capabilities. They have consistency with waves too, especially, you know, in Portugal. There's a large amount of waves over there year round. But I feel that France has always been one of the larger surfing nations worldwide, and they've had some incredible surfers, top 10 finishers, Jeremy Flores. We had Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti crack the top 10 this year on the men's shortboard side. But when it comes to longboarding, they've been quite underrepresented when it comes to top 10 results. We do have Elise Lemoyne and Zoe Cropidon on the women's side, though, and obviously Edward Del Perro tied at number 5.
Yeah, and that's relatively it. That's unfortunately because there's a long list of stylists that actually relocated to France for extended periods of time. Jeff Hackman, Tom Curran, Mickey Dora as well. And in the Biarritz region, we have our good friend Clovis, a stylish goofy footer who surfs there. But besides that, it's been a haven for the stylists, but from a competitive standpoint, it has been just those 3 surfers that have been synonymous with the World Longboard Tour for a number of years, and I hope to see that change. In the duck tapes, the invitational events, there is some European surfers, like we have Victoria, who's representing a lot, Pandora as well, another great surfer from France. And there is, pockets. We know in Portugal, we do have the invitational down there, Gliding Barnacles, Eurico and his family down there. So there is some great stylish surfers, but on the competitive front, I hope to see some new blood coming through.
And all it takes is one win to really get the blood flowing right there. 16 minutes on the clock, and you light the candle once and it's never going to go out. We've seen the impact that's happened with this country of El Salvador. Brian Perez's performances at both CT events, obviously being a social media sensation, the impact that we're probably going to see from this event coming into future events, whether this year or the next one, is just going to be as huge as we saw on the shortboard side for the CT.
So yeah, Amado really impressed me earlier, just his style and just really showing commitment on the nose. And I think if Amado can really put his best foot forward and maybe even qualify for the World Longboard Tour, he could be a real force to reckon with. And coming to somewhere like Sunzal, which we're hoping will be on the calendar for the World Longboard Tour and the WCT, I think the El Salvadorians could really make a big charge in the next few years.
So do I. Sam asked me yesterday, when do I expect to see a Salvadorian world champion? I told him 5 to 10 years. What happens now, especially on the shortboarding side, you have your regional qualifiers, you make it to the Challenger Series, and then you're able to qualify for the Championship Tour. Longboard Tour-wise, you have 1 or 2 events within your region. You win one of those, you're basically guaranteed a spot in. So just having to get one of those wins, obviously way easier said than done, but there's scoring opportunities out there, especially if you're coming from perfect waves like these.
And that's a really great segue into any surfers out there looking to get into it, including the Europeans. You need to get your repetitions up with the WSL competition, because with only 2 qualifiers, there's often ties, and they need to break those ties with heat totals and previous experience, and that'll determine wild cards or event wild cards. And the more competitions you can get to and build your heat totals, that'll really help you out in the future, as well as giving you that experience.
You want to get your reps in, that's for sure. Here goes Nico. Strong nose right at the beginning of this one. Much smaller wave up the point. And he's just going to look to capitalize on an inside section here and improve easily on a 1.9 that he has as his backup score at the moment. Once again, touches the nose right there is the Spaniard Andrade. And he's got an incredible style. Real cool kid, too. You talk to him, you know, whether inside or outside of the water, he is as cool as a cucumber. Really enjoys what he does for a living, too. Loves traveling as a professional surfer. Tends to surf more cold water waves coming from Europe, but loves to enjoy his time here in El Salvador in Central America.
Yeah, and he loves an inside section. He's really holding on to this, hoping it's going to give him something, but it's shrunk a lot. So a lot of that scoring is on the outside section. But a real stylist and a student of surf history, and just talking to him at Huntington Beach and seeing him really revel in the Californian surf culture, it's really heartwarming to see.
Yeah.
You know, and he's a real stylist, and I look forward to going over there and sharing some of my surf history with him next year, and really enjoying his hospitality and culture as well.
Hey, you're basically a resident of the LBC already, so you got to get down to San Clemente every now and then, head to San Onofre, and be able to hang out with that Beach Boy scene, because there's quite a few of them, and it seems like every time I go down to Sano, there seems to be like a double amount. There's new surfers every day, a lot of competitive surfers coming up from that area too, and it's really nice to see the warm embrace whenever we see an international surfer stop by.
Isn't it funny to see the contrast from just half a mile from Trestles to San Onofre? It's the same cove, same bay, and you have surfers hanging out in vans, long hair, different lifestyle choices, so to speak, and of course different surfboard choices. But you know, and then at Trestles, you have you have cameras that you can record yourself on the beach, selfies.
It's the high performance wave over there all over Trestles. So a slight lead at the moment has Nicolas Andrade in first place over Steven Sawyer, drops at 3.1. Sawyer trailing, just needing a 1.77. Let's see if the former world champion can take this one out in the last 12 minutes. Lots more action to come through from the Surf City Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, so much for the cause.
Welcome back to the Surf City Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Mitch and Matt here in the booth for heat number 4 of the elimination round. Nicolas Andrade is slightly leading over former world champion Steven Sawyer from South Africa. Sawyer only needs a 1.77 at the moment to take the lead. Matt, before the break, we were talking about the influence of local cultures adding into the style, maybe even the competitive aspect of a lot of these surfers. You look at the West Coast surfers from California, much more grungy, rebel punk kind of style. You go over to Europe, a lot of fine dining, maybe a lot more wine and art involved over there.
That's right. It's a real culture over there. It's a lot of rich history that's incorporated into the local cultures. The food, the wine, the coffee, the museums, the art, and just generally the philosophy of those nations and the cultures that go with it. And Nicolas really represents that. I feel like he truly is a European stylist, and he's flying the flag really well for his country. And when you can sort of see a deeper knowledge and dripping with history, these surfers from Europe. And I see Stevie Sawyer, we reference, and here he is up and riding now, we reference Jeffreys Bay and Cape St. Francis, and it sort of stops there. But here we go with Stevie.
Yeah, strong nose right on the outside, straight into the car for Sawyer. And it seems like he has a great section through this middle part of the wave to work with right now. Touches the 5 yet again, and he's going to kick out. Doesn't need much for the lead. Just a 1.77 or better, just over 9 minutes to go. Andrade recovers, first priority at the moment. And you can even see the way Jeffreys Bay has influenced his own style too. Very fast down the line, gets to work very quickly, doesn't need much of a score to take first.
And I wonder, there is a lot of up-and-coming surfers in South Africa tuning in right now, longboards, shortboards as well. And we talk about the maturity of cultures, and South Africa obviously going through a myriad of different political standings and social situations, and Stevie flying the flag, really proud for South Africa. And let's hope we do see some more of the youth coming up from that region as well.
100%. I mean, one of the greater surfing nations worldwide. Sean Thompson, the original world champion from South Africa. Martin Potter won his world championship for Great Britain, but I mean, we still count him as a South African himself.
But actually training in Sydney at the same time.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
actually, and now resides in Australia full time. Our co-worker Rosie Hodge, also from that beautiful area of East London. Zoe Stain, you have Aidan Masonkamp, Luke Thompson, Daniel Emsley on the Challenger Series alongside Natasha van Groenen. I want to say, though, South Africa, they're kind of going through a transitional period right now, both in shortboarding and longboarding. I feel like they have a lot more to offer, especially with the quality and consistency of waves that they have over in that area.
And talking about transitions, Mike Espinito, an Australian but former footballer, he grew up in South Africa. Through that transition era from longboards to shortboards, he was a very stylish, goofy foot surfer. I know Stevie and I have talked about him before, just a really buttery style. And there was a lot of South African surfers in that era from 1966 to 1970 that really put up underground surfers that put in really phenomenal performances up against American traveling surfers, Hawaiian surfers. Yeah. They always had the events there from the early 1970s onwards. And it was just one of those places that obviously Endless Summer uncovered, and it was part of the surfer's journey, like Hawaii was, just to go to South Africa. It was one of those iconic destinations that you just did, and they grab a van, they travel up and down the coast like they do on the south of France. They go down to Spain, Portugal, and they really embrace that culture. Not so much anymore, but of course there's certain left-handers that people chase in Africa these days.
Oh yeah, there's especially one of them that I feel this guy could do extremely well at. RJ Esquivel, JR, coming up, number 8 in the rankings coming into this event. Has a tough feed on his hands though, coming up against a former ISA gold medalist in Piccolo Clemente. The Peruvian will be competing against the rising surfer from the Philippines. That'll be heat number 5 of men's elimination round. Steven Sawyer takes the lead at 3.43. Nicolas Andrade now in second, requiring a 4.77 to retake first. He does have priority, 6 minutes on the clock. Obviously, also need to mention Jordy Smith, Travis Logie, to the greatest surfers to ever come out of South Africa. We also see the African surfing scene overall develop immensely. Namibia, obviously a place that we're talking about, mentioning Skeleton Bay over there. Senegal has some incredible waves. Ivory Coast, Mozambique, we're talking about Mauritius Island, Madagascar, Reunion Islands right next door to Africa too. There's an immense amount of waves over there in that region.
And a lot of French, Portuguese and Spanish surfers, Brazilian as well, make their way over to the west coast as well. There's a lot of secret haunts there, surf camps, and a lot of underground waves that maybe we'll see in the future or maybe not.
And that video of Mick Fanning when it launched, what, 6, maybe 7 years ago, when he was part of the Rip Curl search, definitely opened eyes to the quality of waves that there is in that region. This guy knows all about it. Steven Sawyer retook the lead on his previous ride at 3.43. That's what he's looking to replace. That's such a smooth, beautiful style. And Steven, when he transitioned into more of a competitive longboarder after having a great shortboarding career, he really became a pioneer of bringing in that goofy-footed style to the competitive scene in longboard Jersey.
He was so tight in that 2018 world title campaign. The way he beat Kai Salas was just through these power jams that he was doing back then on a high-performance board, perhaps even epoxy, a lot of rocker, notorious amount of rocker, and he would jam these turns so deep into the pocket and nose ride straight out of it. And it was such an explosive, goofy foot style that I can't really relate much to other than, say, Oki at J-Bay, just those hard jams, almost bogging the rail because you're pushing that hard. He was doing that in that 2018 campaign, so it was pretty cool to see him get the win. And back then, it was limited to, for a long time, it was limited to just 1 or 2 events, the World Longboard Tour. So it's really nice for him to expand it out into 3 and hopefully 4 events if he can make it through to Malibu.
Yeah, one of my favorite goofy footers on a shortboarding side, Sean Cansdale. Kind of reminds me a bit of that downcarve that he has with Steven Sawyer.
That's a name I don't hear too often, Sean Cansdale, yeah.
Well, underrated and didn't spend that much time on the championship tour, but he definitely had a very lasting impact on a lot of goofy footers. And that's where that meaning style goes a long way, really does have an impact on a lot of surfers down the line. Speaking of style and composure, Piccolo Clemente about to paddle out. He's going up against Rogelio Esquivel Jr. That is going to be a fantastic heat. That's must-watch TV right there. Piccolo Clemente, an experienced veteran in terms of competition. As we see Steven Sawyer's score drop in, it's a 4.6, extends the lead. That means that Nico Andrade now needing a 5.93, almost a 6-point ride.
Well, those waves didn't quite fire as I predicted, with Tony and Dorian's heat being pretty relaxed. So these surfers having a big long lull, so maybe those waves are just loaded up for that next heat with Piccolo and Rogelio, and there's some qualification circumstances that go down in that next heat with Rogelio right on the cusp there. So we'll have to wait and see how that one turns out. But turning our attention to this heat, only needing a 5.93 in priority, that's pretty much just one set wave with a strong nose ride, power carve, and if you can link the inside, that's almost a given that you can get a 6-point ride on a wave like that, but you need the wave.
And extremely capable of it too. A 5.93, as you can see right there, is what he needs for the lead. 2:40 on the clock. He does have priority. Looking out the back, it seems like there are a few lines approaching, and he might have to make a decision of going on this first one. If you're Steven Sawyer right now, would be a smart decision to be able to go on something to improve on the 4.6 as well.
Well, that's an interesting score, 4.6. To even get a 4.6, you do need to, if it's a mid-sized wave, you really need to surf it well. As I'm looking at that wave that Nicholas let go, it does have some scoring potential, but it was on the smaller side. So he'll wait for a set. There still could be with 2 minutes to go. There is something out there, Mitch.
And right on cue, Steven having a look at this one. Cannot get into it, but Nico on the outside, 2 minutes to go. This might be his last chance of making it out of this heat. Strong paddle, committed one, and he is up and riding. Great fade to start things off. Goes straight to the nose right here. A long 5, gets the 10 on the outside. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered for Nico Andrade. Once again, touches the tight 5 right there. Gets the 10. And this is one of the longest nose rides we've seen on the outside all event long. 90 seconds to go.
Great drone angle, that one, just showing the footwork as he carves that one back on the inside. He's got nothing to lose. He has to commit to it, Mitch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the score is not there yet, so he's going to have to give the judges something more on the inside section.
Well, and competitive surfing is all about comparison of scores, right? You can see the 5.5. That's going to be the most comparable ride so far, and this one still has more room to go, though. Gets to the nose once again. And it does seem like this wave will offer up an end section. Heading into the short break section, doing extremely well on this one is Andrade. And he's going to have to settle with just taking it all the way to the beach with 55 seconds. How you like them apples right there.
Absolutely exactly what he needed to do. But on the outside section, Stevie with an answer back.
Oh, and this is an important wave for Sawyer right now if he wants to keep his world title hopes alive. Strong carve right there in the pocket, much larger wave. Great wave selection and positioning from Sawyer right now. Great composure on this one. Love the tempo, gets to the nose right there. How's that cross-stepping carve for Steven? Sawyer holds on to the rail and rides out cleanly. 20 seconds to go. This is more than likely going to be the last wave ridden in this one. Fades the bottom turn. Looking to get to the nose once again. And he is going to be very satisfied with this wave right here. So a crucial exchange right at the end of this heat. Gets the nose right top once again. And he is going to finish with a lot of style and grace when he heads to the shore break. Give it up for both Nico Andrade and Steven Sawyer. What a heat, what a finish. Everything that didn't happen in the 20 minutes that we had in the middle of this heat happened in the last 2 or 3, Matt.
That's those set waves that we talked about. They are out there. You just need to wait for that perfect moment. I think that tide is almost in transition. First impressions, I think Nicholas would have just got the score. That nose ride was out on the face, wasn't critical, although it did look pretty gnarly on that front angle. He was about 10 meters away from the
actual pocket, yeah.
Yeah, and he got the 10, but for a moment. If you're in the pocket, the 10's a lot more stable. So a 5.7. So needing a 4.4 to progress. So Stevie's next score isn't required, but it still will drop, and I think that will be well and truly Steve's best one.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Andrade, it wasn't enough. There were a couple judges that said that it was the requirement, but you can see right there the average comes out has a 5.7, so the Spaniard is eliminated from competition here in heat number 4 of the elimination round. It'll be Steven Sawyer, 2018 world champion, moving through into the round of 16. What a heat, what a finish from that one. The South African moving through, and we got an excellent heat coming up. Rogelio Esquivel Jr., number 8 in the rankings, coming into this event. It's a must-win situation for him if he wants to keep his title hopes alive. Great sportsmanship right there between Sawyer and Andrade. It's a 7-point ride to finish off the heat for Steven, but Piccolo Clemente has a huge chance to play spoiler in this one. Sawyer moves through, Andrade out. You don't want to miss the action. Heat 5 coming up of the elimination round.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful. Inland, there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. We are right back to it. Elimination round heat number 5. We've got an international superheat on our hands. Rogelio Jr. Esquivel representing the Philippines and Piccolo Clemente from Peru. We're watching Piccolo Clemente up and at it right now. This guy's a multi-time national champion, a world champion in his own right. An amazing surfer. This is going to be a really fun duo to watch compete out here. We've got Chris Cote, that's me, and Sam Bleakley right next to me. Sam, set us up for this heat. Both these surfers are specialists. They each have a unique style. What are they going to bring to the table for the next 27 minutes?
Well, we've already seen Piccolo kick off with an absolute smoker of a ride, and he hasn't competed in the first 2 events of the season in Huntington and Bells because he couldn't get visas for his son to travel with him. Sadly, his wife died a number of years ago, and he really wanted to travel with his family, but he's already 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion and 1-time ISA World Longboard Champion. But J.R. Esquivel from La Union in the Philippines, Luzon, the west coast there, part of a real thriving surf culture. He has been a standout, a new name who has just lit up the longboard tour this season. Friends from around the world will be tuning in. He's riding his Kani Tsunami Kai Salas board. He's also got a beautiful board shaped by Ian Zamora, the partner of Carla Roland Zamora from Malibu, and he's got Thomas Beckson speed shape as well. But Chris, what a great first exchange.
Love
Piccolo looked incredible, but JR answering back. This goofy footer is electric. His footwork in and out of those nose rides, sensational.
You know, for the longest time too, the wave that was synonymous with surfing in the Philippines was Cloud 9. That's changing. And that's really due to JR. He has put the Philippines longboard scene on the map, and talking to him about his home break, it sounds like he's got a beautiful left-hander. He says it's kind of like Malibu, but a left. And for us goofy footers, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, well, his spot, San Juan and Mona Lisa Point and the other, there's some really good right-handers in the La Union area. Of course, you reference Cloud9, Siargao, that's on the east side of the Philippines. It has a different season, so the coast he's on, it's a commutable distance for surfers from Manila, so they have really allowed that community to thrive with surf travel, tourism, lifeguards, surf lessons, and it's created a really dynamic surf culture. A lot of inspiration from traveling surfers, particularly Carl and Roland Zamora has had a huge impact on the logging culture out there. Fantastic events, single and unattached. The Queen of the Point event that Carla runs around there. They've had a WSL regional qualifying event that JR won. So big thriving culture there, but Piccolo dropping a solid score. JR's score is going to be big as well, Chris.
So Piccolo's score comes through at a 5. That's just a perfect mid-range score. It's a great way to start. Of course, you know, you kind of think about what does he need to do now to break through. He's had a lot of scores in that 5 range throughout this competition. So what is going to make Piccolo shine in the eyes of the judges? I like that they've left the top of the scale wide open for, you know, incredible surfing, which we will see. But specifically, what does Piccolo have to do to crack up into that excellent range?
Yeah, they have been encouraging the surfers to really take more risks, haven't they? We've seen a lot of waves that we thought could have gone well into the excellent range coming in the 7s. There's the criteria that control maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, but utilizing the entire board and wave using traditional surfing with style, flow, and grace. What the judge is really rewarding is the degree of difficulty, nose riding through sections, and then continuous flow on that rail work, using ground, covering all of the wave. And that's what we saw from JR, and that's why he's just dropped to 7.33. He's going to feel great when the announcer tells him about that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there you go. That is your judging scale in a nutshell. Just do what JR did on his last wave. A high score, 7.33 for his opening wave. And full credit to our judges. The experts above us have been right on point throughout this entire competition, and I expect we're gonna finish like that as well. True experts in their field. 23:48 to go. Both surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone. That gives us a chance to catch up with Steven Stoyer standing by now.
From the cold waters of Bells Beach to the moderate temperatures of California and into El Salvador, what did you change from Bells? Obviously a wax. But what else? Any mindset differences going into this event?
I saw the board in Australia and had made a copy of that board, just a little finer, tuned it a little bit differently, and I made that before I went to Australia, hoping I could take it there, but it wasn't quite done in time. So I got that one over here, and it's feeling nice and spicy. So my equipment's changed, the wax has changed, wetsuits for board shorts, and a hell of a lot more sunblock.
And you surfed the big day here, that amazing wave that you had on your social media. How's it compare when it was triple overhead to what it is right now?
Well, I mean, the wave gives a lot more when it's smaller like this because it kind of hits all the sections a little better. When it was big, it's pretty much just either on that peak or just on the one on the inside of it, further to the right. And I mean, this wave, it wasn't even that much more powerful when it was big. But, geez, that was really fun getting a couple solid overhead waves. But, yeah, I mean, we got waves. Seems like we're going to have waves for the rest of the event, so everyone's going to be styling and smiling.
And absolutely no stranger to right-hand point breaks. Coming into this equal 12th tied with your really good friend Kevin Scavana. Any thoughts going into the next round? Obviously, be watching Kevin very closely.
Kev Dog and I, we in the room together in the aircon, watching every heat, dissecting things, pumping each other up. We've been listening to some old music that is from like childhood days, just frothing out, sitting there, just losing our minds at like just the waves. I mean, there's a lot of waves that are going unridden, and then there's a couple points that I've seen where like people are doing nose rides out on the flatter sections and getting high scores, and then some people doing shorter like 10s or whatnot in the pockets. So, yeah, my judging hasn't been that good. I've been trying to call it, but I definitely can't. So has Kevin. We've been like, oh, that was an 8 and it was like a 4. Or like, that was a 5 and it was like a 7. So kind of just taking it wave for wave and just trying to surf our best. I mean, if you surf good and you're comfortable with yourself, I think that's the best step to moving forward. in heats, and you just got to try line yourself up with that best wave when it comes through, and you'll be giving yourself the best opportunity. It is kind of hard with the heat. I mean, I've like continuously got like almost the shakes. I don't know if I had too much coffee. 1 cup of coffee felt like too much. And I mean, I've been drinking so much water, but like still out there after my second wave, I was looking at my hands and it was like a little bit like this. I'm like, what's going on? This is not normal. So yeah, I mean, maybe the trick is having a beer before the eats. I don't know, like duct tape styles, you know?
There you have it from Stevie Sawyer. Thankfully, he's wearing a leg rope. Were you wearing a leg rope out there?
I did, yeah. On this high tide, well, it's actually low now, but I mean, I've seen a couple boards go to the graveyard, and I saw Chase Leader lose his heat because he lost his board. I mean, I've spent so much money. It's been such an investment to come all this way and lose a board and like miss out on the last 5 minutes of a heat. It's I don't know. It's like I even asked Kevin before the heats. It's like, what's your thoughts? You know, and it's like not even something that we should even talk about. It's a personal thing. I mean, it's whether you feel comfortable on it or not, if it's going to get in your way or not or whatnot. It's but to have that little bit of extra security out there right now, after spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, let's go.
Well, no duct tape needed for Stevie Sawyer. Into the next round. Back to you guys for live action.
Always a pleasure catching up with Steven Sawyer. Thank you so much. Waxhead, 1950 on the clock. Rogelio Jr. Esquivel, a.k.a. JR, well into the lead with 1 wave ridden. But now we're waiting for some scores. I was so locked into that interview, I didn't even see what happened on the waves.
Yeah, well, I was actually really feasting on those 2 rides. It was great listening to Stevie, styling and smiling. The adjectives of the day, love that. But styling and smiling, Piccolo had a really, really good wave. But JR, an incredible wave. Instinct said that JR might get the better of that exchange. Looking forward to seeing what scores the judges drop. But both of the surfers surfing out of their skin. And we have to remember that Piccolo could cause a real upset here because I said earlier he's not attended the first 2 events of the tour, so he's not going to stand a chance of getting to Malibu, but he will stand a chance of eliminating surfers like JR who want to get to Malibu. And you know, the surfing we just saw from the Peruvian, that's why he's the 2:15 and 2:13 WSL World Longboard champion. And he also won the ISA World Longboard champs in 2019 in Biarritz, France. And earlier this year, he was competing in the semi-finals. He had a heat with JR in the ISA World Longboard Championships here in Surf City, El Salvador. And he had a really strong score. And at the end, he just buried the nose, and underwater, the fin sliced past his head, and it caused such a severe cut, he had to come out, and he didn't finish the semi-final. He was eliminated. He's got a pretty solid scar on his forehead there, but what you know from Piccolo is, having lost his wife a few years ago tragically, there's an inner fire with him that burns bright. JR sadly also lost both of his parents when he was younger. Both of these surfers have got a lot of depth, a lot of inspiration to go big.
Yeah, they both surf with a lot of heart and integrity. You can see it on every wave they ride. Here's a look back at Piccolo Clemente. Great start there.
Yeah, nice 10. Puts that board back onto a roundhouse cut back there, and then just 2 setups with another 5. Walks cleanly and then goes back into the roundhouse, and a beautiful carve coming up high. Nice and loose and lively between the nose rides and cutbacks, and then low into a little drop knee. Loose and lively once again as he sets himself up high for a 5. Into a touch of a tight 5-10. Just got a little bit stuck there. Had he really got that timing right, he might have locked and lifted and got back on the open face quicker, but he's still getting scoring potential. There's that dynamic drop knee. Piccolo Clemente, of course, builds his own surfboards. We have a number of surfers here like Maria Fernanda Reyes, who are team riders for Piccolo Clemente. Nice lock of a 5 through the inside section, just stepping off on the inside. But JR, this 5-10 combination, backside soul arch, his footwork is impeccable, and the way he cleanly walks out of those critical nose rides, Chris, is just unsurpassed. And again, using the bottom turn, using all of the wave, carving up into a high section, and without hesitation into a second and then a 3rd critical nose ride. Wave gets a little bit foamy here, but he just stalls really beautifully at this section and just eyes up the opportunity to get back in the pocket, use the drop knee, little slide there, but no hesitation, back up for a hold of the 5, walks out of it cleanly, and again, still adding scoring potential. So Piccolo dropped to 6.33, but JR for this wave dropped to 7.27. It had stronger scoring through the inside with a super long hold of a 5, and that opening 10 was a really important element. So very similar scores, but that almost a point difference is because JR just had a higher degree of difficulty and had great control linking those nose rides and rail turns.
You know what, silky smooth all around. Our surfers in the water putting on a beautiful display of surfing, and shout out to our camera operators, Tony, our drone operator as well. All angles are covered, and this is really, I feel like watching this event has an element of relaxation to it and inspiration. I want to surf like this. I want to be able to ride a longboard as well as these two surfers in the water, or at least as close as I can. So it's really fun to look closely and study the nuances, you know, look at the feet. I feel like this is a real art form, and these two guys are in the water right now are really displaying an elite level type of surfing that is subtle. You might not realize how difficult it is to do what they're doing on these boards. Trust us when we say that these are two experts in their field, and the next 15 minutes is just going to be really fun to watch.
And we know that Piccolo can go big, so he's chasing that 8.27. JR with those two mid-range 7s, fantastic start. And I think another thing to talk about that separated that 7.27 from JR's last ride as opposed to the 6.33 from Piccolo was the flow, the drive between those nose rides. Piccolo had some setup turns where he wasn't really engaging the rail, nor was he setting up for the nose ride. And what we saw in contrast from JR was everything was really reacting and using the wave in front of him, and it was walking out of the nose rides, coming off the bottom, driving on rail into the next turn or the next nose ride. Piccolo had some incredible moments that garnered a 7 from one judge of that spread of 5, the low 6 and the high 7. But what we saw from JR was just a little bit more commitment to the rail throughout the ride, and I think that's why it came out a point higher.
Yeah, as it stands right now, JR in the lead, and Piccolo Clemente would need an 8.27 to get back on top. We do have plenty of time left, 14 minutes to go. As our surfers wait for the next set to roll through, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Stick around.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
$12:40 left to go here in elimination round heat number 5. We've got Virgilio Jr. Esquivel versus Piccolo Clemente. At the moment, JR in the lead with a 7.33 and a 7.27, putting on a masterclass right now. Patience waiting for the right wave, but also patience while riding those waves. He seems to do everything right in the proper spot. So far, so good for JR, and Piccolo's still well within striking distance. Needs an 8.27 now, but here we go, back to the surfer that had priority out there, hanging heels. JR.
That was beautiful, Chris. That's very hard to do.
One of the most difficult things to do on a log, hang both heels over. You're flying down the line backwards, blind to what's happening in front of you. It was a quick wave. Definitely one of the coolest tricks we've seen of the
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an important score, but it revealed a beautiful, incredibly hard thing to do. And not only was it a full clean walk up into the 10, it was a full heels, both heels over the tip, and then a clean walk back. If we get the replay here, you see how he fades, 6 steps in, there's the 5, pulls in for a full heels, and then walks back, switches stance. That was a incredible demonstration of a perfect heels, and then even walked in and out of that turn, back up for a 5, recognizing that this wave is fading out, kicking out. Not an important score for him, but demonstrating the flavor, the spice, the fruit of this surfer from the Philippines. He is an absolute, he's bursting with talent. There's nothing that he can't do on that longboard.
Yeah, I mean, he's now has the luxury of being able to play around a little bit, you know, with those 2 big scores, pair of 7s.
And the judges like that, 5-1 for such a short ride, recognizing the degree of difficulty in that hang heels through a section in a critical part of the wave. But that was nice to see that big score coming through just for that.
Yeah, I feel like he got a taste too. The coolness of a hang heels definitely resonating in the eyes of the judges as well. So you figure if that had just been a better wave, you know, with an extended inside section, he could be right back up there in a 7-point range. But to get a 5 for basically a half a wave.
And he did a heels in his previous heat that he lost, but I think he's also he's testing, he's working out if it's worth, when he really needs that big score, when he's chasing a 9, for example, is the heels going to make a difference for him on an opening 10 section? But also, this is a cutthroat round. You know, some surfers have been eliminated, and I just looked back at the list this morning, and I've got to, you know, have a big shout out to both Chase Leader and our Spaniard, Nicolas Andrade, Nicky Dora, both surfers who've committed themselves wholeheartedly to the tour this season in Huntington and Bells, and now eliminated with that 17th place. And Fernando, the father of Nicolas Andrade, runs Hang 10 Longboard magazine out of Salinas. You know, I know he would have been disappointed for that result for his son, but Nicolas has just surfed beautifully all tour. The goofy foot, extremely stylish. You know, he won the regional qualifying event in Newquay, Cornwall, the Boardmasters last year, with some incredible nose riding, and we've loved seeing Andrade surfing this season. It's been beautiful to have this fresh young talent, to have Spain represented. Salinas is a hotbed of logging, and he's got a young brother, Chris, called Martin, who's a really good surfer. So that family heritage very strong. And of course it's going to be hard for Chase and Nicolas now, because they've invested all that energy into the tour. They're not going to go to Malibu, they're eliminated, but they should be proud of what they've achieved, and they should continue to stay present and learn from the best here who continue to stay in the event, because they want to be back next year. You know, they want to figure out what it is that we need to do to get those excellent range scores. As we see JR back into a 10.
He's in the zone. I mean, he is feeling right at home. He's gotten himself on the best waves of this heat so far. Beautiful soul arching cut back there. Back up to the nose. So I like that he's fitting a lot in, but nothing is looking rushed, nothing's looking forced. You see here, he's just kind of waiting for this wave to unfold in front of him. And just, you know, it's kind of like checking in with the nose, right? Oh, let me just get the 5 over real quick. Let me do that again. Spinning around, switch, walk back. You know, the antics of JR surfing make it really entertaining. And I think at the end of the day, right, that's what the judges want. They want to be entertained. They want to be excited by what they're seeing. We know all of our judges surf. They're huge fans of this sport. You get them stoked, that number's going to fall.
Absolutely. You wouldn't be doing things where they can't take their eyes off you, because they're so excited to watch. But answering back, Piccolo chasing a really big score, though, an 8.27.
Look at that. Leaning over the nose, 10 over, back to 5, now back to 10. So that's 20 plus toes over the nose in the span of about 5 seconds. You love to see it. Nice drop knee turn there. Now he's hoping for this wave to form up through to this inside section. A lot of movement, a lot of weaving. That big board, still nice and smooth though. Heading back there, here comes the inside speed line.
Nice from Piccolo, and those opening 210s, very important. We see those weave setups that he was doing on that opening 5 and 6.33. It seemed like the kind of drive into the critical maneuvers was separating JR a little bit, but Piccolo, what a good lifting nose right through the inside, through that section, walks out into the float. That's going to be a massive score. Landing on the cobbles, just about had enough water to avoid a ding then, so that was pretty sensible, the way he just navigated out of that long nose ride into that float and just about got his foot down before the board hit the floor.
Do those swivels do anything for you in the eyes of the judges, or are they kind of linking maneuvers?
I think that those little setup turns are just holding his scores back ever so slightly, and I think that's why JR got the better of those first two exchanges. There was more drive and more dynamic commitment in and out of the rail work, into the nose work, but Piccolo's ride there was exceptional. There was two very dynamic 10s out back, great flow, and really good drop knee cutbacks, some variety in the cutbacks. An 8.27 is a big ask for the scores that have been coming through today, but I think the judges are going to like that wave.
Yeah, sometimes less is more. You know, you're looking at the element of, you know, switched up a little bit from the speed, power, flow equation. We add grace to the equation. I feel like in that word speaks volumes, because obviously you want to see a graceful approach to the waves being ridden. And I'm not mad at those swivels at all. I think they're cool, but I can see, you know, if the judges are going just directly by what's in front of them, you know, it maybe takes away a little bit from the flow.
It could be, and if we look at the notes that Tori shared with the surfers this morning, with regards to nose ride, the steepest, most critical section, technical setup for the nose ride and clean footwork will be noted in and out of the nose rides.
Keep it
shuffling.
clean.
Yeah, walk, don't shuffle was one of the kind of cardinal sins of longboarding, is the shuffle. And then committed rail turns with good speed and continuous flow in the critical section. And they're also really looking for those smooth transitions and use of the entire board. So what we saw from Piccolo was smooth, but it's whether the degree of difficulty in those setup weaves is deemed, you know, to be really maximizing all of the board and all of the wave. I think it's going to be a strong score though, so it's certainly going to go, you know, kind of probably reduce his requirement of a big score.
Well, we'll see what the judges say about Piccolo Clemente's last wave. 4.5 minutes to go here. We are waiting for scores. This is going to be an important number for Piccolo. He's looking for an 8.27. Well, that requirement just got lifted because JR just dropped another hammer, a 7.83. So that means Piccolo Clemente is going to be needing something in the excellent range. An 8.83 is required if he wants to make it through this heat. Wow. Live to surf another day in this contest. So you're looking at the judging panel, drop their numbers in right there. And, you know, to me, if you think of who is the smoothest surfer in the water right now, slight edge is going to JR.
Yeah, an 8.5.
He's got, you know, he's just had, his waves have just been a little bit better, and it's very close. I mean, this is one of the tightest heats we've seen of the day so far. But JR, you can just tell he's tapped into something magical right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the judges dropped an 8.5 for that. Of that spread of 5, you'll take the highest and the lowest, and then get the average from the other 3. You know, that's why you always get that point, and you're like, well, where does that come from? It's just that average. But that 7.83, one judge going 8.5, wow, near excellent. You know, goes into his top 2, and his backup, his third ride is a 7.27. So JR,
if you're throwing away 7s, you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really putting on a show here. But it's going to be interesting now because the judges have got this benchmark to study for this score they're going to drop of Piccolo, and you can imagine that will be a discussion in the panel about those weave turns. But a 7.23, so it's right there in the mix. So now he needs pretty much an 8 to get that first position, but there's only under 3 minutes left, Chris.
Yeah, and he's sitting in second priority. Regilio, who did have a little bit of an interference tussle in Huntington Beach, has definitely learned from that experience. He was on the positive side of the interference, I guess you'd say. So, you know, that right there is just a little bit of knowledge that he's now taking with him as he gets around the world competing against some of the world's best. So as it stands now, JR in the lead. Piccolo second, needing is 7.93, 2.5 to go. Sam, big news just hit the interwebs. We're talking about the announcement of the WSL Championship Tour. And here we go, 2024, Pipeline, Sunset, Paniche, Bells, Margaret's, Chiahopo'o, Punta Roca just down the road, Saquarema, and get this, Cloudbreak is back. Put it on your calendar now. August 20th through the 29th, we go to one of the best left-handers in the world. And then the ultimate day, our Super Bowl, will be back at Lower Trestles this September. I know that this schedule announcement gets people excited. We've got some new waves, we've got some old favorites, some tried and tested iconic breaks. something for every type of surf fan right here.
Wow, that puts my hair on end. I'm privileged to have been in the studio with you, Chris, when you shared that news. That is super exciting. And, you know, Fiji back on the cards. Wow, it's going to be a good one.
Yes. Go Goofies. Get tubed. Tubes and turns, that's what we want to see, and I think Cloudbreak is the perfect venue to be the penultimate event leading up to the WSL finals. A lot to think about there with that last big news break, but with 1:12 to go, Piccolo Clemente right now trying to will a magical wave within his reach, and a big set is rolling through. The Sunzal is one of the more consistent breaks I've ever been to anywhere in the world. I mean, there's always something here. And there you go. JR takes off on the first wave of this set, straight to the nose. Beautiful arching cut back there. That leaves Piccolo out the back. And Rogelio just flies off the front of his board. So we'll see. That could be a brilliant tactical move to not let Piccolo go on that wave, or if Piccolo does get the score, that'll be a learning moment for JR with 25 seconds left.
Well, he decided late for that. There is a set here. Whether Piccolo is going to be slightly too deep for that real fade. He wants to get a 10 on takeoff here to really stand a chance of an excellent range score. He needs the fade. He's lined up pretty nice for this, Chris.
All right, the pitch and the swing. Nice hang 10 right there. The wave dissipates under his feet. Could have a good little inside track. No, you see it starting to shoulder off in front of him. So that's not a good sign for Piccolo Clemente. Looking for a 7.93. I mean, it would have taken literally the best wave of this heat in the dying seconds there. So our surfer out of the Philippines represent J.R. Esquivel. He will get the unofficial victory for now over multi-time world champion Piccolo Clemente, who has really provided some pleasurable surf viewing for all of us. So full credit. Congrats to Piccolo Clemente on a great event. But at the end of the day, we got winners and losers, and the winner in this case is Rogelio Jr. Esquivel.
Yeah, I mean, Piccolo, what a legend. You know, he's a cool cat. You know, we get a lot of inspiration watching him, but JR really rose to the occasion there, and he shined bright.
Fans in the Philippines are going off. They love this guy, as they should. An incredible surfer, and what an ambassador to the Philippines and to longboarding in general. Gotta love this guy. We're gonna put 30 minutes back on the clock, send out Kaimana Takayama and Max Weston for Elimination Heat 6. We'll be right back after these brief messages. This is the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic.
Have you been on a chopper before? I have, but not here in El Salvador. That's so cool. Epic.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, and so much for the cause.
The Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is Livin'.
Well, when they announced that this is officially going to be named Surf City, guess what? They backed it up because the waves here are incredible. A lot of different breaks, plenty of room, plenty of options. You know, this is one of the rare places in the world that can handle huge surf events and do it with style. We're watching one of them right now, the first ever WSL Championship Tour longboard event held here at El Sunzal, and I can guarantee you, after what we've seen throughout the week, will not be the last. The perfect venue for a contest like this.
Yeah, this is a great exchange between two extremely talented and stylish regular footers. Kaimana Takayama just turned 25 from San Clemente, rides his father's boards, the Michael Takayama boards, a winner of the single and unattached event in La Union in the Philippines, where JR is from, a winner of the Noosa Festival of Surfing, often rides the Perplexer model, usually a 9.7, and of course he just came off the back of a really big win at Malibu, the Malibu Surfing Association event, in his 20 to 30 kind of age range, which is the, you know, the most competitive of all the divisions. And Max Weston looks to be not up and riding here. This is our surfer from San Clemente.
Yeah, I love the overview. It really showed kind of the down the line look of what the surfer is seeing right now. These guys are, when they get to the top of the wave and they're standing up straight, it gives them a great outlook on how the rest of the wave is going to work out. This one shouldered off pretty quick from the outside, so not a lot of impact or critical space for the surfer to work in. But he's going to be patient. The Takayama legacy lives on with Kaimana Takayama. His uncle, of course, the great Donald Takayama, one of the greatest nose riders to ever do it.
Nice opening nose ride as well for Kaimana there. He uses some deck grip for the nose section, so you see how the wax ends. So he's got traction.
Is that hidden
grip? Yeah, and how's that nose ride for the inside as well, still going strong. That's the Kaimana Takayama I love to see. Toes on the nose. Beautiful inside section, making the most of it.
Another great visual of the tail of his board. These boards are actually designed and shaped so the tail kind of like hugs the whitewater and keeps the nose levitating. How do they do that?
Oh, there's so many elements to Michael's design. The foiling, you know, particularly the area behind the fins, the rails, the rocker, the volume. It's not just about the tail, but the beauty of those Michael Takayamas is they're all custom built for the surfer, and you know, and if there's anybody who's going to get a customized custom, it's his son. I mean, and this guy, he thrives on those boards. And of course his partner Avalon, she also rides the Michael Takayama boards and is thriving on them as well.
I would think that Takayama may have the most competitors on his boards of this event. Absolutely.
There's yeah, a lot of Michael Takayama riders in the event, but there's also a lot of surfers, you know, on self-built equipment. Max Weston will be riding the Thomas Bexon boards. He came with two boards. He came with the red-colored scoop tail model, which is a 9.5, and he also came with a blue-colored board, which is the Moose Knuckle model, which is Mason Schremmer's model.
24-21 to go. Max Weston on a gem. Quick fade. Runs to the nose. Has to hold back for a little bit. Nice little turn there to get back into the power pocket, kind of letting this wave dictate where he goes. Kind of patient on the open face, still waiting. And of course, the ideal situation would be to get straight to the nose on the takeoff, but we've seen that reversal of fortune a little bit with his inside section, allowing for some time up towards the top of the board. Quick 5 there. A cool little check turn.
Yeah, it was
Max
nice.
Weston.
The spray off that turn as well was pretty fruity.
So decent wave. Feel like Kaimana Takayama may have got the better of the opening round, but I'm going to leave that one up to the judges as Max paddles back out with 23-27 on the clock. We got JR and the Waxhead on the glass.
So JR, somebody who's competed at the top level, you were here recently, you just beat a former world champion. How does it feel coming out of the water winning that one?
Yeah, it's pretty nice because we know Piccolo, he's really good. He's a WSL champion, an ISA champion. And yeah, it's so nice that I win that team.
And it's very warm out here, the water is very warm. How similar is this to the Philippines?
Yeah, it's pretty like similar to our place in La Union. The weather, The waves, it's pretty the same. Actually, it's a little bit hotter here. Yeah, and yeah, it feels good for me because I'm from there, Philippines, and it's pretty the same. It's in my place.
And you come into this event right on the cusp, right in between the selection for Malibu. How are you feeling making it through that heat? Any plans to go further in the event? Like, what are you feeling now? A bit of relief?
Yeah, actually, I was a little bit nervous on our heat, but this time it feels more comfortable. And yeah, I think I'm gonna get more focus and stay calm and watch some heats and learn from the waves and like do everything what I can so I can advance.
And it's 1 a.m. back in the Philippines. We know everybody is watching. Have a chat to them. Tell them what you're feeling and thank them.
Ayun, maraming salamat sa lahat ng nagpupuyat sa Pilipinas. Thank you sa inyong lahat kasi sumusuporta kayo. And sa mga sponsors ko, lalo na sa Tingog Party List, sa House of Representatives, Pilipinas Surfing, kay Manong Ronald, Philippine Sports Commission, tapos sa Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima, and sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa akin and sa mga coach ko, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
So a lot of support there from our Filipino surfer. We look forward to seeing him in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Wax. Congrats to JR. And I love that he kind of politely kicked the door down and has put the Philippines on the map here on the championship tour level. You know what happens when one shining star comes out of a region. They are followed by a lot more. So expect big things from surfers representing the Philippines. We know how good the waves are there. We know the stoke levels are high when you see the crowds that come out anytime Virgilio surfs. I'm surprised there's not 20 people waving Philippines flags on the beach right now.
Yeah, there's obviously not as big a Philippine diaspora working and living in El Salvador and San Salvador as there was, of course, in Huntington. We saw, you know, Los Angeles has a big Philippine community.
It was raging.
Also Victoria in Bells. And what was really interesting, well, first thing is that 6 for Kaimana, but the second thing is the JR was talking about the heat being hotter here. A previous event was in Bells. He'd never surfed in wetsuit boots, and he was training at home in La Union in wetsuit boots and board shorts to get used to surfing in wetsuit boots.
Does that work?
Well, actually, the opening rounds in Bells, he was wearing his booties, and then he realized it wasn't actually necessary. It was warm enough to not wear booties. But yeah, great result for JR. But Kaimana, a 6. I'm really pleased to see him starting to shine here. But Max Weston very close with that 4.5. Kaimana just coolly knee paddling back out to the lineup. He knows there's a bit of a lull, so he's not in a rush, but great to see the knee paddle in use.
And so far today, you know, if you kind of go back to the last few heats, it feels like, you know, the surfer that builds that momentum early on has been the victor at the end of the heat. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm not a numbers guy, Sam, but my feeling just tells me that we've seen the surfers that start that momentum early, you know, drop a big score to start off. We just saw it with JR. They tend to be in the driver's seat for the rest of these heats. But of course, we have 20 minutes to go. We know how good Max Weston is. And his starter score of 4.5, that's not bad. I mean, that has been a keeper throughout yesterday for sure. Today, feels more like 6s and 7s are going to be what you hang on to get through these heats.
Yeah, Max will be looking to wash that score off as soon as possible. Of course, Max, super smart guy, used to work as a chemical and biomolecular engineer. He did his PhD on food and health and biosensors, so trying to work out how quickly food kind of goes off, biodegrades before you can consume it. But now he's shifted careers. He's working as a software and computer engineer, but riding the Thomas Bexon surfboards. Of course, Thomas Bexon based in Noosa. I mean, a fantastic shaper, and it was Harrison Roach riding Thomas Bexon boards who won the World Championships last year at Malibu. So a lot of people around the world really love to get their feet on all those brilliant Thomas Bexon models. And the one Max is on right now, it's known as the Scoop Tail. It's a 9.5, beautiful board. Like you said, also a lot of riders on the Michael Takayama boards, but it's the Takayama that's got the edge right now, that 6 over that 4.5.
17:50 to go. Surfers real spread apart right now. Kaimana with second priority, kind of just staying away from where Max Weston is, and he could have a little gem here on the kind of medium outside part of this wave. Good start. Cool looking turn there, just setting things up, hoping for a section that will allow him to levitate with all toes over the nose. Smaller wave.
Yeah,
Like
it was busy
does,
there.
Yeah, does he need to keep going?
It looked like he just wanted to get a good second score. I like that. I mean, I like the 5-10 drone clip at the perfect time to see him lock over into the 10. Really good slicing cut back there. You know, nice engagement of the rail. He's probably going to be able to get that board before the wave gets it first. So I felt like Kaimana's decision was, I just want to get a second score under the belt. He probably would have heard that 4-5 from Max and thought, I could rival that without waiting for a set. So, you know, in some ways he hasn't beaten the 4-5, but he could have done. He's got a 3-5, but if he'd got like a 4-8, he would have felt pretty good about that decision.
It's a placekeeper. You know, it's I feel like that wave was kind of just more of a mental placekeeper. Like, get that second score regardless of what it is. Then you have the luxury of trying to wait for something bigger and better. As Max Weston, speaking of bigger and better, this wave has him flying down the line. Is a good start with a quick nose right out the back.
Great setup there, Chris. The way he was really patient and precise with that footwork into that nose ride. It was really impressive.
Like that kind of check stall turn, double dip of a maneuver. And he's waiting for this inside racetrack to form.
Really nice surfing, you know, the tempo, and he might get the better of the paddle battle, so he was patient waiting for the set. I liked a lot about the way Max rode that wave. I mean, Kaimana's smaller wave, surfed it as well as he could, dropped a smaller score because it probably was a smaller wave, but Max on a big set, from that takeoff, you know, nothing was over-rushed, and that first section, he did that all in the middle of the wave. You'll notice a lot of the longboarders will fade and climb and stay in the top of the wave, which is a slightly easier place to both ride the nose and pick your trim line. But when you see surfers either coming off the bottom or cross-stepping into the nose in the middle part of the wave, that's a much harder thing to do, and Max really demonstrated it on that set.
And that's just smart, competitive surfing. Identify where your opponent is. And Max right there, knowing that he had the edge, he had that kind of inertia and speed built up, so it allowed him to pull out, give him a little bit of an extra speed burst, jump down to the prone position. He got right back out there. Kaimana Takayama doesn't look too stressed. He saw what was going down. He says, you take it. I'll be right back out there, right behind you with 14:48 to go. Plenty of time left here. Now we're just waiting for that score for Max Weston. Kaimana Takayama does get a backup, 3.5. Most likely won't be a keeper, knowing how good he is and you know how many waves are coming through. So plenty of time left here. Tightened the heat up for sure. Max Weston's score is going to come through a 4.97. Now he just needs a 4.94 in order to get in that top spot. Remember, these elimination rounds make for some savage cuts. We're going to cut half of this field. And meanwhile, the surfers who won their first heats are waiting in the wings to see who their opponent will be.
And these two surfers matched up at the Bells event, and it was Kaimana who took the win. So that left Max with a 17th. He also got a 17th in Huntington. He unfortunately came up against his good friend, fellow Australian Kai Ellis-Flint. Kaimana, he got a 17th in Huntington, losing to Johnny the Ripper. And he got the 9th in Bells, losing out to Tony Silvani. So Kaimana has got the edge on the ratings, but the fact that Max lost out to Kaimana in the last event in Bells might really kind of play into his strength here.
Sometimes scar tissue helps.
Yes, absolutely. But Max getting a solid score for that last wave. You know, I thought my instinct said that it could have been a bit higher. I liked my personal preference for that wave was like, yeah, I was like, that's a hard thing to do, the way he beautifully rode the middle of that wave and just kept his footwork in line with the speed of the lip, and it was a really hard thing to do. He didn't overrush it, but it wasn't the most critical of nose rides, whereas what we saw from Kaimana's opening 6 was a really critical 10, and I think that's the reference point that the judges are comparing things to at the moment.
Not enough nose. You got to show the judges those toes. Sorry, I did not mean to rhyme that. It just came out.
That would be a good T-shirt logo.
Okay.
I like that.
12:45 to go here. Both surfers now finding their spots in the lineup. Couple waves coming through. What a beautiful afternoon we're almost in. It's 11:32 local time here. 85 in the air, 80 in the water. This is the place to be. Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic rolls on. Wait for it. The culmination of Heat 6 coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Have you been on a chopper before? I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool. Epic. Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
This is a big day for surfing here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Not only do we have the best longboarders on the planet, male and female, in an absolutely perfect setting here at El Sunzal, but we also have huge announcements with the championship tour just dropping their schedule right now. So big things happening in the world of surfing, but right now we're concentrating on logs. I'm Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley. So far, so good today. Looking behind us, I mean, tropical perfection all day long. I don't think you could have scripted a better, type of wave, better conditions, weather. It's all come together for us today.
Yeah, as Stephen Sawyer said, styling and smiling. It's just been absolutely awesome.
There's your T-shirt design right there.
Yeah, that's an absolute beauty.
We're gonna have to cut him in on that deal.
We will, yeah. We have to share the royalties. But the longboarders have loved it. I mean, it's been smooth, velvet-faced, the opportunity to really express themselves. You know, a lot of longboarders also recognizing that what's coming out in the scores is a little bit more demand for rail engagement. You know, there was a period of time where, with this more traditional criteria, the longer 10s were really kind of getting the kind of excellent range scores, but it's that variety that seems to be going in the 7s. But to get an 8, you've really got to put it all on the line today.
Yeah, we're looking for these surfers to tell us a story, weave it all together, be creative, use all of the forces that you have to create kind of this extended visual story for the judges to soak in. And if you, put together something special, you're going to find yourself up in that excellent range. You're going to earn that big number. And trust me when I say, they're making it look very easy, but these are elite level surfers. And I guarantee you that anything they're doing on these boards does not come easy. It took a lot of practice to get to where they are today. And again, it's just a joy to watch. At the end of the day, I watch Challenger Series, I watch the Championship Tour, I watch everything. The end of the day, in these longboard events, I have a different type of feeling. Feel relaxed, feel inspired. It's just a different ball game. Just another kind of arm of surfing that makes you love this sport even more.
And did you have some good pupusas last night for dinner?
The best.
The best.
3 pupusas, $3.
Fantastic.
Come on. Or actually, one of them was $1.50 because they got the cheese and shrimp.
Yep. Nice.
I went big, supersized my pupusas.
Oh, nice. Of course, the national dish of El Salvador. If you've not tried pupusas, it's absolutely essential. A lot of good mangoes, good coffee as well. And that's Kevin Scavana. He's going to be coming up.
Good mustaches.
Goofy footer. Yeah, a master of the mustachio, Kevin Scavana. Another goofy footer. So we've seen goofy footers shining. We've seen Stephen Sawyer beat fellow goofy footer Nicholas Andrade. There's Jack from the Fig Tree Restaurant there, the partner of Roisin Caroline. That was really lovely seeing Roisin take the win yesterday. Kevin has been looking really, really good in the free surf. So he's going to be coming up against another goofy footer, Mateus Maturano. So we will lose some of these goofy footers who are matched against each other. Ben Constantine, also a goofy footer. He's going to be coming up against Johnny the Ripper in heat number 8. That's going to be a really good one. Looking forward to that as well.
That is a sick nickname, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Love that he laid claim to that one.
Great music taste as well. When we were eating at Cairo Resort last night here in El Tunco area, he had his tunes playing, and they were good. He's got good taste in music, has Johnny the Ripper. So watch out. Anybody wants to hire him for a night DJing, I'd recommend him thoroughly.
Tight. It's a good DJ name, too. 7:25 to go here. Kaimana Takayama in the lead, but still in a bit of a precarious position because Max Weston only needs a 4.5, and he's already tasted exactly what you need to get that score, so he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to try to surf for an 8 or a 9. They always do, but you got to surf for what the wave offers, and at this point, with 7 minutes to go, Weston out the back with priority. Kaimana in that second priority spot. And it looks like Max Weston controlling the lineup for now.
Yeah, and
getting
just
the news.
And Chris, just 4 waves ridden. I mean, at the moment, we were wondering whether it was a good decision for Kaimana to take that small wave out of priority. And at the moment, it appears to be super valuable because Max was patient for that set, but it appeared to really be like a 1-wave set. And yes, he surfed it beautifully, but it just didn't have that. It was more of a peak. It didn't really have that kind of line that allowed him to lock on the nose. But I did like the way he walked into that nose ride. So he knows that there's more to give. Only needing that 4.54. I mean, at what point does he think he can get that wave further on the inside and start to scrap for something?
Well, you know, technically speaking, he's kind of surfed the perfect heat, right? The perfect heat strategy. Came out swinging, got a 6, identified that he needed a backup score quick. 3.5, not a huge number, but enough to keep him into the lead. And then he regained priority. Then he tried to regain priority, but we saw Max Weston with that strong paddle back out. So Max Weston controlling the takeoff zone for now, but with just under 6 minutes to go, you know, that's a tough spot to be in because that's when you're kind of thinking defense, offense, back and forth. It's got to wreak havoc in your mind.
And that's a cauldron of heat there. If you know Celsius, it's 31 degrees seawater temperature. This is some of the hottest temperature any of us have ever experienced in an ocean.
Yeah, it makes things slick on your board.
You've got to have good wax. You've got to have the right wax. And also, these cobbles can get a little bit slimy. You know, we see, you know all about trestles and the different techniques surfers would use. Like we see Kevin walking over them right now. You don't want to get slimy feet.
Kevin Scavarna, Rincon local, so he's used to it for sure. But you know, when I think of those small problems that they have here in Paradise, I think life is good, right? If that's your problem, that your wax is getting a little warm and a little slippery, and you might be getting a little sunburn, your life is good.
Yeah. And it's interesting the different waxing kind of techniques for longboarders and shortboarders, because for longboarders, you want a little bit of give because you're cross-stepping all the time. So you need grip.
Subtle beads.
Yeah, you want that, but you also don't want it to be too sticky. You know, a lot of shortboarders who want, you know, really to bury their feet into that wax for the turns. But then the aerialists are also, you know, changing those feet positions a lot. So
it's almost like sex wax versus foo wax.
Yeah, foo wax is the kind of really sticky. Sex wax gets the beads. But there's many other brands of
right
wax.
In the middle, you got sticky bumps, and I feel like that could go literally across the board. Mind the pun. 4:15 to go here. Kaimana Takayama right now with the edge with 4 minutes to go. Now here's where priority starts to get critical. When you get into that 2-3 minute zone, you know, panic can set in, and that's when people can make mistakes. So we'll see if Max Weston has steely nerves, like we expect he does. He's been around the block. I mean, he's been his fair share of big events. So I don't think he's going to get shook, but now it's just about the cadence of the ocean. As we see Matu paddling out, this guy quickly becoming one of my personal new favorite longboarders.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this next heat. I get to be a spectator.
Yeah,
great. I got the heat off. I'm going to go watch from the rocks.
Yeah, me too. Great guy, great surfer. And of course, Piccolo Clemente, his shaper, is going to be cheering him on, watching, giving him tips. And then we got Infinity surfboards being ridden by Kevin Scavarna. I mean, Kevin, for me, he's so talented, and he's also a great kneeboarder, and you know that is really interesting. And the relationship between kneeboarding and stand-up surfing so intrinsic, going back to George Greenough and all of the inspiration he gave to the likes of Nat Young, Ted Spencer, Bob McTavish to really kind of develop the involvement style of surfing and really use refined fins and start to surf vertically.
Yeah, and Kevin just has so much power. You know, I think and power isn't something we talk about often in longboard events because it's subtle, right? You're not burying the rail from nose to tail, but you're using your power in other ways to control these beast surfboards. As we see now, Kaimana Takayama, 2 minutes 42 seconds. So he's in second priority. Nothing really to lose here. So he has a paddle.
Yeah,
Can't quite get into that wave.
Big moment, yeah, it was worth having a look at it because he knows he could replace that 3.5 on a wave like that.
A lot of us watching at home would have loved to be on that wave, even though it was kind of a throwaway for the two guys in the water.
I would have just been on that straight away. My free surfs, I stay out of everyone's way. I stay in the middle and I just get the scraps, but I'm happy with the scraps. When you get scraps in paradise are better than most places in the world.
Yeah, I was told early on, don't drop in on the talent.
Yeah.
Don't hassle the talent.
Absolutely.
Let them do their work.
Absolutely. And also don't drop in or hassle the locals. Let them do their work as well.
Put yourself third or fourth in line.
Yep, no problem. Share a wave. Give a set. And that's a good thing at home as well. You know, give people a set. You know, if you rule the roost in your home patch, it's a special feeling when you just let one of those good sets run through to that person who hasn't got a wave all session. Wow, that feels good.
Yeah, and especially if you give them the first wave of the set, then you get that instant karma. Hope there's a couple more behind it. 1:30 to go here. Takayama still with the edge. This has been a, it's been a slow heat, but it's also been an entertaining heat because they've kept it really tight between the two surfers out there. 4 waves ridden. The most impactful score, a 6-point ride, and that literally came in the first minute of this heat.
Looks like there's something there for Max. So, he knows that he's chasing. In his head, he's like a mid-range 4. It's a 5 he'll be aiming for. He needs to match the waves he's already dropped, the 4.5 and the 4.97. This is looking really good, Chris.
Swivels into this one straight up to the nose. Jams it off the tail for a drop knee turn. Comes around this section. Could have a good line on it through to the inside. You see as it starts to build down line, you almost want to see this wave that has almost a look of a closeout because you know you're going to get around it. You think you're going to get around it. You might not get around it, and you don't. Max Weston hung up in the whitewater there. I don't think there was much he could have done about it. I mean, he had a good read on that one. Maybe if he took the high line, but that's all in hindsight. But the good news for Max is he's hunting a 4.54. That's a mid-range score. I just don't see that besting even what Takayama did. You remember his 3.5. He did a lot of work to get that 3.5. So that one's going to be, I would think, an easy call for the judges. 8 seconds left. Kaimana Takayama out the back, in control. And we count it down.
Yeah, so unlucky for Max. It just felt like that wave didn't cooperate for him. I mean, we're going to have to wait for the score. You never know. You use the word swivel as it was like a kind of double setup, but it didn't lead to a real dynamic opportunity to really strike home for that 5.
Great surfing for both of these guys in the water, but at the end of that 30-minute matchup, Kaimana Takayama makes it through, keeping his hopes alive for a potential berth in the Malibu finals. We'll see what happens next.
Yeah, well, Kaimana, he knows Malibu well. He just, like I said, he's just had a big result winning at Malibu recently in fantastic waves. San Clemente, Southern California, and he would go up there on a lot of good south swells. Real comfortable territory, but he's got to have a massive result here to qualify. He pretty much needs to win the event or get to the final.
It's possible. We're talking about Kaimana Takayama here, so we'll see how the rest of the day works out. For now, we got Heat 7 coming up. Kevin Skavarna representing the USA going up against Matias Maturana representing Peru. This is going to be a real fun heat to watch. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
Surf City playing host to the second biggest event we've seen all year long in this area. The Surf City Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Kevin Skvarna taking on Matias Maturano in elimination round heat number 7 for the gentleman out there. The Californian up against the Peruvian should be a very fun and exciting heat. And Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Chanosky, also known as the Waxhead, one of the great minds of longboarding. Matt, an incredible heat out there. Skvarna has a chance to win his first world championship if he were to qualify for Malibu yet again. Meanwhile, Maturano has only competed in 2 events this year, including this one, a big moment for him here in Latin America.
Yeah, he would definitely be looking to progress through to that next round. Bells Beach was an unfortunate loss that he had, and I don't think he's yet shown us what he's capable of. A very smooth and precise goofy footer, and here he goes.
It seems like he might be looking at this left, actually just going to fade left and eventually go right. That's what a goofy footer does, Matt. They are able to find a left at a right-hand point break regardless of the situation out there. We are about to hit the lowest part of the tide in around 20 minutes. It's 11:49 right now. And
Just to note, that wave that he took off on, you can see at the left of the screen, that was it. That was the wave that he was on the other side of the peak, on the right-hand side of the screen. So both goofy footers surfing to the north, when in actual fact that tiny little left ended up being a really good wave that went right to the shore.
And there's a lot of peaks on offer out there with the slow tide right now. Maturano on the inside, Skvarna on the outside. Sticking with both surfers as Matias flowing through on the inside section. Has to grab his rail to control his posture right there. Kevin kicks out on the outside. Gonna stick with Matias here. Might get a double up section if he sticks with it. The 19-year-old from Peru loves to surf a lot of those left-hand point breaks in the northern part, Mancora, Lobitos, Chicama. But growing up in that area of Lima, as you see, he has a great style, this kid. There are a lot of fun waves and consistent waves on offer in that area in southern Peru.
And right-handers, warm right-hand point breaks, a little bit out of the wheelhouse for Matu, but his style is, it looks like it's synonymous with point breaks.
Yeah.
It's very relaxed. He has very good timing. Yesterday, almost had an unfortunate wipeout where he fell on his fin, but thankfully he was okay. But riding that Piccolo Clemente board with that big nose rider fin, that board's, you know exactly what he's going to do. But what happens with the rocker, Mitch, is that it enables you to turn in the bowl of the wave as well. So if he gets a nice turn section, he'll hack that back into the pocket as well.
And off air during our break, you were mentioning to me that a lot of these surfers are still opting to bring maybe 1 or 2 boards, but specifically for one thing. When we see a lot of the short boarders do is bring an entire quiver. You don't still see that for a lot of the longboarders. You see it with the more experienced veterans.
Logistics are obviously an issue and a hindrance for traveling. And you see Kevin over here bringing one of his favorite infinity boards over here. But longboarders will generally stick to a couple of different boards, which is crazy because there's a whole quiver and different styles of surfboards available these days.
Speaking of surfboards available, has a long heritage of surfing inside him. Kaimana Takayama is with Chris Cote.
Oh, thank you so much, Mitch. So, Kaimana, whatever plan you had in your head before that heat, it worked out. Started with a 6. You got a cheeky little 3.5. We were kind of questioning wave selection there, but it worked out in your favor. Was that the thought process heading out there?
Well, I didn't know what I was going to do out there, but I had the idea that I'd replace both of those waves because the first one even had some kinks in it, but it went flat. I got super lucky again. Other than that, I don't know. There's no strategy.
I feel the relief when you came in there. So 2 waves ridden, enough to get you through. Now what do we start thinking about as we move on deeper into this event?
Oh man, I just gotta look for better waves, sit in a better spot, and pray for a more consistent heat. You know, I mean, it's a little unlucky the way it turned out. Like, we're out there, there's like a priority thing, and I thought he had it, so I thought it was a little unfair, and then they switched it properly, but no waves came in. You know, he got the last one, but it was more of an insider compared to, you know, the 6 I got, and like, we just got skunked. And it happens in contests, you know. I just got the lucky, you know, draw of the first couple waves.
Well, even when no waves are being ridden, there's a lot happening in the lineup. Congratulations. Kaimana Takayama moving through into round 3.
Sick. Thanks, you guys.
Congratulations to Kai, and thank you, Chris, for the interview right there. A very delightful young gentleman is Kaimana Takayama from San Clemente, California. as we look at Matias Maturano right on screen. Opened up with a 3.17, a 1.57 his first ride. That's more like it from the young surfer from Peru. Resides in the area of San Bartolo, just south of Lima, of the city. Some incredible waves, consistent waves there, Matt. And as you can see right here, we're talking about that polished point break style. Surfs a lot of waves like this one at Sunzal, specifically a wave there in Punta Hermosa called Caballeros. Long right-hand point break, very consistent ride. And as you can see right here, paving the way for a lot of young Peruvians coming up.
Yeah, and I can see him really utilising this board's rocker, and he's no critical nose rides in that wave, but feeling comfortable between transitions. And as I said before, what can happen when the board's flipped up, so rock is what we refer to as the curve of the board, tail to nose, is that it makes nose riding easy. The judges want to see you coming from behind the section, but hey, starting off with a bang, trying to keep his reps up. That heat before us, as Kai just alluded to, was very short of waves. So Matu picking up on that, saying he wants to start early, already with 2 waves scoring on the board. This will be his third. There should be sets by the end of this if the trend follows throughout the day.
Right, and we are about to hit the lowest part of the tide in just around 15 minutes, so we will maybe see activity start to come alive in the next 20 or so minutes. What I'm thinking to myself, though, right now, you have 2 contrasts of styles. Obviously, Scavarna coming from Southern California, a lot of beach breaks on offer, comes from the San Onofre crew. But when you get somebody like Maturano, who is groomed in long right-hand point breaks and a lot of forehand waves over there in Peru, as you know as well, it just goes to show you that somebody that feels comfortable in a long lineup like this can really feel at home at a wave that they haven't even competed at before.
Yeah, it's a right-hander that doesn't close out at the end of the day, and being a competitor paddling out in a lineup, regardless if it's onshore, small, or a little challenging with a tide, it's always nice to know that there is a wave that will go from start to finish and allows you that scoring opportunity. When you're a beach break, there's always that luck of the tide, the positioning, and really trying to iron out those tidal fluctuations between sandbars. Point break doesn't change all that much. It will break pretty much in that same spot, give or take about a 50-yard movement left or right.
And in a consistent way too, right? I love that a point break always keeps its shape and its line. As you move forward down into the day too, especially during the latter heats, we will probably see a lot of consistency once we reach that higher tide mark. But as of right now, about to hit dead low, 0.5 feet the low tide at around 12:09 p.m. 20 minutes on the clock. Look at those waves coming through. Scavarna in position, and he's up and riding. A kid from SoCal, he's a lifeguard himself, has a couple of signature shapes from Infinity Surfboards, as well as a signature fin. And riding this wave well in the pocket. That is a critical nose ride. Can he ride out of it? Yes, he can. A difficult wave to really navigate through, especially in this midsection right here. Doing well. He's got one of the best mustaches in the game, and he really thinks that adding that beach boy lifestyle to his kind of surfing is one of the most pivotal parts of just being himself overall in the water. You can definitely tell by his style that he really has been groomed throughout a big difference of waves over there in Southern California. As of right now, only has a 2.67 on board. Great nose ride right there from Scavarna through the low section of this wave. Basically hitting the shore break now. He needs to make a decision whether or not he goes to the nose once again. He does. He even touches the 10 right there real quick before kicking out. 19:20 on the clock. Should be one of his top 2 scores.
Certainly will be one of his top 2 scores, absolutely. And Kevin just working hard on that wave. I've sensed a feeling of urgency and groveling. Also knowing that last hit was very quiet, trying to just build the points on that wave. Started off with a real bang. That was a bigger wave, getting up to the nose and a big rail carve, which has been sort of his go-to this year on those big wide-tailed infinities.
And what is it about big goofy footers that have been dominant so far when it comes to World Championships? Obviously, you have Tudor, who's won several, one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest. But Justin Quintal in 2019, very similar shape to Kevin Scavarna.
There's that opening nose ride, so a little on the face there. Great rail carve, and here mistimes it a little bit. Goes up, almost bobbles it, so the judges will take note of that loss of flow. And he comes out of it, and he resets, and he gets to work through this midsection right here. So Kevin using the rail and combining the footwork back into the rail again. Nose is going to be an inside section, which as the dead low tide approaches is going to be a rarity, and he's going to stick with it because that's what lost Max that previous heat, not being able to connect to the inside section on any of his waves. So staying very patient, Kevin just looking to unload. Surfer in red, red trunks, red singlet, back up on that yellow board. Beautiful nose ride there from Kevin, but what else has he got? Another touch to the nose. Just working really hard on this wave, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seemed like that nose ride at the end paid dividends, because the score comes through as his best. A 6-point ride for the Southern California surfer Skvarna. 9.17 heat total at the moment. That's decent, looking to replace the 3.17. Maturano, 4 waves at the moment. Nothing better than the 4.17 for the surfer who was actually born in Argentina, has been residing in Lima, Peru for the last 5 years.
Well, there you go. Didn't know that fact. Thank you, Mitch. But 5.01, he'll look to replace probably that 3.17 and the 4.17, you'd think, by the end of the heat. But given that dead low tide, we'll have to see what the conditions play us out. But Kevin, I just love his work ethic. He's just such a grinder. I can liken him to a modern day Tony Silvani on the tour there, where he's got this determination, this self-confidence, where he knows he can't go all the way, and he knows Malibu very well. His boards are dialed in for Southern California. We talked about point breaks, we talked about that lineage of goofy footers in the modern day longboard era. Same thing happened back from Duke, heading forward into Phil Edwards, and then onwards to Nat, Midget Farrelly, Nat Young, Michael Peterson, Rabbit Bartholomew, Tom Curran to Kelly Slater. Natural footers determined the playbook for modern day professional surfing, and you can look back to Italo. Well, we'll start with David Nueva to Wayne Lynch, Marco Calupo, and you transform into the modern era with Gabriel and Italo, and that's that goofy footer spark. In every era, there's a goofy footer that pops up and spices things up, and this could be the year, another year, for a goofy footer in the Longboard World Tour.
Oh, and speaking of goofy footers that went all the way, Caroline Marks also on the women's side this year. Guess what? We have our new tour schedule for 2024 for the men's and women's championship tour on the shortboarding side. Starting off at the Bonsai Pipeline once again. A couple new names in there though. Punta Roca once again back on schedule, but Cloudbreak to finish off the year before we head to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Yeah, big surprise there with Cloudbreak, and everybody can't wait for that. Punta Roca will be a fantastic event. I'm really looking forward to Sunset Beach following Pipeline. That's always a true testing ground for surfers, engaging their rails, and a real spice up before they get into Peniche and Bells.
And I really want to point out that the logistics right now in terms of the actual positioning of these events too, you have Chopo right before the Olympic Games for Paris 2024, Saquarema right before that, but how about going from one left-hand point break over in Chopo at the end of May to Cloudbreak at the end of August? That is going to be an exciting event. Really stoked to see a couple of left-hand point breaks on tour again.
Well, goofy footers will be licking their lips with that, and let's hope we get some as well.
Yeah. I am definitely expecting to have some good heats over there at both Tahiti and in Fiji. 15 minutes on the clock in this one. Kevin Skvarna leading over Matias Maturano, the Peruvian who was born in Argentina. He's been living in Peru for the last 5 years. Father, a musician. Matias, a great surfer, only 19 years of age. When we talk about talent and somebody who's been nurtured across some incredible waves over the last half decade or so, Maturano has grown into one of the best competitive surfers out of South America. Actually won the Saquarema Surf Festival earlier this year in Brazil.
I wonder what his surfboard shaper and mentor, Piccolo, losing, I wonder what that might have played, if it had any impact with him preparing for this heat. I know he's hanging out with Tucker, who won earlier at this in heat number 2 of the day. And I don't know, it's just the camp. You know, you have someone lose, you have someone win. The negative vibes can sometimes weigh down, but it doesn't seem like it affected him. But a quick start was the order of the day. But so far, he's looking for a 5.01, very attainable for the stylish Matu.
And we've seen a good amount of consistency in this heat. You see a lot of these waves develop further on the inside. I know those waves on screen are pretty small right now, but when it comes to the actual selection of the peaks, it definitely seems that there are more waves on offer out there. 14 minutes on the clock. Skvarna, the Californian, leading over the Peruvian Maturano. We'll see the end of the heat when we come back.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and
So
connected.
much for the wishes, and so much for the call.
What a great day to be a surfer at the Surf City Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. The Californian Kevin Skavarna leading over the Peruvian Matias Maturano in Heat 7 of the elimination round for the gentlemen out there. Skavarna with a 6-point ride and a 3.17. Maturano needing a 5.01. Mitch and Matt here in the booth, and looking back at the 6-point ride of Kevin Skavarna, one of the better waves we've seen all heat long. What'd you like about this one, Matt?
It was just the technical nose riding combined with this rail carve here. So the judges appreciating that continual flow. Did get a little hiccup here, but most of those points were actually on that first transition turn in the nose ride, and actually his closing, finishing hang 10 right on the shore break. Went to work on the in-between, but that 6-point ride really defining that judging criteria, which was those committed rail carves on the outside and committed nose riding. The inside section, length of wave, none of that stuff is in the criteria, but finishing strong is always a nice tip of the hat to the judges. It's like the last finishing element of your performance, and it's always nice to show that you finish in control, which is in the criteria.
Right, the little cherry on top of the cake right there as we see the long nose ride at the end of this wave for Skavarna before he kicks out. It was a unanimous 6-point ride, by the way, so every single judge gave him a 6. You throw out the high and the low, and either way, the average was going to be a 6.0. But talking about judging criteria, we've only seen one excellent score so far in the event. Elise Lemoyne yesterday, an 8-point ride. What's it going to take to be able to get an excellent score today in these conditions?
So we see up on the screen, controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. So it's going to take a special wave that will allow the surfer to come from behind the section and actually probably do a turn where they think it's a nose ride and then hook into a nose ride where it's usually feeling like it's going to be a turn section. So the way this wave works, you're going to have to add some creativity, utilize the entire length of the board, and traditional longboard surfing is incorporating that flow, that footwork, and that style. So breaking it up a little bit, I think we will see excellent scores at some stage today, but it's going to take some creativity and some intuitive surfing to spice things up for the judges. Because as I said before, it's a right-hand point break that doesn't close out, so risk it.
I really like the word that you use in terms of creativity. I think spontaneity is also something very huge here at a long right-hand point break, because you can tend to get very repetitive at a long wave like this. Having those moments of spontaneity and maybe being a little intuitive when it comes to the wave too. Are you just waiting for the wave to do most of it, or are you trying to force something on certain sections?
The wave speaks, so the surfer has the perfect score when they take off. As Skip Fry used to say, there's 4 points in every wave. You get a set wave, you bottom turn, you set it up in the critical section, you finish with control. That's 4 points before we've even done a maneuver or a trick, so to speak. Combined footwork, nose rides, rail carves in the critical section, you're going to go excellent in shortboarding and longboarding as well. As long as it's critical and you've got that flow element incorporated, speed, power, flows we see in the WCT events and the Challenger Series. It's a pretty easy formula, but you need to understand, in context, 2 waves counting per heat. All you need in this event is 10 waves and you're going to take the win.
Right, and Kai Salas demonstrated that yesterday. Only needed 2 waves to get a 14.33 heat total. Speaking of consistency and good results so far this year, Skavarna's been a great surfer throughout the entire calendar year. You talk about consistency on the regional qualifying series, just being one of the better surfers overall the last 2 or 3 years. What do you think he's going to need going into Malibu if he does qualify hypothetically to be able to consolidate himself as one of the few California world champions we've seen?
Kevin?
Yeah.
It'll be the flow element. He's got the nose riding and the turns, but it's just the in-between bits that are catching him up at the moment. Here goes a stylish Peruvian goofy footer.
Yeah, Matu as he is known, Matias Maturano. Great surfer from Peru. As I mentioned before, growing up in San Bartolo, those long right-hand point breaks over there, especially at Caballeros in Punta Hermosa, one of the better waves in the region. A lot of heavy waves, though. To me personally, I think longboarding might be very difficult, but it's, you know, proposed a couple of great surfers, Mafer Reyes, Piccolo Clemente, and now this kid, Maturano.
And it's interesting, Piccolo's got a lot of these surfers on these big, wide, nose rider style boards, because that's a place where we're looking at, well, predominantly seeing different types of longboards. The narrow type, the heavy type, the triple stringer type, made for giant, big waves like rhino chasers. and to see these boards, a lot of rocker and flipped up. Generally speaking, to harness those waves, you want thicker rails, you want thicker materials and heavier glass to handle more groundswell and generally current, and like we have in here in the inside section, turbulence. But to see these surfers riding these rocker boards is really interesting, and I can't wait to go over there and check it out because there has to be a reason for it.
So at 2.27, the last of Maturano, he's ridden 7 waves now, nothing better than a 4.17, still needing the 5.01. Here goes Skvarna now. He's looking to replace just a 3.17 himself. You mentioned flow is the necessary thing that he needs in order to move into Malibu and be a world champion at the end of 2023. Showing a lot of flow on this one. Great nose right at the beginning, right in the pocket. He has a great read of these waves through the midsection too, Matt.
That was the score already on that outside section, no doubt. He's setting this up. This is an interesting wave. It's very pockety, and he makes the most of it, driving through the section. He's coming off the inside. See how shallow that is?
It is.
Dead low tide, so he doesn't want to fall there as well. It's the bottom of the tide, and unfortunately, not able to control that final nose ride.
So there are 2 river mouths just around the corner on each side of this break too. You can see a little bit of brown in the water. There is a lot of sand that's actually moved into the point right now, and I think it's really important to point it out because it's definitely changed the wave a little bit than it was yesterday afternoon. I feel like there are more sand pockets out there right now. You
can see it.
Yep, on the inside, there's a lot of sand over there right now, Matt.
That looks like a wave in the east coast of Australia called Crescent Head, or even some of the points at Noosa where they hug on the low tide. You can hug the inside, and the bigger ones come wider on sort of an outside bank. But you can't be fooled. It's the ones that come around the point and slingshot through. That's what the judges will be looking for to get closer to those excellent scores, which of course every surfer is striving for. But at this point, Kevin is trying to better a 3.17 and put some pressure on the rookie who has priority.
And it seems like he's done it. The low tide at 12:09 p.m. So we just passed that. It's 12:10 local time, 5.8 feet. The high tide at around 6 p.m. this afternoon. Quite a difference between the high and the low.
Be interesting to see if we do get a flurry of waves in the last 5 minutes, which has been the nature of the day so far. That next heat coming up, it's going to be, they're either going to start with a bang or they'll miss that set that will come in towards the end. So the patient game, and still needing a 6.73 because Kevin had just dropped a 4.9, extending his lead.
So with just over 5 minutes to go, priority is with Maturano at the moment, needing a 6.73. Plenty of waves on offer, and he recognizes that. He's up and riding at the moment. Goes straight to the nose right there. That was a beautiful 10 into a tide 5. Little bit of a setup turn right there, which is not something you normally see on a longboard. Does super well to extend that 10, and just nearly loses it at the end. You can see the frustration right there with the body language. A little bit of disappointment with that one. 4:45 on the clock, though. That's plenty of time for at least one more wave.
Absolutely. He will have enough time to reset, and that was his 8th wave surfed. Didn't actually get to the bottom of the wave on that, though. That's an indication of some stress and some pressure. The judges are looking for critical maneuvers that flow. And the transition turns, he didn't come all the way back down to the power source, back into the pocket. And of course, when we drive off the bottom, that's where we generate our speed as we project higher. The judges want to see the surfers nose riding at the top of the wave with the tail locked in, not setting it up so it looks pre-planned, like a maneuver. You want to make it flow within the entirety of the wave. And that time, that's when the pressure gets and you're trying to score points.
And they're making a decision whether or not they even think the outside part of this wave was complete by Maturano at the moment. So even if he doesn't improve on the 4.17, he might still need to replace his top 2 scores because Skvarna drops a 4.9. A 6.73 is what Maturano needs at the moment with 3:40 to go. When we talk about influence, obviously the location of where you're growing up has a lot to do with the waves, the environment, but I really want to ask you about the people that you've been watching over the course of your young career, just like Maturano has. Growing up in El Peru, he's obviously seen Piccolo Clemente, Piccolo shapes for him now, but when it comes to a lot of the global stage now, especially having the broadcast as an option, how much do you think that has influenced a lot of these young surfers coming up and their personal style?
Actually giving a lot of these surfers some influence and giving them a platform to perform on. And as we see a long nose right there, but sort of on the face, and he's surfing this one through. So this is the longest wave that Matu has caught, and he's claimed it as well. But needing a 6.73, my first thought is that lack of experience, you know, that might have got you through an amateur event, but we're in the professional divisions here, and to get a 6.73, it's going to have to be considerably better than that set wave that Kevin got on the 6.
Yeah, and that was a 6.0, so it would have to be almost a point higher than Skvarna's best. He's on the outside by himself. I love the way that you mentioned, you know, having the exposure and obviously being in the very elite right now. You have to do something extremely impressive just to be able to make it out of one round here.
Well, interesting to note that he's paddling back out. He will get another wave. 2 minutes ago, whether he gets out all the way on the outside section to bother Kevin for priority, we'll see. But back to your point, giving him a platform and something to strive for. In those formative years, in your teenage years, it's really nice to strive for something. If you don't have believe in something, you'll fall for anything. And longboarding is a fantastic way to spend your time at the beach.
That's an excellent analogy right there, Waxhead, as we see Skvarna. A long stretched out 5 right there, right in the pocket for the young Californian. The goofy footer making way for this inside section right here, using the rails well. He can really push that board around like it's nothing. A great shortboarder as well, by the way, is Kevin Skvarna, young waterman from South Orange County himself. Loves to surf San Onofre with a lot of his best friends. Some great cross-stepping right here. Looking to get to the nose one more time.
Double up.
And he does. Wow, that is a tight 5. Some beautiful style right there from Kevin. That's a drop knee carve with just over a minute to go. He's looking to replace a 4.9. Could easily do that right here. Still looking to go through the shore break. And adds in one more nose ride before this wave is just going to die down. Even goes for one more turn. And you can just see by the body language, he's stoked on that one.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave, and I can't wait to watch the replay. As we see in the last 50 seconds, Matu, he looks behind him and he sees another wave. So that'll be his 9th wave. So he'll be looking for his 10th wave with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of a lack of experience by Maturano there at the end, controlling positioning. But overall, you have to be content with your performance. You lost out in Huntington Beach. You weren't able to participate over there. You made the trek over to Bells Beach afterwards, and competing here in Latin America close to home must be a great experience to have that camaraderie around you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a lot of friends he's made on the tour. We're all fans of him. We all think he's fantastic. Great style and a huge career ahead of him. And let's hope we see him back on the tour next year. But 15 seconds to make amends, and there is something out there.
Well, he might have to turn and burn on this one, and he is. We're going to wait for the countdown. And it seems like he's going to be up and riding before the horn blows. Straight to the nose right there. This wave's got a good line on it too. If you can stay in the pocket the entire time, might get a scoring opportunity right here for the 6.73 that is required. Still waiting on Skvarna's last though, and he is very likely to better on the 4.9. Maturano still working through on the inside. A lot of poise on this one. Great timing right there for the 10. Really waited for that wave to stand up. Critical section, critical nose ride, but a very small wave on the inside from Matias. Still some good footwork, and that's going to be it for the young Peruvian. So waiting on a few scores, the last of Skvarna, and we're still 0-2 for Maturano.
So this is that replay from Kevin. I love seeing this moment. So pushing that flat rocker down the wave, he gets up on the nose on the outside section, gets the 5, and looking for the 10. Does he get there? Not quite, but I love this adjustment of footwork right here. Bang, bang, stepping into the flat section of the rocker and carving it back into the pocket. So very technical footwork there from Kevin, utilizing that big nose rider for everything that it's worth, but those little footsteps accelerating him forward when he needed it most. And he's just going to link this inside really well with a series of nose rides and cutbacks. And a really nice flow there. He knew that he had this double up section. We saw it from the other angle. He's waiting for it, and here it is, a nice double up, and it gets a close 5 here, and this one would have felt good because he's got some speed traveling in here, and he's not having to work for it too much, Mitch. See Kevin, he knows that he was already probably going to progress through this heat, and he wanted to finish strong for the judges and the crowd who were going wild right there in the inside of the rocks. And that one felt good for him.
And a finishing touch right there for the 6.5. He extends his lead and takes a big heat win in elimination round. Heat number 7, the young Californian moving through against the young Peruvian Maturano. Be right back for the last heat of the elimination round. Ben Considine taking on Johnny the Ripper.
Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Last heat of the elimination round out there right now. Ben Considine taking on John Michael van Hockenstein as we see our beautiful setup here at Surf City El Salvador for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Mitchell Salazar here with the Waxhead, the one and only master and guru of longboarding. Thanks for joining us, Matt, and a pleasure to have you here for the first time ever in El Salvador.
And first of many, I'm sure. I've got my fiance coming down. She's going to show me all the sights. She's got Salvi heritage and her family just live up the road. So they're starstruck that the tour is in town. They're fans of longboarding. They've been to Malibu. The ones in the LA and the ones down here are fans as well. And I can't wait to get them on the surfboard as well.
So first time ever having pupusas last night here in El Tunco. What's the first reaction based off of that?
Had them in LA. Haven't had them in El Salvador. It's a slightly different scenario, but yeah, the pollo and queso, that's a pretty good mix, and it's an unusual one. I haven't had that one before.
Yeah, you definitely got to go bean and cheese. That's the most basic one, but it's my personal favorite.
I'll take you up on that one.
Heat number 8, Ben Considine from Australia, ranked number 17 coming into the event. John Michael van Hockenstein from the state of Hawaii, and number 14 coming in to the event is the young Hawaiian surfer from Waikiki in Honolulu. A great style, loves to use his rail, great nose rider as well. He's going up against Torquay's Ben Considine.
Looks like he's started well, some scores locking in the break, but both from cultural pockets so important to surfing. Waikiki and Bells Beach, Torquay, the surf coast. We just came back from there. Ben, the local down there, unfortunately losing out early in the round, but he was a highlight in the warm-up surfs, posting some amazing clips on South Coast surfboards. So he's got Australia right behind him, but he's also got the Hawaiians going for Johnny the Ripper as well.
So we have 2 Californians over there at the step and the repeat. Let's go down to Chris Cotes with a very happening Kevin Scavarna.
That's right, Kevin, you just Scavarna'd your way to a win in that last heat. This being your first trip to El Salvador, what are your takeaways from this beautiful spot?
You know, the beautiful part about this place is the waves never stop, right? Like, since the second we got here till now, the waves have been perfect almost. You know, it's pretty dreamy for a longboard. There's kind of like a kink in it, which makes it hard on the backhand. Like, you can see a lot of the goofy footers having to like do a lot of readjustments to kind of get to the nose and like make those sections count, where like it's not so important. As a regular footer, you can kind of just like take off and you're gonna make it. It's a mushy wave, but it does have these kinks in it that make it really fun on your backhand.
You just got the edge over an amazing surfer, Matu, a rising star. Not a great way to start the day yesterday, but you recovered quickly. Now you advance through into round 3. What's the game plan moving forward?
Yeah, having 2 heats today. I surfed in the first heat this morning and I got second. And I had one wave that felt pretty nice, and then going forward I just knew I needed to be on better waves and surf calmer and just surf how the way I know I can surf. You know, I like, if I can get the wave, I can do it, you know, so I'm just trying to carry that into it and just take it one heat at a time, and I'm excited to make it into the next round and surf a couple more heats.
Kevin Skvarna building momentum and already built the best mustache of the event. Congrats. Good luck moving forward.
That is without a doubt. And congratulations to Kevin Skvarna moving through into the round of 16. Big heat win for the young Californian. 23:40 on the clock. Ben Considine has 2 waves underneath his belt now, a 6.83, and waiting for this last score. Meanwhile, though, Johnny the Ripper dropping the best score of the heat at the moment, a 7.83. The backup comes through for Ben Considine. It's a 4.33. We got a heat on our hands, Matt.
And that's that flurry of waves that I predicted could have come at the end of that previous heat or the beginning of the next, and that it did. Nearly excellent score there for John. And Ben with a 6.83 backing up the 4.23, also starting with a bang. I love just in the inset video there, Ben starting it with a reverse fade, coming down and wiping off speed, showing the judges some rail and some transition turning rather than going straight to the nose, which is what we've seen a lot from the goofy footers. But Johnny the Ripper, a 7.83.
And a couple of 8s, or actually 3 8s thrown out there for Johnny the Ripper's opener, a 7.83, 2 7.5s. Also, one of them gets discarded, as we do have 22:40 on the clock. We talk about a great start. Anything better than a 5 is usually a good start in heat. But getting something close to excellence, as good as it gets.
So this was Ben's opening wave there, and just setting up this section on the outside. So this is the 6.83. Nice tempo from Ben. No stranger to right-hand point breaks, spending a lot of time up at the Noosa Festival of Surfing, and of course the right-hand points, Point Impossible and Bells Beach down in Victoria. Nice carve there for Ben. That South Coast looking really buttery. To Pintail, carving it back into the bowl, and there's Johnny on the outside section, carving at that drop knee slash roundhouse into the foam, and Ben unfortunately finishing off strong but overshadowed from Johnny behind him.
Yeah, and Ben's still working through to the inside, so this came in as a 6.83. A great start for the young surfer from Torquay in Victoria. Talk about having, you know, those places within your region that are very culturally rich. Obviously Bells Beach and that whole area of Victoria, one of the best in Australia. But talking about Honolulu, Hawaii, obviously the capital of the state of Hawaii, the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom right there in Oahu originally. I feel like we're seeing a young surfer come through from the Duke heritage. Obviously Kaniela Stewart in here as well, Kalis Kaleopa'a, you have Keani Kanulo, Sophia Colhane. It really seems to me like we're at a point in time in history where longboarding and traditional surfing within the Waikiki culture is flourishing.
And we talked about that earlier, about the platform that the WSL are providing with the regional qualification, but we have seen these names on Instagram, social media, we've seen the videos, the TikToks, but to actually have something to strive for, something to keep you accountable, to have a goal and to have something that you can work towards in life that's tangible, like a world championship, is, doesn't matter, money can't really buy that type of accountability for a young person growing up. It's so easy to be distracted these days, and to have a goal like this Waikiki generation have is phenomenal to see, and they're doing great things with their sponsors, for their community, and also for themselves.
I like that word, community. They definitely have a sense of community when they travel as well. They always have each other's backs. Same thing for the Australians. We've seen it a lot on the Championship Tour. Lately for the shortboarders, we've seen it a lot on the Challenger Series. I feel like we're seeing it a lot more on the Longboard Tour as well. You mentioned that Ben is actually traveling with his father at this event here, but he has a good crew around him, good support crew. Max Weston, seems like Declan Whiten within those, and even a couple of surfers that are not even in the draw that are just visiting this area of Etunco. Surf City providing a lot of good scores so far in this event. Johnny the Ripper has the highest wave for the men so far, tied with Taylor Jensen.
Wow, there you go, 7.83, and that was because of that big, strong power carve we saw behind Ben's wave. And unfortunately for Ben, he was on his way to perhaps a mid-7 or a low 7, but when your competitor's on a bigger wave doing larger turns or nose rides, it always overshadows it.
J.R. Esquivel with the 7.83 as well. And it seems to me like this high tide will be helping out a lot of these conditions in the afternoon. Still glassy. I mean, look at how beautiful that wave looks on screen right there. Who wouldn't want to come down to Surf City El Salvador? Waves are fun.
And not just this wave, there's countless waves along this coastline. We say countless because there are still some secrets that are hidden amongst the coves, the point breaks, all along the west coast of El Salvador, and I can't wait to go and explore after this event's done. But El Sunzal, one of the most consistent spots, if not the most consistent spot, really driving in any swell that's out there, often double the size of its neighboring point breaks. How stoked are we to have the World Longboard Tour stop number 3 here in Surf City?
Yeah, I'm checking Surfline on the forecast for today, tomorrow, and Friday. I'm thinking to myself, wow, like with the consistency that we're seeing out there in the water, with the number of good waves that we've seen out of the judging criteria so far, it's really all you need. Consistent waves. We're talking about the very best surfers in the world. They can make anything look good, but the waves are just as good as they are right now. Their performance will be elevated. 18 minutes on the clock. Priorities with the surfer in blue, Johnny the Ripper. He has the 7.83. Ben Considine looking to replace a 4.33 as the heat leader at the moment. And I can't even talk about the waves that are undiscovered at the moment here in El Salvador. A couple of beach breaks just up the coast too, Matt, that I think you would enjoy a lot of them.
Thank you for the heads up, Mitch. Got a quiver of my own boards here, and here we go. This is Johnny on his second wave.
Only needing a 3.33 to take the lead. Strong roundhouse cutback right there. That is one of the most beautiful and underrated moves in the entire sport of surfing. Unfortunately for him, that wave dies out. So looking for a 3.33, but you got to give it up for the Chris Brown wraparound right there, using the entirety of the rails on that one, Matt.
Yeah, and I love his drop knee, just driving straight into the foam and not losing any momentum when he bounces back off, which with on a single fin, generally you will find that. You will find at some point the way that the water disperses from rail to rail on the single fin, there is a moment where the fin may slide, pop, or give way. Here we have, that is our female competitor coming up in the next heat. That is Cindy.
Yeah, Portillo, the local wild card.
Yeah.
Going up against Chloe Calmon. Chloe number 5 in the rankings coming into this event.
This is going to be a great heat coming up next for sure.
Yeah, 2 goofy footers as well in the next heat. A great surfer from Las Flores, the eastern part of the country here in El Salvador, which, by the way, there are plans to have an airport down there in that part of the country. Have a lot of direct flights to that part, so you don't have to drive from San Salvador to Las Flores and San Miguel. So Matt, be on the lookout to be able to visit that area of the country as well. And some of the best waves that you have on offer in Central America, Las Flores, Punta Mango, and a couple of other secrets
spots,
over there too.
Yeah, I've checked out the aerial maps. I know there's plenty of other ones in there. And it's very interesting when you have a look at the, on Google Earth, you have a look at the landscape all across here. You look into Guatemala and it's flat. There's almost very little landscape variation. It's relatively flat with big, long beaches. As soon as you almost enter in El Salvador, it starts getting rocky. The coastline bends and twists and it opens itself up to the southwest swells, which is what we've got here. 14-second period today, 15 seconds yesterday. During that big swell the other day, 16, 17 seconds. We will see a decrease in that period, but the size staying the same. So it might open up some of those smaller mid waves halfway up.
I feel like beach break surfers will be very agile in those kind of conditions, especially with the shorter period swell. 15:30 on the clock. Priority with Ben Considine. The last of John comes through as a 3.97. It's enough for the lead. 11.8 heat total to 11.16 halfway through the heat right now. You're Considine at this moment, Matt. You put yourself in his shoes. You have a 6.83, close to matching the 7.83 of Johnny, but looking to really get the battle of the backups going right here. Do you wait for a set wave with 15 minutes on the clock, or do you just try to replace that 4.33 with the first set that comes through?
I think both surfers would have been rather surprised to get those set waves to start off with, so already surpassing some of the heat totals that have taken wins already throughout the day. I think they'll be trying to back up that 6.83 and the 7.83 respectfully, and I think it's not going to be relatively the set will not have to do it. They should be able to do it on a mid-range score. If it can make it to the beach, that's going to be a bonus because there's an extra point of scoring between that inside section. As long as we saw in Kevin Scavana's wave, as long as it stays open and you finish cleanly. If you fall off on the inside and you've been groveling all the way through the inside, it leaves that bad taste in the judge's mouth, and they won't wipe points off, but you certainly won't get any additional points for that work.
And it seems like 12.5, 13 points has been a good number today to make it through your heat. Strong 10 right there from Ben Considine in the pocket the entire time. That was beautiful on the outside. He's going to stick with this one. a tricky section to really get through. And let's see if he can navigate around this whitewater right here or have to bail. And it seems like he's committing to the inside section if he can make it around. But a real tough wave to read right here for Constantine. He's going to stick with it, though. What do you think about the decision-making right here?
It's a full closeout, but what it will do is it add extra energy through to the inside section. That's what he's hoping for. He's committed to it now, and he needs to stay with it to see if he can get that additional point. Some great work done on the outside, so if he can finish strong, it'll be a nice icing on the cake for this wave, and he does. He finds the inside section, Mitch.
Well, that is some persistence right there by Constantine. This wave going flat through the midsection, heading into the shore break. And now being able to get to the nose is going to be imperative for a good score for Constantine. Need something close to a 5-point ride for the lead. And that's going to be it for Ben. So the real question here, was it a smart move, having done the Big Ten on the outside, to stick with that ride?
Given what we saw in previous heats, yes, but Johnny up and riding.
And a big nose ride for him on the outside too. How steep was that wave where he took off on? Trying to get a little bit of a hop going right here.
Yeah, the judges won't appreciate that, that's for sure.
And this section popping up afterwards. A strong nose ride gets the 5. Nearly a little bit of a barrel right there as the tide has hit the deep of the low just around 30 minutes ago. Making it around this section once more. He's had some trouble getting around this whitewater.
Both surfers with the backup scores. This will be interesting. Where the judges would go with this. A lot of downtime and no footwork in between maneuvers.
And length of ride isn't the criteria either, so
Not
doesn't
at all.
matter how long it is. As long as you're doing your work either on the outside or on the inside, you're going to get a good score.
And quality over quantity. Doesn't matter how many nose rides, re-entries, taps off the lip that you get, like we've seen at the Surf Ranch, in the WCT events. Doesn't matter how many barrels you get or even how long you get barreled, it's how deep you get barreled and the setup that goes with that, or the lack thereof. You come out of a re-entry or an aerial maneuver, you land in the barrel and it sucks you back into the pocket. You come spitting out of that thing with speed down the line, and you utilize that speed in the rail with precision, you will get excellent range scores. If it's predictable, you're trying to score points, it'll stay below the mid-range.
Right, there's a degree of difficulty to that, isn't there? As we did see Cindy Portillo on screen. She's coming up in our first elimination round heat for the women, going up against Chloe Calmon, the number 5 ranked surfer on the women's championship tour on the longboarding side. Waiting for scores. The last I've read, Constantine comes in as 4.1. Not enough for the lead, and now waiting to see whether or not Johnny can replace the 3.97.
That hurts to surf that wave all the way to shore, but he had to stick with it because he had done that outside work. And we have seen previous heats like Max Weston unable to capitalize on the inside. Dorian Torres earlier as well. Some of those inside sections just didn't appear. So hedging his bets, Ben surfing all the way through, didn't pay off in that one, but still 10 minutes 50 left on the clock. And Johnny's might go a little higher than his previous wave. Some great moments on that, but when you put them all together, that flow and the control wasn't necessarily there.
So a third of the heat remaining out there in the water right now. 10:35 on the clock. Johnny looking to replace a 3.97. Constantine still looking for a 4.98 for the lead. As you can see, Van Hohenstein paddling back out, and things are looking very enthusiastic for John as we see the score drop right here. Seems like he will improve the 3.97 by a good amount, waiting for one more score, and it's a 5.5 for John Michael Van Hohenstein.
There you go, set wave on the outside section and a big driving committed rail turn. So the judges really appreciating that, carrying a lot of speed through those opening maneuvers. It's just the inside section caught him off guard a little bit, and it did section. They would have compared that to Ben's wave, and they would have looked at where they were going to go, higher or lower, and they would have said committed rail turn. We haven't seen that in this heat yet, except for the 783. And Johnny was going to keep going back to that, no doubt.
And Ben now needing a 6.51 or better for the lead. A 4.33 is what he was looking to replace on his last ride. The score comes in as a 4.1, and it's really been all about the opening exchange right now. Johnny getting the 7.83, the edge out of that one. Ben with the 6.83, and it's really been a very competitive heat so far, but when it comes to the backup, Johnny was able to get the better of the exchange out of the last one with 9 minutes to go. It seems like he's going to get first priority too.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that's a win-win when you increase your backup score and your heat total, and you're taking the lead, and you've got priority, and there's a set wave out the back.
That was a sick takeoff all the way on the outside. Grab rail carve for Johnny the Ripper. And he is on his way to improving on the 5.5 at the moment. Great stuff right here from the surfer from Honolulu, Hawaii. Wraps it back all the way. Once again, uses those rails well. He has such a pleasing style too, Matt. Very enthusiastic performance right now from John.
That nose ride there was a highlight for me. Just seeing him use the footwork when he's coming out of the bottom turn. This is a phenomenal wave, and I think it could go excellent.
Wow, some great stuff right there from John, as he is still looking for a double up way on the inside on the short break. We do have a tide that is still quite low out there, and he...
Just finish it, just finish it.
Probably gonna try to get one more in before he kicks out, literally right on the rocks, standing on the shoreline right there with 8 minutes to go.
Well, for me, that was the wave of the day so far.
That lift in the nose right is what got you going, didn't it?
We'll have to see. But we're looking at the screen here. The judges are looking at it in real time and then dissecting it if they need to with the replay on the screen. Yeah, we've got Chucky up there doing that judges replay. But let's have another look. Love this. Stays high, up on the nose, holding through the section, so steep section, and this driving rail grab carve, the drop knee all the way back into the foam, and linking the section with flow back up on the nose again, so no downtime, and another drop knee roundhouse cutback, banking off, and just timing the midsection perfect. So one of the better waves we've seen in this heat so far, and this drives off the bottom, uses his footwork, gets on the nose at the top of the wave, drops back down again, middle of the board speed, and you can see this one's going to go all the way to the inside rocks, carving it back through again, so use the rail, the nose, the midsection, and banking it off the top. And just when we thought he was done, Mitch, he carries through to the inside section and puts on a show for the judges, the crowd, and the locals down here at El Sunzal. Johnny the Ripper on his way to a fantastic score. We'll wait to see where this one was locked in at.
Yeah, I was surprised that he actually committed all the way to the short break right here. But obviously seeing something that maybe we didn't see on screen. 6:40 to go. You got to be thinking that the 5.5 is very long gone right now. Considine before this last ride of John was needing a 6.51. The good thing for Considine, a lot of time on the clock, 6.5, and he has priority at the moment.
I feel like he could have pulled off John on that wave. 7.67, there you go. Because someone went excellent, 8.2. I feel like he could have pulled off after that re-entry on the inside. I thought that was it. If he'd have pulled off and just like clapped his hands, it was an excellent. I would have gone into the 8s, probably 8, just low 8s if I was the judge. But thankfully we're here. 7.67. Johnny will take that. And an 8.67 now required for Benny Considine.
A lot of people always ask me, oh, how do people get excellent scores? It obviously has to do with the criteria and the surfing that they did on a wave too. But I really want to touch on what you said from John at the end. Presentation at the end of the wave is also huge, and I know that that's why the kick out before actually used to be part of the judging criteria.
100%. It shows that authority and control of that wave. You start with a perfect score, you finish when you want to finish. And you show the judges that we liken it to performing art. Like, have you ever seen anyone in ballet or dancing or a gymnastics routine just finish and fall off and make it look sloppy? Never. They'll never make the next round, never win the event or the tournament if they have that poor body language. It's all about being efficient on the wave, of course, surfing with flow, but surfing like you've already got the score. The wave has it. It's inherent. The wave that you've taken off on is a choice. You've gone, yep, this is the one for me to do my thing, strut my stuff, show my creative flair, show my use of the judging criteria. I've achieved that, so I'm going to pull off when I'm ready.
And Johnny the Ripper actually has 2 of the highest wave scores on the men's side so far, 7.83. He's tied with TJ and JR Esquivel, but he has a 7.67 as well. The highest heat total of the event so far, Matt, 15.5.
Yeah, 15.5 and well-deserved. Wouldn't be surprised if he went to 16 or 17. He's on an absolute heater right now. 4 minutes 30 left on the clock. I feel like he's just warming up. An area, if we could really dissect it on that last 6-7 though, Mitch, the grab rail wasn't necessarily, perhaps not, maybe a little safety grab on the outside. He's a smaller frame surfer, quite thin, but using that rail to help push back into the foam does help. But would you see Taylor Jensen do that with a larger frame? Probably not. If you were to compare the two, blow for blow, I think Taylor may have got he may have made that look a little more casual and driven out of it with speed.
And in surfing, you're comparing apples to oranges, right? Not everything's the same. Not every surfer is the same. Not every board is the same either. And I think that's why this sport is so unique, especially on the competitive side. You go into prize fighting, obviously it's a subjective sport too. You're getting judged. You don't want to make it close at the end. You want to finish the round well. But when it comes to scoring individual waves, surfing is extremely unique in that point because you're comparing that wave to another wave within the same heat. And no wave is similar to another.
Same with the boards. Surfboards are all very different. Each person possesses their own ability, and we're all products of our environment and the bodies that we're born with. Our mind, our body, and our equipment combined with the changing variables that we have in the ocean is why surfing is so amazing, and that's why we keep doing it in search for that perfect wave. But you know what, Mitch? Your version of a perfect wave is different to Benny's out there. For an 867, you know, an excellent wave or something that makes us get out of bed in the morning is different, and it varies. Someone right now in the world is having their best surf, and it looks very different to our perception. And that's why surfing is so incredible.
I like how much, first of all, the sport has evolved, and especially I think getting the broadcast involved, having a lot of people being able to see themselves live on TV. But more importantly, I think just being able to allow a lot of these surfers to get their own space, be creative, and show their unique perspectives of being a wave rider themselves has been essential to the development of the sport globally.
And letting us as broadcasters show them the story, like present their story to the world, to their sponsors, to their shapers, and open up a new generation to what could happen. And I think that's so important. It's amazing that WSL are doing that right now, and that regional qualification series will allow that. Here goes Benny.
The Victoria needing a big score, the best of the event so far. An 8.67. The goofy footer going to kick out of that one. Doesn't like what he sees going down the line. Just under 2 minutes. He's looking to at least improve on the 6.83 if he can and make the requirement a bit less right now with a minute 45 on the clock. If you're maybe a surfer that's out there and you're looking to control the heat from a coach's perspective right now, if you're John out there in the blue jersey, you have positioning outside, you have priority. What's the play right now despite Ben needing something near perfection?
Well, he would know what Ben's capable of. He's seen him. He's seen his Instagram and YouTube videos. He's going to just take the best wave. He knows to get a special, excellent score of 8.67. That'd be the wave of the event so far. So he'll know what that is identified as. Johnny's going to be taking whatever comes through next if it looks substantial.
So just over a minute to go. Considine has had a great heat himself, 11.16, and then starting off with a 6.83, a very strong start for the young surfer from Victoria. If there's any takeaway that you could give to Ben Considine right now, especially on a positive side, what are the key things that you're looking at, Matt?
It's just to keep on keeping on. Watch the heat replay, see where he can make improvements. Unfortunately for him, he's come up against a red-hot Johnny the Ripper, and there's not much you can do about that. As a regular footer on a right-hand point break, he's really taken the heat and run with it. Ben hasn't particularly made any mistakes. I think that 4.10 was worth persevering with, but unfortunately for him, it was just the waves didn't allow him to commit, and it was just, you could say wave selection, but perhaps longer hang tens and working on his nose riding in critical sections, but the rail game has improved a lot for Benny over the years.
I think the comparison to Sunset Beach is very accurate, though.
There you go. The Hawaiian influence, the power.
I think there's a reason why they're doing so well so far.
Benny,
Kai
go surf Bell's Beach. There you go.
Kaniela, Johnny the Ripper, Kai, the connection between his father and his uncle, the Takayamas, as well. As Considine having a paddle for that one. The heat is over, and a red-hot John Michael van Hohenstein is moving through into the round of 16 with the highest heat total of the event so far at 15.5 total for Johnny the Ripper. Has to be very pleased and stoked with his performance. Easily one of the best ones we've seen all season long from this kid from Honolulu.
Oh, absolutely. And to tell you something, his preparation included some Wim Hof breathing. He was doing that Roisin Caroline. They're up there staying in the same place, really concentrating on his preparation in his own space, and it paid off.
And he's thriving right now, harder than the blowtorch is Johnny the Ripper, and he's moving through into the round of 16. We got women's action coming up. Chloe Calmon taking the local surfer Cindy Portillo on here at Sunzal.
been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and
So
connected.
much for the wishes, and so much for the call.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, surfing's equivalent to smooth jazz. We're watching Chloe Kalman and Cindy Portillo in the lineup. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. This is women's elimination round, heat number 1. The door to the final 8 for the women is slowly closing. We're going to see the full picture of our Malibu final 8 females after the end of this round, but we've got a lot of surfing before that happens. We're going to crown our champions down here in El Salvador. Will it be Chloe Kalman? She's pretty good. She's very consistent. Sam, she is a perennial favorite no matter where or when she puts on the jersey.
Yeah, and I've been known to describe her as a samba surfer. Of course, samba, the music of Brazil. You know, if you listen to João Gilberto and the combination of Stan Getz and João there, they create some great music. And Chloe's surfing on that first wave was absolutely incredible. The flow, the silky footwork, and the way she just keeps that board in the pocket. Rides the new advanced surfboards built in Sao Paulo, and I think that's going to be a really big score to kick things off for Kalman.
She puts the boss in Brazilian bossa nova. Always a pleasure to watch surf. Watch out, Cindy Portillo, the local threat from here in El Salvador. You know, she's got, of course, the backing of all the fans on the beach and everybody from watching down here, and she has made a lot of fans on a global scale with the performances she's put forth for us throughout the week here. I'm very excited, you know, when you see the event wildcard that you haven't seen much of on Instagram or in videos or in competition, kind of perks your interest, right? I want to know more about Cindy Portillo.
Yeah, well, she's from Las Flores, San Miguel, the right-hand point break down the coast, sand bottom. She's a pioneer female surfer here. She's been a Central American and Caribbean Games champion surfing in El Salvador, and she's a hostel manager at Nativa Surf House down there in Las Flores. And her brother's a really good surfer. She's been surfing since age 8, and she's a role model for all the up-and-coming El Salvadorian surfers. And she put on a really good performance in the opening round. Of course, she got put into this elimination heat, but the way she surfed against reigning world champ Soleil Erico and up-and-coming Hawaiian stylist Kiani Canulo was impressive, and she really demonstrated she deserves to be here with the best.
Well, we're waiting for that first score from Chloe Kalman. This is a big question mark for Chloe, right? I'm sure she hasn't, gone up against Sydney that much, maybe in regional competition, but here on the WSL Championship Tour stage, there's going to be some questions answered with Cindy's first wave. Chloe Kalman repping Rio de Janeiro, but I feel like, Brazilian surfers, especially elite level Brazilian surfers, I mean, they get around that country, a huge coastline area on both sides of the country for surfers to enjoy. Of course, Rio, that is definitely the most storied in terms of surfing heritage and history in Brazil.
And Macumba Beach is where Chloe's from in Rio, and that's like the longboard capital of surfing in Rio. Her dad, a pioneer surfer there, her dad got her surfing when she was young, and she's been competing at this stage for a long time. She's only 28, but she's got so much depth of experience and demonstrating with that 6.83 that she's going for a world title.
Great start right there. Thank you to Chloe's dad for getting the ball rolling, because we've all been enjoying her career so far. 24 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Johnny the Ripper, living up to the best nickname in this event. He's on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Chris, and that's absolutely right. John, you are living up to the name of Johnny the Ripper. First of all, I'd have to say your best performance so far this season in the 3 events that we've had, a 15.5 heat total, the best at the event so far. How do you feel it went out there for yourself?
Yeah, it's been Huntington was a little tricky, especially a beach break, and then Bells was like 2 heats of very like confusing conditions, blown out. So I'm just super happy to surf El Salvador, a nice right-hand wave, not too bumpy. Only once you get to that inside, but other than that, I'm stoked I made it onto the round of 16.
And you were pushed to your limits by Ben. You won the opening exchange of 7.83 in comparison to a 6.83. How did you adjust mid-heat to be able to get your best score and a backup score after that?
Yeah, so I was my first heat with Taka and JR. The tide was a little higher. We were all sitting more at like the point to the right-hand side, and the tide changed, the tide dropped, so I was like, it's going to be peeling a little bit faster, try to sit on that little corner, like kind of by the channel, and yeah, found a few and turned out pretty good. Yeah.
We've been talking about the comparison of this wave compared to Sunset Beach over on Oahu. What do you feel like in terms of that comparison, and especially with how broad the lineup is?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. It's a little bit of Sunset, Haleiwa, Lonnie's a little bit of in town in Waikiki, like Diamond Head, a little bit like Diamond Head. So just happy it's a right-hand wave and I'm regular, so yeah.
Moving through into the round of 16, anything you're going to change?
Just try to watch the waves right before my heat, try to see where I'm going to sit, and yeah, just go out there and just have fun and just try to soak it all in for my first time on the tour. So happy to just travel with all my friends and stuff. So yeah.
Congratulations, Don. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks so much. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you, Mitch. You know, I love the nickname Johnny the Ripper, but in looking at his name in its entirety, I could see Johnny Hammersticks sitting quite nicely. That's up to him, of course. Well, mainly up to his friends, because usually those are the people that give you your nicknames. But Johnny Hammersticks, that's available for you, Johnny the Ripper, if you'd like it.
Looks like we got an opportunity for Chloe to get that second score. Doesn't take it.
Can I just get a screen grab of this? That is paradise for logging right there.
And unridden waves there. You know, people tuning in from around the world will just be positioning themselves with their toes on the nose in that nice little pocket section. There's a lot of comparisons being made to the likes of Sunset and other Hawaiian waves, but this is a much gentler wave, way more playful, and it is beautiful for longboarding because there's a little bit of power in the foam, but it's not too much. You know, you really feel the kind of in command of the ride when you're surfing here on a longboard.
Yeah, and you know what? Thinking back to the first day and a half of competition, I don't remember many falls. I mean, I literally could count the number of falls on my on one hand, and those were really not really of consequence. Thinking back, the falls have kind of been, you know, most of the time on purpose. So good clean surfing all the way through, and again, this wave lends itself from every level, from beginner, first wave ridden. I mean, today be a good day for that, all the way up to elite level expert professionals, as we're seeing right now. So Surf City living up to its name and some.
Absolutely, and I love your mentioning of bossa nova music there, and we know we were talking about Johnny's playlist earlier. I'd love to have access to the tunes that the surfers listen to before their heats. That'd be a really nice addition to
share,
be able to tune in.
Share the AirPods, one each.
Local surfer up and running, Las Flores legend, pioneer of El Salvadorian surfing, Cindy. And again, demonstrating, Chris, that she deserves to be here with the world's best.
You know, I love that. Get the cut back, just tickle the foam and get right back onto the open face. So she's already had a quick nose ride, a couple great turns. Cindy Portillo, I mean, just pure grace on this wave. Quiet arms, you know, you see the footwork. She has kind of that ballet style up and down the board. Just, you know, again, you watch that, you feel relaxed. Joyful surfing right there.
Yeah, and she's used to competing with Chloe, and also she had a big result finishing third behind Chloe Calmon and Liv Stokes earlier in the year at the Pan American Surfing Games in Santa Catalina in Panama. So this is a, you know, opportunity for Cindy to really build on that experience. There's the El Salvadorian flag, the blue of the sky and the sea, and the white symbolizing peace. And those 5 volcanoes on the emblem in the middle. Of course, there's over 100 volcanoes here. I mean, it's a geographer's dream coming to El Salvador. There's a lot to see.
This place is awesome. I mean, just looking at the coastline, some of the drone angles you have, you can see nooks and crannies everywhere. And for surfers, when they see that, regardless of what the swell is looking like, you just know there's some hidden, uncut gems lying around every corner. All you got to do is come down here and take a look.
Yeah, it's not even diamonds in the rough, is it? They're easy to access. The waves are fun. They're accessible. A little challenging getting in and out on the tides. You have to be cautious.
You got to work for it a little bit.
Yeah, and you got to get a little bit of local advice because, you know, some of the spots do need a particular entry and exit. What you find here at El Sunzal, those bigger high tides, it can be, you know, the grind of the cobbles on the high tide. I love that sound, as we see Chloe answering back. More samba surfing, more bossa nova, Chris.
Chloe Kalman. Nicely done, getting straight out under the nose.
Oh, that was beautiful walk into the second nose ride.
Just back to back right there. You know, doing exactly what the judges want to see, using the entirety of this 9-foot-plus surfboard. Carving back. Nice arcing turn there, up and into the white water. Again, not getting too radical, just radical enough to let us know that she is in command and control of her board. Style, grace, effortless approach from Chloe Kalman. At least she makes it look like it's effortless, but we know how much work she's put into her surfing over the years. It's why she's an international superstar, one of the most famous names and faces in the current state of longboard.
Wow,
because of surfing like that, and she's still going.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, that was just a kind of wave that you want to watch on replay, study the moves, try to, you know, practice those at your local spots, even practice things like that on your long skate, you know, that drop knee setup, that footwork. The way she walked in and out of those opening 2 nose rides was with so much precision and control, and also finesse, because she fitted in some very tight footwork in the last foot of the board. It's a hard thing to do, and then she just really rode that wave all the way through with precision, but demonstrating a lot of variety.
We've got a heat on our hands, folks. A hard turn from Sydney Portillo. Got a quick just touch of the nose out the back. It looks like she could have a good racetrack section here on the inside to work with. Forming up around her, patiently waiting. You know, again, keep your eyes on the arms, the hips, everything in its proper place. She gets around this section, inching towards the nose, 5 over. Cross-stepping back, you know, knowing that the power source of the wave is right there on the edge of the white water. Stays with it. Quick turn there. Chop impeding the flow just a little bit, but nicely done for Cindy Portillo. I mean, that was a great comparison, right? You've got Chloe Kalman, I mean, the professionalism from outside all the way to the inside. And then you've got that kind of powerful, stylish approach from Cindy. You know, I feel like Chloe's wave just kind of had the entire menu available for the judges.
It was the full repertoire, the full package, everything demonstrated. But Cindy's ride, that's going to be strong. It's going to surpass her 3.67. I think Chloe's wave is going to go bigger than her opening 6.83. Look at this footwork, 6 into the 5. And then the way she walks out of this and then sets herself up from the middle with 4 steps back into a second nose ride, and then 6 clean steps, and then using her trademark drop knee and just opening out her arms and then getting back some rebound off the foam, so demonstration of variety in the cutbacks there. And then here she stalls and uses the footwork to get a touch of the 5, and then quickly walks back to the tail, drops back down into the wave, sets a good trim line, and then sets herself up with a little subtle drop knee as this wave just doubles up and steepens, gets a bit of a touch of the 5 again, and some acceleration from the trim point in the middle of the board, walks into a sweep, subtle drop knee once again, and then just floats, climbs down, and just stands tall, elegant, with a few more touches at the tip, and then what a demonstration of silky longboarding, bossa nova at its finest.
The only thing you could take away from that ride is the dismount, which the judges don't love, but I mean, all the work she did from the outside, that's going to be what shines in the minds of the judges.
Absolutely, but Cindy demonstrating she deserves to be here. This is a beautiful open face ahead, but she read this wave nicely, Chris. She's just stalling, using that sole arch stool, coming off the bottom there, and it builds in size through this section. This would be the opportunity for that critical nose ride. She's a little bit wide at the shoulder there, so the judges will recognize the degree of difficulty with that nose ride. They want to see the surfer's nose riding in the pocket, but wave selection, great. The fact that that wave built in size as it went down the point, but not able to end with finesse, and that does help. Chloe drops a 707, so great score. Not as high as that first 683. So the difference for me was that 707, which is her second score. It kind of came from that opening double nose ride, that halo maneuver really starting on a strong point. But very similar scores, 683 and a 707.
Poise, style, grace, speed control. You know, that's a underrated virtue of the world's best longboarders. You know, getting a lot of speed is not going to be a problem. It's controlling that speed, leaning into your Casey Jones from that Grateful Dead song. You gotta watch your speed. You gotta make sure that you don't let the board run away from you like a freight train down the tracks.
Great reference there, Chris. This is why we need to have the surfers' soundtracks delivered to us before the heat, so we can feast on all of this musical repertoire. But Chloe herself, an influencer, she's got over 252,000 followers on Instagram.
That's a couple friends.
Yeah, so she's possibly got the biggest social media engagement of all the surfers on the Longboard Tour, and that says a lot. She's an asset, Chris.
Moves product.
A person that any brand will want to support. And going for her first world title, she's been a duct tape winner. She's been 3 times Pan American champion, multiple Brazilian champion, and 3 times she's finished second on the World Surf League World Longboard Tour. So she will be, you know, favorite to qualify for Malibu. Of course, she'll expect to be in the top 8. She's had a decent season so far. Of course, the 5th in Huntington, losing out to Honolulu Bloomfield, and then she got a really strong 3rd in Bells, losing out to Alice Lemoyne, who went on to be beaten by Soleil Erico in the final. So you would expect to see Chloe in Malibu next month.
We'll see what happens. 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Chloe Kalman in the lead for now. Just under halfway through our elimination. Heat 1. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. The women have taken to the lineup. You know good things are going to happen. We'll be right back.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
11 minutes to go here in the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. This is women's elimination, Heat 1. So the second round, these surfers are fighting for survival in this event. Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley. We're witnessing some beautiful bossa nova-esque surfing from Chloe Kalman, but the local threat, Cindy, is also putting up some numbers, so we definitely have a solid heat on our hands.
And her reference would be Kumba music, which is the Colombian music, which is massive in the nightclubs of El Salvador. So if we've got some musical comparisons there, we got the silky samba fusion bossa nova mix of Chloe from Rio, and we got the Kumba Colombian influenced El Salvadorian style of Cindy.
I love that. And during the break, you know, we saw big wave surfing, we see Challenger Series events, so I'm thinking big wave surfing, heavy metal all day.
Yes.
Challenger Series, that's kind of like punk rock, maybe some techno influence. You got the Championship Tour, that's pop rock all day, right?
Yep.
Then you've got longboarding, which is a mix. Samba, jazz, rap. Don't forget log rap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Following the culture. So it's up to whoever is the beholder of the headphones before these heats, wondering, of course, which musical preference will get you the edge. Right now, loving these beautiful shots. Both surfers up and at it. Cindy out the back on the nose. Chloe on the inside, trying to get around this whitewater section. She does.
Ooh, how good are these waves?
Oh, this is so cool.
Brilliant. Both of these women absolutely styling through these sections. The multiple nose rides we've seen from Cindy on that were just exceptional, but Chloe looking so composed, just navigating every section with precision.
A little swivel to get around that section, kind of a flat spot. She makes it look easy. Carves it back. What a presence of mind. Just to add that extra flair, that one extra turn in a tight space, but making it look nice and smooth. So another great exchange between both surfers.
Be interesting to see if she builds on that 707, just each wave getting stronger. Cindy's, I think, is going to be her highest score. She's got that mid-range 3, that low 4, but those nose rides she was doing, and both of those waves, I mean, they were absolutely perfect. Zoe Cropignon coming up next. Again, fascinated to hear if she's been listening to music before her heat. Big one against Liv Stokes.
Looks like she's been surfing.
Yeah, she's ready for action. And of course, Zoe's got family links here. Her sister married to an El Salvadorian. They run a farm nearby. So she's got a lot of experience surfing at El Sunzal, and she knows this wave very well. But Liv Stokes also has experience competing here. Both regular footers, and both are going to shine in these conditions.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised to see Liv Stokes in the elimination round, just because she came out firing on all cylinders, but just had a, well, every heat's going to be incredibly tough, but both surfers have, you know, built momentum from day one. Even though they didn't win their heats, they both have something good to build on, and that next elimination round heat 2 is going to be another classic.
Never want to kind of back out of a good conversation about music, Chris. You know, what I want to say is Log Rap, a big fan of Ryan Cannon. He loves to film Chloe, so Chloe's featured in some really good Log Rap segments. So picture her surfing now to 90s hip hop music. It does work. And also
Nas.
Yeah, and another big feature of the renaissance of longboarding in the 90s, a lot of young longboarders, Joel Tudor included, loved punk music, you know, and they rediscovered 70s punk music, but they were heavily into 90s punk music. So there's a big progressive element to the momentum generation that were the kind of backlash to the shortboarding that was happening on those high rocket boards as young people got into longboarding. So you'll find that longboarders like Chloe, they love all genres of music, but that again was just a great display. And I think, Chris, this is going to go higher than her first 2 waves. She got a 683 and a 707. For me, this could be excellent range.
That was a wonderful wave. I mean, again, just doing everything right, everything in its proper place. Silky smooth style. Now let's take a look at Cindy Portillo. This was her answer back to Chloe's wave that was literally right in front of her.
And she nose rode these sections really well. So good opening carve, double nose ride there, great cut into the drone angles. We can really see how beautiful this wall is and how she didn't hesitate getting into that third nose ride, bit wider of the shoulder than some of Chloe's nose rides that have been slightly deeper in the pocket, but great flow and a good powerful setup, nice tall soul arch stance coming off the bottom of that bottom turn and still keeping it nice and loose and lively there, but it got a bit bouncy on the inside, so you feel as if that 5, 6, potential 7 score might have been eroded a little bit just from losing control at the end.
Yeah, a little messy on the finish. Big score drops for Chloe Kallman, 7.83, so one of the highest numbers of the day so far. I want to ask you, for the uninitiated, right? You had just mentioned a nose ride out on the open face, so to many people, a nose ride might just be a nose ride, right? But in the eyes of the judges, where you place that nose ride is of paramount importance. So where is the ideal spot to ride the nose while garnering the attention and affection of the judges?
It's a good question, Chris. And like shortboarding, surfing in the pocket has the highest degree of difficulty. It's the steepest, fastest part of the wave. And it's where, if you nose ride correctly, you'll achieve lift, where you'll get the board locked into the pocket, so the combination of the designs of the rail, the foil, the tail, the fin allow the back of the board to hold so that the rider can stand with 5 or 10 toes over the tip, putting their body weight leaning forward. If you do those nose rides out on the shoulder, on the open face, it's easier, and the judges recognize that those nose rides in the pocket, where there's a very high chance the board will slide out, it's got a much higher degree of difficulty, and that's why you see those bigger scores for those nose rides in the pocket.
Now, I am the biggest Herbie Fletcher fan on the planet.
Yeah, the Herbie Fletcher fin slide.
I'm wondering, why do we not see the side slip boogie anymore?
Well, we might see a side slip boogie, but a lot of these surfers, they want to get lift and hold on the nose. So they opt to ride equipment that allows stability on the nose to get those locking, holding 10s, where what you find from Herbie, a great nose rider, but he likes to get that release and that slide and the drift. So he'll walk up into the nose, and that fin would have slid out in a position like that we see from Cindy, and he might go into the full helicopter or just the trademark Herbie Fletcher fin slide. But of course, you know, a lot of these surfers would have grown up looking up to Herbie, and he remains a guiding light in surf culture, and the family so prevalent. And Dibby Fletcher's Instagram account is perhaps one of the more entertaining ones you might find.
Definitely. 4 minutes to go here. Nicely done again for Cindy Portillo. Just feel like the difference, well, the scores kind of illustrate the difference there. Chloe Kalman's waves have just been a little bit better. They've been a little bit longer, just giving her more room to work, you know, a longer dance floor, if you will. Cindy, the end of her waves, on all the 3 waves she's caught, just kind of a little bit messy. You know, they like to see a nice and tidy finish, but she's done all the hard stuff, the nose rides, the big turns. It's just a matter of maximizing the scoring potential on the waves that she's ridden.
Yeah, those 4s and that 4-1-0 and that 5-3-3, had she had a stronger finish, perhaps they could have gone up towards the 6s. But Chloe is just been building, and she will be enjoying this performance. You know, this is a round she doesn't want to be in, but she's here. She finds herself now with an opportunity to express herself, to have fun, to connect with herself, and to get in that rhythm and that tempo to surf at her best. She's got a fantastic relationship with her surfboard, Shape, a new advanced boards built by Neko and Marcelo Carboni, father and son. And I had the opportunity to do a nice interview with Chloe quite recently. And I was asking her why she got into longboarding, and she said it was the silky smooth walk on the board that always felt like ballet. And as a kid, she also said what she loved was the challenge of carrying and moving a board twice her size and being able to utilize all of the board in the water with grace. And you know, that's something interesting for Groms who get into riding big boards. A, they've got to get them down the beach. B, they've got to paddle them out. And C, they've got to surf them with elegance. And if you learn to position yourself on the wave and on the board, it becomes quite easy to maneuver a big board. You just got to develop that timing and that poise.
So I'm going to change my attitude, because that's my least favorite part of longboarding, is carrying the board to the beach.
Yeah, it is a tough thing to do.
But I should probably do that more, because if I could surf a little bit more like Chloe Kalman, my life would be a little bit better. We're inside of 2 minutes now. Chloe Kalman in the lead for now. Cindy Portillo has made it heat. She's got a 5.33 and a 5.10, but time is not on her side, and she needs a massive score, a 9.67. Chloe Kalman has put on a masterclass of longboard surfing in the last 20 minutes.
Up the second highest score of the women's event. Alice Lemoyne has got that 8. Chloe's got that 7.83. We've seen some big scores as well from Honolulu Bloomfield. So, you know, making a statement that she's, you know, here to take the win. She's here to qualify for Malibu. She's been doing some fantastic coaching with a number of key surfers. She had support from Taylor Jensen in Bells Beach, and she's been having a lot of support from Carla Roland Zamora, a Malibu legend, and I think that will really play in Chloe's favor when, because I say when, because I'm pretty confident she will, qualifies for Malibu. I think having Carla in her corner, Carla, Malibu icon, knows that wave better than most. It's really going to help Chloe's campaign to finally get that world title.
You have the right to be confident in Chloe. I mean, she is such a steady, consistent competitor. You know, it's rare to see her fall. It's rare to see her kind of flustered in the lineup. You know, she's been doing it for a minute, and she just always looks so comfortable, regardless of the situation. But especially right now, You know, she's got a pair of 7s, and you know that she was not taking Cindy lightly. Anytime you're going up against a surfer with a wild card under their name, you know that anything is possible. So I like that she went out there and meaning business. She's throwing away high 6s, so she's doing a lot right in this heat. Cindy Portillo has definitely made her have to earn it. You know, Sydney's putting up some big scores as well, so this has been a really great battle, but for me, this is a statement victory from Chloe Kalman. Her intentions are pretty widely known now.
Yeah, and we know that goofy footers can win at Malibu. Joel Tudor did it, and I think Chloe Kalman can do it. And she's really going to have enjoyed the way she performed in this heat, and she can just build on that now. She wouldn't have wanted to have been in this round, but when you get an opportunity to surf perfect waves like that, nobody's complaining.
4 spots left for the women's draw in the final 8. Interesting occurrences happening down here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Congratulations to Chloe Kalman, and give it up for Cindy Portillo, the local wild card that made that heat that entertaining. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the elimination round in the women's division.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
The Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is Livin'.
This really is living. What a special place. We're live from El Sunzal, beautiful right-hand point break here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Chris Cote with Sam Blakely. Great matchup in the water right now. We got world number 10 against world number 14. We got France versus Canada, Zoe versus Liv. You know these two surfers have been going head-to-head throughout the entirety of the season. So this right here is going to be a huge difference maker looking towards the final 8. Who's got the edge, Sam?
Oh, this is even Stevens. This is going to be such a good exchange. Both of these women, they're very complete longboarders. They're good nose riders, great cross steppers, but beautiful rail games. They ride all of the wave, use all of the board. Different board design. You'll see that Liv Stokes is riding a Michael Takayama 9.4 Manatee model, and you'll see Zoe Gropignon, she rides the Phil Grace boards built at Euroglass. Phil's from Australia, but based down there in southwest France. Zoe lives in Anglet. Both of these women, you know, pretty accomplished academically as well. Liv just graduated with a degree in political science from UCL, which is no mean feat. We were talking to her mum Dom the other day, and she's very proud of that. She's traveling with Liv, and Zoe is currently studying an executive management business masters online. So both these women have got great careers ahead, but this is going to be so close, Chris. You know, this is going to be right down to the last exchange, I think.
Fair enough. An even matchup is always fun to watch. Liv Stokes was actually signed up on her way to start her master's degree schooling, but got the call to get a couple wild cards into these WSL Championship Tour events, and you know, she made the decision to take to the log. The school will be there when she's done longboarding, so I like that.
Yeah, just deferring for a little bit. Of course, she's Canadian. Her family are in Toronto, Ontario, but she grew up in Southern California, Aliso Viejo. So, and riding the Michael Takayama boards is, again, we're seeing them in the few heats we've covered today. We've seen them regularly, and it'd be interesting to see the difference in these smooth conditions. Put more narrow-tailed Phil Grace board built at Euroglass in southwest France under the feet of Zoe, and the more wider-tailed Manatee 9.4 built in Oceanside under the feet of Liv. Looking forward to that first exchange and seeing which board looks like it's got that alchemy with the conditions.
When I think of Aliso Viejo and boards, I think of skim boards. That is the home of many amazing skimboarders. It's like our director, G. O'Brien. Check out his Instagram.
Yeah,
You'll see
love
where
following
Liv
that.
lives, and not necessarily a great place to longboard, but the good news for Liv, all around her, amazing world-class longboard waves. You can see her a lot at San Onofre. I'm sure she puts in her time up at churches, so plenty of waves in her zone. I wouldn't doubt, you know, she seems so skilled on every type of craft. I wouldn't doubt that she gets her skim on down there every once in a while.
And, you know, they've both had similar results on the tour. So Zoe got a 9th in Huntington, lost out to Rachel Tilley. Kicking off in Huntington as well, Liv Stokes got a 9th, losing to Khalees Kelly-Opaha. Moving on to Bells, Liv got a 17th, lost to Kira Molnar. And doing slightly better in Bells, Zoe got a 9th, losing to Mason Schremer. But they've had good success in the regional tours. So Liv actually won the Coastal Edge Steel Pier Classic in Virginia Beach earlier this season. She beat Avalon Gould, Chloe Coleman.
So she's a small wave wizard as well.
Yeah, not Chloe Coleman, the Long Islander. Chloe Coleman, a really good up-and-coming longboarder, and Luella Pace. So that was a massive result. And a couple of years ago, Zoe got 3rd at Malibu in 2021, losing to Honolulu in the semis. Honolulu Bloomfield went on to win her 3rd world title. See Cindy there. There's a lot of local pride. They've all come down in force, and, you know, thanks for having us, I say. And, you know, so much, you know, all of the staffing of the event, so many of them are local surfers running local surf schools, you know, populating these local lineups.
I wonder what word is used here for aloha, because you feel it when you get here. You feel the welcoming atmosphere from the locals, you know, from all the restaurants and places to stay here. Surf City definitely lives up to its name. Not every spot in the world is as friendly to surfers, to visiting surfers, but Surf City, I mean, literally lay out the welcome mat for you everywhere you go. So with 22:50 to go here in elimination round Heat 2, Zoe and Liv yet to activate, but there's been a couple opportunities. So with the waves we have, I'm not even going to say the R word because I don't think we're going to need it. 22:30, plenty of time left.
I think pupusa could be the local aloha word. You know, you feasted on that national dish that made of rice flour or cornmeal with the coleslaw and the salsa. Really good stuff.
3 pupusas, $3.
There we go.
No better deal in the world.
Good value. You have
delicious.
you have to be careful with some of the dishes. The empanada is a dessert instead of a turnover pastry, so don't get fooled by that one. And the quesadilla is a cake instead of a tortilla and cheese dish. So there are a couple of specialities to some of the kind of Hispanic influence cuisine, but the pupusas are brilliant.
You had me at pupusa.
Oh, you want one?
I'm there.
Your mouth is watering.
Love one right now.
Absolutely. Well, look at those waves. You know, everyone tuning in, their mouths are going to be watering for a trip out to these right-handers. But it looks like kicking off it's Zoe, and she is the woman who's got more experience here. But this is going to be great to see that first exchange, Chris.
Great extended combination there. Gets the 5 over into a beautiful roundhouse. Now back to the nose. Great angle here to see actually how much speed these boards start to carry down the line. Speed control is crucial, critical element of what the judges are looking for. You know, going fast is not going to be a problem. It's how you manage all that speed, where you put the board on the wave. And it looks like Zoe so far has been so good. She's been right in the pocket, you know, kind of identifying, okay, get on the nose, now do a turn. You know, she's reading this wave like a book. And I think the judges are going to be eating this one up as well. Gave him something to think about. You know, basically nose rides and turns, right?
Yeah.
There was some repetition there, but when you're repeating glorious maneuvers like that, you're doing something right.
Yeah, great flow as well. You know, she really maximized the scoring potential on that. Composure, control, style, flow, and grace. And she's had success here this year. She is a copper medalist from the ISA World Longboard Championship that happened here in May.
When it was 15 foot?
Yeah, it was pretty big and bouncy.
All right.
But it was actually smaller on finals day, and the finals did happen on the higher tide. So if you see some video clips of that, you'll see that it was kind of not so much bigger than we're seeing right now, but not as clean and not as well lined up. But that was a really great opening wave. Liv drops a 3, so I'm guessing that wave either faded out or didn't really deliver too much for her. But I think Zoe's going to be a pretty strong score. Be interesting how close it is to the excellent range. Like you said, there was repetition with the maneuvers, but great control and composure linking everything together.
We're just inside of 20 minutes now. Liv versus Zoe. Well, the winner of that last heat was Chloe Kalman with a 14.90 total. She's on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Chris, and that's right. Congratulations to Chloe, parabéns. Competing in Latin America, despite the language not being exactly identical to Portuguese in Brazil, what's it like at least having one event out of the 3 in some place like El Salvador?
It feels good. The Latino energy is really nice and really warm, similar to Brazil. And everyone here is always with a smile, ready to welcome you with open arms. And I feel we are all a big family in the Americas. So it feels really special to be competing kind of close to home.
And getting back to the heat, a monster heat, total of pair of 7s for yourself, coming up against the local wildcard, Cindy Portillo. Speaking of the influence that you've had globally, Cindy's actually looked up to you for several years now. What was it like to be able to share the water with her?
Oh, Cindy is such a sweetheart, and she surfs really good. Really big proud for the whole country. I had the chance to meet her earlier this year in the Pan American Surfing Games, and we've been competing against each other for a couple of times. And it's just really nice to see new talents coming from Central America. They have amazing waves in El Salvador, and I think Cindy and Amado and Alon, all the other locals, they're putting on a great show and open the path for the future of longboarding over here to inspire the new generation, and hopefully we have more Latinos on tour. And yeah, it was just really special. The waves were so good, and we were just getting waves back to back. It didn't even feel like we were in a heat. We were just sharing the lineup with a friend.
Anything you would like to say to your friends and family back home watching in Brazil?
Yeah, obrigada a todo mundo que está em casa torcendo, mandando a vibe boa. E é isso, estamos no round 3. Valeu.
Obrigado e parabéns.
Obrigada.
Chris?
Thank you, Mitch. Congrats to Chloe Kalman. So let's hear it for Sydney Portillo. Big future for Sydney. She's going to be in these events for a long time coming, and most likely a top finisher because she is very good at surfing.
Yeah, it was lovely description from Chloe, calling her such a sweetheart, and she really did put on a great display of surfing there, and the footwork, the nose riding. I think Cindy can be proud. She'll watch back over those clips, those heats, and she'll recognize that there's room for improvement, you know, surfing a little bit more critical in the pocket, but her nose riding and so many elements of her repertoire already getting big scores, and you know that will be something that she can build on, and she'll have, you know, bigger opportunities in the future. And like Chloe said, it's her paving the way that opens the opportunity for the next generation to come through and take longboarding in El Salvador even further, as Liv Stokes looks to add to that 3-0. Nice opening, loose surfing, good footwork, rail work, but this wave again dying out, similar to that first ride that she caught of a 3, in contrast to Zoe's opening ride, that it just seemed to build in size all the way down to the cobbles. It was a long wave, and she was rewarded with a 6.33.
Yeah, so Liv's got some catching up to do, and again, it's not necessity to ride the wave all the way through. If you've done something incredible on the outside, you will be rewarded, but you know, this being a long right-hand point break, it's almost just like the more time you have to, you know, showcase all of your talents, the higher the score is going to go. So again, length of ride, not a huge factor, but it is a factor.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you more opportunities to do more things.
Bigger canvas.
Yeah, Absolutely. And Chloe, listening to Chloe there, I just was thinking about world champions. We have had Phil Rasman for Brazil win 2 WSL World Longboard titles. Phil won those in 2016 and in 2007. And it would be great to see Chloe as the first female Brazilian to win a World Longboard Championship.
We'll see what happens. It's possible. She's got to qualify for the final 8. So we'll see when we start crunching numbers. But again, Liv Stokes, a really similar wave to the previous effort she had. Both of them just kind of dying off down the line. So maybe just needing to look for a wave with a little bit different of an angle. Again, I don't know what she's seeing out in the lineup, and I think it can be pretty deceiving, especially with the tide switching up as it is right now. It's almost like you want to look for those waves that might look like a closeout down the line, because you're going to get going so fast on this board that making the section is not going to be too difficult. You just need to have that wave that gives you the sweet spot to work with. You know, the judges are looking for you to stay right in the critical section of that wave, which in this case is right in that pocket near the whitewater. Say kind of the upper inside part of the wave gives you that most impactful position.
And both of these women, I can kind of see them having really big careers within the surf industry if they choose not to stay focused on competitive surfing. I know that Liv Stokes, she got the opportunity to call a few heats with the WSL team at the last event in Bells Beach, and she was telling us about some of the writing she had done for the Daily Brewer for the UCLA campus paper, and she's got a real opportunity to work with inside surf media to a different level, and that's exciting for her.
No doubt. Well, we've got 14:13 on the clock. Last wave comes through for Liv Stokes, 3.5. She is in the lead, albeit precarious, because Zoe only needs a 0.17. More action to come after these brief messages. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic, and we will be right back.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, so much for the cause.
This is cutting edge longboarding at its finest. Liv Stokes versus Zoe Grapperon. We got France versus the USA. Friendly competition out in the lineup. It's been nice and clean. We haven't even really seen any major paddle battles. You know, a couple little hints, priority things happening, but for all intents and purposes, this has been a wonderful event, showcase of great sportsmanship, and you'll love to see it. 12 minutes, 15 seconds left. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. This is elimination round surfing. This is Heat 2. Chloe Kalman, she is now in Heat 3. So remember, this is the last chance for these surfers to stay in this competition. So I'm sure there's a lot of different emotions, a lot of different pressures being felt by our competitors. But either way, it just takes 2 waves to do it. Really simple when you put it like that, isn't it?
Yeah, but last chance saloon in one of the few places where the water temperature is higher than the air temperature. It's not easy.
Yeah, after about 5 minutes, you'll notice that your hands and fingers start getting pruny.
Yeah.
Surfing midday down here is a treat, but I promise you it's not going to last long. Tough to surf for over 45 minutes or an hour, or maybe I'm just being a wuss.
We've been so lucky with the sea breezes as well. You know, normally here you do get more of a harder blow of that onshore sea breeze through the day, but it's backed off, it's stayed glassy. You know, you can see a little bit of rufflage there. We got that pushing tide now. We had that low tide around midday, so the tide back on the rise. It'll be high just before 6 this evening. And wow, I mean, as I said, it was going to be close. Only one wave ridden from Zoe. She doesn't even need a big score, but all those scores that Liv has dropped, those waves have literally just run only halfway down the point. So, you know, double that length of ride and you can pretty much guarantee you're going to double those scores.
Look at our tide right now. So local time is 1:37. So that tide is marching in all the way through to about 6 o'clock, 5.8. So similar high tide to yesterday, and kind of condenses the field a little bit, pushes things closer to the rocks. It gets a little bit more unpredictable at high tide. You know, you tend to get a little bit more bump, but super contestable at any tide. You go just down the beach, there's a wave called La Bocana. It's a punchy kind of lowers style right and left. Hosted many great events as well. Surf City El Salvador absolutely holding 365 days of the year. You can come down here and surf.
Yeah, and you've got those other areas, haven't you? El Zonte.
Oh,
really great
gem of a spot.
Great waves, Mizata and K59's there, and then we're here near El Tunco, and then of course La Bocana right next to us, and in La Libertad there, Punta Roca, and then in that southeast corner, Las Flores. That's where Cindy's from, and that's somewhere I've not had the pleasure of going down to yet, but the word sand bottom right-hand point break really appeals to me.
You know, I got the chance to go there with Aki.
Oh, wow.
And
prestigious.
Wave right in front of Las Flores. It's a beautiful resort down there. It's just a rippable right-hander, like you said, sand bottom. There's also another point around the corner there that is absolutely world-class.
Punta Mango.
Yes.
Juicy.
I didn't know if you could say it or not, but I guess you can. It's a pretty famous wave, right?
Yeah, it's on the map.
There's about 4 surf camps right above it.
Yep.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that wave is very rippable. And Punta Rocas, I mean, there's a reason why the WSL is coming back to El Salvador to surf Punta Roca, because that wave is a high performance, just ripper of a wave. There's your Corona zone right there. You got a really cool beach bar up top. Great place to watch this contest, nice and in the shade. You got the breeze coming around the corner. I think that's where we all want to be to watch the remainder of these heats. What a spot.
And massive announcement earlier today, you know, to be back here in Surf City, El Salvador with defending champs and world champions Felipe Toledo and Caroline Marks in that CT season. And, you know, that all those stops, I mean, you know, ending with the final 5 at lower trestles for the WSL finals, you know, put my hair on end.
If you win in El Salvador, you're going to win a world title?
It's possible.
So far, that's been what it's like.
Yeah. But can anyone beat Toledo at trestles on the men's side?
It's not going to be easy.
Ethan Ewing's calves, they were a joy to watch.
Yeah, I've already gone back and watched the replays of finals day 4 or 5 times just to really let it all soak in.
But starting on the North Shore as well, you know, championship tour beginning at Pipeline and then moving to Sunset and then going to Cloud Break. I mean, you know, this is just going to be a massive season ahead.
Oh yeah, can't wait. I'm already in the chat. I'm already in there hyping up 2024. But guess what? There's still a lot of surfing left in 2023. 2 Challenger Series events, and those are some of my favorite events to watch. The last Challenger Series event of the year is, to me, the most emotional surf event that you will watch of the year. This is like NCAA Final Four all in the span of just a few days. You know, surfers living their absolute dream of making the championship tour or just missing out. And you see real raw emotions in those Challenger Series events, so I can't wait. But right now, different type of emotion. We're watching some sensational, smooth surfing from Zoe Grapiron.
Yeah, that was really nice, Chris. So she's got that 633, great opening 5, walked out of that 5 into a nice turn, patient to get that second bowl section. Touch of the 5, just crouches low there, hoping that she might get that opening face there, staying in trim. I think it's going to be difficult to get back out on the open face, but she proves me wrong and demonstrates that she's got a real great read of this wave, easily navigating that inside section, back up for some footwork into another 5 as the wave dies out, and Liv Stokes finally getting the score that she might need, because those 3s were waves that faded out. So this is going to really matter for Liv, Chris.
Yeah, she may be really stoked with this wave selection. Sorry, I mean, one time I get to do it. So our surfer in blue, Liv Stokes. You know, so far she's been on waves that kind of died off halfway through, but this one looks like it could have inside track for her. You see it building up in front of her. She's standing tall on her board, looking down the line to see what happens. It does have a weird kind of lump in front of it, but she may be okay taking the high road. And this one forming up yet again. Could give her a little extra bonus here on the inside. Call that an inside reward. It's what you get for staying involved with the wave all the way from the outside.
Yeah, she read that so nicely. She got that quick 10 on that inside bowl. Good opening nose ride. Downtime before that middle section, but surfed the end very strong. So the judges are going to have that 6.33 as a reference, but she's going to need a backup score because Zoe's likely to drop a pretty big score for her second wave that we just saw ridden. You know, this wave from Liv is going to be super close to Zoe's opening score, but she will certainly need to get out quickly. Hopefully she'll get the opportunity to get one more opportunity. She'll be carrying one of those threes still, and she'll want to replace those threes as soon as possible.
Yeah, now we're inside of 5 minutes. Things are kind of escalating quickly. It was a little bit of a languid start, just a couple waves ridden. You know, Zoe only on her second wave right now, so judges have something to chew on. Zoe's already out the back. Both surfers rode their waves all the way to the rocks. And I'm fine with the judges taking their time on this one because we know how crucial these next scores are going to be for both of these surfers in the water.
Yeah, but there's a set coming through now, so an opportunity maybe for Zoe to take one. Liv will still going to be another minute until she's got herself out back there. But I think Zoe's wave is going to be close to that first wave. Might be a little bit less. Comes in at a whole point less, a 5.33. So it now means that Liv on a single ride needs that 8.16. But this is Zoe's 5.33. Nice opening 5, 4 steps in, sole arch on the nose. Good, clean, cross-stepping footwork out of the nose ride. A beautiful rail turn, and then setting herself up high onto the shoulder there. And now this wave fattens out, but she uses the stall and the cross steps and just sees the opportunity for this bowly section. And it's a little quick touch of the 5. Cross steps back. She has to grab the rail here. Sometimes the judges recognize when you get a little bit stuck in the foam, but I didn't think she was going to be able to trim through this section, but I was proven wrong because she gently just stands up tall, walks into this nice carving turn there, sets herself up again with some footwork, and then strikes another 5 on the nose, but it just got a bit deep and bouncy. And this is the interesting one. Looking at comparing this to the 6.33, super strong opening nose ride. 6 steps up to a good 5, and then a real beautiful down carve, a cut back, and again cross-stepping, not finding the 5 on that second moment there, but nice. Bit of sea life behind her as well. I'm sure that fish jump, but really good rail work here. And then this wave starts to build. I love the way she read this bowl section. Gets a quick 10 here, bang, little touch of the 10, walks back, and it starts to line up for her really nicely on the inside. So you think it's going to be similar in scores to that 6.33, maybe better than Zoe's 5.33. It comes in at a 5.77, so now she just needs a 5.90. So she's right back in this heat, but with just 2.5 minutes, she's really got to have the luck of the ocean on her side.
This heat has been a really nice display of aquatic elegance.
Yeah.
Both these surfers with just alluring, calming styles. You know, they both have similar arm placement. I saw Zoe right before this heat kind of closing her eyes and just leaning into a meditative state. Tells me that, yes, of course she's having fun. You wouldn't do this if you weren't having fun, but she's definitely a solid competitor. You know she's working the numbers in her head right now. She's sitting out the back with priority with 2 minutes to go, so she's in the driver's seat. She will have control of the lineup, and if you're gonna hold on to priority, the best time in the heat to do that is the final few minutes.
And Liv was pretty unlucky with those first 3 waves. They just didn't deliver. She surfed them very well, but they died out midway through. And finally, that was the first time she had a wave that peeled all the way through. She surfed it brilliantly, and you can see the level is very, even between both of these women. So that 5.77, just halfway between that 5.33 and that 6.33, dropped by Zoe. But with Zoe sitting there with priority, she's gonna be able to get the pickings. It's generally been one wave in the sets that's been standing out, so Zoe will make sure if that wave does come through, she puts herself on it.
1 minute, 10 seconds to go. Liv still in this, needing a 5.90, and she knows that You know, she knows what a 5.77 feels like. She knows what wave, you know, it's going to take to get that 5.90. Will this be the wave?
She's got a chance, Chris. I mean, that was interesting because she went for this insider. She knew that Zoe had to wait for that bigger set. Nice setup there for the nose. Soul arching it, holding on that nose, walks back to the tail. Beautiful slicing down carve. We can see Zoe out back. Deep on that section, she might be able to trim through onto the open face. Liv needs to keep control of this wave. Bit of a bouncy one, chasing a 5.90, but it doesn't look like there's been massive scoring potential on that set wave that Zoe caught, while Liv is still staying busy through the inside. So this is going to be down to the judges, Chris.
And you know that midsection, that racetrack that she found herself on where she got up on the nose, I mean, that right there could be a big moment for Liv Stokes, but it almost feels like Zoe, who has been capitalizing on the momentum that she started with that 6.33. She does get a finish. Wasn't pretty, but she's still up on her board.
Yeah, she rode out of that. So interesting situation, because that was a big set, but she did get behind the foam after that opening 5. She spent a good portion of that wave having to stay low to get back on the open face. For me, instinctively, it doesn't feel like it's going to replace the 6.33. Could rival the 5.33, but Liv's wave was smaller. She surfed it very well, but my instinct says it's going to sit somewhere between her two scores so far. A 5.9. Wow, I just felt like it needed to be a bigger, more open face wave, but she certainly put everything into it.
Look close, right? Was it far and away the best wave that she rode in that final?
I think that 5.77 was so strong, so comparable to that. It didn't feel as bigger, as a dynamic wave as that 5.77. But you know, it's down in the judges' hands. They'll be studying the degree of difficulty of those nose rides. She did have an extremely radical down carve, which was high degree of difficulty. It was exciting to watch. Good nose riding. Yes, it was a smaller wave, but the potential was there. I think the score's probably not going to quite be enough, though.
Well, the key takeaway for me is that heat made me want to go surfing, and they did their job by doing that, and there will be more of that to come. The waves are stunning. I mean, the perfect day for our second day of competition here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. All scorers starting to drop through. Zoe's last wave was a 4, and that's going to make it final. So Zoe, Grumpy Run gets the win. Liv Stokes, well, she's out, but put on a beautiful display of surfing for all of us. So with that, we're going to move on through to Heat 3, Mason Schremer versus Frankie Seeley. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these brief messages.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Back in Surf City for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona and Sunzal, playing host to the world's best longboarders out there. We have elimination round heat number 3 in the water, but guess what? We got our best man right here. Matt Chinaski, also known as the Wax Head. I'm Mitchell Salazar. Matt, pleasure to have you for the first time ever in El Salvador. Waves have not disappointed. The last two heats really been pumping.
Unreal to see the women really tee off with perfect waves, and Chloe come on, what a performance putting in, and Zoe just beating Liv Stokes in that heat. Two best friends back to back. Chloe watching Zoe just then. I can't wait for this heat too. We have the wild card Frankie and Mason Schremer, who's slowly turning into a veteran of the tour.
Yeah, and speaking transitionally, going from the men's elimination round to the women's elimination round, waves turned on first of all, but Chloe Calmon's opening performance in heat number 1, pretty strong stuff right there.
That word grace that we haven't used too much in the men's division is really coming to the surface here with Mason Schremer opening up her account.
Yeah, and one of the premier longboarders in terms of style, as we see Schremer right there. You mentioned that she's grown up in different parts of the world overall. Lives in Australia right now, actually goes to school over there, and a full-time student herself. She's actually doing her homework in between her heats. Makes it around this section right here, and the tide is rising at the moment. She's going to have to dismount right there. It'll be the first wave of the heat for her. Outside of Malibu's own, Frankie Seeley having a look at this, and she is up and riding. For those that aren't accustomed to what she's doing before she stands up, it seems like she's kind of positioning herself with her back foot. Matt, what's that going on?
Yeah, we'll have a look in the replay of that too, but she's angling a takeoff. She's taking off in the middle of the board, ready to get straight to the nose. But this one looking like an inside Malibu section with the river that runs out and creates the ribs in the face. So very well accustomed to right-hand point breaks. She's looking right at home.
Yeah, get double up here on the inside too. A frothier section to work for with Frankie Seeley, and she is just gliding through this one. A lot of grace and a lot of style, as you were mentioning as well, from Seeley coming from that long right-hand point break of Malibu. Her first event this season so far, and she is capitalizing on a golden opportunity here. Touches the nose once again, and it seems like she might get the better out of the exchange right here with just under 26 minutes to go.
We had Frankie on the broadcast earlier. She did fantastic jobs. I'm sure we'll have her back in here to help do some of the men's heats, but Mason has her hands full here, ranked number 7 up against Frankie. She's got the event wildcard. Interesting, she was actually on her way dropping Caitlin Mickelson off to the airport when she got the call up to compete at the event. So a quick transition from surfing last week in the MSA Invitational there at Malibu to home spot pumping waves, and with no idea she was going to be down here at El Salvador, and then having to get her stuff together and get down here.
And that's a pretty prestigious event too at Malibu, isn't it?
They had phenomenal waves. Size-wise, actually very similar to what we have here right now. But the funny thing is, this isn't even a swell down in Sunzal. The waves here are pumping. I wanted to draw a little comparison to some of the point breaks in Mexico, but also the home spot of Frankie, Malibu, which is where our finals will be.
Yep.
And there was a set that came through in that previous heat, reminded me so much of Thomas Campbell's breakthrough movie, The Seedling, where they're down there in Mexico and it filmed a 5-wave set. But here we are at El Sunzal. There's 15 point breaks along this coastline, maybe more if you know where to look. And this is the land of the right-handers.
Yeah, well, let's not spill the beans on that just yet. Let's not spill the beans on the performance that we saw from Zoe Gropiron. She's with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Zoe, that was a fantastic heat to watch, but you've got a lot of experience in El Salvador. Has that been an advantage, the fact that your sister lives here and you're very familiar with this wave?
It's an advantage, and at the same time, like, you get some more nerves because you want to do good where you know the wave. But yeah, it's been pretty amazing being with my sister, with her boyfriend's family. They are a big fan club here, so I'm really happy to be here and surf this wave just by 2 people. It's really nice.
And fantastic flow on that first wave you got. It seemed like your wave selection was perfect. Is that something that's gained from experience, or was that just luck?
No, it was gained for experience, but I mean, you're only 2 in the water, so you can choose your wave, and you know, you kind of see which one is the good one. So yeah, and just trust your intuition. If you think this is the one, then you go and then you surf as good as you can. And yeah, that's it.
Did Phil Grace design some specific new boards for El Sunzal for you, or are these some old favorites that you're riding?
No, this is a brand new board that we designed it for Bells and here. So shout out to Euroglass and Bell team, because they've done an amazing work, and we've been working together to find a perfect board that works in point breaks like this, that I can turn in nose rise. So I'm really happy with their work and with Phil And yeah, just thank you very much, Belle.
And you had an amazing result at Malibu in 2021, finishing 3rd. So you've got great experience there. How important is it for you to get in the top 8 with only 4 spots remaining?
I'm just going to take it easy, like heat by heat, and keep my head focused on the next heat, and then we see how I go. But of course I want to do good and go in the top 8, but I'm just taking like heat by heat for now.
Well, you look really at home here, and I'm sure you've got some messages for your friends at home in France.
Just first I want to say muchas gracias por El Salvador, because they've been super nice with us, like hosting this big event. So thank you very much El Salvador and all the crew and WSL. Et merci beaucoup à tous à la maison. C'est toujours un plaisir d'avoir votre soutien et on y va. C'est parti pour la suite.
Congratulations, Zoe. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you, Sam, and congratulations to Zoe Gropillon moving through against Liv Stokes. Great heat, 11.66. Heat total to 10.87 for Canada's Liv Stokes. Meanwhile, in the water, 22 minutes on the clock. Mason Schremer with priority. Identical scores to start off. You don't necessarily get to the average the same way, but as we see before, high and the low thrown out, the average comes through as a 4.17 for both of them.
Goofy footer, natural footer. Frankie got her waves all the way to the shore. Mason's shouldered out a little bit more, and here we have, here's the replay. Mason Schremer up and riding. She's chosen the single fin log over the 2+1 setup today, holding a long 5, and doesn't get another turn in here, so she fits the nose ride in, and because this section broke ahead of her like this, and she cut back there trying to drive through that whitewash, the flat rocker of that Thomas single fin Moose model surfboard, looking very good in these waves, but a big old low tide section, and she jumps off there. Probably a good choice, because that one broke way out into the bay.
So that came in as a 4.17, Matt. We also saw Frankie Seeley get the same score. Obviously different types of surfing right there. We saw a lot of nose riding on Frankie's wave, but maybe a bit further out to the shoulder. They really put a lot of consideration into the outside section for Schremer.
Absolutely, and it was critical. Even though the wave finished halfway through and Frankie surfed all the way to the shore, it was just the repetitive nature of the nose rides out in the face. Your turn sets up your nose ride, so therefore your nose ride is only as good as your turn. Ooh. So you'll need to be able to, my best advice is to do a big old cutback to get back into the, and here we have Frankie. So yeah, she gets up, kind of angling down the wall a little bit more, down the line. We call it hunting down the line, carving it back, but it doesn't reach the whitewash. So this is not very critical surfing, and that's one of the elements the judges are looking for. Steep sections with nose rides and turns with the wall of the wave. And here we go. This little bump, she manages really, really well. I was very impressed here. She takes a really nice line. Could have gone one of each way on a single fin, or if you get caught behind the section or one of those chops, she gets a nice little carve here to set her up for the inside. This would have felt good, an opening wave, a spot she's not surfed regularly before, but reminding her of her hometown in Malibu. Sure-footed on the inside, and she gets a clean completion. So the judges appreciating that with a 4.17, even though there was no critical sections.
When you got a call-up for an event, maybe a couple of days before actually surfing in a Longboard Championship Tour event, did you have jitters? Did you have moments of feeling that you weren't deserving of the spot that you were getting awarded? Or did you just feel very enthusiastic about your performance upcoming to the event?
To be honest, in the revitalized Longboard Tour in 2019, it was a little bit of an unknown. We had Devin Howard at the helm. We had a new judging panel, but to see the consistency that has been instated since that point, back then it was nerves, not knowing how my classic style, my traditional approach to intricate footwork, positioning, that mid-board surfing, the reference point, utilizing the parts of the longboard that make it exciting for me to see how that would score, which it did. It did score, and I did get some great results, and I was really happy with where longboarding was going pre the pandemic, and these surfers have taken that to another level. That consistency of the judging criteria, having 4 stops now in the Longboard Tour, 3 last year and 2 before that, so the Longboard Tour is growing. Regional qualifying this year has uncovered some amazing talent. We saw the likes of Max Weston, and we saw in the men's draw Rogelio coming through, Natsumi re-qualifying through that regional, but the exciting thing is there's so many surfers that are yet to be uncovered, and that's where longboarding's ended up now. To answer your question, nerves, yes. but also a sense of, I guess you could say, passion and overwhelming happiness that longboarding is in a positive place.
That is for sure, as we saw Seeley up and riding there momentarily with just under 18 minutes to go. Priority is with Mason Tremor at the moment. It's going to be a small score for Frankie, the Malibu local. I've always felt that surfing is very comparable to other sports, especially something like baseball. You see a baseball player, especially a pitcher, have an arsenal of different pitches, a slider, a curveball, a changeup, and especially the fastball that's just going to blow away everybody at the home plate. Longboarding specifically, depending on how good you are in terms of nose riding, being able to cross step and utilize the entirety of the board, I feel like the more weapons you have, especially to point break, the better surfer and the better scores you're going to get.
For sure, practice does make perfect, and you have those surfers who have that large arsenal of maneuvers that they can rely upon in a heat scenario. We do talk about it being a performing art, style, grace, flow, all of those elements, but we are relying on the ocean. At the end of the day, we have to deal with what we've got given in that short period of time. And who's the best waterwoman or waterman? Well, it comes down to who's got the best arsenal and the connection with their equipment to perform A, under pressure, B, to a judging criteria, and C, in a time frame. So you're exactly right. The practice does make perfect. Have all those maneuvers to fit them into a little package.
That's the one big equalizer for everybody across the board, isn't it? That the ocean behaves the same for everybody else. And I really like that we're able to touch on that, because you come to a place like Central America, especially at Sunzal, it's an open playing field out here. Big takeoff spot for sure. As we see Seeley up and riding again, trying to carve it back to the power source. 16:20 on the clock, and she's looking to improve on just a 0.9. She's done that and more. A 4.17 is her best ride at the moment, staying right in the pocket the entire time. And as of right now, looking to get to the nose if she can. Steep section ahead, a lot of speed, cross step, and she gets the 5 right there. A long one as well. Now looking to carve back and get back into the power source. Double up on the inside. Making her way to the nose once again. And she is just a bit too far out of the pocket right now. Much better for Seeley, heading into the short break section. Nearly loses control. And that's going to be it for the surfer from Southern California. 15:35 on the clock. We're going to have a situation change right here, Matt.
Yeah, that was a really nice backup wave there, Frankie. Her wave selection has been key. You would not know that she just arrived here the day before the contest, and she was just chilling out there before with absolutely zero expectation, if not a little bit nervous for the call-up. But she's not surfing like it. Perhaps a little safe, just trying to commit and complete those waves. But we did see Mason in the background briefly actually have a fall-off as well, so we'll see what those scores come in at.
15 minutes on the clock, halfway through the heat. We talk about nerves, we talk about excitement, but how about going up against the top 10 surfer and unknowingly knowing, that's a rhetorical thing to say, but you go into an event, you know that you're going to be one of the lower seeds coming into it, especially if you haven't been able to surf in one of the 3 events so far. Frankie Seeley has a chance to knock out one of the people that's actually qualifying at the moment for the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. Imagine you take out number 7, you take out the win. Morally, that has to be one of the best feelings there ever is.
Yes and no. I guess Mason, with the USA next to her name, but spending her time on the Sunshine Coast. I guess a lot of Australians have sort of adopted Mason as as an Australian these days. But Frankie and Mason do go way back. They've competed a lot against each other. So perhaps just getting one up on someone on the World Tour would feel good, but at the same time to dash their hopes of potentially competing at Malibu. And Mason, if she can get to Malibu and qualify, she'll have a really good chance to take the win as well.
The pacing with that wave really seems to suit her style, doesn't it?
Yeah, and she's grown with confidence and really, I've spoken to her in the past, and, a lot of surfers at this level struggle to think that they belong. It's that feeling, you see it, it's on the Challenger Series and it's on the CT as well, where that feeling of belonging and wondering if you really are worthy of being here. It's a lot of people struggle with that, including some former world champions. And Steph Gilmore is one who said it before, it's that belonging and feeling comfortable in those environments. But Mason is getting there, and her performance at Bells was in the quarterfinals was a really good way forward, eventually losing to Honolulu Bloomfield, who put on a really strong performance. But yeah, as we see, the 4 people that have already taking their spot with the green triangles there. Sophia, Chloe, Mason in equal 7th, with Rachel and Avalon as well.
Yeah, and Keani Canulo right there at number 10 as well. She's going to be coming up in a few heats. Schremer with a paddle right there, not able to get into it. Last score for Sealy comes through. It's the best of the heat of 4.6. It extends her lead. That means that Schremer now needing a 4.61. Mason comes from a very competitive background too. A lot of her family plays competitive golf. Her younger sister, Lola Schremer, also a great golfer herself. Mason decided to go to the surfing route, and she just retakes the lead of 5.93 for Mason Schremer with 12:40 on the clock. Big moment right here. She gets the best wave of the heat.
Frankie, just a 4.6 for that really long wave, so the judges really deeming it not so critical. Everything on the shoulder. Those cutbacks need to come back into the foam, drive off the bottom, and set the board up. You want to be walking as the board's rising on the wave. And Mason, no stranger to point breaks, but Noosa a little faster. So coming from originally beach breaks, then Waikiki, and then surfing all around the world, really an experienced traveler and surfing in so many different nations. But Mason, so well accomplished on point breaks these days. And the sand bottom funneling First Point National Park and Tea Tree waves are a great training ground for this out here.
It seems that way. 11:55 on the clock. Schremer in the lead with a 5.93 and a 4.17. Frankie Sealy with her best score of a 4.6, requiring a 5.51 or better. Beautiful skies here at 2:08 p.m. in Surf City, El Salvador. You definitely see the mood changing out there right now this afternoon. We have seen a lot of rain, heavy rain, every night that we've been here so far, Matt, but the water temperature quite nice. It's actually been a lot cooler than I felt in previous times that I've come in the month of September before.
Well, that's saying something, because for us Australians, it's nearly 30 degrees out there, which is wild, because even tropical wax is slippery out here. Your feet are moving up, you know, in and around that wax. It's very hard to keep those beads, as is spoken about throughout the event. It's just at any place, unless you're doing it in the air conditioning to build up those beads, you're pretty much not going to do it. Forget it on the beach.
How often do you change your wax?
Depending on the, you know, if we're going to the Mentawais, Bali, or heading somewhere cold like Bells, I'll change the wax in that case. But if you're going from Bells, where the water temperature was between 12 to 13 degrees, to somewhere that was at least twice as warm, a lot of those surfers would have had to have stripped off their wax and then re-wax it. Even Malibu, you can get away with purple or green even in summer, even though it's way too sticky. But here, that wax would have come off in your board bag before you even went out for a surf.
And you're talking about sex wax right there, right? Okay.
Yes,
yeah, with
indeed.
the colors.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many wax brands out there, and some are so much better for the environment than others, but just for, I guess, user reference, the colors of sex wax are really easy to distinguish. You go blue to red, then you go to orange. Orange is what we use in winter in Australia. Green, purple was what we had at Bells. And here, if there was anything harder than blue, you'd take it.
And with 10 minutes to go, Mason Schremer in the lead, a 5.93, the best score of the heat so far. When we come back from break, we'll be watching all of the action, especially the 5.93 that helped Mason Schremer take the lead. Stay tuned for more action from Surf City.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, there's so much for the call.
.8:35 on the clock in heat number 3 of the elimination round in the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Mason Schremer from the U.S. leading over Frankie Sealy of the United States as well. A 5.93, the best score the heat has. Mason Schremer in the lead, paired up with a 4.17. Meanwhile, Frankie Sealy in the blue jersey, needing a 5.51 or better. Mitch and Matt here in the booth with you. 8 minutes to go, Matt. At this moment of the heat, Schremmer in control. She's hit double digits already.
That's it, but tell you what, Frankie on her backside can get really critical with the hang 10s. I'm hoping she can channel some of that Malibu inspiration. I've seen some crazy nose rides on her Instagram. She's really handy in all sorts of waves, especially on a shortboard as well.
Yeah.
But backside nose riding, hanging 10 is definitely one of her fortes. She needs to really rely on that to get that 5.51 right now.
And there is Dr. Caitlin Mickelson coming up, number 14 in the ranks, coming up against somebody that's tied with her in the rankings, Luana Soares from Brazil. Caitlin, one of the better surfers to come out of San Diego in terms of longboarding in most recent years, a top 10 surfer for over a decade now, and Caitlin looking for her best result to potentially get into qualification for Malibu herself. Taking a replay here at the 5.93 of Schremmer.
All right, so you see Frankie on the inside. This is Mason on the outside holding that 5, and that one shouldering out, so carving it back to the pocket and just waiting to see what this wave will give. Back up onto the nose, precise footwork there from our surfer in red, and formerly of Hawaii and now living Noosa Heads. Mason just carving this one around, using the footwork the whole length of the board, tail to nose, but just coming unstuck there and mistiming that single fin log. And Frankie, this is that set wave that she got before. You can see the pocket is to the right of the screen where the whitewash, that's where the power is. She gets back up. This is a shoulder nose ride, so the judges really identifying the flat face here. They're looking for critical steep sections for nose riding. And Frankie just tail turning here, setting up for the inside, which she gets too. So just being very tentative, gets onto the nose, a little steeper there. So that one going into the scoring with a 4.6, carving that one back around. Little delay between that transition, no footwork, but back up onto the nose in the last section. Sort of turns to the middle of the board there and waits for the inside section. And she's waiting, and that thing's hitting the rocks, and she's out of there just before she hits the inside section.
6 minutes on the clock. That was the 3.33 of Mason Schremmer. Doesn't go into her top 2. And as you can see on screen right there, priority is with the surfer in blue. Frankie Seeley, she has the outside when it comes to this. And mentioning the outside, it means that she has better positioning to either block or catch the best wave out of this next exchange. She's going to let Mason Schremmer go, though.
Double up.
Deeper positioning on this one, and she might have a chance to improve on her low 4 in her scoreline. Gets to the nose right there. Nice touch of the 5 and carving it back in the pocket. You mentioned her upbringing in Hawaii and surfing a lot of heavy waves, especially over there on the North Shore. You surf a lot of beach breaks coming up, especially Pupukea and Eukai Beach Park. You have a real good sandbar every now and then over there in the wintertime. But growing up at Sunset Point, one of the better waves to longboard in that part of the North Shore, Matt.
Yeah, Makaha referenced this wave. A lot of people have been saying as well when it's high tide. And Mason loved the footwork between the turns here. So she's looking very confident here. Although the hands, they're up, they're cautious. So she needs to complete this knowing that she's leaving the door open, the 5.51 for Frankie. And she's got an inside track.
Only looking to improve on a 4.17 here. Still some good cross-stepping. Makes it to the nose, gets the 5 going. And she's going to kick out right before the shoreline. So with 4.5 on the clock, Seeley was needing a 5.51 before this last wave of Schremmer. Could be a bigger possibility now.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that 4.17 will be long gone. That was a set wave, but she judged it really well, taking off deep. There was a double up down the line, that fantastic drone angle showing the section ahead. And that's something a lot of the competitors have been struggling with today with our elimination round for the men and women, is getting above those mid-range scores, but Mason really finding the wall on that wave.
With 4 minutes to go, Seeley now probably going to need something higher. Still waiting on the score for Schremmer right now. In terms of positioning in the lineup, felt like it was a crucial wave at this point of heat right now, and Seeley actually let her go on that one despite having priority.
Yeah, exactly, but I don't know if Frankie could have got into that wave and maybe didn't notice it. It came underneath Frankie and she probably thought it's a smaller one, but it grew down the line. We have Frankie on screen there, but I loved Mason's adaptation to that board. She's really coming off 2+1 setup, which is 2 side fins and a single fin. That was the red board that she rode yesterday. On a single fin with softer rails, that's where the footwork comes in. You can turn at different points of the board. Look at this beautiful lineup of El Sunzal, those amazing mid-tide waves. We're 2 hours after low right now, and it's really pushing forward, looking a lot like Malibu and drawing reference to Rincon at Bells Beach in our last event.
Might even look like Rincon over there in Santa Barbara a little bit too. 3 minutes on the clock. Is it safe to say, Matt, that there's certain waves that are easier to surf for either a regular footer or a goofy footer out there in the lineup at the moment?
Yes, most definitely. And Mason putting that to work, really slingshotting from behind the section. The judges like it, a 6.83. And I really just enjoy the footwork, the timing, the patience, and just the way Mason has swapped from that red board yesterday to that soft railed single fin today. The thing with those rolled bottom boards, it's got roll, so it's convex. There's no concave in that tail or that last third of the board, is that you have to roll it at the bottom of the wave, use your footwork for speed, a speed reference from the midsection, and stepping back on the tail, stepping forward again for your speed. Mason really accentuated that on her last wave, which scored a 6.83.
And extends her lead by quite a bit too. Her low score now are 5.93. Meanwhile, Frankie Seely now trailing, needing an 8.16. Would have to be one of the highest scores of the event with just over 2 minutes to go. I know you consider yourself a purist too, Matt, but speaking of equipment and the evolution of the equipment, as we see Frankie up and riding now, seems to be like a necessary wave to get a big score at this moment of the heat right now with just a minute 45 on the clock. Gets to the nose right there. Kind of seems like this wave is shouldering off quite a bit. She might have to stick with it all the way through though. Gets to the nose right there. Frankie, a very talented surfer, great shortboarder as well. Makes her way back to the power source of this one. Carving back. Let's see if we can get a nose ride from her here on the inside with a minute 20 on the clock. Gets back to the nose, touches the 5. Needs something special here on the inside to get the 8.16 or better. And that's going to be it for Seely on this one. The evolution of equipment, the use of different fin setups, and the use of different fins overall. How much do you think it's really played factor into traveling to different waves like here at Sunzal?
Oh, it's phenomenal. Having removable fins, for one, is unreal, but also lighter construction. So these surfboard blanks have got different densities. The foam, before they're even shaped with glass, you can choose a blank with the right rocker these days. You're not just given one board to try and create something out of. Of course, a board that's shaped and finished as close to the shape of that blank and the rocker of that blank means it's going to last longer. The crust, the outside surface of the foam blank is stronger. So you can match rockers to certain blanks these days. The way that we're glassing boards, you can have beautiful colors, tints without adding too much weight as well. Obviously it's the cloth that adds a lot of that weight, combining with the resin, the different weights of the fiberglass cloth. And yeah, we've seen an evolution. Longboarding died away at a crucial time in the 1967. We didn't see the resurgence of traditional longboarding competition until 2019. There was invitational events, there was vintage longboard events, but as this heat rounds out, we are here in 2023 with the future of longboarding. Frankie Seely and Mason Schremer taking that win.
I really like that analysis right there, Matt. Mason Schremer taking the win by a good margin of 3.73. The last score to come through for Frankie Seely, making good work of her first opportunity to compete here on the WSL Championship Tour for the longboarders. But it's Mason Schremer with the 12.76 heat total that moves through into the round of 16. Big matchup coming up. Caitlin Mickelson will be taking on Brazil's Luana Soares.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador.
It's so cool. Epic.
heat number 4 of the elimination round for the women out there. Caitlin Mickelson from the United States of America, ranked number 14 coming into the event, up against Luana Soares from Brazil, also ranked 14, coming into stop number 3 of the World Longboard Tour. Mitch Salazar here with none other than the Wax and Matt Tronoski, calling heat number 4, Mickelson Soares. Good matchup right here, clash of styles. You got the experience of Dr. Caitlin Mickelson going up against the youth of Luana Soares.
Fantastic matchup, nothing to lose for Luana coming into this with some poor results so far, looking to really get her year started, but not through a lack of effort or technique. It's just maybe inexperience perhaps on this professional level. And Caitlin, well, she doesn't want to make any mistakes. She wants to put her best foot forward and finish the year in Malibu.
Caitlin Mickelson qualified for the Longboard Tour when she was 18 years of age, the last year of high school. She's been around for many years now, 35 years of age as of right now, from Encinitas, California. I can assure you that her husband Niles and a little boy over there back home in Encinitas in North County, San Diego, probably watching very proudly right now. But for Dr. Caitlin Mickelson, she runs her own physical therapy practice, a very proud mother as well, but looking for her best result of the season. She has a bit of catching up to do in terms of the rankings.
That's it. She's looked really good at all the events. She's just come up against some really fierce competitors. And, you know, it's hard to put my finger on with Caitlin because she could go on and do a real run of damage here at El Sunzal. I'm looking at some smaller waves roll through under them right now. We have a change in tide, low tide coming into high. So this surf is waiting for the bomb sets. We know that's what Caitlin's capable of. She was here the other day ducking under 12-foot sets. She said she copped a big one, and lucky she didn't bring a board at home that has lots of creases in it. She said that would have been gone.
And she did compete for the United States during the ISA World Longboard Championship as well. Transitioning to Luana Soares from Camburi, Brazil. She is a great surfer, won the Saquarema Surf Festival earlier this year in Saquarema, which is a very tough wave to compete at, and a beach break that tends to move around a lot depending on the swell direction. She is very adaptable, and she's got youth on her side.
Tell you what, though, Caitlin Mickelson doesn't give an inch in a heat, and I think with some of the, let's say, warm-up tactics that were going on between the men and the women in the days leading up, we saw Luana with the help of some locals, giving her advice on where to take off, helping her, even blocking some waves for some other surfers so she could have free passage throughout this lineup. But Caitlin, she's absolutely no stranger to male-dominated lineups around the world, and she will be looking to really take the waves that she wants out there. So I can't wait to see this battle.
And you know who took out the waves that she wanted out there was Mason Schremer. She is with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Mason, let's start with the good stuff. How fun is it out there?
It's really fun. The waves are pretty good, and it's nice to have it with only one other girl, so it's good.
And you got the win. Have you surfed against Frankie before at this level?
Not at this level, but I used to surf against her in the juniors when we were like 16. So I remember that, but yeah, I haven't surfed against her for a while.
You look fantastic out there. You've been here for a while. You've got a lot of experience now free surfing. Tell us what you were riding.
I was riding a Thomas surfboard. It's called the Moose Knuckle. It's one we've been working on for the last year, but it goes really good, so yeah.
And I've seen that Roisin, from Australia, who got through yesterday, her partner Jack has been giving everyone ice baths before heats, and it seems to be a lucky charm. Did you partake in the ice bath before your heat?
No, I didn't get in the Daddy Caddy ice bath, but maybe next heat.
Well, you still had a lot of good luck. How did it feel to have such a strong performance?
It feels good to get a couple of good waves and kind of put a heat together out here. So I'm really looking forward to the next round.
And you surfed very well at Malibu last year, somewhere you've had a lot of big results. How important is it for you to get in that top 8?
Yeah, it's really important. I'd really like to have the chance to surf Malibu again. It was so fun last year. So yeah, that's the goal for the end of this year.
And you were telling me you're doing some studies at the moment as well. Have you had to do a few assignments between heats?
Yeah, I've had a group assignment that's due in like tomorrow or the next day. So shout out to group 220. They're probably not watching, but yeah, got to go do that now.
Well, you're looking good. Lastly, some messages for everyone tuning in back home.
Yeah, thanks for watching. Yeah, I'll keep going. Thank you.
Excellent surfing, Mason. Looking forward to seeing more of you in the event. Let's get back to the action.
Thank you, Sam, and congratulations to Mason Schremer moving through into the round of 16, overtaking Frankie Silly in that one. No waves ridden so far in heat number 4 of the elimination round between Mikkelsen or Suarez. Before the break, we're talking about equipment, how much it's been modernized, and how much it has changed since, you know, late 1960s. I want to even say during the shortboarding era of the 70s and the 80s. Removable fins, first of all, but new materials. No real carbon vacuum board so far that I've seen in terms of longboarding, Matt.
No, not too much of a difference in materials. Longboarding is still finding its feet from a super high performance era through it. Well, high performance longboarding is 35 years old, and that's what a lot of these people who are out there experimenting, they feel the lightweight longboard with side fins and edge, rocker, and it feels really cool to have the paddle power of a longer board and the maneuverability and the options in the wave that a performance board gives you. But guess what? We have short boards out there, and they do it better. They do it faster, they do it more aggressive, and it suits the body shapes of people a lot better. Unless you're over 6 feet tall and you weigh a lot, a high performance longboard can actually be detrimental to development. You can only get to a certain point until you start going for the air. At that point, a smaller board works. That's why boards got short in the first place. They were trying to go vertical, in the words of Bob McTavish. The Hawaiians had pointy nose surfboards, but flat rocker. So the boards went straight really well on big waves. Matched with the Californians and the Australians with rocker, roll bottoms, V, flex fins, courtesy of George Greeno, down rails, courtesy of Dick Brewer, Joey Cabell, Mike Hinson. Those types of surfers were the ones that really brought the development to where we are today in modern shortboarding. Add Simon Anderson, add Mark Richards with the twin fin, and it's full circle. There's so much we can learn. But for longboard surfing that we see today, waves that are generally head high and under, a traditional single fin longboard, the lengths of which haven't actually been explored very much since 2019. Justin Quintal took that win in Taiwan on a 9'8" single fin. Joel Tudor the following year. And then last year, of course, Harrison Roach. I feel like we're just warming up this new generation. There's people all around the world. There's in Kuta in Bali, Philippines, Japan, Korea, all these hotspots for longboarding where single fin style surfing is just so prevalent.
There you saw the actual ice bath that Mason was taking after the heat this time, not pre-heat. As we look at the first wave of the heat in elimination round, heat number 4, Luana Suarez from Brazil up and riding. Got to the nose a couple of times right there. Wraps it back into the pocket. Meanwhile, this double up on the inside looking good for her. On the outside, Mikkelsen up and riding. Great shot right here from our camera operators. As you can see, both surfers up. Caitlin with a strong carve on the outside. Suarez still working through on the inside. 20:25 on the clock. And both surfers going to town during this exchange. Suarez, she's going to kick out. Meanwhile, Mikkelsen still working through. As we had mentioned before, a lot of experience underneath the belt of Caitlin. She is one of the premier surfers to come out of the United States in the most recent of years. Great long 5 right there from Caitlin. And she's working through to the inside right now. Once again, touching the nose, wraps it back. Really like the power that she's integrating to these nose rides and the carving. Gets to the 10, and she is going to kick out with a lot of grace right there.
She's feeling that one for sure. Caitlin Mikkelsen finishing with a bang. So what Luana's inside section lacked, Caitlin really made up for. So I'm looking forward to seeing the exchange of those scores. Luana really dynamic on the outside, carving, long nose rides. Not so much in the pocket though. The judge has been very tight with their scores when they're not. That tail of that board, the soft rails generally hug the inside pocket a lot better. When you have a performance style board, it's better on the shoulder of the wave, better for carving maneuvers. You can for sure get to those in the pocket momentarily, but Caitlin driving through the section and doing her nose work through the inside.
No, and with 19 minutes to go, you got to be thinking she's going to get the edge in the score by a significant amount right here. As we look at the replay, we're going to start with Luana's wave.
Luana stays high on the wave, quick nose ride. She holds it for a moment, and she goes, I thought she was going to go for a cut back there, but she goes to the nose again. So just a linking maneuver there, nothing critical, and she hunts the next section. A little bit of hesitance through this, not showing the judges a whole heap of commitment there. A little length there, but still on the face. So just feeling out this wave, staying high. She gets on the tails with Caitlin carving through that section. A little bit of indecision again for Luana, missing a few of those pocket sections and just pumping on the tail, gets a few little carves there. And that wave not really getting started for Luana, just behind the 8 ball. but we saw that carve on the outside from our surfer in red, Caitlin, and she's looking really good in here. I thought she almost lost it, stalling it up, gets to the nose and putting her weight forward and projecting on that single fin performance shaped by Dane Peterson. She sets up the inside here and she gets the 10 as well. Another redirect. This is where the 10 comes in here. So a proper rail carve there. Gets those toes right over. So 20 toes with the hands up in the air as well. So 10 toes, 10 fingers up in the air. So she's stoked with that. And the way she kicked out with a little bit of a bang, that was cool.
I like the little fist bump that she gave herself when she made it down to the prone position as well. She is a competitive person just overall. Her husband Niles also a great surfer. Maddox watching back home with their kid and cannot be prouder of Caitlin Mickelson at this moment as probably Niles and Maddox. Look at the opening part of this ride. This carve was something beautiful, Matt.
And just look how hard she got into that wave and needed to work. So she missed the nose ride, but made up with it with the carve. She could have just gone out to the nose ride in the face, but instead, listening to that criteria, variation of turns, the drop knee there, went a little sleepy there, but she showed the judges she was committed to this wave, and at no point did she look behind or even look at Luana to think about priority. And this wave, 6.17, I think, well earned.
That stall right there, to me, was key for the rest of the wave, too. She set herself up with a certain pace for these last two nose rides, that were essential to the score that she got.
I agree, and I think the judges, in terms of that flow element, they want to see you carve around into the whitewash and come off the bottom to go to the nose. So it was functional, in fact, that nose ride to push her forward. I personally think she might have overcooked it a little bit. Maybe that turn should come back down and then back up again and walking with the speed off the bottom and then walking up into the nose zone, the top section of the wave, rather than walking forward to get down the wave. Just a small little technical adjustment there. And speaking to some of the judges throughout the day, they're just looking for steeper faces and setups through your turns.
So we have the tide that's rising right now. It's going to get at the peak high tide at around 6 p.m. It's 2:34 right now. We do see conditions change quite drastically once we get towards the sunset hour. Do you think that we're going to see the adjustment of a scale later on today in terms of our judging criteria? I mean, we still have 4 more heats to go after this one.
The period of the swell will be dropping tomorrow and perhaps this afternoon as well. That higher tide, I think these midsection waves will actually be the ones. I think these will hug the reef a little bit more. See that one in there that just run through underneath them. So there's a lot of scoring potential on that wave. A little bit smaller, but if you're looking for a mid-range score, say a 5, 6, possibly even a 7, you can achieve it on those waves because they hug the inside and go all the way to the rocks.
A 6.17 for Mickelson, a 5.0 for Suarez. Luana in the blue jersey does have priority at this moment. 15:20 on the clock, doesn't need much for the lead, but that's also because Mickelson doesn't have a backup score at this moment. You're looking at a heat that has been unraveling quite well so far. Each person has one wave underneath their belt, but with half of the heat gone already, how many waves do you think each person is potentially going to take here in the back end of this heat, knowing that it's been a slow one and there is a shorter period swell coming in?
Well, we've seen half an hour intervals between good heats and slow heats. So I think we will see an increase as I think the increase will occur towards the end. You might see 3 or 4 waves ridden in here, but I think they'll be reluctant just to get another one.
The back end of the heat coming up after the break. Caitlin Mickelson, the surfer from the U.S., leading over Brazil's Luana Suarez. You don't want to miss out. More action from Surf City after this.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, so much for the call.
If you didn't know about El Salvador before, now you do. Some of the best waves in the world, and especially within the region, located just here in Surf City. It's the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Mitch and Matt here in the booth for heat number 4 of the elimination round. It's Lindsay Steinerite. She's coming up in heat number 5 against Australia's Tolly White. And listening into the sound of the ocean and Lindsay preparing for her big heat coming up. A wild card in several of the events that we've had so far across the 3 tour stops, excuse me. Lindsay, a former world champion herself, she's looking for a keeper result here in El Salvador.
A veteran, just like Caitlin, I think looking for some inspiration. Chloe already through that elimination round. It is unusual to see all 3 of these surfers in that round because they're so used to starting really strong, getting really high heat totals. But I think she won't be too, I mean, she is up against Tully White, but I don't think she'll be too bothered coming up against Tully because this is Lindsay's type of wave too.
Right, and her partner Edward advanced on earlier this morning, straight into the round of 16. Power couple right there to the world's best longboarders in the same event. 12 minutes to go in this one. Caitlin Mickelson still in the lead with a 6.17. Brazil's Luana Suarez with a 5.0. She's only needing a 1.18 at the moment for the lead. We saw Chloe Calmon make it through. We see Luana in the event. Kind of lacking some more surfers on the men's side of the longboarding division from Brazil. We all know that what they can do in terms of shortboarding. 7 out of the last 9 world championships on the men's shortboarding side have been from Brazil. But asking you about the lack of representation on the men's side from Brazil in terms of longboarding, why do you think that is?
There's a divide. You've got the performance surfers and the traditional surfers. And just to put it bluntly, the performance guys were generally able to structure heats for many years. And that generation are getting older. A lot of them have families, jobs, and it's just not a lot of support there for longboarding on the competitive level. We did have the duct tape there, and there's a lot of there's an undercurrent of Brazilian longboarders in the traditional aspect. So hopefully through the regional qualifying events, these surfers find their feet, develop competitive experience, and we'll see an influx of the Brazilian men coming back into longboarding. But for many years there was quite a number of familiar faces. We had Rodrigo Spire, we had Jefferson Silva, just named 2. Those 2 goofy footers were very strong, but to see them not here, they would have put on a great performance as well, and I'm sure they're tuning in right now.
And speaking of tuning in, guess what? We got the Championship Tour scheduled for 2024, starting the year off on the North Shore of Oahu with Pipe and Sunset Beach yet again. But we have an exciting edition. Once more having Cloudbreak on tour to finish off the regular season. That'll be August 20th to 29th of 2024, Matt.
How exciting, and a good mixture of lefts and rights there, reefs, beach breaks, big waves, hollow waves, the whole lot, and I can't wait to see what unfolds, and hopefully I can join you on a couple of them.
Yeah, and can't forget that we're actually going to be back in Surf City for Punta Roca, El Salvador, June 6th to number 15. Chopo back on the schedule, May 22nd to the 31st, and obviously the WSL Finals will be held at Lower Trestles once again. Tahiti will be the first event after the mid-season cut, so finishing the cut right before Margaret River, or actually right after Margaret River, Bells Beach on the schedule yet again. But how about that start on the North Shore of Oahu, Pipeline, then Sunset Beach, to the premier waves of the world?
The best time of year for Pipe and Sunset. Didn't really play out that way this year, but that's Mother Nature, and that's what we have to deal with, and I can't wait for the true proving grounds of surfing to kick off there. But tell us the difference between Punta Roca and El Sunzal in terms of the wave, this amazing coastline.
A much faster and steeper wave is Punta Roca, and believe it or not, quite consistent too. Gets different type of waves, but in the wintertime, say October all the way through March, tends to be quite flat. Still very fun and contestable, but overall I would have to say if you're a beginner surfer or more on the medium intermediate side, I'd say El Sunzal's the wave for you. If you're more experienced or advanced surfer, Punta Roca is the wave that you want to go surf.
And that until it's this size or above, and then it's experienced surfers only here. There's a few rocks and hazards that the surfers have to deal with here, and Caitlin up and riding.
One of the most consistent waves on the entire coastline right here is this wave on screen, El Sunzal. Mickelson looking to extend her lead, gets a long 5 right there. The surfer from Encinitas, California, doing super well on this one so far to stay in the pocket the entire time. Good flow. A lot of grace on this one, using those rails to really capitalize on scoring potential on this ride. 8:20 on the clock, and the experienced surfer that she is, she's probably just going to try to take it all the way to the beach, Matt.
I mean, that would a great backup. A 6:17 to start. Waited a long time for this wave, and she's going to finish this off on the inside. This will feel fantastic. It's always nerve-wracking when your competitor's got a close opening score and she falls off right on the shore break. So, I mean, a lack of control there, but she was way on the shore break and a lot of damage done. But yeah, 5 for Luana. Caitlin knows that she's going to send it, Luana. She'll be waiting for those sets and going to go really big. So Caitlin needed a good backup.
You think that's the play for Swadesh right now with 7:40 on the clock, has priority, she's held it for almost 20 minutes. Would it be smart for her to at this point just say, hey, I'm going to hold and stay out the back and wait for my wave?
The US Open, our first event of the Longboard Tour, she really went hard and she surprised quite a number of surfers with just how critical her nose rides and surfing was. Big power carves, obviously beach breaks, which she is familiar with. So I think that will be her play. She knows she's up against a veteran in Caitlin and she's going to have to show something. And after all, we are on the world stage. This is the 3rd event of the Longboard Tour.
7 minutes on the clock. You see Mickelson looking to hustle back outside. Those are her results so far this season. 17th in HB, a 9th place finish over there at Bells Beach. So she has gotten better throughout the 2 events so far, but she's definitely looking to at least make the quarterfinals here to really consolidate her place within the top 10 in the rankings. Getting her at Malibu would actually be something very pleasing as well, having California compete there at home, especially at such an iconic wave when Caitlin knows how to compete at a spot as prestigious as that.
She's backing herself there too. She knows she has to go really deep into this event. Probably not even relying on the quarterfinals. Just there's so many scenarios that can go around. You want to try and climb from that top 8 into maybe a 3rd, 2nd or 1st to reduce the amount of times you have to surf. Because when you go to Malibu, you're going to be up against the world's best. And your legs get very tired in that one day of surfing. It's a leg-burning type of wave, much like this itself.
Truly is. 6 minutes on the clock. Seems like Swadesh, she's having a look at this one. Up and running straight to the nose, as you were mentioning, Matt. She's going for it right here. 6 minutes to go. She needs a score as Mickelson drops a 5.1 and was needing a 6.27 or better on this wave. Won't be that, but still has plenty of time, and it seems like she will be recovering first priority.
She looked very relaxed on that wave. She's not paddling frantically, so the rookie showing some patience out there right now, and that's what she needs to do. She can't get in her own head. Coming from a coach and competitor perspective, right now there's still plenty of time. It's been a quiet lineup. They haven't let any good waves go, so no crucial errors. She stays faithful with the ocean and understands the pattern of the day. There generally is a flurry of waves towards the end, so she can capitalize on one of those sets. A 6.27 is well achievable.
And you saw results right there. A 9th in HB, 17th over at Bells Beach. Gets just a 2.83, still has more than 5 minutes to go in this one. As we see Tully White and Lindsay Steinratty about to paddle out. There's only a 5-minute paddle out here, by the way, so you really need to use all 5 of those minutes to really get all the way outside.
See that blue tint of Tully, it's a Sean Nettleton coming out of Rhino laminating Brookvale, and Lindsay on a Ryan Engel. That's a single fin she's using in there with provision for side fins, so it's more on the performance style single fin. Wide nose, I would take a guess and say about an 18.5-inch nose, which is a bit of a platform. Tail, quite narrow, maybe 15.5. Tully on a traditional square tail. Not a nose rider, a little narrower nose, the hips a little further back. Not quite that Aussie involvement style that we see some of the men and in particular Soleil riding, but it will fit in the pocket a little more and feel good on the nose.
We have seen a few surfers ride epoxies here. Are you okay with that at a wave like this that is so long and maybe has a bit more or a bit less steepness than we see at a lot of waves on tour?
Whatever. I mean, if the judging criteria is there, I think it's the judging will take care of that. Generally, epoxies, you want to get more sensitivity and a lightweight feeling out of your board, but with traditional style longboard surfing, with the emphasis being on the pocket, nose riding and power carves, I don't think too much flex is an over advantage in a powerful wave like this. You've got quite a period of groundswell here and turbulence, so not that you want a super stiff board either, but playing with materials is very crucial. But at a wave like this, it's really coming down to technique and positioning.
I like that take right there. 3.5 on the clock. We have seen positioning before. be a big factor at the end of the heat like this. Mikkelsen out the back already. She's recovered second priority, which means that she is around the primary takeoff zone. Meanwhile, Luana Suarez still needing a 6.27. Just over 3 minutes to go, and it seems like a couple of waves are hitting the lineup. Mikkelsen with the inside. Seems like she might be having a look at a wave that's just a bit wider than Luana's positioning right now.
And the reason I mentioned about flex before, Mitch, as well, because of that power and we're surfing in and around the pocket, you're trying to harness the wave's power. The board's flexing and moving, you're going to have too much momentum and turbulence through the turns.
Way harder to control.
Yeah. Oh, good style.
And that was a strong 5 at the beginning, but just a bit too deep right there for Luana Suarez. 2:40 on the clock. She's still going to have at least one more chance to get outside, but she is going to get the set on the head after wiping out at the beginning of the wave. 2:30 on the clock. Now Mikkelsen with priority. She has control of the lineup. She has the edge in terms of the entire total, and that's the experience that we see from Mikkelsen. She is very smart, and she's extremely aware of what's going on in the water.
Yeah, just getting that time call, trying to see if she needs to put pressure on Luana, and just trying to work out her strategy for that closing 2 minutes. So to put yourself in her head right now, she's wondering, all right, so there's 2 minutes left, just got the call. I'm going to wait out this wave. I've got to beat a 5.10, got to get a 6.17. That's my highest. It's going to have to be a considerable wave for me to better my heat total. Am I best to try for a wave or sit on Luana and catch whatever wave comes in that may have a little bit of scoring potential? Keeping in mind, it'll be the highest wave of the heat that Luana requires right now.
Well, she's moving towards her at the moment. She does have priority. Suarez has recovered second priority with 90 seconds to go, needing a 6.27. As Matt mentioned, needing the best score of the heat. She's on the inside, at least looking for an opportunity here. That wave won't be it. 1 minute 20 as time winds down. Mikkelsen gets closer and closer towards her opponent. Smart strategy work right here when you know what Suarez is capable of on an open face wave.
We saw that set wave. She really had to go on that Luana, and she sent it on that beautiful nose ride. Really relaxed body language, but that was a full closeout as well. So that was a big wave set. Lower tide, that would have broken further out, perhaps been a good one. As I said just before, tide rushing in, those mid-sized waves, like that one on the screen right now. That one's a little small, but they're showing some form. Almost like what you'd see at a Rip Bowl or places like Chun's Reef, I think of Chungu and Bali, or just a good old beach break with a rip current going out, providing those reform right-handers.
Right, there's potential for a score right
Absolutely.
there.
You see these ones coming in, a nice strong 5 or 10, linked with some nice flow, grace. Look at that one coming through now. So many surfers at home are just mind surfing that right now. We are.
I know I am, that is for sure. 20 seconds on the clock. Mikkelsen just chasing Luana at the moment. And it seems like this heat will be done and dusted, and it'll be round 1 to the surfer from the United States of America. Dr. Caitlin Mikkelsen will be moving through. Only 2 waves ridden, a 6.17 and a 5.1 for the surfer from North County, San Diego. Strong performance. We say goodbye to Luana Suarez, the surfer from Brazil. She's going to have to be content with being outside of the top 8.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate finish for her. She would have gained a lot of experience from this event. Really excited from what I saw from her, and we'll see her next season, hopefully.
And next heat will be a good one. Tolly White from Australia coming up against former world champion Lindsay Steinreiter. Be right back with more action from Surf City.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Ladies and gentlemen, surf fans, log enthusiasts, get ready for yet another awesome matchup. We've got two surfers in the lineup right now at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Tully White versus Lindsay Steinride, Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. Now, Sam, in looking at the numbers here, you've got a number 10 next to Tully White's name. That means she is 10th on the rankings. This is her last chance to make up some ground to potentially qualify for the top 8. But Lindsay Steinride, former champion, this is going to be a serious duel between these two expert longboarders.
Yeah, absolutely. Lindsay, 2011 World Longboard Champion. She won that when there was 2 events on the tour, the Roxy event in Biarritz and the final event in Riu Bay, Hainan Island. And Tully White from Manly has had a fantastic last few years competitively. She's won the Manly Classic. She got 3rd in the GWM Sydney Surf Pro this season, last season in 2022. 5th in the Noosa Longboard Open a few years ago. And on the World Tour, she's got a 9th at Huntington, losing to Alice Lemoyne, and a 9th at Bells, again losing to Alice. But what you'll see from Tully riding those Sean Nettleton boards glassed by the Rhino factory in Brookvale is someone who is very classic with her footwork, her style, her drop knee turn. Lindsay similarly stylish, but what you'll find from Lindsay is a real all-round approach. I imagine she's on a borrowed board from her partner Edouard Del Pero, so it'll probably be a Minvel shape built in southwest France, but very evenly matched, a bit like the heat we saw with Liv Stokes and Zoe Gropillon. It's going to be very close and down to the last exchange.
So that last heat we saw an 11.27 for Dr. Caitlin Michelson. That was enough to get her above and beyond what Luana Suarez did. So again, I mean, the judges do kind of reset their scale before every heat hits the lineup just due to changing conditions. But the good news for everybody involved is conditions have held on throughout the entire day. The tide is now pushing, so that's going to change things up a little bit, but consistency will remain the key factor here at El Sunzal. Lots of long waves available, and again, the perfect venue for a longboarding event just because it gives us the chance to breathe, to let these surfers kind of play with the canvases that they're given. So I always get excited to kind of see this opening exchange because that really kind of sets the table for what we're going to feast on for the rest of the 25 minutes.
Yeah, and that last heat, you know, Caitlin Mickelson taking the win. Big shout out to Luana Suarez from the small village of Cumbria, which is a small fishing community in Ubatubu, Sao Paulo. I was doing a bit of research on her, and there's a fantastic film that translates as The Moon Rises in the Sea, Alao Nase No Mar, which is, you can Google that on YouTube and watch that. And it's a little short film about Luana Suarez, and it really kind of hits home how much of an achievement it is for her to be here. And she's had a lot of support from Daniela, the founder of Ubatuba Asahi in California there. And Daniela's been traveling here with Luana, has really helped her get here. So I think we have to pay our dues to all of those surfers who've now been eliminated but have put the time behind traveling to get to these events, and they can be proud of the way they've surfed, and they've got that hunger now to come back next season and go stronger.
Definitely. And you know, the good news is for everybody involved, if you do lose in this contest, you're now on vacation in Surf City El Salvador,
Yeah.
so life ain't too bad.
Absolutely.
So 24:15 on the clock. Surfers still waiting for the first set of this match to come through. That gives us the chance to go down to Waxhead, standing by with Caitlin Mickelson.
Caitlin, someone who isn't on vacation just yet. You're still in the mix. You're a mother, you're a doctor, you're away kind of on holidays. How did that one feel? 2 waves only in that half-an-hour heat.
That heat was pretty exciting because the conditions were really good, but it also was pretty slow out there, so it was a little bit like nerve-wracking having to sit for so long. But when you got the waves, they felt really, really good, so I was happy to at least get 2.
And when you kicked out of that first one, we saw that joy. You came out, you jumped on your board, you sort of gave it a bit of a fist pump. It looked like it felt good.
Yeah, you know, the start off, there wasn't much like to offer up, but I got a couple really big, clean, like rail carves that felt really, really good. And I was just like so grateful that the inside stood up so I could get some nose work done too. So when I kicked out, I just felt like I did everything I could do, and it felt good to ride like a whole wave and get it all the way through.
And knowing the tide's coming in on that wave, both of them, you sort of missed that beginning section, but you made up for it. Is milking that inside something you considered after the last few days?
Yeah, it is definitely, because as like the tide starts to come in and it kind of bottomed out just an hour ago or so, it's a little more peaky, so it doesn't like run as well off the start. So it's kind of hard to find that opening nose ride. So I was like, you got to milk it all the way in and make the most out of your nose rides as you can. But like, you definitely want to make sure you're finishing clean. Otherwise, it doesn't look good. You might as well not do it.
And looking forward to Malibu, you still have quite a few heats to make, and there's a lot of different circumstances. What's your feeling moving into the next few rounds?
Yeah, there's a lot of different mixes going on as far as maybe making Malibu, but like, you know, I just really wanted to show up for this event. I felt like my last 2 events, I just wasn't feeling that great overall. And so like it translated to my performances, and like, you know, I'm feeling really healthy and strong right now, and I'm hoping that everyone can really see what I can do no matter what, whether I make Malibu or not. I just want to show up.
Well, it looked amazing. That board looked fantastic. Anyone you want to say hello to back at home?
Of course, I want to say hey to my son Maddox, who's probably watching right now, and my husband Niles. Thank you for all your support and letting me still do what I love to do. I feel like the luckiest woman in the world, being able to be supported by my dreams and have a full family. So thank you guys.
Unreal. Thanks, Caitlin. Back to you guys in the booth.
Great story unfolding right there for Caitlin Mickelson. You know, there's something to be said about mom power. You could tell she tapped into it right there, got through a tough heat, and she will live to surf another day here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. We've got 21 minutes, 30 seconds to go, Sam. No surfers yet to ride. It looked like there might have been a little bit of potential in the set that just kind of rolled through, but they're sitting out there firmly planted in their chosen takeoff zone, so we'll see what happens next.
Yeah, well, Caitlin, who just won that, she would have surfed against Lindsay a lot throughout her career. In fact, Caitlin did get second in the WSL World Longboard Tour in 2010. But Lindsay, of course, world champion 2011. You know, she could cause a lot of upsets here. She's, you know, fantastic on these types of waves. So it's going to be, probably about how critical Tully can get on those nose rides, because the way Tully could potentially beat Lindsay is through her dynamic 10s and use of her drop knee. But Lindsay also has a drop knee in her repertoire. So if they both get the opportunity to express themselves, you might find that Tully's going to go for longer nose rides on the opening sections. But Lindsay's this great all-rounder, super lively. Her style similar to what we saw from Mason Schremer a couple of heats ago, where everything's velvet smooth on rail, and she always covers a lot of ground on the wave.
Yeah, and you know, covering ground, of course, we've seen can pay off. You know, just giving yourself as much time on the wave, as much, you know, length of the wave to show the judges all of the things that you do so well. You know, length of ride is not a paramount part of the judging criteria, but the more we see of you, the better.
Looks like a little wave coming through here, so they've had a restart. Love a good old restart there. So that's going to put a little bit of pressure on finishing this round though, Chris.
Yeah, put 10 minutes back on the clock. Give these surfers their time to shine.
So here we go. There's that restart kicking back in. So back to 30 minutes, and it looks like there's a set, and it looks like our surfer deepest is going to be Tully White up and riding, Chris.
All right, well, on demand set comes just in time, right after the restart blows. So 30 minutes still on the clock now. And Tully White is up and at him. That means Lindsay Steinrad will be out the back with priority. Tully White, you said it. Perfect form. And you can see that kind of traditional classic approach. Knock-kneed stance. Upright, get loose. She's got a nice looking inside section to work with here. yet to really unleash a long nose ride on us, but look at this section she has here. Ample speed throughout this entire wave, good flow.
There's that drop knee I was talking about. Great pocket work as well. Really always in the pocket there. Good composure, good control. That Sean Nettleton board glassed at the Rhino factory there in Brookvale, looking really good under her feet. You can see that she's got that beautiful classic style, stands nice and tall. She drop knee, gets that knee right down on the stringer of the board as she goes into those cutbacks. Like you said though, Chris, what it needed just to put the icing on the cake, just to add a little bit of vanilla, it needed a nose ride section where she could really lock that hold. She did get some good ones through the inside, but on that outback section, you were just hoping there would be that opportunity for a lifting hang 10.
Yeah, and I think she probably will get the memo when the score comes through. It's going to be a middle ground score, but great start, and after sitting out there for 10 minutes wondering where are the waves, that's got to feel good to get a nice long ride under her belt. So 28 minutes left, Lindsay out the back, still waiting for that score to come through. Judges do reset their scale before every heat, so they do react, to the change of the conditions. And with the tide filling up now, I think you're just going to be probably sitting in a different spot in the lineup than you would have been sitting 2 or 3 hours ago. But they have had now the luxury of being able to kind of study this lineup throughout the day, and they got to see it all day yesterday. So hopefully they've done their research, done their homework, figured out where the call is to sit as the tide gets a little bit higher. This was just stellar wave selection here for Tully White.
So straight into that 5 on takeoff, nice line, and then she just comes to the bottom of the wave and a good setup bottom turn stalling. If she could have got a hold of the 5 there, I feel the score would have really opened out potentially into the 7 range. Comes in at a 5.33, nice drop knee turn. So kicks off with the opening nose ride, a beautiful bottom turn, and then a drop knee turn through this midsection. And this is great the way she just stays in the pocket, walks back to the tail, stays nice and high, and then stalls it for the opportunity again for another nose ride. Do you think if she'd got those 2 nose rides backed up with that opening one, we could have been talking about a 7, maybe an 8-point ride? Finds the nose with some great footwork, and I love that drop knee on the inside. I like the way that arm just comes higher and she kicks out cleanly. So what we see from Tully is a real master of style. So that's a strong score to drop, but a real demonstration of a classic approach to traditional longboarding, using the footwork, the drop knee turn, standing tall, but also coming down into the bottom of the wave when it mattered to kind of use that curvature of the wave to kind of climb and drop and use that stall for the nose rides.
Yeah, so 5.33, a decent start. I mean, we've seen kind of scores all over the board just in terms of how these surfers are advancing through. Earlier we saw, 14s, 15-point heat totals. In that last heat, it was 11.27. So if you kind of look at that number, then you got to be feeling pretty good about what Tully White achieved on that opening wave, a 5.33 right after a restart. And Lindsay has just been stuck out the back with no opportunity. So a great start for Tully White.
Yeah, that 5.33 most likely is going to be an important score moving on. Lindsay, she started at T Street, San Clemente, kind of moved on to Doheny, surfing with her dad and her brothers. And then, of course, San Onofre has been her patch. She's a professor at Saddleback College in holistic health and well-being. And she had a 5th in Huntington, surfing against losing out to Sophia Cole-Hain. She didn't compete at the last event in Bells, but she's here in El Salvador, so she's I think it's a mathematical impossibility for her to qualify for Malibu, but certainly she can cause a big upset. Tully's journey to El Salvador is being a 9th in Huntington and a 9th in Bells, so she's pretty well placed, but she needs that semi-final result to really solidify her spot, because 4 of those spots already taken, and it looks pretty likely that if Chloe and Sophia Cole-Hain advance one more round, they'll guarantee their spots in the top 8, and that would only leave 2 more spots available because 4 are already taken. So the door is closing tighter and tighter, Chris, for those other women who want to get to Malibu.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of this event, it was wide open, right? Only 1 surfer had qualified. We knew that this was going to be the penultimate event to fill all those spots. Didn't quite know it was going to start happening that fast after day 1. Half the spots filled for the women. and only a handful left for the men as well. So I think by the end of today, end of this round, that picture is going to become very clear. So for 24 minutes left, yet to see Lindsay take a wave, but she does have priority, so she'll have her next pick when the next set rolls through. So we talk about that final 8 for the men and for the women, and the names are starting to filter through, and they are being locked in as we speak. It's going to be really exciting when the Malibu finals really kind of solidify, most likely end of today, end of tomorrow. And here are the names that we have. So 4 women locked in. Soler Errico, Honolulu Bloomfield, Khalees Leopa'a, and Elise Lemoyne. Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas, and Kaniela Stewart, I would say as expected, have locked their spots in early here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic.
And Sophia Colhane and Chloe Calmon, if they reach the quarterfinals or better, they will get their names on that list. And with regards to the men, it's looking likely that if Declan Whiten reaches the quarterfinals or better, he will get into that top 8. But the likes of Tony Silvani, Edward Del Pera, they need to get to the semi-finals. The likes of J.R. Esquivel and Taka Inui, they need to get to the finals. But there's still opportunities for the likes of Steven Sawyer, Ben Skinner. Those are good names. Richie Cravies coming up against Ben Skinner in a man-on-man heat. There's the women's rankings. 4 of those women, the top 4, already in there, but Chloe and Sophia sitting pretty good. Rachel Tilley will want to be in that top 8 for sure, as will Mason Schremer.
Yeah, that's pretty precarious there. You've got a tie for 5th, 3-way tie for 7th, and that 10th place for Kiani Conillo is a little deceiving because you just look at the kind of point differential from 5 to 10, and they're all still right in the mix.
Yeah, and all of these women are still in the contest. Avalon Gore, she'll be coming up later on her Michael Takayama boards, an outstanding nose rider, someone who really shines at Malibu as well. And we've seen some good nose riding already from Tully. She's going to be happy sitting there with that 5.33. I know that her father Alison and mother Donna, they'll be tuning in. They'll be this is a nail biter for them. Her journey into longboarding a little later in life, it was on holiday trips to Byron when she was age 12 that her dad had a Mini Mal, and Tully fell in love with the joy of riding those bigger boards. And she says what she loves about longboarding is it's such an expression of personality, style and grace, as well as connecting with the history and culture of surfing. Now she's based at Manly. She loves the South Corner, likes North Stein in the middle, and also surfs a little bit at Freshwater and South Narrabeen and Long Reef. So all of the Manly community will be tuning in, getting behind Tully, but all of the Southern Californians will be waiting for Lindsay to catch a ride. She's got 20 minutes to go because they did have that restart.
Yeah, and a well-timed wave for Tully White. I love the conversation about longboarding, how leaning into the history and learning about all the decades before us really make you a better surfer, make you a better longboarder. And I feel like the judges aren't going to give you credit for how much history and knowledge you have of the sport, but
they could have a quiz.
Yeah, the influences that you carry with you as you perform on these waves can definitely help you in the eyes of the judges. It seems like Challenger Series, CT shortboarding, it's all about progression, right? What's happening now? What's next? So I like that. It's a breath of fresh air to me that you can make yourself a better surfer by learning about the history of the sport and kind of leaning into the traditional elements that make this such a beautiful sport.
So what we could do, Chris, is we could have an event where they come in and they've got their scores, their top 2, and then there's an opportunity to get 4 more points, 2 from a question on surf history, 2 from a question on the place you're competing at. So we could have an El Salvadorian quiz question and a surf history question. If they get both right, they get an extra 4 points. Could make the difference to get the heat win.
Hey, I like it. That could be fun. I mean, we had Frankie Seeley in here earlier, astrophysicist, artist. I mean, all the stories that these surfers bring with them are so cool. Multiple doctors in the draw. Lindsay Steinride, part of that, the health and wellness movement, and just a wealth of knowledge just in terms of how you can become a better person, mind, body, and soul. So I like that.
Yeah, it's very true.
Add some quiz questions to potentially get some bonus points.
Yeah, Lindsay founded the Wisdom and Wellness Institute, and you can learn all kinds of online things, Ayurvedic medicine, nutritional training. So yeah, she's done a lot in that aspect, and she's still surfing at the highest level, but she had to play her cards right just then because there was a threat of a rideable, scoreable wave. She didn't want to lose priority. He tentatively paddled to position, but made it clear that she wasn't going for that wave.
Yeah, it's almost like we see these pulses every other heat. We saw multiple heats back to back. One heat would have 4 waves ridden, the next heat 12. So the cadence of the ocean is still pretty unpredictable. I mean, we know that there are going to be highly contestable waves in each and every heat. It's just a matter of when and how many, and it looks like right now things are starting to perk up in the lineup. Looks like a pretty decent set coming through. We'll see what our bird's eye view tells us. Will they come into the area, to the zone that our surfers are sitting? It looked like they might have came in a little bit deep.
Yeah, she has crept in. If there is a bigger set, you know, Lindsay is going to be deeper than they were when Tully got that opening wave. But I think it's a sensible decision to have just crept in there to keep that priority. 18 minutes remaining, so that big score of Tully is going to, it feels like it's going to be really important. As I said, she rides for Rhino Laminating, and they shape a lot of great boards. This is a Sean Nettleton board. You'll also find that there's other shapers making beautiful designs out of that factory, and that's, you can see the similar tail shapes on both of those boards, both kind of a little bit pulled in, square tail. That's Tully there on the left, that's Lindsay on the right, both sitting pretty near each other. Kind of, I like the way Tully's getting in the space of Lindsay. She is a good competitor, Tully. She's had a lot of success nationally and really shining internationally in the last few years. I've always been a fan of watching her, but when you see Lindsay in good waves, it's electric. Lindsay really shines when she gets that opportunity with those beautiful open walls, and she just needs a set wave, and we're going to see her perform big style here. 7 and an 8 is something that Lindsay can do at the click of a finger.
And I think right now, she kind of has addressed the situation, right? I've sat here for this long, I'm staying here. There is a feeling that you get as a surfer, especially the surfers that we're seeing throughout the day who are so knowledgeable about the ocean. Sometimes people can panic after they've been sitting in the same spot for 10, 15, even 20 minutes, like what we're seeing right now. But other times you can think, all right, well, I've put in my time. I'm here at the apex at the takeoff zone. So we'll see if she kind of staunchly stays in the area that she's sitting right now. There hasn't been much opportunity. There's been a couple waves way deep on the point, but I don't think those waves were going to really provide much of an opportunity for either one of these surfers. So I think they're going to be sitting in the same spot for now. We got 16 minutes and 15 seconds left to go here in elimination round heat number 5. So after a quick restart, we're back at it with Tully White in the lead. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. And we're hoping for a pulse of set waves to roll through for these two surfers in the lineup. Stay tuned to find out what happens next.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We are back. We're halfway through elimination round heat 5. The women's bracket here at the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. You got Tully White with one wave ridden, a 5.33. Lindsey Steinreit in the blue. Yet to ride a wave. There has been a few little opportunities, but I give both these surfers in the water credit for being patient and for trying to pick the moment to start to shine. Sunzal, super consistent wave. Sometimes it breathes and takes a quick break, but I think that's going to be washed away now as Lindsey Steinreit having a deep paddle into this one, trying to glide into this right-hander, giving it everything she's got, and she's up. And it looks like this could be a wise decision. It has a nice high line for Lindsey in the pocket, up on the nose. You know, she kind of swivels her way onto the open face. Nice turn there for Lindsey. So this is her first wave ridden. It looks like it could be of impact. As she has a couple of nice turns, kind of working her way down the line through to this mid portion. And it could have a good section for her through to the inside.
Wow, Chris, this is a big one. I mean, she had to be so patient to get that. She was waiting over 20 minutes for that wave, but she has ridden it exceptionally well. It was super steep on takeoff. She was behind the 8-ball, but she set that perfect line, that opening nose ride, all under the pocket in that difficult part of the wave to ride with commitment, but the control demonstrated throughout that. I mean, she just never, ever looked like she was going to falter. That was a really good display of longboarding. I think that's going to be a pretty massive score.
Yeah, thinking back on Tully White's 5.33, it had a nice cadence all the way down the line. There was just a lot of excitement on Lindsey's wave. And if you think of the word critical and the kind of the section that she had to tackle right when she stood up was really fast, and it was bowling right on the takeoff. So interested to see what the judges throw out there for Lindsey Steinreit's first wave. A quick look there for Tully White. She does have priority right now, obviously, as you see Lindsey making her way back out into the lineup in the takeoff zone. But decent looking set rolling through here. This is what you love to see, stacked to the horizon.
Wow, so Tully opting not to go for that one. I felt like there was kind of scoring potential in the one that we're just seeing unridden through the middle of the screen there. Difficult to know, of course, we're not sitting out there, but she knows she's carrying that 5.33. Lindsey drops a 6.33, so a whole point higher. The opening section of the wave was, you know, she was really, it was steep and she was behind that section and she rode through it very well. I mean, Tully kicked off with a really good nose ride on her wave, but it felt like just overall the ride continued to stay lively for Lindsey from takeoff to kick out.
Yeah, I like that number. You know, again, the excitement, especially when you had to wait that long. The judges do not get wrapped up in the emotional elements of what's happening in the water. I sure do. And so for me, just the excitement level right when she took off, you know, she was behind the section. She had to work her way around that kind of barreling part of the wave. One of the better, faster waves we've seen in the afternoon. So with 11:22 to go, the script has been completely flipped. We thought Tully White had a big advantage with that opening wave, but now Lindsey Steinreit taking things into her own hands. 6.33, that's a solid number. You know, if she can back that up with something in the 4 or 5 range, she's going to be, you know, well into the double digits there. But of course, we know how good of a competitor Tully White is. She's not going to make it easy for Lindsey.
And it looks like she's made a good decision to have left that wave, because there is 2 good waves in this set. You can see them clearly on your screen, but I think it's going to be very difficult for Tully to get wide enough, because it's a wide swinger and it might well favor Lindsey being able to shoulder hop this set. If Tully is a little bit out of position, Chris, no, she's got herself in position, but it looks like she's decided to go for that second wave. Do you think it's going to be a good one? Is it going to be the right decision?
Well, I feel like that first wave, as you can see, pretty mushy, not a lot on it. There is a sense of kind of a siren song when you're surfing a long point break like this. You know, if you feel like you keep missing these sets, it kind of pulls you like a magnet in towards the point, and then sometimes you find yourself too deep, which I think may have kind of been the case there for Tully White. She had to kind of paddle over. You saw where she was when she went over the top of that wave. She was kind of right in the danger zone, so maybe just feeling like it would have been too late of a takeoff, but there was a couple good waves that have since passed by.
I was surprised she didn't go for that. I mean, first of all, I thought that first set she left, I was thinking she could have, you know, backed up that 5.33. But then I was like, fair enough, you know, she's being really patient. But leaving that one, it did have a lot of scoring potential. But like you said, that feeling of when you're just a little bit underneath the section, sometimes you feel you're going to take off too late to line yourself up. But this was beautiful, this 6.33. She lined herself up deep, committed that second nose ride right under the lip, and then walked into this down carved turn here really nicely. This is fantastic surfing from Lindsay. So already a lot of the score has been delivered through that opening section, and see how this face stayed super clean, and then she carved back into the section in the bowl part and then walked up to the middle, kept that board trimming, and then again using the bottom turn set up with the stool, using that footwork to keep the board trimming, little touch of the drop knee, nice and loose and lively, just setting up with the stool, and then finding a touch of the 5 and cleanly kicking out and delivering a score a whole point higher than Tully's opening 5.33. So just 2 waves ridden in a heat that's already had a restart, and it's just going to now come down to this last exchange with Tully sitting there in priority, but demonstrating that she's got the patience to be really smart about this game of chess as we move into the latter stage.
Yeah, I feel like the judge is giving the appropriate amount of praise to Lindsay Steinreit, and she earned it. I mean, basically hanging 5 in the 2. I mean, that was a barreling section.
Yeah, it was that second nose ride was super critical.
That was cool.
Yeah, very good. And you know, that's why it came out that point higher. One judge gave it a 7, the lowest score of the 6. That average comes in at a 6.33. Tully's the highest score from the panel there was that 5.5. So, you know, very evenly matched. But I just, you know, will Tully regret not having gone for that last set? You know, there would,
yes.
It just felt like that was a real opportunity to just get that backup score, move back out into the lineup, and then potentially get a third wave to look to better your worst of those 2 scores.
Well, I mean, they are elite athletes. They can take the criticism. She missed 2 pretty good opportunities. Easy to see from here, of course. We don't know what she was seeing from the lineup, but there was a couple waves in those last 2 sets that easily had 4s or 5s on them if you were, you know, kind of just doing what was required. But there might have been a 6 or a 7 on one of those waves, because you could clearly see, I mean, while it did have the main one I'm thinking about kind of had a little bit of a flat face through the mid portion, but the outside section looked good. It bowled up on the inside. So could be a teachable moment if things don't go Tully White's way.
But you've got to respect her patience, her discipline.
Definitely.
I mean, she told me, you know, a couple of days ago she was finishing an assignment for her environmental science degree that she's studying online, so she's had to kind of mix a bit of academic work whilst being out here, but she's staying right here in front of the break. So she's, you know, she was happy doing that academic work. She's been free surfing fantastically, and this is another set coming, Chris. So
yeah,
it's going to be a bit of a tussle for position. Lindsay, interestingly, she took the inside line. She's further out, but of course Tully's got priority. But when these big sets come, you don't want to be behind that first bowl section, but at the same time you need to set yourself up slightly behind it to get that critical opening nose right. This is super exciting.
Yeah, look, and both of these surfers are smarter than me and better competitors than me, so it's very easy for me to look and say, oh, you should have gone on that one. And here's me eating my words. This right here is a perfect wave. She's flying down the line. I mean, this has all the elements of an excellent score if she hangs on and starts getting to work here. So got a good nose right out the back on the most critical part of this wave. Starts to flatten out a little bit through the inside, but as we know, she will maintain her composure and be patient and wait for this wave to form up through the inside, and it looks like it could have a good track. So everything I said about that last set, I'm gonna go ahead and take it back. I'm gonna give her full praise and accolades for waiting for that wave, because that was a gem all the way from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, that took incredible maturity. You know, due respect for Tully there. She played the patient game and it's paid off, and she just has a phenomenal ride there, kicking off with 2 good, beautiful, crisp, critical 5s, walking out into some nice rail work, demonstrating again that drop knee. And as far as it seems, there's not an answer back from Lindsay, so that it wasn't a 2-wave set. So Tully took so many risks with that game of poker, but she seemed to have played her cards just right.
Well, and best of both worlds, right? Because she was able to fend off Lindsay on 3 waves now. So that one, you know, you saw Lindsay going, oh, well, you know, you're not gonna take this one, right? And she definitely had the defense and provided the offense. So that is kind of the best situation you could put yourself in if you're totally white. You hung on to priority for about 20 minutes. And then you see Lindsay out the back looking, nothing else for me. And here we go. What a ride for Tully White.
Yes, stalls it 6 steps, gets the 5, gets the second 5, and then walks back to the tail. Real beautiful sweep and line on the board on that Sean Nettleton glassed.
Look at that speed.
Rhino, and yeah, flowing with speed and the glide as well. And I like the patience here. There's that drop knee. I love the way that back arm comes up when she does that drop knee turn. She then just uses that footwork to keep the board trimming and always looking for that opportunity to keep the speed up by allowing the board to plane. And that's why we do the cross stepping, because we want to walk in and out of the sections by keeping that board planing perfectly. And the most efficient way to transfer your weight is through the cross step, and that is why she just drops a 617. Not as big as Lindsay's 633, but now leaves that requirement of a 517 for Lindsay. So is there going to be a wave in time, Chris?
Well, this heat had a kind of an awkward start, not much happening, but it's definitely become a duel, just how we wanted it. 617 for Tully White, and I like that she, you know, got every last bit of that wave, literally ending up on the rocks. So inside of 3 minutes now, Lindsay Steinreit out the back with priority. Strange cadence to the sets. You would not have been able to time what's been happening in the water right now. As Lindsay's out the back, just hoping for something to come through. Doesn't look like there's anything right now, but that can change quick.
I'm curious to see where Tully's going to sit. Is she going to sit inside, deeper than Lindsay? Is she going to get, you know, give her loads of space, or is she going to get right in her zone?
Go get in her back pocket. You know, you got to make your presence known. She'll understand. She's probably done the same thing many times before. You know, that is I feel like an appropriate tactic in the end of these heats. I mean, it's not bad sportsmanship. It's sports. It's sports. You're trying to win. So Lindsay now, she's paddled way deep up the point.
Yeah, she looks like she's recognized, I need to go for anything to get that score. But the trouble is, if a big set does come, she's got to scramble wide enough to get that section. I you know, reflecting back on Tully's composure would be the word, to see out those 2 sets, not let Lindsay take them, and then get that big score. Very impressive for the 23-year-old to have done that, and it demonstrates, you know, how capable she is and how far she could go. And if she does qualify for Malibu, which will be possible if she has a massive result here in El Sunzal, that style of surfing is something that can always shine at beautiful longboard waves like El Sunzal, like Malibu.
Minute 23 to go. Big paddle happening now for Lindsay Steinreit. She's looking for a 517. She started off this heat with a 633. Hasn't ridden a wave in about 20 minutes.
Tully's definitely on her tail.
Yeah, there you see. That's the kind of how competitive these heats get at the end.
This is an absolute, because look, there's a potential little score here. I mean, Lindsay will now be recognizing with under a minute, it's just any scrap is worth going for, because yeah, 517 relative to the scores that have been dropped, it feels like you would need a set wave to achieve that. But you know, with some highly critical surfing, could be possible. It looks like she's going to get again an opportunity, but it might be that Tully can get the wave behind Chris.
Here we go, Lindsay Steinreit, former world champion, looking for a 517 straight to the nose. So far, so good. This little wave had a good little hot pocket on it. Ooh, cutback nose ride.
Yeah, that was really nice.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot done already. You know, this is going to be really close to the score.
I mean, you think about it right now, it's right on the edge. A nice strong finish with a good form through this inside section. Could be all she needs. So remember, this is right in front of the judges. This is the last image they're going to have in their minds before dropping their score.
So she's ridden this brilliantly. You know, there's no question that she's given this everything, but when we reference those scores dropped, that 5.33, the 6.17 for Tully, and the 6.33 for Lindsay, they were certainly on bigger, longer waves, but whether the judges are going to be able to go that big on the score on this slightly smaller wave, I think it's very possible. I think that, like you said, there was that variety of nose rides.
Do you throw a claim in right here? Do you try to sell it to the judges? They're not going to be fooled, but do you do it for the emotional value of it?
It wouldn't be Lindsay's style to throw a claim in.
Hands up in the air.
But you know, she'll feel good that she got the opportunity to express herself on that last wave. But I think in her head, she will recognize that wave wasn't as big as the sets that have dropped those 5s and the 6s. Love this fade. Stalls it, 6 steps, nice clean 5. Good long hold of the 5. Incredible footwork out of the nose ride. Really nice drop knee turn. Here's the nose ride going back in the direction of the foam, going left. That was really nice. And then again, a bit more variety off rail, throwing spray, coming low. The wave starts to die out in size a little bit here, but she stays in the pocket again with the footwork. So you feel as if this score could be so close to what she needs. I think that opening nose ride was particularly strong, and those first 2 rail turns were very dynamic. She rode this wave through all the way to the inside. A lot of these things by this point probably not going to make a massive amount of difference to the score. If she's got the score, she would have already got it on that out back work, and it's going to be really close. It's not as big a set as the 6.17 that Tully got, or the 5.33. She needs a 5.17, so it's very comparable to Tully's opening ride in the performance on the wave. I think it's just going to be super close, Chris.
Yeah, the score's got to be weighed heavily on what she did on the outside, right? All that work while she was flying down the line. Was it critical enough? Was the wave, you know, did it give her the opportunity to show everything she had in her arsenal?
That's Declan White in there. He's probably listening into the broadcast, and that's where they're staying. Lassola says Lindsay coming out from the shower. Do you think she thinks she's got it, or do you think she thinks she hasn't got it?
I think she just said, I don't think I got it.
Really?
But I don't know.
Still waiting on the...
For me, it's about referencing the kind of size and the speed and the ground covered. I think that all those other rides, the surfers traveled much further down the point. There was a lot more of a dynamic opportunity in the wave face. So it was one of those ones where she had to give it everything, but it was on a smaller wave. But I like what happened at the start. I mean, I feel as if that end section is not going to make enough of a difference, but I think if the score doesn't happen, it's just because it wasn't on a big enough wave.
So close, a 4.87, valiant effort from Lindsay Steinride. But at the end of the day, it was Tully White. The patience pays off. She gets the win. 11.5 to 11.2. It doesn't get much closer than that. Congratulations to Tully White, making it through a rough elimination round heat. And also congrats to Lindsay Steinride. That was a great way to finish. Again, valiant effort from beginning to end. Love the sportsmanship. Never doubted Tully White for a second. I don't know who was in here talking before, but I think that was mistake-free surfing.
I mean, that was incredible. I mean, the discipline, just those 2 waves ridden, you know, the choice to leave those 2 sets. I mean, that was like a poker masterclass in surfing.
My inner grommet came out, and I'm go, 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 go. But that's why she's an elite-level professional longboarder, and I am not. 29 minutes on the clock now in Heat 6. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with Maria and Kiani. Don't go anywhere.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
The elimination round rolls on. We are now in Heat 6. Maria Fernanda Reyes in the red, Kiani Canulo in the blue. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley. We've got Peru versus Hawaii. Sam, I know you've been studying both of these surfers for a few years now. And I need you to tell me strengths and weaknesses. What do we got for Maria Fernandez Rey?
Well, Maria's got good experience here in El Salvador. She was a finalist in the ISA World Longboard Championship in May. She got silver. So, you know, she came just behind Alice Lemoyne. So that's a big plus.
She's on a roll.
She's, you know, she knows this wave well. You know, it's in her territory. But of course, Kiani, she's up and coming. She's one of that core Waikiki crew. She rides the Kai Salas Longboard Company's surfboard. She's got an incredible cutback traveling here with her partner Kala, who's a great surfer himself. She's got that Hawaiian blood running through her. She's seen big performances from her teammates, and it looks like Maria Fernanda Reyes is going to get the first score on the board here, Chris.
Classic inside position there. So Kiani lets Maria get this wave hassle-free. Good start there. Comes around the section right up to the nose. Soul arching there. Love to see that levitation. Carves back down, straight back into the pocket. A beautiful read for Maria Fernanda Reyes. Again, hanging 10.
Ooh, that was a big hang 10. That was one of the longer hang 10s we've seen for a while, Chris. I think that's going to factor in.
A statement 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant surfing from the get-go on this ride from Maria.
So has to eject on the inside section. Nothing really left on that wave. It was a bit of a wild dismount, but the work that she did through the mid portion, especially that extended hang 10, is definitely going to get the attention of the judges.
Yeah, I like that ride a lot. I mean, it would have been nice to have had a bit of a more elegant finish, but I think that opening section was ridden with control, with expression, with a high degree of difficulty, and then that 10, there was a lot of lock on that 10. It was, you know, it was risky to hold on to that 10 for so long, and you know, that performing controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave is what the judges really want to reward, as we see Kiani on the nose with the 5, but that one, a foamier section, unable to just nose ride through that section.
That was dangerous. You know, I like to see the attempt and the intent. She just kind of cross-stepped her way straight over the falls, and now she's dealing with a couple set waves on the head. She's kind of in a bad spot, not necessarily for injury or danger, but just having to deal with a couple big set waves that are running through. Wrong place at the wrong time.
And unusual after having watched that last heat that with the restart went on for 40 minutes.
Just when you thought it was safe to paddle deep.
Yeah, it was just a handful of sets in that whole 40-minute slot, and then we see like a 4-wave set all swinging wide, and it looks like there's more action to come. But Maria's score, they'll be watching the video replay there. They'll kind of have an opportunity to reset the scale. They won't necessarily be reflecting on the scores dropped in the previous heat, but I think it's going to be pretty close to excellent range, because that, I mean, that 10 alone is something special.
Yeah, very cool. We got a 1 that came through for the wipeout from Kiani Canulo, but she was persistent, paddled hard to get out of the impact zone, and now she finds herself straight back in the takeoff section. So most likely priority will go over to Kiani Canulo. She could be right in the spot for this set wave that came through.
7.33 for Maria, so an 8 from one judge, the low score of a 7, gets that average of a 7.33. You know, fantastic start for Maria Fernanda Reyes.
And just like that, it's pumping again. Here we go, Kiani Canulo on a streaky right-hander, trying to wash off some speed to allow her to run up and down this board. Cross steps near to the nose, and that section just collapses around her, so she's out. Now we go back to Maria Fernanda Reyes, who's straight up on the nose, hanging 10, jumps back to the 5, a nice extended nose ride for Reyes. Carving it back, staying at the top of the wave, gets back on the nose with the soul arch. This Peruvian showing a lot of poise, and she is flying down the line. Just a little 5 right there. Back at it, waiting to see what happens on this inside section. She's way down the line. This was a long, good ride for Maria Fernanda Reyes. So good. She's got 3 names.
Yeah, that was incredible, and finishes clean as well. a lot of good nose riding there, you know, commitment. First 3 nose ride sections, she didn't back out. She, you know, rode through sections on the nose. You know, if we're going to criticize some of that nose riding, it was slightly wide of the pocket, but she did have a lot of time on the nose. But she demonstrated in the previous wave the ability to do, you know, a couple of really dynamic hang 10s in the pocket, but it's still going to be another strong score.
Excited to see what the judges throw out there for Maria Fernanda Reyes. 22 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the glass. Tully White is with Matt Chinaski.
Another person finishing off on that shore break with Maria. Tell us what happened on your last wave. You surfed it, you were very patient, you surfed it right to the shore, and you maybe almost had a little mishap.
Yeah, I was just trying to be patient and get a good wave. I know I've surfed with Lindsay quite a lot, and you've got to push your surfing to get the score, especially surfing with her. So yeah, I pushed it a little bit hard, and sorry Rhino, but I may have dinged my new board a little bit. But it's fine, bit of Solaris, it should be fine.
Or maybe a little bit of duct tape. Might have to get you in those duct tape events. But Tully, you sent it on that wave all the way on the inside and you got the score. What was it like knowing leaving Lindsay out there with just a minute to go?
Yeah, I knew, and like she had a good crack at the end, but I knew Lindsay doesn't need much to get a 5. She's an incredible surfer and really composed. So I knew she wouldn't be too stressed about the timing, just needed the opportunity. So I was paddling my heart out to get back out and sit over and try to do my best to block.
Well, you did a great job, and you're going to have to give us more to make that cut at Malibu. What's the feeling going into the next few rounds?
Yeah, I'm just going to keep giving it my all. I'm really enjoying being here, and I'm traveling with a good friend, Declan, and yeah, it's good just bouncing ideas off each other. He's through to the next round as well, so we'll just keep doing our thing and, yeah, hopefully making heats.
Team Australia on to the next round, and back to you guys for the international affair.
Thank you, Wax. Congrats to Tully White.
Yeah, that was great. And, you know, the discipline to hold off those sets and the commitment. A little ding might have been achieved, but it'd be worth it. And talking about Declan as well, great opportunity to inspire one another. But Maria drops an 8.40. My instinct said that it wasn't going to go bigger than that 7.33, but it did. And it must have been just the length of those opening nose rides. I was, you know, kind of being a bit critical, analytical, saying perhaps they were a little bit wide of the pocket. Sometimes you get locked on those 5s. They feel great, they look great, but when the judges might really tear them apart and study them and analyze them on the video replay, they might say, well, she's just a little bit wide of the pocket, but it didn't really affect that score too much because she backed up those long 5s with a variety of rail work. 8.4 is the highest score of the event in the women so far, and it might well be the highest score of the event.
I think you may be right there, and I think it was warranted because, you know, the excitement level, the speed, where she placed herself on that wave. She was all over it, all over the wave, all over the board. You know, hate to go into the cliche of ticking off the boxes, but basically she did everything in the judging criteria. She did it with style, she did it with grace. There was a danger element right there, flirting with disaster in the pocket, and she had that extended hang 10, finished with a hang 5. Again, seamless transition. So well earned with the 8.4, and that has put Kiani Canullo quickly into a combination position. I mean, what a tale of opposites. There were no waves for the first 20 minutes of the previous heat. Now we're seeing multiple waves in the excellent range.
Yeah, incredible. 8.4. One judge giving it a 3 judges giving it an 8.5, 182, 180, gets that average of the 8.4. And here's the replay, and this is why it went big. She sets herself up, 4 steps into the 5, there's the 10, real nice hold of that, and then stays locked in with that soul arch 5. Walks back to the tail here, and this is where she gets the longer 5. Soul arch stays locked in to that second nose ride, walks out, so we've got a 10, 2 5s, good rail work, a 3rd touch of the nose there, walks back again, and then already you're thinking this is a 6 with just what we've seen on the outback, but she kind of builds on that score by that beautiful soul arch setup to get nice and high, and you can really see how she's got her toes wrapped over the tip and gets a nice quick 10 before she walks back to the middle and just ejects over the back of the wave to get that 8.4. I like the 7.33 a little bit more personally, but that 8.44, wow, big score for her. And could be the highest score of the event.
And she started with the 10 and finished with the 10, so just wrapped it up with a nice bow, and she did it on that basically over the rocks. So again, adding the entertainment factor, right? She put on a show for us. She performed at an extremely high level, and she was rewarded with an 8.4. It's about peaking at the right time, and she's done that.
Yeah.
And now she's got the highest heat total of the event.
Yeah, and then it's Alice with that 8, and Chloe and Honolulu Bloomfield have got those high 7s, but the highest score of the event. I mean, that's just the big confidence booster when you for these surfers who thrive on confidence and just believe in themselves and trust that they can beat everyone, when they're dropping the highest scores, that says so much about their self-belief. And part of this event is psychological because the waves are delivering. And we even saw with one of the slowest heats just then with Tully and Lindsay, if you did believe upstairs and played your cards right, you still had the scoring waves out there. And this has been a much busier start. Unfortunately, Kiani just got herself too deep on that set, so she kicks off with those low scores. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Kiani to hear that she's in a combination situation, but a lot of these surfers will be used to surfing 15-minute heats at their club events back home.
Yeah, so this is kind of like the 15-minute drill, right? You got to be patient. You got to wait for the right wave. For Kiani Canullo, she's going to have to get 2 waves, and they're going to have to be good because looking at 2 of the higher scores that we've seen of this entire event, that 7.33, that was huge to start, and then to back it up and improve and get that 8.4, definitely going to have a ripple effect, for the rest of the day. Surfers now knowing that high 8s are out there. You just got to surf it like Maria did. Not an easy thing to do.
And, Kiani's had a good run coming into this event. She got a 9th in Bells, losing to Soleil, and also got a 9th in Huntington. And she's had a 2nd at the local motion surf into summer, LQS 1000 at Ala Moana Bowls. Sophia Colhane won that. So she's had a really good season, and she's got a lot more beyond the competitive surfing, 105,000 Instagram followers, so she's got good sponsorship support, good influencing, and is a role model to longboarders all over the world. So yes, this is going to be bitter if she does get eliminated from the event, but she's got a really good free surfing presence. If you watch any of her video clips, fantastic cutback. When you get to see the way she puts that board on rail, on the front side waves, I mean, it really is one of the best cutbacks in longboarding at the moment.
Well, we will have more from these 2 surfers in the lineup. 14:45 to go here in elimination round heat 6. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. There's a little smooth jazz to take you to break, but we'll be right back.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is Livin'. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. We've got a beautiful afternoon for you. We are into elimination round heat number 6 of the women's side of the draw. Chris Cote, Sam Blakely. We've just witnessed the best wave of the event so far, the highest scoring wave, an 8.4 from Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru. What made that wave so special?
Peruvian flavor. But excellent range surfing. I mean, there was the nose rides, the degree of difficulty riding those Piccolo Clemente boards, locking in not only 5s but 10s in sections, through sections, holding the nose, but then, really dynamic down carves off rail, and then using all of the waves. So coming off the nose ride, on that high section and then putting that board on rail and then using the bottom turn to really set herself up for another nose ride section. A lot of variety, a lot of composure, but great control. And in the past, one thing that has held Maria back a little bit is a lack of control, sometimes getting a little bit wobbly between maneuvers. But what we saw on the 733 and then that higher 8.4 was control, velvet smooth coordination, linking up all that footwork, nose riding, and rail turning.
Did it with a lot of speed too. That's a huge element. Being able to control how fast these boards are going. Remember, these are 9 foot plus, 15 pounds plus. So no easy task when you're on a wave like this that has plenty of push. That was one of my favorite parts of that wave, was her ability to harness all that speed, make it look smooth. I was surprised to hear you say that in the past she's had control issues, because she just looked like she had so much poise. It looked easy for her.
Yeah, and that was great to see. You know, her surfing continues to develop and refine and perfect. And I'm loving the way she's got this higher stance as well. We've seen that from Rachel Tilley. We've seen that from Tully White. We've just seen that from Maria Fernanda Reyes, where they come out of the nose ride, they go into the down carve, and when they come off the bottom turn, they do like that standing tall PT-esque bottom turn, and it's really graceful, and it really kind of captures the elements of traditional longboarding that we really enjoy to watch here.
So as we creep inside of 11 minutes now, you gotta wonder what's going on in Kiani's mind. You know, of course she has a rich competitive history behind her, but you know, still long path ahead of her competitively speaking. This would be an incredible come from behind story, and she has the time to do it. You figure the cycle here with how long the waves are, how long the paddle back out, maybe you want to give yourself 2 to 3 minutes per wave, and that's of course taking priority and all of that out of the equation. Kiani does have, you know, one spot of bright news, that she does have priority, so she has her pick of waves. She's just got to hope for the cadence of the ocean to pick up a little bit to give her a chance.
And once again, you know, two great surfboard shapers, you know, supporting these women. You've got Piccolo Clemente, 2 times WSL, 1 times ISA world champion, building the boards for Maria Fernanda Reyes, and you've got Kai Salas building the boards for Kiani Canulo. Kai, 3 times second on the World Surf League World Longboard Tour, but he's also got one of those ISA World Longboard titles. That was in 2018 in Hainan, China. So Kiani tends to either ride the Guava Jam model or the Lava Flow. The Lava Flow is a speed shape, the new board that the Kai Salas Longboard Company team all used effectively in free surfs in big conditions in Bells Beach. And the more classic model that Kiani will use is the 9.4 Guava Jam. The other models is the Koni Tsunami model, there's the Waikiki model, but Piccolo as well, he has a variety of models that he'll shape for Maria and his team. And that's the nice thing, is you can be inspired by these women longboarding, but you can access the equipment that they're using. And if you're thinking, that's how I want to surf, if you can find the way to raise the funds, you know, get one of the boards that they use and see, you know, really study their moves and use the equipment that they're riding.
Yeah, and good luck, because they're really, really good.
Yeah. So, and find out what music they're listening to, because that still fascinates me, knowing what tunes psych up these surfers before they paddle out, whether they're going for that high energy feel or that mellow feel.
We can do our research there for sure after this heat, when we can walk around. We can talk to some of the contestants, and maybe we can link up with them after the day is done, because we know that the Corona VIP area at the end of the point is already starting to fill up with locals and guests alike. We're going to have your awesome Corona Post show coming up after a few more heats. You know, we're getting closer to golden hour here in El Salvador. I mean, it does feel like every hour down here is golden hour, but it gets extra special through to the afternoons. Temperature dips down to a perfect 78-ish degrees.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, that looks like a good time right there. That's our Corona area.
Oh, you can chillax there, and that's looking straight out over the point, so they're getting to enjoy the action. Perfect positioning.
Yeah, I'm looking for Mitchell in there. He's not in there. Okay, so he's coming back to work.
Yeah, he might have been in there earlier, but he's on his way back for the next heat. But, you know, it's a pleasure to be here in El Salvador, and all that volcanic landscape behind the coastline, you know, an abundance of waves, and that rich connection to the filming of the Big Wednesday sequences down at Punta Roca. That means a lot for the longboard community, because longboarders around the world, we all grew up being inspired by Big Wednesday. When the film was released, it was, you know, in the shortboard era, nobody wanted to watch people on longboards. But when the longboard renaissance really kicked off in the late 80s through the 90s, there was a huge resurgence of passion for that film, and myself included, a lot of youngsters around the world, we studied Big Wednesday to learn about Southern Californian surf culture and to learn about the way to ride a longboard, and it continues to inspire surfers today. And I think that it's a lovely link to be bringing the world's best longboarders for the first time with the WSL to Surf City.
Yeah, and it really added to the heritage and history of Malibu as well, all centered around the point, with a few good scenes at some awesome looking house parties.
Oh, absolutely.
That didn't end well.
Yeah, and that's the life we all like to lead. We want to recreate those moments in Big Wednesday in our youth, and we want to stay young, and we want to ride waves like this. Down towards El Tunco there, El Tunco Rock, and La Bocana, where they will host the ISA shortboard event, and further down the coast, Punta Roca, you would have had the joy of riding that wave. A little bit faster than El Sunzal, but El Sunzal definitely the better longboard wave.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, this place has something for every type and level of surfer. You see the overview there. We'll have our award ceremony later on. There's the Corona Beach Bar coming up soon, around the corner, literally around the corner from there. We're going to have the Corona Post Show. Ooh. And right now we're witnessing Maria Fernanda Reyes again. You know, that right there was a slight glitch in the poise, but quick reaction time to get the board under her feet.
How was that nose ride, and that backed up by another 10, and how was that cross step turn?
It's going to be an amazing photo.
This Peruvian is absolutely on fire. I mean, just the way we cut to that moment of elegance. But the thing about those types of nose rides, Chris, is they look elegant, but they're hard to do. You know, you're standing on a cliff edge moving there, and you got to keep that hood ornament composure whilst all the energy is moving around your feet and ankles. So the way she did that was phenomenal.
I can't think of any other sport or activity where you're putting yourself on the very end of whatever equipment you're on, be it skis, snowboards, whatever. There's nothing like that. If you do that on a toboggan, you're going to clip the ice and go head over heels. If you do that on your bike, you could be in trouble. So it is truly a unique element of longboarding, which I kind of cringe when I use the word sport and longboarding all in the same sentence. But there are sport elements to this, but I would say more so lifestyle, a feeling, you know.
Yeah, and that's a decent score of 6. I mean, that wave ended early for her, but those 2 10s and that carving cross-step turn, absolutely fantastic. So it's not going to go into the top 2. Kiani there, 4 minutes remaining. She knows now it's just an opportunity to just get, you know, one nice wave and just put on a show. I'd love to see her get the opportunity to really just show to the world, you know how beautiful she surfs. But, you know, if we're not going to see that in the next 4 minutes, I recommend everyone following Kiani on Instagram, because she really does share a lot of fantastic clips, and you can learn a lot from her style and study her moves. Big influencer there, over 105,000 followers, and you know, she hasn't had the opportunity here, but we've seen her come up against Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, who's been at the very top of her game. I mean, that highest score of the event so far, an 8.40.
Yeah, this is a special heat for Maria Fernanda Reyes. I mean, to me, it just looks like straight up performance art. When she stood up, and she's given us kind of everything, right? She's given us the kind of the smoothness in her turns, those high-speed nose rides, and definitely putting a lot of risk in what she's been doing. You know, there was times when she was out there on the nose with her toes over, where you're thinking, okay, we're good, you know, make this one. And most of us would have pulled back, cross step back towards the tail. She hung out there, and she made every one of those nose ride count. It's been a great heat to watch from Maria Fernanda Reyes, and I agree with you, Kiani has so much more to give. Just unfortunately, sometimes you find yourself in kind of the off cycle, and I think that kind of started early on. She went over the falls. It was a pretty brutal wipeout. She got caught inside. I don't think she'd be rattled. You know, she lives in Hawaii. She's used to big, gnarly waves. I just think sometimes, you know, luck has a way of passing you by, and she's just kind of been out of the sequence of events that Maria has been right tapped into. So there is luck involved, and I think Maria, when you pair luck and skill and preparation and things just go your way, that's when you have magical heats like this. 7.33 and an 8.40, huge heat total there.
And comparing it as well to that previous heat where it was so much slower, there was just a handful of rideable sets. They had to have a restart, and then these women kicked off with a super busy couple of sets with like 4 scoreable waves in each set. So it was a much different tempo to kick things off, but Maria just got herself in the right position. And Kiani, like you said, you know, falling on that first one and then getting a little bit too deep on that, you know, on that second section there. It was just very hard to dig herself, you know, out of that situation. But Maria did the surfing on the waves that she got, that 8.4 and that 7.33. It's going to be, you know, highlight reel material. It could be, you know, event highlight material, and she could be one of the firm favorites now moving forwards here in El Sunzal.
I think she just locked up her spot in the top 5 of the day for the Corona Post Show, that's for sure. What a performance from Maria Fernanda Reyes. Hopefully we get to see one more wave ridden from Kiani Canulo. She's always just a pleasure to watch, so the more Kiani we get, the better. And it looks like she could be looking at this one. Again, just bad luck, timing, you know. We know how skilled she is.
Yeah.
She's one of the world's best.
Yeah.
But that doesn't always equate to a heat win.
Yeah. So, yeah, just down into the dying seconds. She might get a little chance here to have a look. Maria, there's a little wave there. Maria knows she's got nothing to replace here, so neither of the surfers will be too concerned now about, you know, really kind of putting a radical bit of surfing on a small wave in these dying seconds. But that display from Maria, absolutely fantastic. Definitely worth watching the replay of those rides. That 8.4 alone, and even that 6. You know, when we cut to that critical 10, and she was just soul arch 10, locked right under the pocket, went back in for a second 10, and then that cross step turn. I mean, I'm going to be looking at the video replay of that. You know, that was just perfect.
I'm taking notes. I'm trying to be a better surfer, and by watching Maria Fernandez Reyes do what she does, we can all learn a thing or two. So after dominating performance, a 15.73 heat total, highest heat total, highest single wave score, 8.40 for Maria Fernandez Reyes. Peru is alive in this event. You'll love to see it. Coming up next, Avalon Gall and Crystal Hewlett will make their way into the lineup. We're going to get the Waxhead and Mitchell back here on the call. We'll be right back with more from the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and connected.
So much for the wishes, so much for the cause.
2 more heats to go. We're in elimination round, heat number 7 between Avalon Gall, number 7 in the rankings from the U.S., against Crystal Hewlett from the Republic of South Africa, out there in the blue jersey. As you can see, the weather is beautiful and the sun is still shining proudly here in Surf City, El Salvador. Mitchell Salazar here with Matt Chonoski. This is Crystal Hewlett from South Africa, has a great style and extremely good shortboarder as well, but as you can see, her nose riding skills are just as good as anybody else in the event. Strong carve right there on the open face. Back to the 5. Controls it coming out of it too with a lot of lift. That is a high degree of difficulty right there with 27:20 on the clock. Kind of has to pet the kitty coming out of that and won't ride out of it cleanly. Meanwhile, on the outside, Southern California's Avalon Gall. She's a premier longboarder, a great nose ride. I'd have to say one of the better goofy footers in the draw as well. Gets the long stretched out 5 at the beginning of this one, wraps it back, strong carve right there in the pocket. Once again, getting the nose right, a tight 5, transitions to a quick 10. Back into the power source, and she is just going to town on this one. We've seen a lot of these waves really go up into the high to even excellent scoring range in the last heat with Mafe Reyes, and Avalon Gall is on her way to a big score at the beginning of this heat. Matt, the kick out, how important is it? How much has it developed since the early days of longboarding in the 60s?
It's the icing on the cake. It's the final pirouette of the dance, so to speak, and it's just what we need to tick the box for the judges to go, yep, completed with flow and control. And this is a moving form of energy. These waves have traveled 5,000 to 10,000 miles with that groundswell to land right here at El Sunzal on the beautiful shores of El Salvador, and that's why they call it Surf City. And these surfers, when you paddle back out and you're breathing, you're feeling that energy. We have Crystal Hewlett making her way out from a dramatic wave. You're carrying that energy with you. It's given you something, and the kick out is just the end of that wave and sort of thanking almost the wave for the dance and allowing you to feel that energy, and you carry that inland. Have you ever seen a surfer not stoked when they surf a wave to the shore?
No.
There you go. And that's what Crystal's feeling on the way back out. I can't wait to see what that score locks in at. Contrasted to Avalon's power game. Big, long rail carves on a set wave.
So Crystal Hewlett, she rides for Oliver Packham Surfboard. She was the junior and team marketing manager for Board Rider South Africa. She gave that job up to be able to pursue her dream of competing here at the WSL Longboard Tour. Her second event, she competed over at Bells Beach, now here for the first time ever in Surf City, El Salvador.
And I love that board that she brought over here. She's got this classic involvement style where she did that fade to kick off in that flat deck, and here's Avalon's replay. So just S-turning on the outside, waiting for the critical section to make itself known. She's in the middle of that board, that Michael Takayama, very stable, and there she is. Gets steep there, so the judges really going to appreciate the timing of that, carving it back into the pocket, off the bottom, getting the feet moving, so using the full length of the board. Avalon, quick 10, holding that 5, and that wave is nice and steep, so fantastic wave selection from the surfer out of Laguna Beach, California. And Avalon should be looking for a strong result here and a strong finish to show the judges that control. She's ticked all the boxes from the nose, the tail, the midsection, and she finishes with control and authority.
And a great score to start things off in this heat, 7.57 for Avalon Gall. Meanwhile, Crystal Hewlett, a 6.17 for her. 24 minutes on the clock. You talked about the poise, the composure that we see from the goofy footer in the red jersey, but how about the opportunity that Hewlett has right here as well? Only her second event. You can qualify for the Longboard Championships just based off 2 results, Matt, but didn't get a quarterfinal finish or better over there at Bells. She would really need to win the event and have a lot of other situations happen for her to qualify for Malibu.
Correct, and she has nothing to lose. Just putting on a beautiful display of surfing at Bells and narrowly missing the cut there with Zoe Guopion taking the win on an interference in the last 30 seconds. Zoe took off down the line with priority, and it deemed that Crystal was actually, in fact, well, reversal rolls. Crystal was on Rincon, and Zoe was in the bowl. They shared the same line, and Crystal got eliminated in that last 30 seconds. But I love her style, that beautiful fade turn, that flat deck of the surfboard being really stable on the nose despite it being narrow in terms of the outline. And there they are chatting out there, Avalon and Crystal, 2 absolute sweet souls, not a bad bone in either of their bodies, and it's really nice to see that camaraderie during the heat.
And when you do see the P next to a surfer's name, that priority is established once at least one person has caught a wave or somebody has blocked another in a 2-person heat, 3-person heat, at least 2 people have had to have caught a wave to establish first priority. But that gives you unconditional right away, doesn't it, Matt?
Correct, and doesn't mean the other surfer can't catch a wave at any time, but if it interferes in any which way, shape or form, even if they cross over and the surfer is pulling off after that. We've seen at Sunset Beach in particular, and quite relevant to a spot like this where there's a lot of area on the wave. So if Avalon is coming onto the wave straight, Crystal's behind her, and they overlap, unfortunately, that's an interference, even if they don't bump rails or actually get in the way.
You just can't cross any kind of paths or lines with the other surfer. We saw that at Bells Beach in 2019 too, between Italo Ferreira and Jordy Smith. Italo tried to catch the wave from behind Jordy. Jordy had priority, dropped in. Didn't necessarily affect his line, but did cross into his path. So that was a priority interference. That means that your second best wave will be completely discarded from your scoring potential as we look back at Crystal's opening ride at 6.17.
Love that fade turn, setting it up in the critical section, holding that 5, and Crystal really agile on the feet. And I just love holding that nose ride, waiting for the section, and just carving it back. And that hippie board doing what it's meant to do. And here, gets stuck. See, bends and twists on the nose, steps back. So a lot of the points coming from that transition. And unfortunately, sort of falls off the back of the wave here and having to pet the kitty. But a 6.17 for half a wave, that has to be encouraging, and really good signs there from a South African surfer, Crystal.
Right, and anything from a 6 to a 7.9 is a score in the good range. Anything above an 8-point ride, something excellent. So you get something in the good range, it goes to indicate that with 9 minutes off the clock already, you're doing quite well in this heat. She does have priority, only searching for a 1.41. You know who had a dominant performance was Peru, Maria Fernanda Reyes. Highest heat total of the event, 15.73. She is with Chris.
Peru is in the house. Maria Fernandez Reyes, highest heat total of the day, highest single wave of the day. What a performance you just showed us. Congratulations. That was beautiful surfing.
Bueno, muchas gracias porque, bueno, estuve esperando encontrar mi surfing. Y nada, contenta con el high score y el performance de hoy día. Y nada, contentísima con todo lo que he venido trabajando el día de hoy.
Do you feel now that you can win this whole contest?
Bueno, el campeonato está increíble. El evento que hace Surf City está espectacular. Y nada, hoy el día las olas estuvieron un poquito lentas, pero nada, pude encontrar las dos buenas olas que me hicieron pasar mi hit.
Now, I know Peru has some of the greatest fans and surfers on the planet. I know they're watching right now. Tell your friends and family back home how you're feeling.
Bueno, un saludo enorme a mis sponsors que siempre me están apoyando, a mi novio, a mi familia, que siempre está ahí, a mi entrenador, Osvaldo, a Piccolo, que es un gran soporte para mí, y nada, sus tablas son espectaculares y es una tabla que lo ha hecho junto con Octavio, y nada, arriba Perú y esperemos ir paso a paso.
Watch out, world. Maria Fernanda Reyes has entered the chat. Good luck.
Absolutely right, Chris. So just to translate right there, first question was, how are you feeling with your performance? The highest heat total of the event so far, and the highest single wave of the event. Mafer just said that this wave really plays into her style. She's really enjoying herself, and really no pressure coming in to stop number 3 of the World Longboard Tour. Second question was, do you feel like you can really take out this event? She said, hey, a lot of good surfers here. I'm just trying to do my thing and take it heat by heat. And if I can keep getting excellent scores and be on the right waves, I feel like I can definitely go all the way. I wanted to send a lot of love and regards to all of her fans over there in Peru, especially to her fiancé. Congratulations to Mafer. They got engaged over in Indonesia right before they went over to Bells Beach. She is happy as she can be, traveling here with Piccolo Clemente and Matu as well. So a big performance by her, and I want to say a statement made right there, Matt.
Absolutely. Set waves, commitment, beautiful nose rides, and not backing down with the rail game. Just really showing why she got that excellent range score. There's been a little bit of debate today. Some people tuning in through several heats and just not understanding the scoring. to really break it down, Mitch, the judges set their boundaries at the beginning of the day. There was, after critical maneuvers in the pocket, they were asked to steep nose ride sections and critical rail carves on the outside section. Inside length of ride, a lot of downtime in the whitewater doesn't play into it. We see that up there. See the controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. That relates to the pocket, deep in the pocket, utilizing the entire board and traditional longboard surfing, which includes style, flow, and grace in that footwork. But smaller waves with a lot of downtime won't get above the 6 mark.
And what Moffat brings to the table too is that she is not afraid to charge either. You saw her in that heat. She was on 2 of the biggest waves we've seen all day long, and really knows how to use the entirety of the area here in a big takeoff zone like at El Sunzal. 17 minutes on the clock. The opening exchange still the only one so far, a 7.57 and a 6.17 for Crystal Hewlett. She does have priority, needs a 1.41 at the moment. Still plenty of time, Matt, but the approach right here from Avalon Gall being way on the inside of Crystal Hewlett, it seems to me like she's looking for a backup score quickly.
Yeah, and I think that will be a good option. We've seen the heats come and go. We saw Tully White and Lindsay Steinrady with 40-minute heat. They had a 10-minute delay, so they restarted the heat, and the girls really were patient with not many small waves coming through that entire heat. During the post-heat interview, Tully was even more patient. We had to wait 10 minutes for the sets to, which is what Martha caught one of those waves. We saw her actually kick off in the shore break, and Tully and I joked that she could have paid money for one of those waves because there just wasn't a lot. So it's taking it in half an hour spells. Some of these heats will be quiet. Some of them have got almost too many waves, with Martha and Kiani going under a couple of 6-footers.
And looking at the rankings right now, Avalon Gall tied at number 7 with Rachel Tilley and Mason Schremer. So this is a very important heat when it comes to qualifying for Malibu. But you look at Chloe Calmon, she was number 5, tied with Sophia Colhane coming into the event. Alice Lemoine is already in the round of 16, as well as Kelis Kaleopa'a and Hono Bloomfield. We already know that Soleil Ericos is in. So is Hono. Kelis already qualified, and Elise yesterday also qualified officially to be able to get in. So 4 spots still available to head into Malibu on the women's side.
And I'm looking at the surfers who are way back down in the draw that have already made it through the other round. So Roisin Caroline way down in 20th spot. Maya Glassenap coming up. Kira Molnar, who's coming up next. We have Caitlin Mickelson, who made it through. Obviously Medea in 14th spot. Natsumi coming up next. Yeah, and Tully progressing through. Zoe Guapion. So Kiani will get skipped. We said goodbye to her in that previous heat. And there'll be a lot of changes in that 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th mark in the next few days. We cannot wait.
Any surprises for you today? Did you think a couple of people might have done a bit better given the conditions out there?
No, I think all of it went pretty solid. I think Lindsay, if she had the opportunity, would have pushed Tully a lot further. But just given that was a slow heat, both surfers doing the best they could, and some amazing surfing nonetheless.
And there are the rankings in terms of the women's longboarding tour. Those green arrows indicating that those people have already qualified for Malibu. Rachel Tilley in at number 7. She's a former world champion. Chloe Calmon has been very close several times. Sophia Colhane made it to the final match last year, and she is looking for another opportunity to be able to compete for a world championship. She would be the youngest ever to do it if she's able to clinch it this year.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Rachel Tilley would not appreciate that, currently holding the title, and she'll be out for blood at this event. She was looking very spicy yesterday on those boards. And a lot of rocker out here has been helping some of the surfers and hindering others. Rachel on a more slender speed shape, along with Eduard Del Perro as well. More slender in the tail, which is meaning the board's fit with a lot of rocker into the curve of the wave. A little bit of power. Definitely today, at times, you're looking at it, you go, that looks like Chun's Reef or Chungu in Bali. But on those bigger sets, swings wide, as we see. Just liken this to Sunset Beach with the west peak to the left of the screen and then the point over to the right. So, and even in our documents coming into this event, doing some research and reading the history, the early 1970s, there was a lot of references to the green walls of Sunset Beach.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they were able to shoot Big Wednesday here
100%.
too back then, because they knew what this wave is capable of. And this is a small size, by the way. It tends to be a lot bigger than this. 13 minutes on the clock. Seems like Hewlett is going to let that first wave of the set go by. Avalon saying, I'll take it. She's scrapping into this one, and she's going to be up and riding. So Gall, the heat leader at the moment with the 7.57 on her second ride here. Wraps it back, nearly loses control. Recovers well though, cross-stepping backwards. A lot of style, a lot of poise and grace on this ride so far. Great nose riding abilities right there on display by Gall. 12:50 on the clock. A very important and smart decision right here for Avalon, as she is just cruising through to the inside at the moment. So when we talk about the elegance of surfing, Matt, definitely seeing it on display right here by the young goofy footer from Southern California.
That word grace comes to mind when you see the poised hands of Avalon surfing. Dainty, if you will, delicate footwork, using her experience as a dancer in her younger years. You can see the footwork moving up and down the board unhindered. And the idea is to really emphasize the art of trim, which is to move up and down the board without it looking like you're stepping and thumping up and down. You're trying to keep that momentum of the board, that natural flow that you work so hard to get when we paddle onto the wave.
Right.
And on a longboard, flow is the that epitomizes the connection between the maneuvers, the nose ride, the turn, a variety, of course. It doesn't have to be tail, middle, and nose. That fast section for a lot of these boards is actually in the front third between the middle and the nose. It's called full forward trim, and that's where a lot of the surfers in years gone by would generate the speed. Harrison Roach and Soleirico both won world titles surfing the mid to the front section of the surfboard, stepping onto the tail only when it's necessary. Combine that with the beautiful style that Avalon has, it's going to be a nice score.
And waiting on the score for Avalon Gall, she will be extending her lead over South Africa's Crystal Hewlett. 11:20 on the clock. Don't miss out on the rest of the action after the break. Be back from Surf City.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's crazy to think that the same place that makes us feel so afraid can also make us feel the most at peace and
So
connected.
much for the wishes, so much for the cause.
Surf City is hosting once again another incredible WSL event, this time the Surf City Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Stop number 3 of the WSL Longboard Tour. Avalon Gall extends her lead over Crystal Hewlett with a 6.5 on her second ride, a 14.07 heat total with only 2 waves caught. Pretty good start for her in the first 21 minutes of this one.
Great choice to go that way for Avalon. It was a mid-size. We see Crystal paddling for this one. She let Avalon go on that one, which I think would have really suited Crystal's approach, but here's her answer back.
Wow, these waves are incredible. Slight offshore wind, just the perfect tide out here, a mid-tide at El Sunzal. Look for the nose right at the beginning, then went into the carve as Hewlett. Once again, strong style right here from the South African surfer. I mentioned before that she's a great shortboarder, really integrates that into her longboarding style with a strong stretched out 5 right there in the pocket. Some real tight surfing from the surfer in the blue jersey. 9 minutes to go, and still a lot of style and steez going into this one. Elegance, grace into the judging criteria, but also the word footwork is very involved when it comes to the most difficult parts of elegant surfing here in longboarding.
Mitch, it was right on cue. I'm just talking about surfing that front section of the board, full forward trim, and that involvement approach. And Crystal really epitomizing that on that wave. Can't wait to see what that one mixes in. Smaller, but it really allowed her to flex the variety of maneuvers, surfing in the pocket, out in the face, combining the tail and nose. A different brand and style of surfing to Avalon, stylish as well. Obviously regular and goofy, but 2 different styles of boards, 2 different styles of surfing. I love both of them though.
And it's a nice contrast when it comes to judging, right? Because we mentioned that judging in surfing, especially in longboarding,
you're comparing apples to oranges, and not everything should be the same or have to be the same. There's different ways to get to a certain score. This should be a good one, as we're looking at the 6.5 for Avalon Gall with 8 minutes on the clock.
So paddling hard for this. This is the wave that Crystal gave to Avalon. So a little bit further out in the face, hence that 6.5, and a little loss of control there. But she makes up for it. Look at that beautiful wall there ahead of her at El Sunzal. And smooth conditions here this afternoon as Avalon makes her way up to the nose. You can see that footwork on show. Just precise, foot after foot, walking towards the nose, transferring the weight, and just waiting for the section where the tail can hold in and elevate the nose. And she surfs this one right to the shore, keeping really busy with that soft footwork up and down, and she pulls out with control. And Crystal, this was a dynamic wave. She comes in behind the section, driving through the wire. We've seen that front third, stepping back onto the rolled bottom, and a little bumpy here, but lets it soul out. She rides high on the wave, determines this is a turn section, so great judgment from Crystal. This is her best wave yet, a 6.10. No, judgment lower than the 6.17. I thought that nose ride was actually going to go really high, but the size of the wave, perhaps letting it down, but amazing surfing there from Crystal. Really tight, technical, but compared to Avalon's free-flowing style, Avalon getting the nod there with a 6.5.
And needing a 7.9 at this moment now. It's 6.5 on the clock. Priority still with Gall on the outside. She's only caught 2 waves. And not that Hewlett's been not trying. 12.27 heat total. That's pretty darn good when you look at the overall heat totals that we've seen so far in the elimination round, Matt.
Of course, the judges have got that real-time viewing. Right, this is one of the most premier locations for judges to view the surfing. We're looking at the camera angle. Looking into it makes it look very critical, and I think the judges may have seen it a little different. Avalon's held its size on that 7.57. Crystal's a little smaller. Perhaps for a video part in a movie, a keeper, no doubt. And there's a few wobbles and bobbles, but I really like that technical approach where the board was rising high. She got that technical footwork and stepping back. Super flat board though. When you hit the chop on a flat board, you want it to come with you and around. You don't want it to be bucked off. Saw Crystal prepping with some, doing some Wim Hof breathing, sitting there on the grass, some deep breathing, some fast contractions, and really trying to feel comfortable with her breath work. And it's looking like it out there, just surfing with style and grace under pressure. So is Avalon.
It seems like they're having a chat out there in the lineup. Not every day you get to see this, especially in competition. Just over 5 minutes to go. Avalon Gall with the lead, a 14.07 heat total. She's looking to improve on a 6.5. Meanwhile, Crystal Hewlett looking for a 7.9, nearly an 8 to move up into first place. You mentioned the use of different boards, especially that top third that we normally see in order to gain speed and transition well in and out of it. The degree of difficulty in the pocket, could you possibly say that is the highest degree of difficulty when you're nose riding, having to transition back and forth in the steepest part of the wave?
Absolutely, and very difficult and hard to judge as well, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot of forces pulling the board up and down, and it feels unnatural where you're coming off the bottom. The board's actually being sucked back into the pockets like a vortex and weighing down on the tail, pushing the nose up. It's the most intense feeling, and time does stand still because you're balancing on this tiny little platform. In Crystal's case, that nose is about 17 inches and a quarter wide, so very narrow compared to the 18.5, maybe a 19-inch nose on Avalon's board. So that extra 1.5 inches is actually huge when you're considering you're trying to put your feet over there and balance with the water weighing down the tail.
You're almost trying to plane across water, aren't you, when you come and do that? It seems like a lot of nose riders tend to get that amount of lift because of how flat a lot of those noses are. You mentioned the rocker earlier. This board has the perfect rocker for that section. Steep and deep is Crystal Hewlett on this one. Outside of Gall right now, 3:30 on the clock. Huge exchange right here. The wave goes flat for Crystal. She's going to have to kick out, and so does Avalon. So a big exchange. It seems like things were looking very positive for Crystal Hewlett. Wave just lets her down at the end. Still plenty of time though, but it seems like Gall will recover priority.
Yeah, that's right. Crystal really had to send it on that nose ride, and that she did, but unfortunately there was no reform section on that, and she identified it, pulled back out. But Avalon did as well on her answer back. So both surfers with 3 waves, relatively quiet heat, but the way things have worked, we may see a flurry of waves in the next 3 minutes or the beginning of the next heat.
Well, and if you remember, one of the first heats of the morning, J.R. Esquivel got a 5.5 for just the one nose ride on the outside. That was a critical nose ride for Crystal Hewlett. I would have imagined she combines it with something else on the inside, brings it all the way through.
For sure.
Would have been a big score.
Yeah.
Gets a 4.17 just for the work right there.
Encouraging, but there is only 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, so I'm hoping we still get to see both of these amazing surfers have another exchange.
2:30 on the clock. Crystal having a look at this one. Just going to fade out and not really give her any scoring potential. I like what I'm seeing, though. There's a lot of intent at these looks and the paddles for these waves. Despite being underneath the priority of Avalon Gall, she has her sights set on moving into the round of 16 at least, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Both surfers being very witty and very calm, cool, and collected with great wave selection on display. Fortunately, those sets just petering out with the higher tide. And I think with the clean conditions, it was a lot cleaner than yesterday. So it looks like this wind with the overcast conditions will hold off. And a little bit of sun shining through from this relatively overcast evening.
What a day of surfing it's been so far. 1:45 on the clock. Crystal a bit deeper than Avalon at the moment. And it seems like she is asking for the situation from the tower at the moment to see what the requirement is in order for her to move up into first place. 90 seconds to go. She needs a 7.9 or better, and she is looking for any kind of wave possible in order to get some scoring opportunity out there. Avalon Gall, though, has priority. You'd be thinking that she'd be playing a little bit of defense right here, especially being on the outside of Hewlett at the moment, but still plenty of time. We have seen flurries of 5 or 6 waves in a row within a 20 or 30-second period, Matt.
There's Crystal waving her hands, asking for an update, just whether it's time or position. We're seeing the update of that score as well. So that's often you'll see these surfers, they'll point to their wrist, or when they want an update on the situation, they'll wave their hands. So Crystal just wondering what's going on there.
45 seconds on the clock. Seems like a few lines approaching the lineup. That is a real good shot, and it goes to show you that there are waves that come through in different areas of the lineup here. You don't necessarily have to be all the way on the outside to get a good score, but we have to be looking at an opportunity to get something close to an 8. That would have to be the best wave of the heat at the moment. 20 seconds. Here's something. Gall, though, has priority. Is she going to be able to get into this wave? Hewlett having a look. But the Californian going to be up and riding, playing some defense right here. Straight to the nose for Gall. That's a real strong nose ride for her at the beginning of this wave. Wraps it back. Strong car for Avalon. Once again, in the pocket nose ride for Avalon Gall. This is looking like something that could easily replace the 6.5 if she can make it all the way through to the shore break. This wave steepening up on the inside. Great read so far. Awesome pace. And just very knowledgeable when it comes to surfing at a point break is Avalon Gall. Don't know if Crystal Hewlett was able to get up in time for a scoring opportunity of a 7.9 or better. Either way, Matt, it seems like Avalon Gall was able to do enough to remain in the lead.
Yeah, really strong performance from Avalon, making the right decisions and showing her heat IQ is really improving over the last few years. But to Crystal Hewlett, she didn't get up in time for that last exchange, and I hope she takes a lot away from this with a 6.93 for Avalon, taking the win. But Crystal, encouraging signs, amazing surfing, great style. We hope to see her back through the qualifying series and in here for the next year's World Tour.
And number 7 in the world moves through an elimination round. Heat number 7 against Crystal Hewlett. Avalon Gall with a big win moving into the round of 16. Last heat of the day coming up, it's Kira Molnar taking on Natsumi Taoka.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Back in El Salvador for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic presented by Corona. What a day it's been. We are in the last heat of day number 2 of competition. And guess what? We're all smiles and excited for some more action in the next few days as well. Mitchell Salazar here with the one and only Wax and Matt Jonaski, soon to be a transplant to El Salvador as well. Thank you for joining us for the event, Matt.
Loved it so much so far. I think I might stay here. We'll see how the future pans out. But with right-handers, like what we have behind us and a full heat of action, I'm so excited to be here, Mitch.
Speaking of the action so far today, some incredible performances. We saw Mafer Reyes drop the highest heat total of the event so far, an 8.4, also the highest wave of the event. The consistency that we've seen in this afternoon has been incredible. What are your thoughts so far on day 2 of competition?
It's amazing to see the women in this qualifying round. I think they've been the highlight for me, just seeing the footwork, the combination of power, and the critical nature of some of the nose rides that have been feeded through. I can't wait for the post-show as well to recap a lot of this stuff for people who are just waking up, the various regions around the world, and to see some of the heartbreak, but also some of the success of the surfers leading in to the 4th stop on the World Tour at Malibu.
Safe to say that one of your favorite places on the entire championship tour here in El Salvador?
As well as Bells and Malibu. It's hard to split them, and I think this is a dead heat right in between both of those spots. And what a great place to warm up after the booties and 4 threes from Bells Beach last month.
I love that. So getting back to the heat, Kiro Molnar in the red jersey, Natsumi Taoka from Japan is in the blue. Kira coming into the event number 14 in the rankings. Taoka, the Japanese surfer, number 13. Big heat for both of them. They still have a chance to qualify for the final 8. There are still 4 spots on the line over there, Matt.
That's right. Kira Molnar, no stranger to the right-hand point breaks, but Natsumi ready to put everything on the line like she did at the qualifying event at Kuta Beach in Bali. And here she goes for her opening wave of this heat.
And Natsumi has great wave selection out here. During the free surf, she has definitely been one of the standout surfers. Touches the 10 right there real quick. The Japanese surfer reading this wave well. Really love the lines that she draws on these open faces here at El Sunzal. Speaking of somebody that comes from beach breaks originally, Taoka has had to make the transition to a lot of longboarding type right-hand point breaks, such as Noosa, as you mentioned. Bells Beach, one of her favorite waves in the entire world, and it seems like she is enjoying her time here at El Sunzal as well. Trying to fit in one more nose ride if she can. Some great footwork right there to finish this wave off. And that's going to be it for Natsumi, the opening ride for her, with 25:30 on the clock. Outside Molnar now. Straight to the nose. She has competitive experience here at this location, competed for Team Australia at the ISA World Longboard Championships earlier this year. Staying in the pocket the entire time. Kira from Noosa Heads herself over in Queensland, Australia. A great shortboarder as well. Loves to do surf life-saving events, and maybe one of the fittest surfers in the entire draw. Gets the 5 right there is Kira Molnar. And one steep section on the inside for a strong opening ride. It's going to be a great exchange, Matt. Going to be really hard to decipher who got the better of it.
It will be, and that angle always looks a little more flattering looking into the wave. But Natsumi up again on that same angle, just soul arching, using her hips and putting that hand up and that rail carve back into the pocket.
And she got back out there real quick, too. So Taoka on her second scoring ride caught this wave halfway out to the lineup, but just looking to get a backup score in the first few minutes of this heat. A lot of froth on this one on the inside. Doing well, being very patient.
Great cross-stepping right there to get to the 5. And once again, the nose riding abilities on display, Matt, as we see her make it through to the shore break. Touches the 10 real quick. Watch out for the shoreline right there. It seems like everything's okay. Although Tully White did say earlier that she did ding her board when she made it to that far.
Yeah, she really sent... I'm just holding my breath there because there's rocks on the inside. That's not sand, Mitch.
Well, Natsumi Taoka with 2 scores. Kira Molnar has one. 23:40 on the clock. Dominant performance by Avalon Golf. 14.5 heat total. She is with Sam.
Thanks so much, Mitch. I mean, Avalon, we're just watching the conditions. They continue to pump. You had a great performance. How special is it to get the opportunity to express yourself in such fantastic conditions?
Yeah, I had an amazing time out there, and I really lucked out with like an afternoon heat that was super glassy and really fun, and it's a little inconsistent, but we managed to get some, and it was really fun surfing with Crystal. She's so lovely.
It was fantastic heat. Is Crystal someone you've surfed against before?
I actually don't think I've ever surfed against her, but just getting to know her this year, and she's like one of the nicest people.
And coming out of all those coalition events in California, that whole grassroots longboard culture, how important is that in your ability to perform at the world stage?
I definitely say it helped me for sure, and like, yeah, I don't really know exactly, but getting to like surf in those contests when I was younger and seeing like Kai, Kevin, and all of them as like a young kid, and like seeing like what to look up to was a really cool thing.
And you're one of the many surfers who ride the beautiful Michael Takayama boards. What's so special about Michael's boards, and why do you like to use them?
Well, for me personally, Michael shaped me my first board when I was about like 8 years old. So he's been watching me surf for a very long time, and he's been able to make me such amazing boards that I'm really grateful for him.
You look good on them, and I know your dad always says that you had this background as a competitive dancer when you were younger, and you know that seems to shine through with your nose riding, your posture. You know, is that a positive thing that really helped with your longboarding, that background in dance?
I definitely think so. I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but I danced for 10 years, and yeah, it definitely taught me like a lot of discipline and like all those great things. So I guess it has played a good part in my surfing.
Well, you're looking good. Good luck in the rest of the event. You know, you've got to get a big result here to get to Malibu. Lastly, a quick message for your friends tuning in back home?
Just want to say I miss you and I love you, Mom, and can't wait to see you when we get home.
Let's get back to the action.
Thank you, Sam, and congratulations to Avalon moving through into the round of 16. It was a big win for her coming into this event ranked number 7. I love how shy a lot of these competitors are, Matt, because it really goes to show you how sweet and simple they are. But once they get out into the lineup, they can drop a couple of 7s, like we will see dropping right now. Taoka's opener, a 7.4. The first ride for Kira Molnar, a 6.93. How do you like them apples? Opening exchange being a very good one.
Simple formula, set waves, critical surfing, and finish on the shore with a bunch of maneuvers in between. You're always going to go average or above, and that's what we saw there. Kira Molnar, 6.93 for that first one. A little bumpy. We saw her in the break on her backup wave, which we're still looking in scores for, and Natsumi as well with a quick backup. So both surfers coming right out of the gates, making up for where that previous heat left off with that lull.
And this is Taoka's first ride, the 7.4, so gets the better out of the opening exchange over the 6.93 of Molnar.
So remember, this is the very first wave of the heat, and it started really fast. So not even nerves, but just always playing it a little bit safe in the first wave, but not Natsumi. Big rail carves, huge transitions there on that single fin. The nose rides a little bit further out in the face, but for your first wave, you just want to get through to the shore. And after those last few heats, you really want to make sure you capitalize on what comes through and not fall off. And Natsumi, rail carve back to the inside, setting up the inside, keeping really, really busy, and her feet moving up and down that board, ready for another nose ride tap on the shore and sending it, committing right to the inside on both of her waves.
There was a lot of activity on that wave right there, and then Molnar getting a 6.93 on this one, still a good start for her.
Yeah, that was a committed nose ride on the outside and turning in the bowl and back around, which gave her this section here. So most of those points coming from that 1-2 combination but she's not finished yet. As this wave tapered through to the inside, a little drop knee attempt there, didn't quite come off, but showing some variety through the turns. She gets a lovely inside section. Some judges going as high as a 7 and a 7.5, really appreciating the commitment. But also, length of ride, we don't score here, but it does offer more opportunities like this on the inside section, styling it out on the inside. This one here, hands by the side, just a moment of relaxation and style for Kira Molnar.
And Kira, studying sport and exercise science. She did graduate with a business and sports management degree also from the Sunshine Coast, the university over there, Noosa. As this is the backup score of Natsumi Taoka, a 5.67, Matt, good backup for her.
Love that opening nose ride and a strong carve there for Natsumi. Nose rides a little further out in the face, but there's not much you can do on these high tide conditions until you link up back to the inside. We'll see what she got done here. This is about the time when Kira was looking for her backup wave as well. So Natsumi back up, looking for a nose ride again. So she gets the nose ride, nothing overly critical, but she makes it through the inside and gets a completion right on the rocks, as we saw with the replay beforehand. And wow, dramatic scenes here at El Sunzal.
Non-stop action. Taoka with a paddle here. She's going to be up and riding on her third wave so far. Straight to the nose. Stretched out 5 right there for Natsumi. Has to hang on to the rail, trying to make it around the white water. A big section right there through the middle part of this wave. Seems like she will be making it around this section, and she does cleanly. Once again, wraps it back all the way. Looking to better a mid-5 at the moment. So we saw a heat earlier on, Matt, where we did see somebody kind of go through that middle section. Not a lot of activity going on, but did make it around this section. Wasn't able to improve on their score. In this moment, with the tide that we have right now, the good conditions that we have, it seems like the decision-making from Taoka so far, not only on this wave, but during the heat overall, have all been smart decisions.
Both surfers, incredibly talented, but also waiting and looking, hey, I've got to make the most of whatever opportunity comes in, because we keep saying it time and time again, half an hour lulls. So one heat will be littered with many set waves, too many in fact. There's only 2 surfers out in the water, and we're seeing 6 wave sets in some heats, and this is no different. This heat following the pattern of the day, and both surfers capitalizing almost halfway through the heat.
And there you see Molnar typically rides a 9.4 flip-tailed log, a classic one from Malibu, and as you can see right here on screen, she really likes to enjoy her moments out there in the lineup as she comes from a crowded area in Noosa over there on the Sunshine Coast. Unrelated, but Sunshine Coast surfers have done extremely well here in El Salvador before. Keely Andrew won a women's qualifying series in 2016, a 6-star over Les Quizon.
I remember tuning in to watch that, and Julian Wilson, Ethan Ewing, we have surfers, or Ethan Ewing from Stratowick, but we have other surfers like Sophie McCulloch, also coming from the Sunshine Coast, and a host of others, particularly aerial surfers as well from the beach breaks around there, but none other than 2022 world champion Harrison Roach, who shares the lineup with Kira regularly.
16 minutes on the clock, talking about history worldwide, talking about the development of surfing, and in Salvador overall. You gotta be thinking, why wouldn't we come back here next year? Even though we haven't even finished this event, the first time we've come here for a longboard tour event, I'm liking the odds of returning in 2024.
All the post-heat interviews are not paid endorsements, mind you. These surfers are loving the temperature, they're loving the waves, and the consistency of the surf spot. Kevin Skvana and Stevie Sawyer both attested to this being just an amazing place and location for a surf event, let alone a longboard event. So we're so honored to be here, and I hope we come back.
Here goes Kira now, her 3rd ride. As the last of Taoka comes through, it's a 4.9, doesn't improve. So a big moment here for Molnar. A 6.15 or better would give her the lead. That was a strong 10 right there, steep section. Comes out of it controlled. The backwash right here, you can see the tide definitely playing a bigger factor now. Later on in the afternoon, we're close to hitting 5 p.m. now. Yes, Kira's still working through on the inside. Big moment for her in this heat. If she could get the lead change, it would mean a big moment, not only for her in terms of the rankings, but also shifting the energy over to her in the back end of this heat, Matt.
I think we may see a position update Once again, that was the flattering angle, but taking off super deep on that classic Malibu, shaped by Peter White, that flip tail, adding some stability on the nose ride, slowing you down when you need it most. But you're able to add a wider platform, which makes it comfortable to get to the nose. And it feels, in waves that aren't as perfect, a nice wide outline is comforting. And we'll see the replay of that shortly, no doubt. But the technical nose riding from Kira on the outside, I think the judges will really appreciate.
And you mentioned angles. Chucky Regano up there, the replay operator for the judges. He can present at least 3 different angles for them for a single ride. You usually want to see the front angle most of the time, don't you? Because that's the one that doesn't lie, this one right here.
This is the one. So this is lower than the judges see in real time, but you can see she's relatively in the pocket, holds the 5 there. Would have been nice to get the 10, but she steps back, and I love this use of the rail, stepping straight into the next nose ride. So the judges loving that 5 and 10 combo. Nearly loses it, but drives through the middle of the board into that carved board, slowing down a little bit, but patiently waiting for an inside section.
And not enough. 5.6 as she transitioned all the way through to the shore break. Just felt like the size of this wave maybe played a lot of dividends when it came to the actual score.
And the inside section didn't provide like the previous 693 did as well. So something to note. She'll pick up on that, knowing that was one of her better nose rides, but just lacked the inside section. But this stage of the heat, she had to go and give it a go.
Right, it was a smart move. A couple of 5.8s thrown in there. The low score of 5.2, 12:45 on the clock. She's still going to have at least one more chance to get a scoring opportunity as Taoka makes her way all the way outside. She recovers priority and now still looking to improve on the 5.67 that she is carrying as her backup score at the moment. You see the landscape right there. Conditions are beautiful. A slight offshore wind this afternoon and about to hit 5 p.m. with still 12:20 on the clock. The Japanese surfer in the blue jersey leading over Kiro Molnar from Australia. Back into the heat coming up after this commercial break.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Las derechas más perfectas del mundo, the most perfect right-handers in the world, home of the right surf here in Surf City, El Salvador. It's the Longboard Classic presented by Corona. Mitch and Matt here for the last 11 minutes of our last heat of the day. Kiro Molnar is trailing, only needing a 6.15 against Japanese surfer Natsumi Taoka in the blue jersey. Priority is with the surfer in blue, looking to replace a 5.67 at the moment. What a day of competition, Matt, first of all, but more importantly, the conditions have improved tremendously since those midday heats when we did see a bit of lows. We had the low tide around 12:30 p.m. and now about to hit 5 p.m. It's as good as it gets out there at El Sunzal at this size.
I can't believe it's really held throughout the day. The wind holding off, glassy conditions all day. Natsumi in the driver's seat here, 10 minutes to go. A 17th finish at her first stop at Huntington quite surprised me. She was knocked out in the elimination round from Alice Lemoyne. And Bells reclaiming that progress with a quarter-final finish. She leads into here. She's still in 14th place, Mitch, so another strong finish will see her secure her spot into that final 8. And it's very unusual for her to be sitting this low in the rankings. Huntington's somewhere I really thought she can shine, and it's through no lack of commitment. She puts everything on the line, and she'll be a little nervous going into this, and obviously really wanting to make this trip worth it on the other side of the world, because you have to go back via LAX most of the time, and Malibu is just a short drive.
That is true, and I remember doing that heat between Elise and and Natsumi over there in Huntington Beach. Had a couple of good scores, but at least Lemoyne just went to town in that heat. Huntington Beach this year for the U.S. Open of Surfing might have been the best conditions I've ever seen, not only since being able to surf in that event, but being able to be part of it as a broadcaster as well. If you go over to Bells Beach, really challenging conditions the first few days. Finals day was as good as it gets over there. And the first few days of competition over here with the size that we've had, the consistency that's been provided so far, it's been a real star-studded show on the Longboard Tour.
Mitch, there's days within our short waiting period that the CT would have run at Bells, Huntington, and here at Sunzal as well. And given that they have a much longer waiting period, longboards, we're capable of surfing a large variety of conditions on the smaller style, but also longboards go fantastic in bigger waves. And it's a common misconception that nose riding is a small wave pursuit. It's actually easier to do it the bigger the wave.
Right.
Obviously up to a certain amount where you have forces of nature up against you, but a larger area on the face is really easy to get to the nose. Bonga Perkins, one of the greatest of all time, is synonymous with Sunset, Haleiwa, those places, nose riding, high and tight, soul arching on the nose. And Natsumi, she actually absolutely sends it, I think, back to Taiwan 2019. We had 6 to 8 feet left-handers, and she just jumps straight on the nose. She also takes the trophy a lot of the time in the events for the biggest wipeouts too.
Yeah, I want to throw in Dwayne DeSoto
there we go.
as one of those people as well. He really thrives in bigger kind of conditions. I think Kai Salas over on the men's side as well. And then you throw in the women, Kira Molnar charges. She likes to be on bigger size surf. I think Elise Lemoine would also thrive in those kind of
Chloe
conditions.
Calmon.
Yeah.
Well, Honolulu, of course. You can't leave Honolulu out of the talk.
And Rachel Tilley loves to surf bigger waves as well.
Well, someone who might fly under the radar is Tully White. She's no stranger to bigger waves. Yeah, having surfed Very Bower there and Winky Pop off Manly, and she definitely has a good crew around her in the Manly area to push her. Kira Molnar, on the other hand, definitely wouldn't pull back by any means, but the Sunshine Coast not getting any of those southern swells that we're actually getting here now, and it's often the same systems, a little bit more delayed, that end up in Australia, but they make their way through and they funnel between Tasmania and the Bight, and they come up, and we experience some of that in Bells Beach as well.
It's funny that Julian Wilson tended to be one of the better big wave surfers on the Championship Tour when he was around, and you saw him come from the Sunshine Coast. He was actually a great longboarder himself too. Came through the amateur ranks in Australia, was one of the premier surfers out of his age group on the longboard. He decided to stick with shortboarding, and now that gives us the opportunity to see Kira Molnar thrive on a longboard herself from the same area. 640 on the clock.
Competed a lot with Julian in Australian titles. Oh, absolutely. For many years, Harrison Roach as well. Heath Joske.
Heath Joske.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Stylist, and he's comes from a lineage of surfboard shapers as well. So East Coast of Australia, a wide variety of surfers and different quivers that you can use on any given day.
Yeah, Torrin Martin and Anguria's own Laurie Towner also a great inspiration of mine. As we look at Kira now, go straight to the nose. Nearly lost it at the beginning of that one. Wraps it back all the way, 6 minutes to go. This is a crucial wave for Kira right here, needing a 6.15 or better. She's been on 3 waves back-to-back, the 5.6, the in and out right now that we just saw, and this one. Up and riding through this midsection. Might have a real steep double up right here, Matt, if she's able to stick with it. Wraps it back all the way. Hoping this wave bowls up for her on the inside. Nearly catches the edge, and just enough to lose a good amount of speed and not be able to make transition into the short break. 5.5 on the clock.
She would have been feeling really confident coming into this heat with nothing to lose, having surfed here in the ISA, a lot bigger conditions with her fellow countrywoman Lucy Small, and both of them relishing and both really enjoyed their time down here. I spoke to Lucy at our Reef Riders Club event just before I came over, and she said, "I'll love it." She said she loved it down here. She wished she was coming back to surf these beautiful waves. And at this size, it is a smaller day. It's very consistent. It's a swell magnet, and the reef just really pulls in a lot of swell. The higher tide, what Kira was doing there, she was waiting for that inside, which it's been getting better at about this time every day. So she's done her experience, and I really back her with 4 minutes 50 left on the clock to capture that 6.15. She would have taken a lot of inspiration from that 6.93, and I wouldn't put it past her. But then Natsumi's got priority as well.
Well, she is extremely fit, drops a 4.07, enough time in 4.5 to be able to get at least one more wave. Just seemed like she lost enough speed at the beginning to not be able to carry it throughout the entirety of the wave, Matt.
It's just a little disconnected between some of the maneuvers. So just stopping, setting up, and just not moving the feet. Not very purposeful movement of the feet. So you're just waiting here, and then just now just we'll look for the footsteps, but it doesn't happen. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. Judges want to see continual flow from start to finish, linking the nose to the tail, the rail, and the steps. So 4.07, she'll take it, but unfortunately not enough. But that heat total, 12.53, that's enough to get through quite a number of heats today.
Oh yeah, it's a great heat total. A couple of 6s in her scoreline, a 6.93 and a 5.6. I mean, you look at the total of Taoka as well, 13.07. It's really been the 7.4. Winning the opening exchange has been giving her the edge every single time. 3.5 on the clock. She has been patiently waiting on the outside for around 10 minutes though after she got the 4.9. Didn't improve on her low score. Now it's down to Kira Molnar and whether or not she can get a wave in order to get the 6.15 or better. The consistency that we've seen in the last few minutes of each heat has been crucial to a lot of heats and the way that they have ended. But when it comes to getting something better than your opponent, the comparisons, seeing a lot of these replay angles, especially in the last few heats of the day, when you know that these judges have enough time to be able to compare, you really need to make things clear and say that you're the clear winner right here.
At 13.07 heat total from Natsumi, I remember back in the qualifying event in Kuta Beach in Bali, it was a countback between it was Hiroka Yoshikawa. Both surfers actually having enough points to qualify, went back on heat totals for the WSL, and it went back quite a few years too because a lot of their results were very similar. She's yet to reach that 13.7 heat total. Yoshikawa had a 13.3, and I remember that vividly because they were trying to split it and they wanted to do the announcers, they couldn't, had to work back. So that shows the experience that Natsumi has in a high heat total. So that's why with 2 minutes left, she's going to be looking to better that 5.67. But Kira, another wave here. Is she going to go this one?
Seems like that wave will not be able to break. 2 minutes to go, too far inside for that one. So Molnar still looking for the score, a 6.15 or better. There's a couple of lines approaching though. Taoka with good positioning, she's on the outside and has control of the heat with priority at the moment. 1:45 on the clock. Molnar having a look at this though. She is very deep for this one. Let's see if she can at least get into it. And she's having a dig, a paddle. Won't be able to. One more wave on the outside. And this drone angle really shows how many waves there are on the horizon. Look at that wave just going by and ridden by itself.
Yeah. If she could get over there, that's one of the West Peak style waves that you see on the north shore of Oahu. And Kira's up and riding.
Really deep on this one. A lot of face to work with. It seems like Taoka will be up and riding as well. Molnar up to the nose, a tight 5. Steep section ahead for her, has to race down the line. Even almost gets barrel there for a second. Comes around the section. Has to wipe off some speed, going down the line. Staying in the pocket the entire time. A 6.15 or better is what she requires at the moment. Touching the nose once again. Needs to complement the nose riding with some rail surfing. Wants to go back to the nose though. Gets another nose ride, and she is going to kick out right before the shoreline. Meanwhile, Taoka, she's looking to replace a 5.67. Everything at the moment indicating that she might do so. 30 seconds on the clock. A big moment in this heat as we are winding down. She kicks out with a lot of style and poise. She seems confident that she might have improved on the mid-5 that she has.
Unreal, what a finish. 15 seconds left to go, both surfers with an exchange. Natsumi leaving Kira out there to get that wave, but she had to take that wave behind just in case Kira got the score. And I think it may improve Kira's 5.6, whether it's a 6.15, we'll wait and see. But Natsumi in the background of that wave, you could tell she was starting off really strong.
And this seems to be like the most important exchange of the heat at the moment. Get a way to finish off day number 2, and what a way to finish off heat number 8. A 6.15 is what Kira needs, and Taoka looking to improve on a 5.67. As we said before, judges have a couple of different angles to look at in terms of the replay, and an important heat when you talk about rankings too. Taoka number 13, Molnar 14. They both still have a chance to qualify for Malibu.
Taoka needs a massive result, and we'll see. Both surfers really made very few mistakes in that heat, and I think it was a phenomenal veteran performance from both of these surfers. So they need to be very proud. Whoever takes the win and whoever we say goodbye to will be the end of their campaign this year. And here's the replay. So this is Natsumi behind. Beautiful set wave, holding that 5 for extended period of time. And the judges are really going to appreciate the steep section. She's up again on the nose. So our surfer in blue from Japan, Natsumi Taoka, carving it around using the full length of the board. And she's waiting again, up on the nose, her third nose ride, arching those hips, showing relaxed body language and flying down the line. We'll see what this end section has ready for her. And she's keeping the board moving, flowing between the tail, the nose, the midsection, keeping really busy with those steps just linking in between. And here's the way we caught up with her before, and love Natsumi's style, just super fast, using her body to her advantage, quick, precise footwork, and finishing with control. So that'll be a fantastic wave for Natsumi. At a 5.7 for Kira, it wasn't enough.
And you got to be thinking that Taoka will be replacing that mid-5 that she has in her scoreline. What a performance, and as you said, very few mistakes between both surfers, but the edge will go to the Japanese surfer Taoka, still waiting on her last score just to make it official. 12.63 heat total. You're talking about a pair of 6s in your scoreline. That's still a great heat, and one of the highest scores of the event so far, an 8.5 for Natsumi Taoka. 15.9 heat total, the highest of the event, and she was dominant in this one. What a performance from the Japanese surfer in the blues jersey. She will be talking to Sam Bleakley after the break. Stick around for the Corona post show. A lot to digest in day number 2 of competition here in Surf City. What a day.
El Salvador has so much diversity. The coastline's beautiful, inland there's so many different sights to see. You literally can't be bored here. Not only are the waves amazing, seafood here is some of the best in the whole world.
Connection to nature for me is an exchange that happens between human and nature. It's an energy you can't explain. It's like you pull from it and you also give back to it.
There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else. There's a right time for everything. There's a right time to find your way, a right time to enjoy pleasures. There's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Have you been on a chopper before?
I have, but not here in El Salvador. It's so cool.
Epic.
Buenos tardes, amigos. That's right, it's time for the Corona Post Show. What a day here at El Sunzal, the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. Lives up to all the expectations and more. Of course, leave it to the elimination rounds to provide the ultimate fireworks. Some of the highest heat totals we've seen of this event, some of the highest single scoring waves we've seen of this entire contest went down today. Chris Cote, the Waxhead, Matt Janowski, Mitchell Salazar. That was a day for the books. I mean, for sure, one of the most impactful days we've seen yet on the WSL Longboard Championship Tour.
Phenomenal waves as we look out there. The free surfers are making their way behind us right now. And why wouldn't you? It was just one of the premier days of longboard surfing of all time, to be honest. Some of the surfers knocked out, some of the surfers progressing. All of them super stoked to be here.
And I'd say on the women's side, Chloe Calmon and Natsumi Taoka really stood out more than anybody else. Their wave selection was on point. We had a couple of really close heats. But, man, what a day. Richie Cravey moving through against Chase Leader in the dying moments, too. Some fun heats, Chris.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to unpack here on this Corona Post Show. Before we get into it, let's go back to the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Sam Bleakley.
Thanks so much, Chris. Natsumi, such a strong way to end the day. The last ride of today's surfing, it was you, and it was the highest score of the event so far, an 8.5. Talk us through that incredible wave.
Yeah, the last wave, I'm waiting for a long time with the priority. The wave is just amazing, the perfect. I think it's the best wave on the compete for me so far.
And tell me how the experience has been coming to Surf City El Salvador. Have you visited before, and what do you think of the place?
Yeah, it's first time to visit here. I watched in the ISA contest before. I wish I was there, but I couldn't go. But this time, finally I came here, and then wave is pumping every day. I'm so happy to be here.
And was it nice competing against Kira, a woman you would have had a lot of good battles with over the years?
Yeah, I was competing with her before, and then I know her surfing is very good, so I just try to focus my riding.
We've got a lot of opportunities to talk about shapers from all over the world, but tell us about the Japanese shaper that you work with and what special boards you've brought to El Sunzal.
Yeah, my shaper from Japan, he's also a professional surfer in Japan, and I surf with him all the time, and then he know me. I'm small, and then I'm very small compared to other people, so he just custom for me. For this board is pintail. I used to use in the scash tail, but my shaper shaped me the board for Bells and El Salvador's.
And what will it take for you to get in the top 8 and have the opportunity to go for a world title in Malibu?
I'm not thinking about the Malibu. I just focus on the heat by heat.
Yeah. Well, the strategy's working. You're surfing fantastic, and I'm sure you've got some messages for all your fans tuning in back home in Japan.
いつも応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。最後の最後でベストライディング出すことができました。明日も自分のライディングに集中して頑張りたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations, Natsumi. Incredible surfing. Back to you, Chris.
So much joy pouring out of Natsumi right there, as she should, because that was an incredible performance. Just finishing our day with the highest single wave score. And what a way to do it. I mean, you always think of, right, speed, power, flow when you think of professional surfing. You add a longboard to the mix. You add the word grace, you know, emphasize the style to it. I think Natsumi did exactly what she needed to do right there to kind of get her ball rolling. You know, she still has a chance of making that final 8. And I like that Sam tried to trip her up there a little bit, try to get it in her mind. And she said, no, it's all about what's in front of me right now. But in terms of her chances of qualification, what do you think Natsumi can do here today?
She was very patient in that heat, and that's something I really wanted to look at. Between her and Tully White, they're in a clutch position. Both of them need great results, and for Natsumi to have just almost a perfect heat there, not in terms of points, but wave selection. When it counted most, Kira had a wave under priority, but Natsumi waited for that set, and she committed. She surfed critical on the rail and on the nose, and that's why it was the highest heat total and wave of the day, and highest wave of the whole contest.
Yeah, and a really competitive heat, too. I mean, Kira lost with a pair of 6s in her scoreline right there. Most heats, you'd be making it out of that with that heat total. but I personally thought it was the wave selection from Natsumi Taoka on the best waves, a large wave to finish off the day in 8.5. But I also feel like at this point of the stage, event number 3 of the tour, everybody's a great surfer. If you're not making the right decisions in the moment, you won't be making it through these clutch heats, Chris.
Yeah, interesting to note, too, throughout the afternoon, the waves were kind of the reluctant superstars of the afternoon. Got a little less consistent, but the waves that came through were fully impactful. We saw a lot of heats go down where it was just 2 rides per surfer. Again, some of the highest numbers coming through. I feel like patience, a critical element in success today. The surfers that went out there and really waited for that key moment, it seemed to pay off often. I had doubts throughout a couple of those heats going, I don't know, might have been a mistake. I ate those words more than, I'm full of words right now because I ate them all day long. These surfers are elite level, and patience is a huge part of success here in this event.
The conditions today, we had half an hour of great waves, and then we'd have half an hour of interval waves where there's still some sets, but nothing on the in-between, which is really difficult in a competition because if you're going out there with their sets in mind, fantastic. If you want to add to that total, sometimes they just weren't available. And well done to Natsumi. And that board, that pintail in the background as we're watching right now, that looked really buttery. One of my mottos to the people I coach is your nose ride is only as good as you turn, and a pintail like that for Natsumi is allowing her to get back in the pocket, use the rail, which is all scoring, and jam it back up off the bottom for the nose rides that we saw for that excellent score.
And I also felt there was a lot of adaptability in the last few heats of the day. People noticed and recognized that some heats were very slow in comparison to others. You saw Kira right there and Natsumi, as soon as they got their first wave in the opening exchange, they wanted to be able to back it up very quickly, and I thought that was a crucial part to the people that were actually being able to make it through heats, and some that were just losing by a slight margin. But a couple of great heats out there. I think the second heat of the day between the 3 men, Taka Inoue taking the win, J.R. Esquivel, and Johnny the Ripper, all 3 of those guys, despite 2 of them getting into the ER, are all in the round of 16 now.
Yeah, and you know, it is all about poise as well, because when you're waiting that long, as all the surfers kind of had to do, probably from around 11 a.m. on, you know, you wait 20 minutes for a wave to come through, you take off, and it's a screamer out the back more than a few times. You know, we saw surfers waiting, you know, till you would probably start to feel a lot of nerves, but they got up, they got the job done, and we saw those big numbers come through on that outside section, that bowling part of the wave that offered up these surfers that critical area to perform. And speaking of performance, we got a lot of news coming through the wire today. The biggest news we got was the announcement of the 2024 WSL Championship Tour. Check it out.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Mongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
If you're not excited, there's something wrong with you. That is an awesome looking season. And of course, my eyes are firmly focused on Cloudbreak, August 20th to the 29th. Surf fans have been asking for Cloudbreak to return to the schedule for a long time. They got their wish, and I love that it's the final event of the year. All the stakes leading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. This right here is going to be your 2024 schedule. Rights, lefts, barrels, high performance waves. That's got to get you fired up.
What more do you want, people? In the words of yourself, Chris Cote, that is such a cool lineup, and I'm so excited. Different forms of wave riding. We're here at the Longboard World Tour, but of course, we're heavily inspired by the Championship Tour as well.
Should be a very fun one, Chris. I think it all comes down to pipeline, really. Getting a good start right there, making the midseason cut, and then going into Fiji as the last event of the regular season. I'm pumped. That promo has me pumped for 2024.
And it literally was last week that we were on the beach at Trestles watching the titles go down. So it's really cool to know what to expect for 2024. And we do still have Challenger Series events. We've got the Malibu final. So a lot of surfing left in 2023. So let's get to what went down today. Some of the marquee matchups that we had our eyes on. Started off early in the morning. This was Taka Inoue, Virgilio Jr. Esquivel, and Johnny the Ripper. This heat right here really provided an incredible start to our day. So we had to cut the day short yesterday just due to some tidal swings. But when we kicked off the day, Heat 8 started us off with a bang.
This was a crazy heat to start it off, and these surfers wouldn't have minded if it was last night or this morning. They'll take anything they get in Taka, making the most of it, and came out on top of the young guns.
Yeah, and I think they did a very good job in preparing for this heat too. After watching the first heat go out this morning, Taka was obviously on the 2 best waves during the heat. He got the victory, but I felt like it wasn't a victory that was very easy to get. He really had to battle with J.R. Esquivel and also Johnny the Ripper, but he was poised on the 2 best waves that he caught during those 30 minutes, and for good reason, moving straight into the round of 16.
There was a lot of surfing today, but if I'm not mistaken, JR and Johnny the Ripper both made it out of their ER heats, the emergency round, the last chance qualifier. So this was the result that we saw early on this morning. Inoue with a 7.67 and a 7.3. And this trend of high-scoring heats continued when we sent the women out there for their elimination round. We saw some incredible heats go down and big numbers that followed. So the men and women definitely putting on a show for us today. But to start our day like that with 3 surfers that all put up numbers that would have got them wins in any other heat, it's exactly how you want to start it. And that's how the roll continued. Let's talk about Avalon Gall and Crystal Hewlett. This was another heat that had the beach talking. Everybody was fired up to watch this one. Avalon, of course, always putting on a clinic of beautiful surfing, expert nose riding. This was a fun one to watch.
A super educated performance from Avalon, really stepping it up, showing a heat IQ that I haven't seen too often in the past, to showing the maturity with a competitive surfing.
And I thought her positioning in the lineup was key for her success as well. As you see right here, the combination of the nose rides, but also the great rail surfing added to a couple of good scores, a massive heat total, surpassing the 15 points for Avalon Gall. But once again, being able to read the lineup and decipher it the way she did, that was some impressive stuff right there, Chris.
Style, style, style. I mean, that right there is just beautiful surfing, and I love how she controlled her speed, which to me is, one of those elements that it's not in print in the judging criteria, but it is so important. And especially a wave like this that has plenty of power. These boards are big, they go super fast. So to see both of these surfers with that ability to maintain their speed while controlling it, that right there is elite level athleticism.
I do feel sorry for Crystal. She put on a great performance. It would have been enough to take out a lot of the heats throughout the event so far. A committed performance, surfing super tight into the pocket, but Avalon just getting the better of her with strong rail carves and commitment and really big set waves. Really stoked to see how Avalon goes in this heat, moving into the next couple of rounds. Things are going to get very spicy in the lead up to Malibu.
And I thought that it was really important to showcase a lot of the goofy footers doing well out here too. There's not really a distinct advantage between a regular or a goofy out here, and I felt like Chloe Calmon really set the standard for that in one of the first heats of the elimination round for the women. But finalizing the day with Gall's performance and then our Japanese competitor in the last heat, I thought that really went to show that the development and the evolution of a lot of these surfers throughout a 24-hour period can be noticeable here in Sunzal.
Yeah, and I will say, before we get into our top 5, that Natsumi did get the highest single wave score of the day. Just came in, a second too late. We filled our top 5, but she's the top 5 in our hearts. Everybody out there knows it. Okay, good. Let's move on. Now let's get to your top 5 of the day. Here at the Corona Post Show, we're going to start it off with Richie Cravey. Now, Richie Cravey, wily competitor. He's had to do the hard work to get to where he is today. And he's had to kind of rely on kind of his own skills as well as a waterman. Had to body surf all the way in to save his board from the rocks. A great performance from Richie Cravey.
One of his highlights of the trip so far was searching on the rocks for that crab that he found with his son last night. But to top it off with an elimination round win is just so much more special.
And I felt like going up against a very dangerous young competitor against Chase Leader, he needed to surf a very smart heat. He did that. He did lose his board once, but was able to recover in time to not only get the win, but come from behind and get the win too, Chris.
He's a merman. I love to see that, and there's the sportsmanship we like. Full credit to Chase Leader too. He is an incredible surfer. And locking in his spot in the final 8, heading to the Malibu finals, Kaniela Stewart got a win here, just doing it Kaniela style. Big turns, long nose rides, oozing with style.
Yeah, surfing still within himself. I'm feeling like he's still got another 20 or 30% left. Surfing very relaxed, upright style and relaxed body language, which is what we've come to know from Kaniela. I still think he's got more to give though.
100%, and I think he surfed a very smart heat, knew that he just needed to make it through this one. But as Matt said, has a lot more to give, and I still feel like he hasn't even peaked throughout the season so far. So heading into Malibu as one of the top seeds should be good for him, Chris.
Yet to get his hair wet in this contest, so we'll see when that happens. We'll report it for you. Number 3, Chloe Kalaman, 2 7s on her way to victory. This was just a really convincing win. I think she was throwing away multiple 6s. This is why she's a veteran and always a title threat.
Yeah, she drew some creative lines using different elements of the surfboard that we've seen all day. Really liking the variety in Chloe's turns, and as always, style and grace and flow throughout all of her moves. And you know what? She's warming up for Malibu.
No, and she had to surf one of those heats where the tide was transitioning, had to really read the lineup well, and was able to garner herself a pair of 7s. And as you said, throwing away a couple of scores in the good range, Chris.
That's right. Well, speaking of scores in the good range, this guy's been doing it all week long. Virgilio Jr. Esquivel representing the Philippines. His fan base is growing by the minute. With every turn, he gains 4 global fans.
There you go, the facts coming from Chris Cote, but I love the power game, but also the technical nose riding back to El Sunzal, and he was here earlier in the year and showing that he's gained a lot of experience, and I'm loving the creative lines that Virgilio is bringing to the World Longboard Tour.
And not being afraid to go for it on the outside section as well. That's been crucial to a lot of his big scores here. In the past, it should be doing the same throughout the event.
And the young lady so good, they named her 3 times. Maria Fernanda Reyes with the performance of the day, the performance of the event. She went out there and put on an absolute clinic, dropping multiple perfect score, well, near perfect scores, but her surfing was just flawless. Wave selection right there, the best of the best all day long.
The ability for Martha to go from the nose, long nose rides, hang tens to the rail carves, showing a lot of commitment on set waves, and just having a look at this, just leaving nothing left to chance. Martha just cutting that one back through the inside section and just showing the judges she has full control and authority over that board.
And very comfortable in hard conditions out there too. A lot of large waves on offer, and she was on the best ones in those 30 minutes of that heat.
I was so impressed with how fast she was surfing too. I mean, she was flying down the line. Everything was in perfect control. So our number 1 moment of the day, Maria Fernanda Reyes. And what a day it was. And guess what? We might be back on tomorrow. Join us bright and early right here, live from Surf City, El Salvador. You could be witnessing day 3 of the action here from El Sunzal. But you're going to have to tune in first thing tomorrow. Before you do that, though, check out these highlights. Get inspired. Go surfing. See you tomorrow. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic. We are right back to it.
Day 1 was a beauty. Day 2 looks like more of the same. Let's do this.
Strong turn of the pocket, grabs the rail. Great score to start things off. That's what he has that separates him from everybody else, his nose riding skills.
They're hanging heels. JR.
Oh, nearly pulled it at the end.
Kaniela Stewart exercises his will. I mean, the calmness, the soul, the style we see from Kaniela Stewart. Gets straight to the nose, all 10 over, with style. Kirby Fletcher-esque cross-stepping cutback.
And Amado can be super proud of that performance.
no leash. That's going to be quite a swim.
Tony Silvani up and riding.
It's a good wave.
That's the kind of Takayama I love to see. Toes on the nose.
All the way on the outside, grab rail carve for Johnny the Ripper.
Cindy out the back on the nose. Chloe on the inside. This is so cool.
Beautiful slicing down.
Great long 5 right there from Caitlin.
What a ride from Tully White. Great way to finish. Love the sportsmanship. And right now we're witnessing Maria Fernando Reyes.
This Peruvian is absolutely on fire.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.